Hello everyone, this is Shadow. Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I can't publish many of the audiobooks you love. That's why I've created a special paid service where you can enjoy over 300 high-quality audiobooks from platforms like Webnovel, Pocket FM, Audible, Wuxia, and more. Each novel comes as a one-time purchase, no subscriptions, no hidden fees. After payment, you'll receive full access via Telegram, along with all future updates for that novel. You'll find a wide selection of your favorite genres and titles, always in premium audio quality. Check the full list of available novels in the description. DM me now to get your favorite stories in audiobook form and start listening today. Also, you can request any novel so I can turn into audiobooks. Check out our Patreon for more details.
Chapter 551 I am Thor, not Hammer God. Chapter 551 I am Thor, not Hammer God. At this point, Aglin, having released prisoners along the way, arrived at Loki's prison. Looking at the completely different environment of Loki, Aglin went up to take a look, thought for a moment, and then turned and left. Seeing that the other party did not let him out, Loki smiled and didn't care. The thought of seeing some amusement in Asgard would help pass the time during the boring days ahead, so he said to the person who had created chaos in the dungeon, "Take the stairs on the left." Aglin glanced at Loki, then accepted his suggestion and walked up the left-hand staircase to leave. The commotion of the dungeon rebellion also caught the attention of Smith and Saul. Frigg looked in the direction the soldiers had gone and said, "It's a prison." Thor immediately suspected Loki was behind it. "Loki," Frigg began, "go ahead, I'll take care of her." Smith Doyle thought for a moment, then said, "I'll go with you and see if Loki has the ability, or if what you told me about the trial was just a joke." Thor, recalling Smith's words when he handed Loki over to him, said earnestly, "We did not show favoritism. Loki was imprisoned and served a very long sentence." Seeing the look Thor was giving him, Smith nodded, "I believe you, let's go take a look together." Thor nodded, then rushed outside, summoning his Mjolnir and flying towards the dungeon. Smith Doyle also used his levitation technique to instantly take flight, controlling his speed to stay close to Thor. The two quickly arrived at the dungeon entrance, and looking at the rebellious prisoners, Thor said, "Go back to your cell, and I will not pursue the matter further." "I promise," Smith Doyle stated directly, wasting time with a bunch of criminals. The next second, one of the prisoners attacked Thor first, hitting him on the head with a hammer. Boom! Thor, who had been hit, immediately said angrily, "I retract my promise." Smith Doyle smiled and immediately fired a gas blast. Boom! The 5 or 6 prisoners who had just gathered were blasted away by a gas bomb. Feeling ashamed, Thor grabbed Mjolnir and charged forward. At this moment, he was genuinely angry. Thor immediately stopped holding back, unleashing his lightning power and engaging in a fierce battle. The other side. Odin also noticed the commotion in Asgard, but paid it no mind, simply sending out soldiers. "Send a team to the armory and defend it at all costs, and hold the dungeon." Just then, Frigga walked over with Jane Foster and saw Odin giving orders to his soldiers. "Odin." "Frigga." Odin turned to the soldier beside him and shouted, "Go quickly." Then he looked at the two of them and said, "It's just a minor mishap, don't worry." Frigga nodded. She didn't think there was anything wrong with the impregnable Asgard, but there was no need to put herself in danger. Frigga looked at Odin and said, "You never lie." At this moment, Sif, fully armed and accompanied by soldiers, walked out and met Jane's gaze. Odin commanded, "Take her to your room. I'll come find you when it's safe." Frigga looked at Odin and said, "Be careful." Odin comforted her, saying, "No matter how many storms we've weathered, my queen still worries about me." Frigg laughed, "It's because I was worried that you were able to escape danger and come out of danger." Odin glanced at Frigga, then turned and left. Frigga led Jane Foster toward her residence and took a longsword from a passing soldier. He then looked at Jen and said, "You must do exactly as I say from now on, and don't ask any questions." Jane nodded and said, "Yes, madam." The other side. Heimdall, who was guarding the control room of the Rainbow Bridge, seemed to sense something and immediately turned and ran outside. He ran all the way, leaped high over the Rainbow Bridge, and drew 2 daggers from his back, slashing fiercely at the void in front of him. The artifact, crafted by dwarven artisans, instantly pierced the dark elf ship's stealth protection and tore through its armor. It seems my guess was right. Heimdall continued to sabotage the spaceship, and after detonating the enemy's energy reactor with a dagger, he destroyed the spaceship. Looking at the spaceship lying on the Rainbow Bridge corridor after the explosion, Heimdall breathed a sigh of relief. The enemy was dealt with. Before he could catch his breath, Heimdall turned around and saw a giant mothership 100 times larger than the previous one, from which a large number of ships were being released and flying towards the royal palace of Asgard. Heimdall rushed toward the command center of the Rainbow Bridge. At that moment, Asgard's defense system was activated, with a large number of energy cannons rising up to intercept the countless spaceships in the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The Dark Elves' ships were quickly destroyed, but a large number of smaller ships still managed to break through the defenses. Clearly, this was the first time in countless years that the flames of war had reached Asgard. At that moment, Heimdall ran back to the control room and immediately used the divine sword to activate the palace's protective shield. The protective shield began to rise rapidly, and a spaceship crashed into the rising shield and exploded instantly. Boom! Seeing the protective shield rise, Heimdall breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the palace was safe, the next step would be for the God King to lead his army to wipe out these sneak-attacking enemies. However, the protective net that had not yet fully risen shattered and dissipated instantly. It turned out that the cursed warrior Agrim had arrived at the control center of the protective net and destroyed the core, causing the defensive net to collapse. As the palace's protective shield shattered, Malekith boarded a small spaceship and broke into the palace hall. The blade-shaped spaceship stopped after smashing countless pillars in the hall. Here at the prison, Smith Doyle quickly quelled the riot. Although the prisoners were from Asgard, they were no match for Smith Doyle. I haven't even finished warming up, and it's already over. After a 2-second silence, Thor said, "You've become stronger." Smith Doyle patted Saul on the shoulder and said, "You've improved a lot too, at least you're no longer the Hammer God." Thor had already begun to awaken his lightning power when he participated in the Dragon Ball battle, and after 2 years of training, he was able to unleash his lightning power without the help of Mjolnir and summon lightning with his bare hands. Saul glared at Smith Doyle. "I am Thor, not Hammer God." End of this chapter. Chapter 552 He was adopted. Chapter 552 He was adopted, additional leave request 3, ha ha ha, that's right, you're Thor now. After teasing Thor, Smith Doyle walked directly to Loki's prison. Loki was also taken aback when he saw Smith Doyle appear, and said with some surprise, "I didn't expect to see you here." Smith Doyle smiled and said, "I really don't know what to say to you. All the prisoners have been released, but you're still locked up here." Loki said with a smile, "Only by keeping them here will they not be killed by you like those who ran away earlier." Loki had clearly seen Smith Doyle, who had just gone on a killing spree. Thor might have considered whether to knock him unconscious, but the gas blast that Smith Doyle fired killed his targets instantly upon exploding, leaving some without even a trace of their bodies. However, Smith Doyle's easily delivered attack, with his 3 million combat power, was something these prisoners could not withstand. Smith Doyle nodded in approval. "That's right, if you had run out just now, I wouldn't have shown any mercy." Upon hearing Smith Doyle's words, Saul quickly replied, "Smith, Loki is my brother." Smith Doyle said calmly, "He caused a large number of deaths on Earth." Thor turned to look outside and whispered, "He's adopted." Although Thor turned his head to look outside and spoke very softly, it was no different from speaking into Loki's ear. Loki's eyes widened in anger, and he clenched his fists. He thought to himself, "Thor, you just wait, don't let me find a chance to get my revenge." Smith Doyle couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha, you guys are just kidding. The Earthlings have already made me revive them using the Dragon Balls. Otherwise, given my personality, would a cosmic cube really make me agree to let you bring Loki back?" At the same time, Smith Doyle felt a little regretful that Loki in front of him would not become the god of stories, since he had not used the Tesseract to escape. Upon hearing this, Saul immediately turned to Smith Doyle and said, "Great, Loki." Smith Doyle, recalling the Infinity Gauntlet he received from Odin, the destroyer armor Loki had gifted him, the Space Stone, the Mind Stone, and the Reality Stone which was soon to be his, waved his hand and said, "This is your family matter, you can decide for yourselves." Loki was somewhat surprised, while Thor also looked delighted. Thor winked at Loki, then gave Smith Doyle a hug. Smith Doyle said, "All right, the prison rebellion has subsided. Let's go outside and take a look." The other side. Malekith fought his way to Frigga's bedroom, where he pushed open the door and walked towards Frigga and Jane Foster. Frigga thought to herself, "The enemy has actually found this place. Monster, step back. I might spare your life." Malekith walked quickly toward the two of them, saying as he did so, "I'm incredibly lucky, woman." "Who are you?" "I am Malekith, and I want my things back." Frigga glanced in Jane's direction, and as Malekith approached, she slashed at his face with her divine short sword. Malekith drew his weapon and engaged Frigga in close combat, but his weapon was instantly knocked away. Frigga was clearly quite capable with the help of her magic. She immediately suppressed Malekith, the Dark Elf King. After several exchanges, Frigga defeated Malekith and used a short sword to lock his throat. Just as the outcome was about to be decided, the Dark Elf's only cursed warrior arrived. Seeing that Malekith was about to be defeated, he snatched Frigga's short sword and reached out to grab her. Just moments ago, Frigga was incredibly brave, but now she was no match for the cursed warrior and was lifted up by the neck. Malekith, seeing Frigga restrained, immediately approached Jane Foster and said, "You took something, child. Give me back." Malekith walked up to the other person and reached out to grab Jane. However, the Jane Foster in front of her was merely an extremely realistic illusion created by Frigga using magic, which collapsed the moment she touched her. Seeing this, Malekith angrily turned to Frigga and roared, "Mage." Malekith walked up to Frigga and questioned her. "Where are the ether particles?" Frigg began to speak. "I will never tell you." Malekith nodded. "I believe you." The cursed warrior immediately showed no mercy, thrusting his longsword directly into Frigga's body from the side, reaching her heart. Frigga was severely injured and her body immediately went limp. Smith Doyle and Saul, who had just arrived, witnessed this scene. Thor shouted, "No!" At the same time, with a wave of his hand, he summoned a bolt of lightning that struck Malekith in the face. Boom! Malekith was disfigured and blasted away, and Thor immediately ran in. Upon seeing this, the cursed warrior immediately helped Malekith up and ran outside. Thor, seeing this, leaped up and angrily threw Mjolnir at the other man. However, Thor's furious attack did not actually harm the cursed warrior. Instead, the force of the attack allowed the warrior to break free. Ignoring the furious Saul, Smith Doyle immediately went to Frigga's side to check her body. Smith Doyle helped Frigga up. She was still alive at this point. Golden blood trickled from Frigga's lips as she spoke. "I'm dying, and Asgard can't cure this injury, but at least I saved that girl." Based on a simple observation, Smith Doyle could determine that Frigga, thanks to the divine power within her, could hold on for a while longer and would not die immediately. Since he wouldn't die immediately, he had a plan. The next step was to gain favor with people. Thor rushed out and saw the enemy leaving in a blade-shaped spaceship. He immediately summoned Mjolnir back and hurled it at the enemy's spaceship. However, Malekith was even faster in his escape. After flying towards the large spaceship, he immediately activated stealth mode and disappeared from Thor's sight. Thor finally realized what was happening and looked behind him. At that moment, Odin arrived with the Spear of Eternity. Odin rushed to Frigga's side to examine her, then looked grief-stricken. Frigga's divine power was constantly repairing her body, but with her shattered heart, she clearly couldn't hold on much longer. "Soul, come see your mother one last time." End of this chapter. Chapter 553 The Magical Senzabine. Chapter 553 The Magical Senzabine. Saul disagreed with his father's last words and retorted, "Is there no hope even with Asgard's healing methods?" Odin shook his head, and Frigga then called out. Thor, hearing his mother's call, Saul immediately ran over, covered his mother's hand, and said, "Mother, you'll be alright, I promise." After Saul finished speaking, he immediately looked at Smith Doyle and said, "As long as I win the championship, Mother, you will be fine." At this time Smith Doyle said, "I have a divine object that can restore the Queen of Gods to health in an instant." Odin and Thor were taken aback for a moment, and Odin immediately spoke, "Please, Mr. Smith, I am willing to exchange everything I have for the divine object in your possession." Thor also said at the same time, "Smith, I'll do anything you need to save my mother." Smith Doyle didn't try to hide anything or raise the price. Instead, he directly took out a Senzabine from his system space and said, "Saving the god is the priority. If we delay any longer, I'm afraid even the Senzabine won't be able to save him." Under the astonished gazes of Odin and Thor, Smith Doyle fed the Senzabine to Frigga, who then swallowed it with difficulty. The next second, Frigga, who was on the verge of death, suddenly revived and stood up on the spot. As she raised her arm, she said in surprise, "My God, this is amazing." Thor asked with concern, "Mother, are you alright?" Frigg nodded and said, "I have fully recovered." Then he looked at Smith Doyle and said, "Thank you, you saved me." Frigga knew very well that Smith Doyle would have died in that situation if he hadn't been there. There was no other way. As for wishing with the Dragon Balls, Frigga wasn't optimistic either, since Lorelei and Sol hadn't won the championship the last time or even the time before that. Saul looked at Smith beside him and expressed his gratitude again, "Thank you, my friend." At this moment, Jane carefully walked out from behind the barrier and stood obediently to the side. Odin walked up to Smith and said seriously, "Thank you." Then he went to Frigga's side, hugged his wife, and said, "I'm so glad you're okay." Just now, Odin even considered participating in the Dragon Ball battle at all costs to have a chance to resurrect his wife. Fortunately, Smith brought out that magical item called the Senzabine, which could instantly heal even such an injury. It was simply unbelievable. Frigga was very happy to have recovered, but she didn't forget the enemy's objective, and immediately said, "The enemy is after the ether. Their target is Jane. We are safe here." Odin, you need to check why the palace's defenses aren't working, and what about these enemies? Isn't Malekith already dead? Upon hearing Frigga's words, Odin glanced at Jane beside him, then nodded and said, "Since you are safe here and the enemy has withdrawn, let me first take stock of the losses from this enemy attack and the problems with the defense system." Frigga nodded, "The people of Asgard need you." Odin left the scene with the Spear of Eternity. Smith and Saul also left Frigga's bedroom, as it was not appropriate for Smith to stay there. The Dark Elves' attack, though aimed at the ether particles, still caused considerable damage. However, Smith saved Frigga, and even though there were some losses, it was all within Thor and Odin's tolerance. Saul led Smith outside the palace and expressed his gratitude once again. "Buddy, this time we really owe you a lot. Thanks is too little, I owe you my life." Upon hearing Thor's words, Smith Doyle thought to himself, all the sacrifices he made by giving up his precious senza beans were worthwhile. "Dude, we're friends, how could I stand idly by and do nothing about something like this?" However, it's somewhat suspicious that they went straight for the Empress's position. They seem to know too much about this place. Thor nodded and said, "The guy who withstood Mjolnir looks like one of the prisoners he released from the dungeon." "No, I'll go find out how this guy found this place." After speaking, Thor immediately headed towards the dungeon to investigate what had happened. Watching Thor leave, Smith smiled, wondering if he would give Loki a good beating. Thor arrived at the dungeon, and after some investigation, he obtained some information and went directly to Loki's prison. Seeing Thor appear, Loki smiled disdainfully and said mockingly, "I didn't expect the chaos to subside so quickly. Those guys weren't any good either." Thor looked sad as he saw Loki's mockery. "Loki, do you know that it's because your mother has fallen?" Upon hearing Thor's words, Loki paused for a moment, remained silent for 3 seconds, and then spoke. "How could that be? With you and Odin here, how could mother have fallen?" "And Smith Doyle," Thor said angrily, "it's all your fault. You made that guy take the left passage. Otherwise, how could he have broken into Mother's bedroom?" This time, the enemy not only launched a riot in the dungeons and mobilized our forces, but also sent a fleet to raid Asgard. Hearing that it was because of him, Loki was filled with remorse. His divine power surged, destroying everything in the prison. Then, in a hoarse voice, he said, "Go ask Smith Doyle, he has the Dragon Balls, he can revive Mother." Then he roared angrily, "If you can't get them, then go and participate in the Dragon Ball battle, and get Odin to join too." Seeing Loki's expression, Thor suddenly smiled. "I was just kidding, your mother is fine. Ha ha ha, even the god of trickery has been deceived by me one day. You still care about your mother after all." Loki was also stunned for a moment, then said incredulously, "So, you lied to me." Thor's smile faded, and he said seriously, "I'm not entirely lying to you, that guy really did break into Mother's bedroom. My father was even about to announce my mother's death, but it was Smith Doyle who saved her. We all owe him a life." After saying this, Thor turned around and left the dungeon. Loki slumped to the ground, regretting his earlier rudeness. "Smith Doyle, thank you, I will repay this favor. I, Loki, swear." The other side. Malekith's ship was hidden in space, and below lay the realm of Asgard. Agron looked at Malekith and said, "Heal. You need to use your own strength to reclaim the ether particles. When you wake up, we will kill them all." End of this chapter. Chapter 554 Reality Gem. Chapter 554 Reality Gem. At this moment, Jane was sitting in the room when suddenly a blood-red energy appeared in her consciousness, coloring the entire sky of Asgard. The red light then enveloped the entire Asgard. Just then, several soldiers from the divine realm appeared, interrupting the illusion in her mind and waking her up. "Jane Foster, you have to come with us." Jane was soon taken away by Asgardian soldiers. At this moment, Odin was listening to his subordinates' reports in the palace, while his original throne was destroyed by Malekith with a black hole bomb. Fandral, who was in charge of the palace's defenses in Asgard, spoke up to report, "We still cannot restore the palace's barriers. Our cannons cannot detect them, and Heimdall cannot see them either. Your Majesty, we have completely lost our ability to defend ourselves." As Odin was about to speak after hearing Fandral's report, Thor walked over. "You imprisoned her?" However, after Thor had angered Loki, he was about to go see his girlfriend and comfort her when he was unexpectedly taken away by soldiers. Odin saw Thor approaching, and then addressed the surrounding soldiers, as well as Fandral and Valstag of the Warriors 3. "Everyone, stand down." The group accepted the order and then turned to leave. Seeing that his men had all left, Odin looked at Thor and said, "I don't want to argue with you." Thor paused for a moment before speaking. "I don't want to argue with you either. But I want to pursue Malekith. He was wounded by lightning, and this is a very good opportunity." Odin, however, retorted, "The ether particles are in our hands. Malekith will deliver them to our doorstep." Thor disagreed with his father's words and retorted, "Yes, he will destroy us." Although he was ambushed and nearly lost his wife, Odin didn't care about the dark elves. He believed he could destroy them with the Spear of Eternity, even if it wasn't easy to unleash his full power. He said nonchalantly, "You overestimate these monsters." Saul retorted, "No, I only cherish the lives of our people. If it weren't for Smith, we would have lost the Queen Mother this time. This is an unprecedented crisis." Upon hearing this, Odin fell silent. Thor continued, "I intend to ask Smith to help me take Jane to the Dark World and draw the enemy away from Asgard. When Malekith removes the ether from the body of the Simple, it will be exposed and vulnerable. Then Smith and I will wipe them out together." Odin turned around and looked at Thor, saying, "What do you mean by vulnerable?" Thor replied, "Ether particles. As long as I destroy the ether, Malekith's conspiracy will fall apart." Odin almost laughed when he heard Thor's idea. His eldest son was still too young. The fact that he thought of inviting Smith to help made him think more highly of him. He was no longer fighting alone like before, but it was completely impossible to destroy the ether particles. Thor didn't know what the ether was, but Odin knew very well that it was an infinity stone, and Thor's abilities were simply insufficient to destroy the reality stone. He then refused, saying, "You don't even know what an ether is, so how can you talk about destruction? Even my father couldn't destroy it, he only sealed it in an unknown place. You can't destroy the ether at all. Your actions will only lead to the weapon falling into enemy hands." Hearing his father deny his ability to destroy the ether, Thor asked in confusion, "What is it that you think I can't destroy?" Odin, holding the Spear of Eternity, struck the ground and then spoke, "That is the Reality Stone, one of the 6 Infinity Stones. Do you think you still have the ability to destroy it?" Upon hearing that it was the Reality Stone, one of the Infinity Stones, Thor was taken aback. He had never expected the ether to be this, since the ether has always been a liquid. It was only then that Thor realized that the ether was merely a tool for drawing upon the power of the Reality Stone. The Reality Stone itself was the true form of this thing. Thor shook his head, but still spoke, "Are we just supposed to sit here and wait to die? Heimdall can't find them, the palace's defense system has collapsed, and sitting idly by will only be more dangerous. His fleet may be hovering over us right now, and we have no way of detecting them." Odin looked at Thor, who was still persisting, with a sense of helplessness. He immediately spoke up, "You can't do it, but what do you have to offer Smith? They just saved your mother." Thor paused for a moment, then spoke, "Father, what do you think of the treasures in your vault? Which ones has Smith Doyle taken a fancy to?" Odin recalled the scene of Smith Doyle crushing the Tesseract and immediately spoke, "He's quite interested in the Infinity Stones. If you tell him that the ether is the Reality Stone, he will help you." Thor paused for a few seconds, then slowly said, "Collecting the Infinity Stones will attract the attention of the entire universe, and Earth will face a new war." Odin glanced at his son and said, "Do you really think Dragon Ball won't attract the attention of the entire universe? That's just a matter of time. With Smith Doyle's power, he is qualified to wield another Infinity Stone." Hearing his father's words, Thor thought of Shenron's ability to grant wishes and nodded. The Dragon Balls were no less attractive than the Infinity Stones, and in some aspects, they were even more powerful. Thor was also curious about the extent of Smith Doyle's power, that even his father acknowledged that Smith Doyle possessed another Infinity Stone, especially since the Tesseract was in Smith Doyle's possession. "I'll go and ask Smith Doyle right away." After leaving the palace, Saul found Smith Doyle. "Smith, I just learned from my father that the ether is actually the Reality Stone among the Infinity Stones. You must be interested in the Infinity Stones." Smith Doyle made no attempt to hide anything and immediately spoke, "I am very interested. This thing is too dangerous. It's too risky to leave it outside. It's safer for me to collect it and keep it here." Smith Doyle knew that Thanos was collecting the Infinity Stones, and rather than letting Thanos collect the Infinity Stones to use as a fighting force and then attack Earth, he decided to keep them for himself. Upon seeing this, Thor immediately said, "If you're interested, that's fine. I have an idea, we can take Jane Foster directly to their headquarters. I believe the Dark Elves definitely have a safe way to retrieve the ether particles. After all, they were once their weapon. And once the ether particles were extracted, we killed them. In the end, the ether is yours. All I need is Jane's safety and the other party's head. I will make that guy know the price he pays for hurting my mother." Smith Doyle listened to Saul's proposal and nodded in agreement. "No problem, you take your revenge and save your girlfriend, and the Infinity Stones are mine." End of this chapter. Chapter 555 Love for her younger brother. Chapter 555 Love for her younger brother, bonus chapter 4. After Saul and Smith Doyle made their appointment, he went to Heimdall. Thor planned to persuade this person to use the Rainbow Bridge to teleport them there, since without a location marker, even Smith couldn't use the space stone to take them to the dark world. Looking at Heimdall in front of him, Thor asked, "You didn't attend Odin's military council?" Heimdall took off his helmet and placed it on the table, then said, "Your father has ordered the Rainbow Bridge to be closed, and no one is allowed to enter or leave Asgard." Thor nodded, and Heimdall continued, "If even I can't see the enemy, then what use am I as a guard?" Thor lowered his head and said, "Malekith will come back, you know that very well. I need your help." Heimdall looked at Thor and said, "I cannot disobey the king's orders, not even for you." Thor waved his hand and said, "That's not what I meant. The 9 kingdoms need a strong and respected Alfather, regardless of the circumstances. But my father promised that Smith would also be my helper. I don't want the Dark Elves to invade Asgard again. We must not only defend against them but also eliminate them outside. Only in this way can we protect more of our people." Heimdall looked at Sol and said, "I wish you every success." Thor said seriously, "I will make the Dark Elves who invaded Asgard pay the price." Heimdall nodded and looked at the other person, saying, "What do you want me to do?" Shortly after Smith returned to his room, Sol came looking for him. "Loki knows how to leave Asgard, and I'm going to take him with me." Smith Doyle directly displayed his Infinity Gauntlet and the Space Stone on it. "If it's just about leaving Asgard, either Heimdall or I could do it easily. Although I don't know the coordinates of the Dark World, I can still reach Netherheim directly." Thor exclaimed in surprise upon seeing this. "My God, you actually crushed the cosmic cube, your power." After speaking, Thor gave a thumbs up. Smith Doyle's strength was truly unfathomable. He then explained, "I want to give Loki a chance to redeem himself after all, he is my brother. It just so happens that I need him to put on a show with me. Since that cursed warrior has seen Loki in prison, it will be easier to gain their trust." Upon hearing Thor's idea, Smith nodded, as he understood Thor's love for Loki. He was also curious whether Loki from their universe, if he hadn't died, would have had a chance to compete for the position of God of Stories. "In that case, go and contact them. I'll wait for your departure notice." Sol stepped forward and gave Smith a hug. "Thank you, my brother." Watching Thor leave, Smith smiled. The third Infinity Stone was about to be acquired. Thor arrived at the dungeon. Loki looked at the man who appeared before him and said, "Thor, you've come to visit again in such a short time. What? Are you gloating? Laugh at me?" Thor stared at his younger brother and said, "Loki, that's enough. Stop using illusions." Thor simply couldn't believe that Loki could remain so calm after learning that Frigga had almost perished. Upon hearing this, Loki dispelled the illusion, and the illusion of Loki in front of him and the surrounding prison instantly changed. Loki was seen slumped against the wall, with all the tables, chairs, benches, and books in the cell overturned and the walls bearing the marks of his fury. "Now you see me, brother." Thor looked around and walked to a spot near Loki. Loki looked at Thor and said, "How is mother's recovery going?" Seeing Loki's condition, Thor immediately told Loki the truth. His mother had fully recovered. "I'm not here to report on my mother's injuries. I'm giving you the opportunity to get something better." Loki looked at Thor and said, "Speak." Thor said immediately, "I know you want revenge, just like me, and you want to kill those guys who hurt your mother. Take us away from Asgard, and I'll give you a chance. Let you take your revenge, and then come back here." Loki pondered for a moment, then looked at Thor and said, "You must be desperate to get help from me. What makes you think you can trust me?" Thor shook his head and said, "I don't trust him. Your mother trusts you, but you should know that when we clashed in the past, I still held on to a sliver of hope. I believe my brother hasn't completely disappeared. But if you are not willing to avenge your mother, then I will kill you. You do not deserve your mother's love." Loki, who had been filled with hatred for himself and the man who had hurt his mother, looked at Thor and said, "When will we leave?" "Now." After Thor spoke, he opened Loki's cell. Thor looked at Loki and said, "You don't look like someone seeking revenge at all right now. Take care of yourself." After saying that, Thor turned and walked out of the dungeon. Loki used magic to instantly shake off his dejected state, changed into a new outfit, and followed Thor out. Loki, following behind Thor, said excitedly, "This is so unlike you, brother. With this kind of clandestine operation, don't you really want to fight your way out with brute force?" Thor looked at Loki and said, "If you don't shut up, I'm going to hit you." "Okay, it's up to you. I'm not even here, is that better?" As he spoke, Loki transformed himself into a fully armed Asgardian soldier. Thor glanced at it and said, "Much better than you." Loki glanced at it and said with a smile, "However, we can be even more discreet." The next second, Loki transformed Thor's appearance into Sif's and jokingly said, "Brother, you look so beautiful." Thor looked down at himself and said in a deep voice, "Even if you end up like this, I can still make sure you die a horrible death." Loki laughed. "Okay, maybe you want your new friend, after all, you seem to really enjoy fighting alongside him." That's much better. The next second, Loki transformed into Steve Rogers, dressed in battle gear and holding his shield. I can fight you for a whole day. The next second, Thor grabbed Loki and covered his mouth with his hand. Loki asked, puzzled, what are you doing? Loki followed Thor's gaze and saw two Asgardian soldiers patrolling. Seeing that they were soldiers, Loki looked at Thor and said, you should at least give me a weapon, like my dagger or something. Thor glanced at Loki, then pulled a pair of daggers from his waist and handed them to Loki. Loki said with a smile, that's more like it, at least they're being reasonable now. However, the next second, Loki froze as the dagger in his hand transformed into a pair of Asgardian handcuffs, tightly locking his hands. Loki raised his hands to show Thor what was on his wrists. Thor laughed and said, don't you just like little magic tricks? Humph, just come with me. End of this chapter. Chapter 556 Loki, I owe you a life. Chapter 556 Loki, I owe you a life. At the other side, Sif arrived at the place where Odin had sent heroic warriors to guard Jane. Seeing the soldiers go in to deliver food to Jane, she followed them inside. Looking at the soldiers delivering food, Jane shook her head and said, I'm not hungry. At this moment, Sif spoke up, I have come to take Jane Foster away. It is the King of God's command. With that, Sif took out a token and handed it to the guard. Sif looked at Jane Foster and said to her, since you're not hungry, that's perfect, let's go. After speaking, Sif took back the token and led Jane towards the agreed location. The four of them met at a corner not long after they left. Jane saw Loki and exclaimed in surprise, it's you. Loki laughed. I am Loki, you may have heard my story. Snapped. Jane walked up to Loki and slapped him across the face. This slap was for New York. Loki didn't seem to care, and instead smiled at Thor, saying, I like her. Thor looked at Sif and said, thank you for bringing Jane. Sif drew her sword and held it to Loki's neck. If you dare betray him, I will kill you. Loki laughed. It's a pleasure to meet you too, Sif. After threatening Loki, Sif turned to Thor and said, are you really not taking me with you? Thor shook his head and said, this operation is too dangerous. Although Smith and Doyle are confident, we cannot guarantee your survival in that situation. Moreover, the enemy is very likely to invade Asgard again, and we need you here. After saying this, Thor turned and left, taking Loki and Jane Foster with him. Soon Thor led Loki and Jane to the location in the main hall where the Dark Elf's airship was kept, where Smith had been waiting for a long time. Upon seeing Smith, Loki exclaimed in surprise, brother, I didn't expect you to actually invite this person. I thought you were just bragging. I am now even more confident about this operation. Thor stepped forward and said, thank you, my friend. Smith said, all right, everyone, please board the spaceship. After saying that, Smith turned around and stepped onto the spaceship first, with Thor and the others following immediately. After watching the three of them board the spaceship, Smith asked, who knows how to pilot this thing? Thor stepped forward and started randomly pressing buttons on the control panel. Loki saw this and said, brother, you don't know how to drive this thing, do you? Thor remained unfazed and said, how difficult can this thing be? Smith Doyle then spoke, do we really have to choose this thing? Can't Heimdall just teleport us there? Thor shook his head. My father has sealed off Asgard, and the Rainbow Bridge has been shut down. If we use the Rainbow Bridge to teleport directly there, Malekith might not believe Loki. Smith Doyle shrugged and said with a smile, then please begin your performance. Seeing that the spaceship hadn't started yet, Loki spoke up, whatever you're doing, brother, I hope you can hurry up. Shut up, Loki. Finally, after arguing with Loki, Thor randomly pressed some buttons and started the spaceship. Watching Thor's actions, Smith helplessly held his forehead. What an idiot, why not just let Loki drive? Thor laughed. Haha, it started. Thor started the ship, but he clearly wasn't very good at piloting it, instead shearing down the remaining pillars in the hull until only one remained. Loki chimed in with a sarcastic remark. There's still one pillar that hasn't been cut off. Shut up. Whoosh. The spaceship carrying the four people flew out of the palace. Thor piloted the spaceship and quickly retreated towards the outer perimeter. Loki spoke. Why didn't you let me drive? My driving skills are obviously better. Thor began to speak. Of the three of us, you're the only one who can't fly. How good can your skills be? Loki glanced at Smith beside him, clearly knowing that the other flying one referred to the man in front of him. Just then, Jane's body went limp and she collapsed to the ground. Upon seeing this, Loki exclaimed in surprise, oh my god, is she dead? Smith crouched down to examine it, then spoke, Sal, Jane doesn't have much time left, we need to hurry. However, Jane was lying on the ground, waving her hand and saying, I'm fine. Thor clearly knew better than anyone whose advice he should take, and he quickly piloted his spaceship away. Fortunately, Thor's actions this time were permitted by Odin and he was not attacked. However, Thor's piloting skills need improvement. His flight was unstable, and he nearly crashed into buildings several times. Ultimately, Thor decided to hand it over to Loki. The rest is up to you. Take us to your secret passage. Loki began to complain. I thought you would only consider handing over the driving to me after you removed the head from Grandpa's statue. Loki then stepped forward and began piloting the spaceship toward his secret passage. At this moment, Loki piloted his spaceship and rushed towards a small mountain on the sea. Seeing this, Thor shouted, Loki? Loki said as he sped up, if it were that easy, anyone could find this place. Thor turned his head and said, are you crazy? Maybe. The next second, Loki piloted his spaceship and rushed into the cave in the middle of the mountain. After a brief collision inside, the spaceship crashed into a wormhole and arrived in another world. Welcome. On the Dark Elf mothership, Agron spoke to Malekith, who had recovered. We must attack immediately. Malekith waved and said, no, there's no need to go to the realm of Asgard. The ether particles are on their way home. However, Malekith had already sensed that Thor and his companions had entered the dark world. Loki looked at Jane lying on the boat and said, if I had that energy, I could do so much. Smith said, no need to even think about it. The ownership of this thing has already been determined. Once it's taken out, it's mine. Thor echoed, this is not something you can handle, you will be consumed by it. Loki said angrily, she's fine now, and besides, you didn't give such a treasure to your own brother, but to an outsider. Besides, Mr. Smith has the Dragon Balls and the Tesseract, can't you give me a chance? Thor said, this is a joint decision by my father and me. The ether belongs to Mr. Smith. He saved his mother, and he deserves it. Loki looked at Smith Doyle, thank you. That's exactly what you deserve, and I also owe you my life. Smith Doyle looked at Loki with some surprise, not expecting this stubborn guy to say thank you, and then said, I've written it down, hoping I'll never need it. End of this chapter. Chapter 557 The Cancelled Dragon Ball Battle. Chapter 557 The Cancelled Dragon Ball Battle. Loki then turned his attention to Thor, prepared to say goodbye to her. Thor shook his head and said, it won't be today. Loki continued, what does today, tomorrow, or 100 years matter? It's just a blink of an eye, but you can never let go. The only love you cherish will eventually be taken away by time. Thor said angrily, would that satisfy you? I will never be satisfied. Loki looked at Smith, who was watching the show from the sidelines, and said, can the Dragon Balls extend lifespan? Smith paused for 2 seconds, then spoke, you can make a wish. Saul stated, I will never give up. I will definitely win the Dragon Ball Championship before that day comes. Loki pouted and said, as expected of Odin's son, the Dragon Balls that can grant any wish, and all you thought of was extending this woman's lifespan. And as far as I know, you didn't win the championship last time. You couldn't even win a championship when it came to reviving me, so how could you possibly succeed for her? Smith Doyle then spoke. There will be no more Dragon Ball battles, the last one was the last. Thor and Loki both fell silent. Thor's voice was a little hoarse as he said, are you sure? Loki also looked at Smith Doyle, who had never participated in a Dragon Ball tournament before and was very interested in Dragon Ball. Smith Doyle nodded, yes. Seeing the dimming in their eyes, Smith Doyle smiled and said, haha, don't be so desperate. I'm not a stingy guy. Although the Dragon Ball battle has been cancelled, I will be holding the World Martial Arts Tournament. You two are welcome to register and participate. Thor and Loki's eyes immediately brightened, and they said in unison, we won't miss out on such a prosperous era. As the spaceship continued its flight, the three soon came into view of the Dark Elves' enormous, blade-shaped spaceship, and Jane exclaimed in surprise, Malekith. The four stopped on a hillside and stepped out of the spaceship. At this moment, Malekith also stopped his ship, got out with his soldiers, and headed towards Thor's location. Looking at the enemy ahead, Thor turned to Jane and said, are you ready? Jane nodded. Loki spoke. I'm ready. Smith Doyle said with some excitement. I'm very interested in that guy who can withstand Mjolnir. Loki and Thor both took a few steps forward and then stopped, maintaining a considerable distance between them. Smith Doyle was supporting Jane Foster, making it appear as if he was holding her captive. Loki complained, your lousy plan is going to kill us both. Maybe. Loki brandished the shackles in his hand, signaling Thor to quickly unlock them for him. Don't you believe me, brother? Thor glanced at it, will you believe me? After saying that, she still reached out and removed the shackles from Loki's hands. Loki saw the handcuffs being removed and said with a smile, will not. At the same time, he secretly took out a dagger, stabbed Thor in the kidney, and kicked him down the hillside. Jane exclaimed, no, Thor. However, when Jane Foster tried to give chase, Smith Doyle grabbed her and she was unable to move an inch. Loki pressed his advantage. Malekith was also taken aback by the situation before him. Was there some internal strife? He then walked towards the 4 people. Loki caught up with Thor and said, "Do you think I care about Frigga, or any of you?" As he spoke, he kicked Thor away. Boom! Thor tumbled through the air a few times before crashing heavily to the ground. "I only desire to see you and Odin die at my feet." At this moment, Thor stretched out his right hand to summon Mjolnir, but Loki grabbed Thor's right arm and slashed it down with his dagger. Thor's arm was severed in half, and Mjolnir was smashed to the side. Watching the two perform, Smith secretly clicked his tongue in amazement. Loki's magic was indeed very deceptive. If he hadn't known the outcome, he wouldn't have been able to tell at all. Loki from other universes deserves the title of Sorcerer Supreme. It's just a pity that the Loki in front of us doesn't learn to be good. A sorcerer like him always wants to be an assassin, but he's not good at it. Even the Loki who became the god of stories is not the one in front of us, unless he is given the opportunity to participate in the divine timeline. At that moment, Smith Doyle brought Jane over, and Loki stepped forward, grabbed Jane, and shouted at Malekith who was approaching. "Malekith, I am Loki of Jotunheim, and I have brought you a great gift." After saying that, he threw Jane in front of the other person. Malekith looked at Loki and the unfamiliar man in front of him, as well as the readily available ether particles, without saying a word. Loki continued, "My reward is simple, let me watch Asgard turn to ashes." At this moment, Agrin, who had transformed into a cursed warrior, spoke up. "He is an enemy of the Aesir, a prisoner in the dungeon." Upon hearing the information provided by Agrin, Malekith seemed to understand something. So he was Odin's enemy. "The enemy of my enemy is my friend." He then stepped forward to take a look at Thor. "Look at me." He kicked Thor to the ground, and seeing Thor's severed arm and pained expression, he believed it all. With a wave of his hand, the simple object beside him floated into the air, while Loki, Thor, and Smith Doyle watched Malekith's actions. Jane then opened her arms in the air, and ether particles flowed from her 7 orifices and converged towards Malekith. At that moment, Jane seemed to see the sun go out and the universe being swallowed by ether particles. As the ether particles were completely removed, Jane fell from the sky. At this moment, Smith saw the ether being extracted, and his gaze fell on the cursed warrior, hoping he wouldn't disappoint him. Seeing Jane fall, Thor shouted, "Loki, hurry." With a wave of his hand, Loki conjured Thor's severed arm, revealing that everything that had just happened was merely an illusion. At that moment, Smith appeared directly beside Jane at lightning speed, used the space stone to open a portal, and threw Jane over there. The other end of the portal was none other than his Assassin's Guild's base. Jane felt the scenery in front of her change, and she found herself in a familiar place. Jane, lying on the ground, was still somewhat bewildered when Darcy ran over. "Jane, it's great that you're back." The instant Smith teleported away, Thor immediately summoned back his Mjolnir and unleashed a bolt of lightning at the ether particle. End of this chapter. Chapter 558 The King of Coolsmith. Chapter 558 The King of Coolsmith, bonus chapter 2 for monthly tickets. He knew very well that he couldn't destroy the reality stone, but he should be able to deflect it and prevent it from becoming an asset to the opponent. The power of thunder was continuously poured into the ether particles through Mjolnir, and the next second, boom! The ether particles exploded and shattered into fragments that fell to the ground. Saul's face showed surprise as he looked at Smith beside him, as if to say, "How could I possibly destroy the reality stone?" Smith Doyle, however, did not care. He knew that such an attack could not destroy the ether particles at all. The next second, the ether particles, which had shattered into fragments, floated up and then converged toward Malekith. The gathered ether particles were instantly absorbed into Malekith's body. It was fast, but Smith Doyle didn't think it was unstoppable. However, he wanted an opponent he could fight freely with. The cursed warrior is one, and Malekith, who wields the ether, is another. Malekith put away the ether particles, glanced at Agrin beside him, and then turned and headed towards the spaceship. He intends to take advantage of the upcoming celestial convergence to directly destroy the 9 realms using ether particles. The other soldiers, however, attacked Smith, Thor, and Loki. The cursed warrior Agrim looked at the enemy before him and realized that he was not to be underestimated. He picked up a black hole grenade and threw it towards Loki, intending to take care of one of them first. Boom! The grenade exploded above Loki's head, turning into a miniature black hole that began to devour everything around it. Loki was instantly sucked up and flew towards the black hole. Just as Loki was about to be swallowed up, Thor swung Mjolnir and saved him. The Dark Elf soldiers, however, took advantage of the moment Thor landed to pull the trigger in their direction, unleashing beams of energy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After throwing the black hole grenade, Aglin charged towards Smith. "Go to hell." Seeing Aglin charging towards him, Smith Doyle's face revealed a hint of excitement. "I hope you won't disappoint me." Glen rushed over and threw a punch at Smith, and the two fists collided the next second. Boom! A massive shockwave exploded from the point where the two men's fists collided, scattering the sand and gravel beneath their feet to reveal the grayish-brown earth below. Smith Doyle smiled slightly. As expected of someone who could send Mjolnir flying with a single punch, he was even more powerful than Thanos in the movie. Continue. Smith Doyle and Doom began exchanging punches, with Smith Doyle intercepting every single one of Doom's punches with his own. Boom, boom, boom. The booming sound of their fist bump resounded throughout the world. The other side. Malekith had already reached the entrance of the spaceship, glanced at Smith Doyle who had caused the huge commotion, and then entered the spaceship without looking back. The spaceship then started up, activated its stealth mode, and flew towards Earth, the central point where the 9 realms converged. After Thor knocked away the Dark Elf soldiers, he swung his hammer toward Malekith's ship, but was a second too slow. Seeing that he had missed his target, Thor turned to look at the battlefield on the ground and saw that Loki was surrounded by the remaining Dark Elf soldiers. The two sides were fighting back and forth, and it shouldn't be a problem. Meanwhile, Thor's eyes widened in disbelief. The cursed warrior's strength was somewhat unexpected. He had actually managed to fight Smith Doyle for so long. It seemed that the outcome was uncertain for the time being. Thor seized the opportunity and threw Mjolnir directly at the cursed warrior. Glen felt the incoming Thor's hammer and threw a punch backhand. Clang! Thor's hammer was once again sent flying, crashing into a nearby hill. Seeing Thor's interference, Smith reprimanded him. "This is my opponent, don't interfere. Go help Loki." Upon hearing Smith's words, Thor ceased his involvement in the battle and instead summoned Mjolnir to charge toward Loki. Smith Doyle looked at the cursed warrior and said, "Your strength is great, and your resistance is also very high, which excites me a bit. I hope you can keep going. Drink." Smith Doyle roared, and a white wave of energy swept around him, causing the cursed warrior Agram to squint. The next second, Smith Doyle appeared in front of the cursed warrior and slammed a powerful punch into his abdomen. Bump! The cursed warrior's armor shattered instantly upon being struck, and his body bent over, with white energy emanating from his back. As Smith Doyle withdrew his fist, seeing that his opponent hadn't fallen, a slight smile appeared on his lips. "Not bad at all, that's surprising." The cursed warrior spat out a mouthful of blood, then swung his fist at Smith Doyle. Smith Doyle crossed his arms, kicked out with one leg to block the opponent's attack, and taunted, "With that kind of reaction speed, I could crush you with both hands." Smith Doyle kicked out with both legs quickly, forcing the cursed warrior to retreat repeatedly. Bang, 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 you really are a good punching bag. Smith reappeared in front of the cursed warrior and kicked him in the head. Glen noticed the attack and raised his arms to defend himself, but Smith Doyle still kicked him backward, sending him staggering back several steps before he stopped. Once he regained his footing, Glen pulled a black hole bomb from his pocket and threw it directly at Smith Doyle. Boom! The black hole bomb exploded instantly, creating a miniature black hole in front of Smith Doyle that sucked in the surrounding matter. Glen stomped his feet on the ground to steady himself, while Smith Doyle, seeing the black hole bomb exploding in front of him, did not risk his life but instead raised his hand and fired a gas bomb. Boom! However, the exploding gas bomb was still swallowed by the black hole. Smith Doyle looked a little more serious when he saw this, but he still didn't care. This suction force couldn't take him away. At this moment, Glen realized that one black hole bomb wasn't enough, so he pulled it out of his pocket for 2 seconds and was about to throw it at Smith Doyle again. Upon seeing this, Smith Doyle instantly appeared behind his opponent, delivering a powerful kick that sent him flying, while simultaneously gathering Kamehameha energy in both hands. Turtle-style Kagong wave. The cursed warrior was propelled directly towards the miniature black hole by the Kamehameha wave. The next second, the miniature black hole began to devour the cursed warrior, while the Kamehameha wave completely pierced through his body. Boom! The white light instantly illuminated the entire dark world. End of this chapter. Chapter 559 Kill. Chapter 559 Kill. Loki, witnessing this, exclaimed in amazement, "Amazing." Thor, who had just killed a dark elf soldier, also looked at Smith Doyle's Kamehameha wave and immediately exclaimed, as expected of Smith. It's worth noting that during the earlier sneak attack, Doomslayer punched Mjolnir away, which surprised Thor quite a bit. Smith Doyle said with some disappointment, "If it weren't for the black hole grenade, I would have liked to play with you a little longer. After all, it's not easy to find a decent punching bag like this." After dealing with the remaining dark elf soldiers, Thor and Loki arrived at Smith Doyle's side, and Loki remarked with emotion, "Once you obtain the ether, I can't even imagine who will be your match." Smith Doyle then spoke up, "There are many powerful beings in the universe, and the ether particle is nothing special." Thor nodded, believing that his idol Zeus was superior to Smith Doyle. Thor asked, what to do next? Malkis took the ether, and now we have lost track of him. Loki, standing nearby, also looked at Smith, wondering what to do next. Smith said, Malkis wants to destroy the 9 realms and plunge the universe back into darkness. The best way to achieve this is by using the ether particles at the center where the 9 realms converge. And the center of the 9 realms is Earth. Thor breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing that Malekith was heading to Earth. As long as he knew the enemy's destination, he could simply head there. Moreover, in Thor's eyes, Earth is not weak, especially those who participated in the Dragon Ball battle. Upon seeing that they were about to head to Earth to confront Malekith, Loki shrugged and said, would it be inappropriate for me to appear on Earth? After all, the Battle of New York hasn't been that long ago. Thor then spoke up, all those who died in the Battle of New York have been resurrected by Smith Doyle. This time, you can go and redeem yourself by playing a support role. Thor wants to bring his brother Loki along, hoping to gain favor during this universal crisis. After all, with the Dragon Balls and Smith Doyle, Thor sees Earth as a very important place in the future, and it would be a good thing if Loki could redeem himself on Earth. Smith Doyle had clearly sensed Saul's intentions and did not object. Loki, upon hearing this, exclaimed in surprise, my God, the Dragon Balls have actually revived everyone who sacrificed themselves back then. This is truly incredible, Smith, you are a real hero. He then continued, in that case, I will join the side of justice this time as well. Seeing this, Smith nodded and said, in that case, let's return to Earth. After saying that, Smith waved his hand and used the power of the Space Stone to open a wormhole in front of him that led directly to Earth. Let's go. As Smith walked into the portal in front of them, Thor and Loki followed closely behind. On the other side of the spacetime wormhole was Greenwich, the central point where the 9 realms converged. Thor walked in and said with a smile, now it's much easier for you to go anywhere. Loki exclaimed, I never expected that my 4th visit to Earth would be in the same way as the last one. Smith waved his hand, closing the portal behind him, and said with a smile, I saw a mysterious robber in S.H.I.E.L.D. S-Files, DB. Cooper, which should be the alias you left behind during your 2nd trip to Earth. The portrait left by that flight attendant bears a striking resemblance to your appearance. Upon hearing this, Loki couldn't help but exclaim, that was a bet between me and Thor. We often make bets, but unfortunately I lost that time. I didn't expect you to notice something so niche. It was already night, and there were hardly any people in Greenwich Square. Thor glanced around, then asked in confusion, Malekith will come here? Smith nodded, the convergence of the 9 realms is not the first time it has happened, it occurred once thousands of years ago. If Malekith wants to destroy the universe with the ether, he must activate the ether at the exact second when the 9 realms converge. Only through the combined energy of the 9 realms can the influence reach the entire universe, since the 9 realms will soon separate after they converge. Thor nodded, understanding Malekith's target. All he needed to do now was wait and see. The ether cannot be destroyed, so how can we stop it? Smith smiled and said, the ether particle is not easy to destroy, but it itself can be killed. Moreover, his application of the reality stone was too crude. Loki quickly noticed the difference in how Smith Doyle and Thor spoke. Thor said it was indestructible, while Smith Doyle said it was difficult to destroy. Considering Smith Doyle's power and his status as a Dragon Ball guardian, Loki guessed that Smith Doyle was telling the truth, that ether particles could also be destroyed. He immediately asked, are we going to set a trap here and wait for him to walk right into it? Seeing the way the two were looking at him, Smith Doyle glanced at the sky, it was night, and said, no need to stay here waiting idly, let's go back to my base and rest for a while. At the speed of the Malekith spaceship, it won't arrive here until tomorrow. By the way, Jane Foster should be at my base right now. Thor worriedly said, I'm afraid they'll arrive early and catch us off guard. Smith comforted him, don't worry, the time for the 9 realms to converge has not yet come, so Malekith can't do anything about it. And I look forward to Malekith's arrival even more than you do. That cursed warrior before me was just a warm-up. Saul looked at Smith Doyle and said, I didn't expect you to be so keen on fighting powerful opponents. I didn't see that in the Dragon Ball battles at all. Smith Doyle shrugged and began to speak, I'm the referee, it's not easy for me to get off the field. Therefore, the competition was cancelled. The champion of the world's #1 martial arts tournament will have the opportunity to spar with me. Thor and Loki were very interested in the world's greatest martial arts, but this wasn't the right place to discuss it in detail. Thor spoke first. Alright, let's go check on Jane then. Smith Doyle nodded and reopened the wormhole, this time heading straight to the rest area of the League of Assassins headquarters. At this moment, Jane, Darcy, Fox Booma, and others were in the rest area discussing everything she had experienced in Asgard, with Pietro and others standing nearby. The next second, everyone looked toward the wormhole that had appeared. Smith Doyle was the first to walk out, followed by Thor and Loki. Soul, simple. Saul and Jane immediately embraced. The others looked at Loki warily. They were no strangers to the man who had caused the Battle of New York. End of this chapter. Chapter 560. I hope you can deliver a thrilling battle. Chapter 560. I hope you can deliver a thrilling battle. At the headquarters of the Assassin's Guild. After hearing Thor's explanation, everyone's faces showed worry. At the same time, they also realized that Loki was not an enemy this time, but a comrade in arms fighting against the enemy. Pietro began. I will go with you tomorrow morning. Bulma then spoke up. Day, bring up the information for Greenwich. Yes. The next second, a panoramic image appeared in front of everyone. There was a huge square surrounded by 4 tall buildings, with a river flowing in front of it. Seeing this situation, Fox spoke up. If we're going to fight here tomorrow morning, we'll need to evacuate the civilians beforehand. It seems we need to notify the British government and the local SHIELD in advance to coordinate. Loki then spoke. There are still many Dark Elf soldiers on Malekith's mothership, so we need to evacuate them in advance. Pietro then spoke up. Boss, I can easily evacuate and relocate the crowd at my speed. There should be no need to notify SHIELD and the Avengers. But should we notify Wanda to come back? Smith thought for a moment, then spoke. Wanda is studying at Camartage, so let's not disturb her for now. Regarding the evacuation, Pietro, you should bring some helpers to assist with the process. As for the opponent, Malekith, I will handle him. The other enemies will be left to Thor and Loki to deal with. After hearing this, Fox asked. Su Wenwu and the others are also at the base. Shouldn't we notify them to come along? Should we notify the boys? Upon hearing this, Thor quickly spoke up. We don't need that many people. Malekith is an opponent that Smith specifically chose. The other grunts can be left to me and Loki. Thor had great confidence in Smith Doyle, but he also didn't forget his own purpose, to help his brother Loki clear his name. If Loki brings a bunch of Avengers or superheroes, he won't stand a chance. He might even get attacked by other superheroes. As for Su Wenwu, who defeated him, Loki will have even less of a chance. Smith Doyle also nodded and said, Pietro will evacuate the crowd. You can take some people and cordon off the area. As for Su Wenwu and the Black Robe police team, there's no need for them to show up. There's only one opponent worth taking seriously, and I've already reserved him. We won't notify the British government or SHIELD. Smith Doyle knew very well that Malekith would activate the ether particles soon after his arrival, and would not launch a large-scale attack beforehand. Notifying the British government would involve a lot of wrangling and verifying the facts, which is a waste of time. As for SHIELD, his overseer team was busy with other matters, and he planned to keep the Dark Elf ship as a keepsake and therefore didn't intend to use SHIELD. Furthermore, after this, all those who have sensed the key should go to the Nico Sage to learn the art of flying, so that you will also gain the ability to fly. I will explain this to the Cat Fairy. Fox nodded and immediately mobilized his werewolves and vampires to seal off the scene. The next day, the town of Greenwich was quiet, as the battleground had been sealed off by Fox's army of werewolves and vampires. Pietro used his speed to evacuate all the people in the surrounding area. At this moment, Smith Doyle, Thor, and Loki stood in the center of the square, and Thor swung Mjolnir once. When will the enemy arrive? Smith looked up at the strange phenomenon in the sky and said, coming. No sooner had the words been spoken than the massive mothership of the Dark Elves appeared from the riverbank, sailing towards the center of the plaza and stopping only when it reached the very center. Fox, standing on the perimeter, stared in astonishment at the T-shaped spaceship, which was even more robust than a 50-story building. It's so big. Bulma shook her head and said, their aesthetic sense is really bad, it's incredibly ugly. I just don't know how much of its technology is worthwhile compared to a circular spaceship. Pietro nodded and said, this design is completely illogical. It's a pity Wanda missed this moment. The spaceship stopped in the middle, and the hatch opened as Malekith and his soldiers disembarked. Malekith looked at Thor, Loki, and Smith in front of him and said, Asgardians, why have you come all this way? Death is coming soon. Malekith clearly considered Smith to be one of Asgard's, and as he spoke, Dark Elf soldiers poured out of the spaceship. Smith looked at Malekith and said, your cursed warriors didn't satisfy me. I hope that you, with your ether particles, won't disappoint me. Malekith said as he walked toward Smith, Solric, and the other two, your universe shouldn't exist. Smith Doyle said, Thor, Loki, the rest of the soldiers are yours. Don't let a single Dark Elf escape. After saying that, Smith Doyle charged toward Malekith. Malekith was not intimidated at all, and immediately waved his hand to send out several beams of crimson light from the ether particles to attack Smith Doyle. Clang! The crimson light struck Smith Doyle but caused no real damage. Instead, it shattered instantly upon impact. The power you unleashed is even less than that of the cursed warrior. Seeing this, Malekith prepared to cast another spell, his body surrounded by crimson energy as he prepared to attack once more. Smith Doyle immediately condensed a ball of energy in one hand and launched the first attack. Z-boom! The gas blast struck Malekith instantly, and the explosion sent him flying hundreds of meters away as he prepared to cast a spell. He crashed through a pillar outside a building and then onto a car before finally coming to a stop. The soldiers behind Malekith were instantly engulfed by the gas blast. Smith Doyle shook his head upon seeing this. Malekith's performance was even worse than that of the cursed warrior. He hadn't even utilized the power of the ether particles. Seeing this, Thor and Loki knew they couldn't wait any longer, or the enemies would be dealt with by Smith Doyle. Thor immediately raised his hammer and Loki conjured a pair of daggers, and they charged forward to attack the dark elf soldiers. Malekith stood up from the ground. Although he had been blasted away, he was not actually harmed. Malekith stood up, crossed his arms in front of him, and waved them. Instantly, countless dark red rhomboid crystals appeared and enveloped Smith Doyle. End of this chapter. Chapter 561 You can end 039T Kill Me. Chapter 561 You can't kill me. Drink. With a roar, Smith Doyle unleashed his power, and the shockwave generated by his 300 million combat power instantly dispersed Malekith's attack. The next second, Smith Doyle appeared in front of Malekith and immediately threw a punch. Boom, boom, boom. Smith Doyle's punches were incredibly fast, each punch accompanied by a tremendous roar. Malekith had no time to dodge and could only defend himself by surrounding himself with ether particles. What? After a burst of attacks, Smith Doyle placed his hands on the ether particles in front of Malekith, which shone with white light. Boom! The energy wave shot out from Smith Doyle's hands, pushing him directly into the building where he exploded. The entire building was instantly reduced to dust in the violent explosion. Seeing such power, Loki couldn't help but exclaim, "Do you died?" At the same time, he thought to himself, thank goodness Smith Doyle didn't use this trick on me last time, otherwise. Thor also looked in Malekith's direction. The entire building had vanished, leaving only a huge crater. Pietro, standing some distance away, covered his mouth in surprise and exclaimed, "No wonder we rarely see the leader make a move. This power is terrifying." Fox nodded and said, "Fortunately, everyone was evacuated in advance." As the smoke cleared, Malekith stood up in the deep pit. The attack was truly terrifying. If it hadn't been for the ether particles blocking it, he would have been in mortal danger. However, before Malekith could retaliate, Smith Doyle reappeared in front of him. "I didn't expect you to be able to handle it. It really surprised me. In that case, I hope you can persevere a little longer." Malekith roared, and the ether particles instantly formed a red light wave that swept towards Smith Doyle, sending him flying. Malekith waved his hand again, and countless dark red spikes appeared out of thin air, heading towards Smith Doyle. Smith Doyle immediately used the prince's battle technique, unleashing countless energy projectiles at the target. Boom dot boom dot boom. The gas bomb blasted the spikes into dust in midair. Smith Doyle blocked the attack and taunted, "Your attack is nothing special." The next second, Smith Doyle reappeared in front of Malekith and punched him in the head. Boom. Seeing Smith's fist coming down, Malekith raised his arm to block it. The force instantly spread outwards from the two people, causing the ground beneath their feet to churn and the windows of the two remaining buildings nearby to shatter instantly. Malekith mobilized the power of the ether particles, sending Smith flying once again. Shoo! However, Smith, who had disappeared, instantly reappeared behind Malekith, holding a gas blast in his hand. Go to hell. However, the moment the energy blast made contact with Malekith, due to the convergence of the 9 realms, the two instantly vanished before their eyes. Boom! Smith Doyle's energy blast directly destroyed a nearby mountain, but the two of them were teleported to Vanaheim. Smith Doyle reacted quickly to the sudden change and attacked Malekith again, this time in close combat. However, the moment he defeated the opponent, he was teleported back again. Whoosh! The two were teleported back to Earth in an instant, but this time not on the ground, but directly in the air. Malekith plummeted toward the ground, but Smith Doyle used his flying technique to catch up, instantly appearing above Malekith and clenching his fists like a hammer to smash into Malekith's abdomen. However, the two people who were still in midair disappeared once again, and Smith Doyle's attack missed completely. This happened several times in a row, and Smith Doyle frowned slightly. This time, the two of them were even teleported to Jotunheim. Meanwhile, the British branch of SHIELD having received the information, dispatched 2 SHIELD fighter jets, which were already approaching Greenwich. Please confirm if this is an enemy spaceship. Confirmed as an enemy spacecraft, fire is permitted. Received, missile locked. The missile has been launched. The fighter pilot immediately took aim and launched a missile at Malekith's spaceship. However, the missiles were not fired at the spaceship, but instead flew into the sky. Missile deviates from target, repeat, deviates from target. I've lost control, help, help. The next second, the missile and the 2 fighter jets entered Vanaheim. At this moment, Pietro, who was on the periphery, frowned and said, "The space here has become disordered, and the leader and the enemy have disappeared again. Now I don't even dare to run in, I don't know where I'll be teleported to." Fox also frowned and said, "This is what Smith called the convergence of the 9 realms. Now the spaces between the various planets are overlapping." At that moment, Smith and Malekith appeared in Jotunheim. The next second, a frost behemoth ran out and was about to attack the 2 of them, but it stopped the moment it saw Smith and turned to run away. Clearly, the frost beast felt a tangible pressure emanating from Smith Doyle, something Malekith, who was activating the ether particles, could not match. Malekith, even the convergence of the 9 realms cannot save your life. Malekith's body surged with etheric particles. Who will win and who will lose is still unknown. However, the ice beneath their feet cracked, and Smith and Malekith were teleported back to the center point, Greenwich. Malekith got up from the ground and glanced at the 9 realms converging above his head. "The time has come, and you can't stop me." Ether particles surged out of Malekith's body in an instant, transforming into a black storm that spread outwards. "Your use of ether particles is too rudimentary." The next second, Smith appeared next to Malekith, grabbed him, and disappeared from the spot. Malekith looked at the past before him, bewildered, and said, "Netherheim." This time, Smith took Malekith and used the power of the space stone to bring him directly outside the place where Hela was sealed. At the same time, this place is quite far from the convergence of the 9 realms, and even Malekith cannot get back in time. "Go to hell." Smith instantly flew into a rage and punched Malekith in the stomach, sending him flying. Malekith rose from the ground and roared, "Such an attack cannot kill me." Ether particles surrounded him, and his injuries were healed with their help. End of this chapter. Chapter 562 3,000 million battle power sweep across the land. Chapter 562 3,000 million battle power sweep across the land. Looking at Malekith, who had recovered from his injuries, Smith said disdainfully, "Why do you think I brought you to Netherheim? It was simply to prevent you from causing destruction on Earth. Here I can do whatever I want." Then Smith roared to the sky 10 times Kaio fist. Ah, ah, ah. A red aura emanated from Smith Doyle's body, condensing into a solid red aura that appeared even more dazzling than Malekith's ether particles. A crimson aura swept across the sky, and the earth beneath their feet trembled. The terrifying power swept across the 9 realms. Through the view overhead, all the beings of the 9 realms saw Smith Doyle in battle, as well as Loki and Thor fighting on Earth to eliminate the Dark Elves. Beneath the terrifying shockwave, Malekith formed a barrier of ether particles in front of him to withstand the impact, inwardly exclaiming in surprise, this power. Ward, how can this be?" The next second, Smith Doyle appeared in front of Malekith like a red streak of light, throwing a punch at his face. The speed was so fast that even the ether particle didn't have time to react. Boom! The next second Malekith was sent flying backward, but Smith Doyle was faster, appearing behind him in an instant and kicking out again. Boom! Ah! Molesky let out a scream and was immediately kicked into the air. Smith Doyle reappeared above Malekith and punched him in the back. Boom! Malekith hurtled toward the ground like a shooting star. Under the Kaioken tenfold, Malekith had no power to resist at all, like a child being bounced around like a ball by Smith Doyle. Brush! Smith Doyle suddenly appeared on the ground and struck a Kamehameha pose as Malekith fell towards him. "Let me finish you off with my strongest form, Malekith." Kamehameha. Boom! In an instant, it seemed as if the sky had collapsed and the earth had split open. White light illuminated the entire netherworld helium. This terrifying scene was also revealed to the people of the 9 realms due to the overlap of the 9 realms. As the explosion subsided, Smith Doyle looked up and saw that Malekith was gone without a trace, leaving only a red reality gem in the air. However, the ether's outer shell was also destroyed by Smith Doyle's Kamehameha wave with a power level of 3,000 million. Without the slightest hesitation, Smith Doyle instantly appeared before the reality stone and took it for himself, a scene that was then transmitted throughout the 9 realms. Soon the overlapping time of the 9 realms dissipated, and the various planets returned to their original orbits. Smith Doyle took out the reality stone and then placed it on the infinity gauntlet he was wearing in his right hand. Ding! The reality stone was instantly embedded into the infinity gauntlet, and the next second a red energy spread from the gauntlet, stopping only when it reached Smith's arm. Ah! Under the onslaught of this energy, Smith couldn't help but clench his right fist, and it took several seconds before he stopped. Clearly, under the power of the Kyokan at 30 million, Smith Doyle was able to withstand the power of both infinity stones simultaneously, and at this moment, Smith Doyle was able to freely manipulate the power of the two infinity stones. Through the power of the reality stone, he can easily transform an enemy's energy attacks into other forms, and he can also use it to create illusions to interfere with reality. It can modify and distort reality, and make illusions real. To maximize the power of the reality stone, it is used in conjunction with other infinity stones. Thanos' snap, using the remaining 5 infinity stones in conjunction with the reality stone, directly altered the rules of the universe, wiping out half the population. Although the infinity stones are incredibly powerful and highly practical, Smith Doyle didn't care. His foundation was key. The Dragon Ball system. The infinity stones were merely icing on the cake. The infinity stones wouldn't grant him any advancement in his life level. Looking at the reality stone in his hand, Smith Doyle thought of a more suitable candidate, Wanda. Wanda, who practices chaos magic, would be even more powerful with the reality stone, likely achieving a synergistic effect greater than the sum of its parts. Greenwich. Thor and Loki had already wiped out all the Dark Elf soldiers. Seeing that the time for the 9 realms to converge had passed, they frowned slightly and said, "Where did Smith go?" However, the next second, a space-time wormhole appeared in front of him, and Smith walked out of it. Thor looked at Smith and said, "Where is Malekith?" Smith laughed, "I killed him." Upon hearing Smith's words, Saul smiled. "Haha, you really didn't disappoint me." Then he asked in a low voice, "Did you get the ether?" Smith nodded, "Got it." Smith then looked at Bulma, Fox, Pietro, and the others in the distance and said, "The enemy has been dealt with, time to go home." Bulma ran over at that moment and looked at Smith, saying, "How do we bring this spaceship back?" Smith looked at the spaceship in the distance, then nodded. "Give it to me." Smith instantly appeared beneath the spaceship, where the Dark Elves were no longer present. Smith reached out and touched the spaceship, using the energy of the system space to directly absorb it into it. The next second, the spaceship that was just standing in the air vanished instantly. After doing all this, Smith looked at everyone and said, "Go back to base." Then Smith waved his hand, and a huge spacetime wormhole appeared in front of everyone, with his base on the other side. Soon, Fox led everyone back to the base through the portal. Smith looked at Thor and Loki and said, "Let's go." The group quickly returned to their base in New York, leaving the battle scene to be handled by SHIELD. As for the Dark Elf soldiers and weapons that were not taken by Smith, they were considered as payment for S.H.I.E.L.D.'s cleanup efforts. Back at base, Thor hugged Jane tightly and said, "The enemy has been dealt with, you can now live in peace." Smith looked at everyone and said, "We have resolved the crisis facing the entire universe this time, and I think we need a banquet to celebrate our victory." Upon hearing Smith's words, Saul smiled, celebrating that this was his favorite thing to do. The werewolves at the scene erupted in great enthusiasm and cheers, as parties and banquets were their favorite pastime. "Fox, I'm leaving this to you." Fox nodded, "Okay." Smith then looked at Bulma and said, "The warship is quite large, where should we put it?" Bulma smiled and said, "I have a shrinking gun, you can release it and I'll shrink it down for research." End of this chapter. Chapter 563 Odin and 039's Arrangements. Chapter 563 Odin's Arrangements, bonus Chapter 3 for monthly tickets. The other side, Asgard. Frigg looked at Odin and said, "The convergence of the 9 realms is over, and Malekith's matter is now completely resolved." Odin held his wife Frigga's hand and said, "My dear queen, there is something I must tell you." Frigga looked at Odin and asked in confusion, "What's wrong, Odin?" Odin said, "I can no longer control the ever-increasing power of Odin within me. If nothing unexpected happens, I have at most 2 years left." Frigga's face showed great anxiety as she listened to Odin's words. "Can't I even use Odin's sleep to fall asleep and restore Odin's power?" Odin shook his head helplessly. "The last chance is the interruption of Odin's slumber." Upon hearing this, Frigga's face showed a sad expression. Although she knew that for a god-king of Odin's caliber, physical death was not the final destination, and Asgard even had Valhalla, she could not help but feel sad. As for senza beans, Mr. Smith should still have some. Odin shook his head and said, "My body is fine, it's just that it can't keep up with the increasing power of Odin. Even if the senza bean restores me to my best condition, I still can't withstand the power of Odin within me. We have 2 years left, come travel with me." Frigg asked, "With your strength, you should be able to win the Dragon Ball Championship." 2 years is enough time for two. Odin shook his head. Let nature take its course. I will not participate in the Dragon Ball battle. Frigga was stunned by the news, and finally slowly asked, what about Asgard, Loki, and Thor? Odin pondered for a moment, then slowly said, hasn't Loki always wanted to be king? After this is over, I will give him a chance to be king, so he won't keep saying I'm unfair. I want to see just how far he can go. Frigg asked in confusion, you intend to pass the throne to him? Odin shook his head. No, but I'm going to leave the Spear of Eternity to him and let him impersonate me and oversee Asgard. Frigga nodded in agreement, also somewhat curious about Loki's performance. Frigga asked her final question, Hela, what are you going to do? Something will happen to her after you leave. Unlike other Asgardians who were unaware of Hela's existence, Frigga was aware of the existence of Odin's eldest daughter. Odin said, I handed it over to Smith Doyle, and if the two of them reach an agreement, I will release Hela ahead of schedule. Even if the negotiations fail, I believe Smith Doyle will help Saul. You'll accompany me to Midgard for the last 2 years. Frigga nodded, you actually want to go there, fine. The other side. The party is over. After a passionate night, Smith Doyle woke up in Bulma's bed. Looking around, Smith Doyle shook his head. He had drunk far too much last night. Not only had Thor kept pulling him to drink, but even Loki, Pietro, Su Wenwu, and others had toasted him. Su Wenwu and his wife Yingli even complained, such a grand event to fight aliens, yet they won't let me participate. Pietro was very grateful, but lamented that his sister Wanda had missed such a grand event. As for the other acquaintances in the base, as well as the vampires and werewolves, they kept coming over to toast him, and Smith Doyle accepted them all. In the end, given his constitution, he also got drunk. Smith Doyle kissed Bulma on the forehead, and seeing that she was still fast asleep, got up and left the room. Smith Doyle came out of the room and went straight to the dining area. At this moment, Thor was saying goodbye to Jane, while Loki stood impatiently beside him. Jane, wait for me. Maybe I'll come back sooner this time. The matter has been resolved satisfactorily, and I believe there won't be any major problems. Jane looked at Saul, and then gave him a deep kiss. Loki chimed in with a comment. Disgusting, exchanging saliva first thing in the morning, disgusting. Did you two brush your teeth? Smith then spoke up and asked, dude, can we go now? Watching the two part ways, Smith Doyle smiled and said, let's go. With a wave of his hand, Smith Doyle opened a spatial wormhole, and the three of them stepped into it and disappeared. Asgard. Inside the palace, Smith looked at Odin, who sat on the throne holding the Spear of Eternity, and Frigga beside him, while Loki stood below them, and thought to himself, does Loki still have a chance to impersonate Odin and sit on the throne? At that moment, at Frigga's command, a large number of soldiers entered, carrying supplies including various delicacies and fine wines from Asgard. Odin said, I'll leave that matter to you, Smith. These are some specialties of Asgard. I hope you like them. Smith Doyle nodded, then put all of these things into the system space. Next, he was going to talk to Hela again. However, before leaving, he wanted to see what changes Thor and Loki would undergo. Thor knelt on one knee before Odin and then spoke, Father, I have made mistakes in releasing Loki and taking him away from Asgard without permission. Please punish me, Father. Odin said, the 9 kingdoms have come together, and they have all witnessed your and Loki's efforts. Malkis's conspiracy has been foiled, and you have saved the entire universe. Although it was a bit risky, the result was perfect, wasn't it? You once said that there would be no more wise ruler than me. So how will Asgard repay its new king? Hearing his father's words, Thor felt somewhat calmed and then seized the opportunity to speak. My life. Father, I cannot be king. I will dedicate my life to protecting the 9 royal palaces, but it is clear that my current strength is still insufficient. Asgard still needs your leadership, so let your son slack off for a while longer and let him grow a bit more. Through this battle, Thor realized that the strongest enemy had been dealt with by Smith Doyle, and that he still had a long way to go. Moreover, Mjolnir is not always an invincible weapon for enemies. The image of the cursed warrior easily knocking away the hammer has been frequently appearing in his mind lately. Moreover, he has Jane on Earth to accompany him, and he is very interested in the upcoming World Martial Arts Tournament, where he can spar and compete, and has a better chance to obtain the Dragon Balls and make a wish. Odin looked at Thor and said, is this my son's wish, or the wish of the woman he loves? Thor stood up and looked at Odin, saying, I never felt that your mother influenced your decisions. I did not do this for Jane, Father. She doesn't know what I'm going to say, and forbidding me from seeing her won't help. Father, I wish to be pardoned for Loki's crimes. Odin gave Thor a deep look, then spoke, since you need some time, I will give you more time to grow. As for Loki, I will pardon his crimes. Loki, standing to the side, also smiled, relieved that he would finally be spared from returning to that damned prison. Odin looked at Thor. Go, my child. I hope that you will become even stronger in the future and shoulder the important responsibility of protecting the 9 realms. Thor looked at Odin and said, Thank you, father. After speaking, Thor turned and left the temple. Seeing this, Smith Doyle also spoke up, God King, I will also take my leave now. After speaking, Smith Doyle immediately opened the gates to Hela Seal and Helheim, while Thor used the Rainbow Bridge to go to the League of Assassins to see his girlfriend Jane. As the two left, Odin looked at Loki and said, Loki, my son. I know you've always felt I haven't been fair, so I'll give you a chance to be king. As they were talking, Odin threw the Spear of Eternity to Loki, who, though astonished, still caught it. I will not declare you the heir to the throne, but I need you to sit here in my likeness. I'll give you 2 years. Your mother and I will not interfere or show up. Let me see your governance skills and performance. After speaking, Odin took Frigga and left. As Frigga left, she looked at Loki and said, I believe in you, son. Loki, holding the Spear of Eternity, paused for a moment as he watched his parents leave, before slowly walking up to the throne and sitting down. The next second, a golden light flashed from Loki's body, and his appearance transformed into Odin's. Holding the Spear of Eternity, he spoke. Thank you, I won't let you down. End of this chapter. Chapter 564 Sneak Attack Ambition. Chapter 564 Sneak Attack, Ambition United Kingdom, London, Greenwich. At this moment, Coulson arrived with his entire team. Smith dealt with the enemy and took away the largest alien spaceship, but a lot of things were still left at the scene, including alien corpses, weapons, and equipment. Ward looked at Coulson and said, You wouldn't believe it, would you? Skye is actually the daughter of the superhuman Jiaing, and her mother was persecuted by Daniel Whitehall. Coulson shook his head. I never expected there to be such a huge cancer within the organization. Fortunately, Commander Smith has already removed it, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. Ward nodded, then he said in a low voice, I heard the Super Soldier program is getting a reboot, because of that person. Coulson glared at Ward and said, I know what you're thinking, but that's not something we should be discussing. Fitz, standing to the side, looked at the aftermath of the battle and said helplessly, in addition to weapons, we also need to examine the extraterrestrial spectral characteristics of each small stone. Ward began by saying, this is a necessary defensive measure, we don't want alien artifacts to fall into the wrong hands. Fitz complained, even so, this kind of simple work could be done by a monkey. Ward laughed. You are our little monkey. Simmons' phone rang at that moment. Seeing that the caller was his parents, Simmons finally hung up. Simmons said to Fitz, Don't look at me like that. I'll answer the phone when I'm ready. Ward asked, Whose call should I answer? Mom and Dad want me to answer these questions. But I couldn't answer them, and more importantly, I haven't spoken to them since I got infected. If they knew, they'd be even more worried, you know. Ward listened to Simmons' explanation as he moved the alien weapons. Simmons put away his phone and said, Why waste our time? Let's get back to work. Ward followed Coulson, carrying the alien artifact storage box. But many people saw Howard Stark, one of the founders, at SHIELD, and everyone knows he has been resurrected. Coulson picked up an alien artifact, placed it in Ward's storage box, and said, What rumors are circulating in the Bureau? Ward continued. There are rumors that he faked his death and conducted secret research, but we all know that it was all because Tony Stark was the champion of the previous Dragon Ball tournament. Coulson looked at the alien artifacts that had been collected and piled up separately, and said, Are all my colleagues in the Bureau this leisurely and refined these days? Chief Nick didn't issue a ban. Ward shook his head and said, No, so this is crazy. I also heard that Mr. Howard has replicated the super soldier serum, but I don't know if it's true or not. Coulson then spoke up, So you want to become a superhuman using the super soldier serum? Ward nodded. And what man wouldn't want that? Ward looked at Donnie Gill, who was not far away, and said, If the super soldier serum is really replicated, his strength will be enhanced again. Coulson picked up another alien object and said, Try to do more tasks. We don't know if this news is true or not. Even if we really want to get a spot, we might not have a chance if we don't have enough merit. Ward sighed and said, The competition is too fierce. I hope that thing can become widespread. The competition is getting more and more outrageous. The other side. Tremaka National Park, Norway. A young couple came here. The man looked at the information recorded on the paper and said, South of the water, north of the mountains. A circle of stones surrounds the big tree. At this moment, the woman asked, Jacob, is it it? Jacob nodded, then took a chainsaw out of his backpack and began sawing the tree. Wood chips flew everywhere, and with his efforts, the tree collapsed. He found a broken short stick in the trunk, made of an unknown material, silvery white, with patterns and decorations he had never seen before. Jacob excitedly took out the item and presented it to his girlfriend. Found it. The two kissed excitedly, and after the kiss, the woman said, I can't wait to tell everyone else. Jacob, holding the items, began to speak. I've said it's true, and I will find it. Are you ready? The woman nodded, then grasped it with her bare hands. The next moment, red energy surged from the short stick and entered her body. She instantly became pained and angry. Jacob gripped the two ends of the bundle and said, Don't resist that feeling, that anger, it's already inside you. Don't be afraid, don't run away from its power, accept it. Accept it. With a roar, the woman grabbed the short stick. At this moment, two forest rangers who rushed over after hearing the commotion exclaimed, My God, what have you done? The woman turned around, looked at the approaching forest rangers, and with a single palm strike, sent both of them flying more than 10 meters away. The other side. Smith Doyle has once again come to the place where Hela is sealed, this time bringing with him the fine wines and delicacies of Asgard as well as some food and wine from Earth. Hela looked at Smith Doyle, who had appeared, and said, I just took care of an enemy. I didn't think you were coming. Smith Doyle asked, somewhat surprised, You can see the convergence of the 9 realms? Hela nodded and said, Odin's seal is very powerful, but the celestial phenomenon of the convergence of the 9 realms will still be displayed before my eyes, it's just that I can't leave. And you ultimately chose Netherheim as the battleground, and I could clearly feel the power that erupted from there. As Smith Doyle listened to Hela, he took out the fine wines and delicacies he had prepared in advance from his system space and said, You said you wanted to drink last time, so I brought a lot this time, including fine wines from Asgard, earthly beverages, and delicious food. Come, let's celebrate that I have saved the 9 realms. Hela looked at the fine wines and delicacies that Smith Doyle had brought out, and immediately walked over and said, I didn't expect you to actually bring it. It really brings back some memories. Smith Doyle and Hela sat facing each other, and Hela chatted and drank with Smith Doyle while holding a vintage Asgardian wine. Because Odin sent him his treasured wines this time, many of which had special effects, made from spiritual fruits from the 9 realms, and even brewed and stored for thousands of years. With Hela's encouragement, the two drank one glass after another, and Smith Doyle passed out drunk on Asgardian liquor. Seeing the drunken Smith Doyle, Hela walked over and stroked his cheek, saying, Our child will be the most powerful being in the universe. Omitting 10,000 words, end of this chapter. Chapter 565 Hela and 039's son. Chapter 565 Hela's son, bonus chapter 4 for monthly tickets. Smith Doyle slept for a very long time this time, and after an unknown number of days, he opened his eyes and said, Asgard's 1,000-year-old wine is indeed terrifying. How long have I been sleeping? Why do I feel sore all over? Hela sat on the stone bench, looking quite well. I never imagined you'd drunk so much in just half a month. Smith Doyle shook his head, stood up, looked at the empty bottles and the completely devoured food, and said, It's been a long time indeed, no wonder it's a 1,000-year-old vintage. Odin is quite generous. Then Smith Doyle looked at Hela and asked, You said you'd bring drinks last time, you'd tell me the answer. What's your decision now? Hela looked at Smith Doyle, a smile appearing on her lips, and then spoke, I promise you. After the seal is broken, I will not slaughter the people of Asgard without cause. Upon hearing Hela's agreement, Smith Doyle immediately spoke, If that's the case, I will tell Odin that he can release you from your seal and welcome you back to Asgard. Hela immediately refused. No. I don't want to see him, nor do I need him to welcome me back to Asgard. On the day the seal is broken, I will return to Asgard and reclaim everything that belongs to me. But I promise you, I will not kill, I will not slaughter my people. Smith Doyle thought for a moment, then, if Thor won the World Martial Arts Tournament or Odin himself stepped in, he said, Don't be so absolute. Odin's lifespan may be longer than you think. Hela shook her head and said, Impossible, I've calculated that he doesn't have many years left. Smith Doyle paused for 2 seconds, then spoke, If that's the case, then I will come to see you again if Odin's life has truly changed. Hela nodded. I stand by my decision. See you on the day the lockdown is lifted. Smith Doyle nodded without saying anything more. He had fulfilled Odin's request and immediately left Netherheim. Hela watched Smith Doyle leave, then reached out and touched her belly, where a new life was growing. The other side. In the afterlife base, Jiaing looked at her daughter and said, The world continues to change. Aliens have once again landed on Earth, but Mr. Smith has once again saved the world. Sky, are you ready to awaken? Sky nodded and said, Mother, I understand that only those with extraordinary abilities can protect themselves, see and interact with more, and better help others in this world. I'm ready. Jiaing nodded, and then said, I will invite Mr. Smith to attend your awakening ceremony. Hopefully he'll have some interest in the awakening of the Inhumans. Sky thought of Smith Doyle and began to speak, I'm sure he'll come. The other side. Carlson led his team to Tremaka National Park in Norway. Ward looked at the felled tree in front of him and said to Simmons beside him, I can climb up if necessary. He pointed to the device in the other person's hand and said, teach me how to use these little gadgets. It's only 15 feet tall, which is very easy for me with my strength. Simmons refused. It's okay, I've just been more careful since I almost died last time. Ward began. You're scared, you're frightened, aren't you? Ward looked at the other person and continued. It's normal, but some feelings just get stronger the more you think about them, especially fear. Simmons nodded, took a deep breath, and said, I understand. Ward looked at Simmons as he walked up and said, I'm curious, whatever's on that tree, it must have been there for centuries, right? Simmons nodded and said, it's at least 1,000 years old, and radiocarbon dating indicates that some of the trees are 9,000 years old. Ward asked in surprise, incredible, did the tree grow inside it? Simmons laughed, I need to check the growth rings to be sure, but Norway spruce is a fast-growing conifer. At this moment, a forest ranger who survived the scene recounted what he had seen to Carlson. She screamed, her eyes filled with hatred. Carlson continued to ask, you mean she's also carrying a silver rod? The forest ranger shook his head, I'm not sure, it could also be steel, with patterns on it. Can you describe it or draw it? The man shook his head at Carlson's request. I didn't look closely, and I ran away as soon as I got up. Then, with a sob in his voice, he said, who would do such an evil thing? Carlson nodded, it's a pity you've lost a colleague. Simmons looked at the data displayed on the instrument, extraterrestrial matter detected. Simmons shouted, the things in here are definitely not from our world. Fitz, have you received the data? This isn't from the Chidori, is it? Fitz looked at the data that was sent to him and immediately made a comparison. Don't worry, this is not a virus threat. The spectral signature matches Thor's hammer, Simmons, and the thing inside the tree comes from Asgard. Simmons looked at the marks left inside the tree and said, I can see the imprint of the inlay. He then picked up the scanning device, 3D stereoscopic reconstruction scan, tell me what it is when it's done. Inside the Airbus laboratory, Fitz received the transmitted images and then spoke, it looks like a cane or a stick. Exquisite craftsmanship and perfect carving. I'll convert it and make a 3D model to print out. Fitz and Simmons are busy. Carlson then continued to inquire about any possible intelligence. Is there any other suspicious information? Is there any clue that can help us find those people or their hiding place? At that moment, Donnie Gill's voice came through Carlson's earpiece. Sir, it seems they have no intention of hiding. Donnie Gill looked at the video he found. A violent incident has occurred on the streets of Oslo. The reporter said, the riots have resulted in 20 injuries, with 3 people in critical condition. The report indicates that the group of more than 10 people was led by a man and a woman. Although their motives are still unclear, their declaration has already been displayed in the streets of Oslo. Donnie Gill looked at the video and then said to Carlson, sending it to your phone. After watching the video Donnie Gill sent, Carlson took it to Ward, replayed it, and said, it seems we now know who they think they are. In the video, this group of people used flames to leave burning words on the street. The words read, we are God. Ward scoffed, with such limited strength, you dare to presume to call yourself a god? Carlson waved his hand and said, all right, now back to Airbus. On board the Airbus, Ward had already obtained the information on the man and woman, and then began to introduce them. This gentleman, Jacob Nestorm, is 30 years old, and his girlfriend is Petra Larsen, the leader of a Norwegian pagan hate group. Donnie Gill said, thanks to the Greenwich incident and the internet, the number of people in their organization is still growing. That's right, it's the internet. How ironic. Simmons asked in confusion, Norwegian heretics? Donnie Gill explained, I'm obsessed with everything related to Norse mythology, that is, the story of Asgard. He then picked up the short rod that Fitz had 3D printed and said, now we are dealing with a weapon. Fitz explained, only one side can be scanned, the tree is too damaged to be fully replicated. Simmons added, but as you can see, it's obvious that both ends are broken. Carlson said, clearly, this weapon has at least 2 more parts. Fitz nodded and said, yes, there are at least 2 more sections. Ward looked at the 2 people on the screen and said, so this couple might still be looking for other parts. Then he said to the stick again, what pattern is this? At that moment, Carlson led May in and said, the symbol of Asgard. With our limited knowledge, it is difficult to translate. Donnie Gill looked at Carlson and said, you should call your friend Thor over, his power comes from his hammer. Maybe this is a nail on the hammer? Carlson looked at the model and said, we've looked for him, but Chief Fury said he can't be found. Even if he has a cell phone, we don't have his number. But we can contact the people at the embassy in Asgard, New York, and they will tell us the answer, but I would prefer that we find the answer ourselves. Seeking help from Asgard is the last resort. May then spoke, S.H.I.E.L.D. S primary focus is on finding Nestor and his followers. Coulson added, we were responsible for identifying the object and found the other pieces first. Donegal shared his thoughts. Everyone, perhaps it summoned them with magic. May asked in surprise, summon them? Donegal explained, this is something from Asgard, so it might not follow the laws of Earth. Ward rubbed his eyebrows, his head aching, and said even if it's a summoning, it should be for the Asgardians. Do they have Asgardian blood? Simmons retorted, even if we cannot understand something, we cannot go back to the Middle Ages and think about magic and fairy tales. Coulson then spoke up, actually, that's exactly what we're going to do, and this world has magic. Simmons, who did not participate in the Dragon Ball battle, exclaimed in surprise, what did you say? Really? Coulson explained, when we found Thor's hammer in New Mexico, I consulted a world-leading expert on Norse mythology, Elliot Randolph, a professor at a university in Seville. We're going to see him now. Perhaps he can give us more information about these patterns. On the way, Ward found Coulson and asked curiously, why don't we just ask the people in Asgard to help us with the translation? Coulson looked at Ward and asked, and then, you return the items to the other party. Donegal needs achievements, and so do you. Even May is interested in the potential super soldier serum. We need to do something. Perhaps that stick can bring us something different. Of course, if the Asgardians come looking for it, we'll just return it to them. Spain Civil Coulson arrived here with his team. At this moment, Elliot Randolph was writing a document and began to speak, you have to adapt to the change, Elena. Recent events have caught us all off guard. I always thought I was teaching Norse mythology. But it turns out I am a history professor. Elliot Randolph then handed the transcript to the other party. Elena looked at the transcript the professor handed her and asked in confusion, so, you're not going to change my score? Elliot Randolph stood up and said, no, I'll give you a week to rewrite it. More historical descriptions, less evaluations. He then continued, but I hope we can still have dinner together tonight. Elena glanced helplessly at the professor and walked out. Elliot Randolph suggested, I've compiled a reading list that might be helpful. Goodbye. As Elliot Randolph opened the door to see the students off, he saw Coulson standing at the door. Professor Elliot Randolph. Agent Coulson, please come in. After entering the door, Coulson pointed to the pen in Professor Elliot Randolph's hand and said, the Waterfield 44 fountain pen features a 14K gold nib inlaid with mother of pearl. Elliot Randolph glanced at the pen in his hand and said with a smile, you have a good eye. I didn't know you were a collector. Coulson laughed, with a civil servant's salary, how can I afford to keep such a thing? Seeing this, Elliot Randolph asked, I guess you found something in London. Coulson said, it was in a tree in Norway, but unfortunately, it wasn't the one we found. This is a 3D model. As they were talking, Coulson took a model out of Fitz's briefcase and gave it to Professor Elliot Randolph. Elliot Randolph took the model and exclaimed in amazement, it's incredible. Then, looking at the patterns on the model under the light, he said, judging from these runes, this should be a section of the Berserker's staff. Let's see what the mythology says. Elliot Randolph took out a book, opened it, and said, that's right, this myth dates back to the late 12th century and is about a powerful warrior from Asgard. Here. Elliot Randolph opened the book and placed it on the table. It depicted a soldier holding a stick-like weapon. A soldier in the Berserker army. End of this chapter. Chapter 566 messed up. Chapter 566 messed up, Coulson asked in confusion. Berserker soldier? Professor Elliot Randolph looked at Coulson and nodded, saying, yes, a powerful army, unstoppable. Berserkers fight like enraged beasts, leaving nothing but devastation in their wake. A berserker has the strength of 20 warriors. Coulson concluded, so, those who wield the cane possess superhuman strength. Elliot Randolph looked at the 3D model and said, warriors who wield it will be consumed by an uncontrollable rage, and their hands will possess a powerful magic. Simmons disagreed, or it's a scientific characteristic that we haven't discovered yet. Elliot Randolph looked at Simmons and said with a smile, intelligent and with a radiant smile. Fitz then asked, where is the legendary warrior? Elliot Randolph continued his explanation. According to legend, he came to Earth to fight, but ended up falling in love. Simmons asked curiously, who have you fallen in love with? Elliot Randolph said seriously, I've fallen in love with life on Earth, and I've fallen in love with humanity. He loved so deeply that when his army returned to Asgard, he chose to stay behind. Fitz asked, what about the cane? Elliot Randolph continued. He didn't want its dark magic to fall into the hands of evil people, so he broke the cane into 3 pieces and hid each piece in a different place. Seeing that Professor Elliot Randolph knew so much about this myth, Coulson asked, "Does the manuscript say where he hid them?" Elliot Randolph laughed. "Actually, there are some sayings. In 3 poems. And you should know that these are all poetic summaries from ancient texts that have been lost for a long time. There's a song about trees, it seems they found it. Another poem is east of the river, under the blazing sun. Buried in the ground, next to the remains." Elliot Randolph said with a smile. "It's a little creepy, isn't it? There's another one, which doesn't even have a rhyme scheme. Its main idea is to get closer to God. That could refer to anything, couldn't it?" Simmons laughed. "It could also be nothing at all." Coulson said helplessly. "I didn't expect to have to solve a riddle. I was hoping it would just be coordinates." Professor Elliot Randolph sighed. "Alas, search along the Viking raid routes. That makes sense, doesn't it? Recently, some interesting Norwegian relics were discovered on Baffin Island off the coast of Canada, which can be described as priceless treasures among prehistoric artifacts." Coulson nodded. "Then let's start from there." "Thank you, Professor." Professor Elliot Randolph then asked, "Compared to me, Professor, wouldn't you have a much easier time getting a straightforward answer from the Asgardian embassy in New York?" "I only study that period of history, but they are the real living fossils." Coulson shook his head and said, "We can't rely on the Asgardians for everything. We also need to train our own people to master that knowledge." Coulson then took the message and left, returning to his Airbus. Professor Elliot Randolph watched Coulson and the others leave and murmured, "It seems we're about to be exposed. I need to take my old weapons before they do." The other side. After Smith Doyle returned, he decided to tell Odin about Hela, and he used the power of the Space Stone to travel to Asgard again. Led by a servant, Smith Doyle arrived in the kingdom and saw Odin sitting on the throne, holding the eternal spear. With the attendant gone, only Odin and Smith Doyle remained in the hall before Odin spoke. "God King, I have done what you asked me to do. Hela has promised that she will not slaughter the people of Asgard without cause. As for the lifting of the lockdown, Hela said she doesn't want to see you and doesn't need the lockdown lifted. She will return when the time comes." At this moment, Loki, who was impersonating Odin on the throne, was filled with questions. Who is Hela? Why did she promise Odin that she would not slaughter the people of Asgard innocently? Why did she not need to be unsealed? And where was she sealed? Although Loki had many questions, he knew that he was Odin at this moment and could not ask Smith Doyle, so he immediately spoke. "Since she is unwilling to meet me or leave the sealed land, let her be. Dragon Ball Guardian, thank you for your hard work on this matter." Smith Doyle nodded and said, "I have told you everything. Goodbye." Smith Doyle used the Space Stone to leave Asgard and return to the League of Assassins base. As Smith Doyle left, Loki, disguised as Odin, asked in bewilderment, "Who exactly is Hela? What is Father hiding now? It seems I'll have something to do in the days to come." The other side. Back in his office, Smith Doyle frowned slightly and muttered, "Although I couldn't see through Loki's magic, there was no trace of Odin's surging, almost uncontrollable power. What is God King up to by having Loki impersonate him? Is he planning to come to Earth to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament?" Smith Doyle shook his head, at which point the AI's blank voice sounded, "Master, Ms. Jiang has left a message inviting you to the awakening ceremony in a week, at which Sky will awaken her superpowers." Upon hearing the stunned words, Smith Doyle spoke up, "Reply to the other party that I will attend on time." "Okay, Master." Smith Doyle thought for a moment and then prepared to organize the World Martial Arts Tournament. Compared to the Dragon Ball battle, the World Martial Arts Tournament needs to advertise more widely to let more extraordinary individuals know about this grand event and encourage them to participate. Notify Bulma, Fox, and the other high-ranking members of the Assassin's Guild that there will be a meeting in the conference room tomorrow morning." "Yes, Master, the notification has been completed." The other side. Airbus Center. Coulson asked Ward, "Did you know there's a Mount Thor on Baffin Island?" "Do not know." Coulson continued to ask, "Do you know there's nothing on Mount Thor?" "We have absolutely no connection to Asgard, and our agents there have found nothing." Coulson then looked at Donnie Gill and said, "What did you find here?" Donnie Gill looked at the information he had found online and said, "The message boards on the Nestle dark web are full of lunatics who firmly believe they will ascend to heaven and become superhumans. They're all bastards, sir." Ward looked at Donnie Gill and said, "Is this your progress? They're all a bunch of jerks?" Donnie Gill nodded and said, "These people are really rotten. They're also talking about going underground." Ward explained to Coulson, who was standing nearby, "It might refer to living under an assumed name or..." Coulson said, "Or look for the next section of the cane." Ward said, Professor Randolph suggested searching along the Viking routes. Are there any other options? Donnie Giles began. There are some ruins along the Volga River in Russia, and some in Kiev. Strangely, there are some here as well. As he spoke, Donegal pointed to Seville on the screen, which was where their team was standing. Looking at the spot Donegal pointed to, Coulson exclaimed in surprise, in Seville, Spain. The possibility is relatively small, but the Vikings raided Seville twice. At this moment, May walked over and said, "We've found a possible location with Viking ruins, Eldvinonino, a church built on 8th century underground ruins, which were previously Roman ruins dating back to 206 BC. Upon hearing this, Ward immediately thought of the lines of poetry that Professor Randolph had quoted, "There are still many remains east of the river." Coulson nodded and said, "Let's see what we can find." Set off. Soon the group drove to the church, where Ward and Donegal used equipment to search, while Fitz helped search for the cane based on the feedback from the equipment in the car. Hearing the bells ringing outside, Fitz smiled and said, "This feels so good, a forced lunch break habit." Coulson sat in the car, looking at the quiet street in front of him, and said, "Lunch break is not mandatory, but a nap is indeed a wonderful thing." Coulson asked, "Ward, how's it going on your end?" Ward complained, "I wish I hadn't grown this tall." Looking at the feedback from the instrument in his hand, he then said, "Nothing has been found yet, and all instrument readings are normal." Coulson continued on the communication channel, "Donegal, how's your luck?" Donegal shook his head as he used the instrument to search, saying, "I didn't find anything, sorry, there's nothing there." At this moment, Fitz looked at the instrument in his hand and immediately reminded him, "Ward, there's an anomaly around the detection channel of your spectrometer." Ward glanced around and said, "I didn't see anything." Fitz looked at the information on the instrument and continued, "The instrument shows it's right in front of you, wait, no, okay, just a moment. It's moving, to the northwest." Ward looked in that direction and saw a figure from behind, then quickly ran over. "I saw a suspicious person." Fitz provided the following information. "Ward, turn left." Ward quickly caught up with the suspicious person and stopped him, only to find that it was Professor Elliot Randolph. Elliot Randolph, who had been stopped, spoke up, "I can explain all of this." Ward said in the announcement channel, "I encountered something unexpected." As he spoke, Ward grabbed the broken cane from the professor's satchel, and the anger and power emanating from it caused Ward to collapse to the ground in pain. The next second, Ward recalled the scene he least wanted to see. His brother kept calling for help from the bottom of the well. At that moment, Coulson heard Ward's pained voice and immediately asked with concern, "Ward, what happened?" Fitz picked up the equipment and said, "His instruments have just lost contact." Coulson immediately issued the order, "Donegal, there's been an accident at Ward's place. Go there immediately to provide support, there might be enemies there. There's no need to hold back when necessary." After receiving Coulson's instructions, Donegal immediately said, "Yes, I understand." At this moment, Ward was plunged into a terrifying memory. His second brother had been thrown into a well by his eldest brother, and from below, he kept calling Ward's name, begging him to save him. His older brother, however, threatened Ward that if he dared to help, he would throw Ward down with him. Donegal quickly found Ward unconscious in the hallway. Donegal went over to check on him and called out, "Are you alright, Ward?" Ward snapped awake and instinctively flailed his fists around. Donegal grabbed Ward, but was instantly slammed against the wall. Boom! Donegal, who was slammed against the wall, exclaimed, "Ward, your power." Donegal got up from the ground, and as he lightly touched the ground with both hands, a layer of frost immediately appeared on Ward's body. "Ward Grant, have you calmed down yet?" Ward shuddered, and after a full few seconds, he said, "Stop right now, you're going to freeze me to death." Also, the cane, he took it. Donegal said in the announcement channel, "Something's wrong with Ward. His cane is gone, someone took it." Donegal then continued to ask, "Who took it?" "Elliot Randolph." Donegal was also taken aback when he heard it was this person, the Professor Coulson had visited before. Donegal dispelled the frost from Ward's body and then spoke, "Come on, let's get out of here first." The other side. Elliot Randolph had already left the church and was now walking towards the parking lot. On the way, he bumped into Jacob and Petra, who were also looking for the cane, but Elliot Randolph didn't notice and continued walking towards the parking lot. Just as he was about to open the car door, 4 people surrounded him. Jacob began by saying, "I have a piece too." After Coulson learned that it was Elliot Randolph who had taken the cane, he spoke up, "He won't just disappear into thin air, he'll always reappear somewhere." Just then, Coulson saw a car being thrown off the road and crashing onto the street amidst screams from the other end of the street. Seeing this, Coulson immediately spoke up, "Appeared." 1 block south of the church. As he spoke, Carlson ran over and saw Elliot Randolph picking up books. Professor. Elliot Randolph turned to Ward and said helplessly, I messed up, they took the scepter from me. Carlson asked in confusion, why did you do this? End of this chapter. Chapter 567 The World and 039's Number 1 Martial Arts Tournament. Chapter 567 The World's Number 1 Martial Arts Tournament, bonus Chapter 5 for monthly tickets. The next day, the top brass of the Assassin Brotherhood gathered in the conference room. Even Wesley and Serena from the boys returned. Also present were Eddie Brock, CEO of Red Ribbon Group, Ivan Vank, chairman of Vank Industries, the elders of the Assassin Brotherhood, Bulma, Fox, Su Wenyu, and others. Smith Doyle's gaze swept over the crowd as he began to speak. I said during the last Dragon Ball battle that it would be the last Dragon Ball battle, and there will be new reforms going forward. From now on, I will host the World Martial Arts Tournament. Upon hearing Smith Doyle mention the World Martial Arts Tournament, all eyes turned to him. Fox asked, Boss, how is this World Martial Arts Tournament different from the Dragon Ball competition? Smith Doyle said, there are only a few spots available for the Dragon Ball battle, and many people may not have the chance to get one. But the World Martial Arts Tournament will be open to the whole world, and in the future, even the entire universe. Any superhuman with a combat power of 8 or above can participate. No one objected to Smith Doyle eliminating everyone with a combat power below 8 points. Wesley then raised his hand and asked, Boss, how about raising the bar a bit? How about 50 points of combat power? Smith Doyle shook his head and said, there's no need for that. A lot of ordinary people have already been eliminated by the time it's above 8 points. After all, this is a competition open to the whole world, and we need to give others a chance to showcase their talents. The rules of the competition are simple, everyone is allowed to sign up, but staff will use a combat power detector to conduct an initial screening and eliminate those with a combat power of 8 points or less. The remaining qualified applicants will be divided into 8 zones, and the top 8 will be selected through a challenge battle format. After the top 8 are determined, the final round will be held to determine the champion and runner-up. The top 8 will each receive a $50 reward. The runner-up will receive a $500 million prize. As for the champion, the organizers will help the champion fulfill a reasonable wish and award a cash prize of $1,000 million. In addition, there is an extra reward, the champion will have the right to spar with me. As for the organizers, Smith Doyle looked at Bulma, Ivan Vanko, and Eddie Block and said, this competition will be jointly organized by Universal Capsule Group, Red Ribbon Group, and Vank Industry. Everyone present was processing the information in Smith Doyle's words. They were very clear that the so-called reasonable wish referred to the Dragon Ball wish. At this time Ivan Vanko said, Boss, Tony and I mainly fight using our suits, with a combat strength of 8 points. Smith Doyle then spoke, we can make exceptions for your special circumstances, but there will be a restriction that each participant can only use one suit. Situations such as endlessly changing suits or even summoning a large army of mecha during the Dragon Ball battle will no longer be allowed. Upon hearing that Smith Doyle had left them an opening, Ivan Vanko expressed his gratitude. Thank you, boss. Smith Doyle asked, does anyone have anything to add? Eddie Block asked, can all of us participate? Smith Doyle nodded. The World Martial Arts Tournament is different from the Dragon Ball contest. It doesn't require Dragon Balls as a prerequisite. Anyone who is interested is welcome to participate. Upon hearing Smith Doyle's words, everyone showed interest. They might not have a chance to compete in the Dragon Ball battle, but they could sign up for the World Martial Arts Tournament. Fox then asked whether or not to make profit-making arrangements, and to broadcast these globally. Smith Doyle waved his hand and said, everything will be arranged, global live streaming, ticket sales, the top 10 selection, and so on. In addition, the 3 groups are fully committed to operating the world's #1 martial arts tournament. I hope that in the days to come, people in every town and every corner of the earth will know about the upcoming world's #1 martial arts tournament. Fox, Eddie Block, and Ivan Vanko exchanged a glance, then spoke, no problem. The other side. Ward was undergoing a physical examination in the Airbus laboratory. Ward looked at Simmons and said, there's really no need to do that. Simmons looked at the data on the device and said, necessary. Donnie Gill, standing to the side, looked at Ward, who was shirtless and had medical devices attached to his body, and said, Ward, you just passed out, and the power you unleashed at that moment was clearly beyond your normal level. Donnie Gill also asked with concern what exactly happened at that moment. Simmons looked at Ward and said, Coulson ordered me to give you a full checkup, and I'm going to obey his orders. Before you lost consciousness, did you experience claustrophobia? Ward asked, Puzzled, why do you ask that? Fitz asked. She was ruling out the possibility of a panic attack. Ward immediately said, I am never afraid, never. Simmons nodded and said, okay, ruled out. Donnie Gill spoke up, you gained that power after touching the cane, didn't you? Ward nodded. Simmons, standing to the side, continued to ask, are there any lingering symptoms? Do you feel that the extraordinary power you unleash comes from your cane? Ward looked at the monitor in front of him, showing Coulson and Elliot Randolph in the interrogation room, and began to speak, let me try that guy out. Donnie Gill countered, let's not do that, shall we? Fitz, looking at the readings on the monitor, asked, what was the last thing you remembered before you fell into a coma? Upon hearing this, Ward angrily pulled his arm out of the machine and said, this is a complete waste of time. Then he shouted to the crowd, we need to find a cane as soon as possible. Fitz asked again, what exactly do you remember? Ward looked at the other person, paused for a second, and then said, something I haven't thought about for a long time. At this moment, Donnie Gill suddenly spoke up, let's not ask. Simmons complained, he just pulled his arm out of the machine. Seeing the three arguing, Ward shouted, quiet. Seeing that everyone had quieted down, Ward spoke again, I want to hear what he has to say. He then angrily tapped the screen several times, and the sounds from the interrogation room came through simultaneously. Coulson looked at Elliot Randolph in front of him and said, my men are injured, and their canes are missing. Elliot Randolph, his hands handcuffed, sat at the table and said, I didn't want it to be like that either. Coulson stepped forward, walked to the table, and asked, what do you want? Will you enjoy the power of the cane all to yourself? Elliot Randolph shook his head and said, that's not true at all. I just want to be the first to study it and prove that the berserkers really were here and are part of history. Think about it. Coulson didn't believe a word Elliot Randolph said, I'm thinking about it. Just then, the video in front of me suddenly shut down. Ward looked at Simmons and said, what are you doing? Simmons explained, your heart rate is rising, and your adrenaline is surging. You need to calm down and not get emotional. Ward took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down, but the anger inside him was still rising. End of this chapter. Chapter 568 Identity Exposed. Chapter 568 Identity Exposed. Simmons shouted excitedly. That explains it, Ward. The feeling you're experiencing right now is a chemical reaction. Fitz looked at Ward blankly and said, hope so. Simmons stated definitively, yes, his adrenocorticotropic hormone surged. It's like hearing someone say that a mother lifted a car to save her child. The adrenaline surge can produce enormous. Before Simmons could finish speaking, Ward shouted at him, stop talking, think of a solution. Simmons began by saying, I also hope that we can alleviate some of the symptoms. I will give you an injection of 10 milliliters of benzodiazepine. Donnie Giles began, a calming agent, good idea. Upon hearing this, Ward shouted, sedatives won't work. Fitz looked at Ward and said, let's talk this out. Look at the state you're in now. Ward yelled at Fitz, injecting sedatives, if you run into those crazy, high lunatics, those guys who overturn cars and crush people. Are you going to deal with them and protect us? At this moment, Donnie Gill stepped forward and said, if you don't want to be sedated, freezing might be a good option. Donnie Gill's hand touched the chair next to Ward, and the chair instantly froze. Do you need me to help you calm down? Simmons felt that he said, Donnie Gill, you can't do this to him. Ward is just an ordinary person. If he were frozen, it could even cause irreversible damage to his body. Donnie Gill looked at Ward, reached out and patted him on the shoulder, and said, I think you'll calm down soon. To Ward's disbelief, his body was instantly covered in a layer of white frost, and the next second a thin layer of ice covered his entire body. In Fitz and Simmons' eyes, Ward instantly became an ice sculpture. Donnie Gill lightly tapped the ice with his finger, and it shattered instantly. Ward shuddered, then paused for a full 3 seconds before speaking. Feel sorry. But Donnie Gill, you bastard, I feel like I'm freezing to death. Donnie Gill said, I've controlled the power, so it won't harm you, and it will only last for a second. In the interrogation room, Coulson, sitting opposite Elliot Randolph, asked how did they find it. Elliot Randolph shook his head and said, how could I know? They may have the original text, but that's none of my business. This might be an opportunity to discover something that God brought from heaven. Coulson countered, that was brought by aliens, from outer space. I have had contact with aliens, and I know a lot about these things. So I'm very sensitive to these kinds of cases. Elliot Randolph began by saying, that's all I know. Seeing this, Coulson stood up and walked straight out, saying as he closed the door, just stay put. Although Ward had calmed down thanks to Donnie Gill's freezing, he was still sitting alone on the suspended stairs, and childhood memories kept surfacing in his mind. The anger that Donnie Gill had suppressed still resurfaced from time to time. Ward got up and went to Coulson's office. "Can I say something, sir?" "Come in." Ward walked up to Coulson and said, "I am worried that my previous contact with weapons has affected my ability to work." Coulson said calmly, "Go on. You know my family history." Coulson nodded, and Ward continued, "So obviously, I won't look back on my childhood. Never. Some memories have long been sealed away by me, sealed tightly. To do my job well, I must be focused and alert. I cannot afford to be distracted. In particular, you must not be distracted by things that happened a long time ago." Coulson then realized, "You mean touching the cane awakened some memories?" Ward nodded. "The most painful memory. For the first time, I felt hatred. That feeling wouldn't go away. I didn't trust myself. I snapped at Donegal, Fitz, and Simmons in the lab. Although Donegal calmed me down with ice, I—" At this moment, Coulson interrupted. "Ward, telling me all this makes me feel like I can trust you." Ward nodded. Coulson then pointed to the screen in front of him, which was showing footage from the interrogation room. "But I can't get the professor to speak. You've been holding back some anger, haven't you? Maybe you should let it out." After realizing what was happening, Ward and Coulson went outside the interrogation room. At this moment, Coulson took out a dagger and handed it to Ward. Ward stared at the object, momentarily stunned. "It's not necessary." Coulson said, "I suspect he's an Asgardian. His behavior is too abnormal. Go and test the waters." Ward took the dagger, but still asked, "What if he gets hurt?" Coulson began, "That's very regrettable. I will apply for a chance to treat him. The Assassin Brotherhood's wax bath is enough to heal him." Ward nodded, then expressionlessly opened the interrogation room door and walked in, closing the door behind him. "You need to speak." Elliot Randolph said calmly. "I told Agent Coulson everything I knew." Ward took a few steps forward, stared at the other person, and said, "You are lying. Tell me, what did that thing do to me? How can I recover?" Elliot Randolph looked at Ward and said, "I swear, I really don't know." Ward pulled out a dagger from behind his back and said coldly, "Okay then." The next second, Ward grabbed the dagger and stabbed it toward Elliot Randolph's shoulder. However, Elliot Randolph grabbed the dagger and then bent it, even though Ward couldn't break free. After bending the dagger, Elliot Randolph calmly released his grip. Ward stared at the dagger in his hand for a moment, thinking to himself that they were all monsters. At this moment, Coulson opened the door to the monitoring room and walked in. Ward glanced at him and then said, "You're right, he's an Asgardian." Coulson laughed, luckily, otherwise it would have been too embarrassing. Coulson then closed the interrogation room door and sat down in front of Elliot Randolph. "Perhaps we can have a proper talk now." When Elliot Randolph realized that his identity had been exposed, he stopped hiding it. He easily tore off the shackles from his wrists, placed them on the table, and said, "Okay, I'd like to know how you found out." Coulson chuckled. "Deduction. First, you are not the first Asgardian I have captured. You did not feel fear or panic after being captured. Second, the Waterfield 44 fountain pen. How could a literature professor afford that with his meager salary? Finally, when I talk about my time alone with aliens, most people will be curious." Upon hearing Coulson's analysis, Elliot Randolph nodded and said, "You are definitely more insightful than the average person, Agent Coulson." Coulson looked at the other person and said with a smile, "You must be the Asgardian warrior who stayed behind." Elliot Randolph looked at Coulson and said, "Please don't tell anyone else." Outside, Donnie Gill, watching the monitor, said with some surprise, "I never expected him to be an Asgardian." Fitz echoed, "Yes, who would have thought that, in broad daylight, a real Asgardian?" Donnie Gill asked curiously, "Shouldn't his behavior be considered desertion? If those people at the Asgardian embassy find out, what do you think they'll do?" Simmons began by saying, "The punishment for desertion is not light in any country around the world. Asgard will likely not turn a blind eye either, and the punishment might be severe if they are discovered. Unless he retired normally, and not faked his death." Donnie Gill asked curiously, "This guy has been through all the terrible things, the Crusades, the Black Death, disco. Based on their appearance from over a decade ago to the present, it is estimated that they have lived for at least several thousand years." Fitz also sighed, "Several thousand years, that's incredibly long." At that moment, May walked over with a tablet, seemingly operating something. Donnie Gill asked curiously, "What are you doing?" May said as she operated the machine, "Close the interrogation room door," Coulson's order. Inside the interrogation room, E.T. Randolph heard the sound of the interrogation room door locking and said with a smile, "Lock me up, I've been in even smaller cells." Ward began by saying, "This room is made of adamantite and is specifically designed to lock up people like you." Elliot Randolph looked at Ward and said, "But since you're in here too, that door still has to be opened eventually." Coulson began, "I'll only open it if they tell me to." Then he continued, So, mythology is your autobiography. Elliot Randolph waved his hand and said, I didn't write it. I don't want people to know my identity, but I can't control my mouth. Ward said expressionlessly, you've been captured? Or will they be subjected to severe torture? Elliot Randolph replied, it's the upper brain of the rice caterpillar. In 1546 I met a French girl who loved stories, so I told her a wonderful one. How could I have known that her priest brother would record everything about that peace-loving Asgardian warrior who stayed behind, and that it would become a legend? Coulson began, do you know Thor? Of course, I spent all my time with the future king of Asgard. Then, changing the subject, he said, no, of course I don't know Thor. I am a stonemason, I chisel stones. You simply cannot imagine the stones that have been chiseled over thousands of years. So when they came to recruit soldiers, of course I joined the army. I just wanted to travel around. Ward countered, but you have a cane. Elliot Randolph scoffed, I hate that stuff. Others revel in the power of rage, but I don't like it at all. Then he looked at Ward and said, it seems like you are too. Ward said in a deep voice, what did that cane do to me? Elliot Randolph said, it illuminates the dark corners of your heart, and whether you are human or Asgardian, the effect is equally uncomfortable. Simmons outside complained, to illuminate is as good as saying nothing. Elliot Randolph continued, the cane is forged from a rare metal and works or communicates with any holder. I went to great lengths to hide the cane, but unfortunately, the legend was recorded. For thousands of years, people have been searching for it. Upon hearing this, Coulson spoke up, I need you to help me stop them, to prevent them from getting the last piece of the cane. Elliot Randolph leaned back and said, I am now a peace enthusiast. Upon seeing the other party's refusal, Coulson said, and you don't want your identity to be exposed. Elliot Randolph said nonchalantly, listen, don't worry too much about these angry young people. They will eventually calm down and grow old and die. This is what makes life on Earth so precious, everything is constantly changing. Coulson began, I'll tell you what will change, your secret identity. Unless you help me find the last piece of the cane, you may not know Thor, but I do. And I don't need to tell Saul, just let the people at the embassy in New York know that a soldier deserted. I think you know more about Asgardian law than I do, and how you punish deserters. Upon hearing Coulson threaten Thor with his identity, Elliot Randolph thought for a few seconds and then said, Ireland was my first love on earth, and there is a temple there. The monks there gave me a comfortable bed, some soup, and some mulled wine. Coulson began, closer to God. Elliot Randolph nodded. Coulson asked, how does your weapon compare to Thor's hammer? Elliot Randolph gave a self-deprecating laugh, comparing your berserker scepter to Thor's hammer, you really overestimate me. Although the berserker is an elite soldier of Asgard, my weapon is a standard-issue weapon. Standardized weapons, you know. Thor's weapon is a divine artifact forged by the dwarf king. No matter how many standard weapons there are, they are not as good as Thor's hammer. There is no comparison between the two. Of course, this weapon is nothing special in Asgard, but it is still very powerful for you. Creating a powerful superhuman would be a piece of cake. It is still an extraordinary being whose legacy can be passed down indefinitely. End of this chapter. Chapter 569 Thanos and 039's test. Chapter 569 Thanos's test. Happy 520 everyone. The other side. Coulson's dream team also arrived at the airport in Ireland, and the entire team began their journey toward the church that Elliot Randolph had mentioned. Ward, standing beside Elliot Randolph, asked, is the effect of that scepter permanent? Elliot Randolph looked at Ward and said, your strength will gradually fade, and then you will feel exhausted and need sleep. Ward continued to ask, what other uses does it have? Elliot Randolph looked at Ward and said, you mean that dark, unbearable pain in your abdomen, and that rage in your chest that makes you feel like your heart is going to explode? Ward nodded, and Elliot Randolph continued, the impact on people is even worse, but it will subside in a few decades. Upon hearing this answer, Ward was speechless and could only say, pretty good. He's already 30 years old, and in a few decades he'll be nearing the end of his life. Who knows if the decades Asgard mentioned are 70 or 80 years, unless he gets the chance to be injected with the super soldier serum. Ward slammed the suitcase shut in frustration and walked toward the car. Seeing this, Donnie Gill looked at Coulson and said, do you think Ward's condition is suitable for field work? He's a bit out of sorts. Coulson glanced at Ward as he got into the car and said, but he also knows he's fine. Gentlemen, let's set off. Donnie Gill, sitting in the car, looked at Coulson in the passenger seat and said, Coulson, hand over the scepter that can be used to create a superhuman. In return, can our achievements be exchanged for a new potion? Chinhaerin is quite the big name outside. I've heard his strength has improved a lot. Coulson was not surprised to hear Donnie Gill's words. He had applied to the director last time, but it was not approved because his merits were not enough. I need to apply to the director so that it can be passed down as a 084 item, which is quite valuable. But I'm not sure what it will bring to our team. Donegal nodded. I hope for a good outcome. The emergence of a large number of superhumans has caused our opponents to also begin to change from ordinary people to superhumans. Coulson nodded. I will ask the director to give it serious consideration. Soon after nightfall, Elliot Randolph, along with Donegal and others, arrived outside the church where he kept the third scepter. Pushing open the church doors, Elliot Randolph smiled and said, "It's been a while since I've been here, I don't know." Elliot Randolph looked at the data laid out on the table and quickly walked over to it. "Yes, it's right here, still here." The group followed Elliot Randolph to the book, which was now open, revealing a page with a portrait that resembled that of a saint. Elliot Randolph laughed. "The nose isn't drawn very realistically, but..." Coulson glanced at it and asked curiously, "Is that you?" Elliot Randolph nodded and said, "Yes, they treat me like a saint." Ward directly retorted, "They're idiots." "Where is the cane?" Elliot Randolph pointed upstairs and said with a smile, "Upstairs." The group followed Elliot Randolph upstairs. Donegal looked at Coulson and said, "Is that the normal ward, or the berserk ward?" "I can't tell." Donegal glanced around and asked curiously, "It's so quiet. Are there no guards on duty at night?" Elliot Randolph began to answer, "Otherwise, how could I entrust the secret to them with peace of mind?" They swore an oath of silence. As they were talking, Elliot Randolph opened the place where the scepter was hidden, only to find that the contents had already disappeared. Just then, Jacob emerged from a nearby doorway, carrying a cane, and loudly proclaimed, "But if you force them to tell, they will tell on you." As he spoke, Jacob arrived in front of Elliot Randolph and instantly plunged his scepter into Randolph's chest. "If you want to defeat God, you have to become God." Jacob plunged one end of the scepter into Elliot Randolph's chest, while holding the other end in his other hand and looking warily at the crowd. Donnie Giles instantly unleashed a stream of icy energy, attacking his opponent. As the cold front approached, Jacob immediately flew off the second floor of the church and crashed to the ground below. Donnie Gilby immediately followed suit and jumped down as well. The people on the second floor were stunned to see the injured Elliot Randolph. They hadn't expected such a thing to happen. This berserker from Asgard had actually been ambushed by the enemy with his own weapon. Ward stepped forward, looked at the half-scepter stuck in his chest, and grabbed it. Then I saw red light shining on the scepter, and painful memories resurfaced in my mind. Despite the pain, Ward pulled out the scepter with a roar. "Immediately provide medical assistance." On the other side, Jacob fell to the first floor, smashing the table in the church below. Jacob rose up to fight back, but he was no match for Donnie Giles. Even with the power of the scepter, which gave Jacob, an ordinary man, several tons of strength, he was still no match for Donegal, who had undergone special training. The gap between the two sides was huge. Jacob couldn't react to Donegal's attack at all and was quickly frozen into an ice sculpture, his scepter falling to the side. Looking at the fallen scepter, Donegal thought for a moment, then reached out to pick it up. On the second floor, after Ward pulled out the scepter, Simmons shouted, "He's not from Earth, I have no idea how to help him." Ward said, "He's dying." Fitz said, "We know, but Simmons doesn't understand his body structure, and I don't." Ward glanced at it and said, "Treat him like a human being and try to save him." Coulson then spoke up, "I've heard that their power comes from their hearts, let's give it a try." Despite his discomfort, Simmons placed his hand in the other person's chest and began performing resuscitation by squeezing the heart. Otto Randolph soon regained consciousness as his heart resumed supplying blood. "Am I dead?" Coulson laughed and said, "Obviously not." Fitz asked in surprise, "They actually survived. That's an unbelievable life force." At that moment, Donegal reached out and grasped the scepter. The next second, the scepter glowed red, and Donegal's expression turned ferocious. A flood of memories surged into his mind, painful recollections of the past, all of them resurfacing. Just then, the church doors were pushed open, and a large group of Jacob's men rushed in, each of them having been blessed with a scepter. Donnie Giles looked at the crowd rushing in and said, "Let you also feel the power of the scepter." The next second, the entire first floor of the church was like a frozen world, and all the enemies turned into ice sculptures. The other side, with the combined efforts of Capsule Corporation, Red Ribbon Group, and Vank Industry, news of the inaugural World Martial Arts Tournament, centered in New York, spread far and wide. At first, not everyone paid much attention, but when those who were interested discovered that the symbol of the world's #1 martial arts tournament was actually a blue dragon, with a dragon pearl coiled in a circle in its claws, and the words "World's #1 Martial Arts Tournament" written in large characters in the middle, As soon as the icon appeared, everyone who knew about Dragon Ball immediately became serious. The first call Smith Doyle received in his office was from Tony Stark. "Hey buddy, what's the logo of the World Martial Arts Tournament, and the prize for the champion?" Smith Doyle said, "That's right, it's exactly what you think. The Dragon Ball battle has been cancelled from now on, it will be the World Martial Arts Tournament. As for the champion's reward, it naturally includes the right to make a wish." Upon hearing Smith Doyle's affirmative answer, Tony Stark laughed. "Buddy, those guys who speculate on stones are probably going to lose their shirts. Once everyone who collects Dragon Balls finds out, they'll probably be worthless again." Smith Doyle shrugged and said, "Then there's nothing I can do, I don't speculate on stones." Tony Stark said with a smile, "After I made my last wish, I cleared out several warehouses full of stones. During the last Dragon Ball battle, Tony knew it was the last one, and he even witnessed the Dragon Balls being retrieved by Smith Doyle instead of flying away. Upon returning, he instructed Little Chili to sell the round stones from several warehouses, raising a large sum of money that recouped the money he had spent collecting Dragon Balls, plus some. The other side, SHIELD, Trident Tower. Pierce and Nick Fury met, and Pierce began by saying, "Fury, what do you think of the World Martial Arts Tournament that Smith Doyle organized?" Nick Fury looked at the promotional image on the screen and said, "I don't care about the World Martial Arts Tournament, but I do care about the logo on it and the reasonable wish for the champion to receive a reward." Nick Fury zoomed in on the World Martial Arts Tournament logo, especially the Dragon Ball on the Dragon Claw, and pointed to the Dragon Ball, saying, "I think the wish he's promoting is definitely not the kind that ordinary people think is a wish that can be fulfilled with the help of 3 major corporations, but rather a wish granted by a dragon." Pierce nodded. "If that's the case, then will the Dragon Ball battle still exist? Can the Dragon Balls still be collected?" Nick Fury took out his phone and said, "Then let's see what our Inspector General has to say." Nick Fury quickly dialed Smith Doyle's number. "Chief Inspector, I have some questions I'd like to ask you about regarding the World Martial Arts Tournament and the Dragon Ball competition." Good. I see. Thank you for giving everyone this opportunity." As soon as the call ended, Nick Fury looked at Pierce and said, "The Dragon Ball battle is history and will not be held again. The only way to qualify for making a wish is to win the World Martial Arts Tournament. The good news is that all extraordinary individuals can participate and compete for the championship. The bad news is that all the extraordinary individuals who sign up will be your opponents." Pierce nodded, looking at the Dragon Balls in the Dragon Ball series, and said, "Nick Fury, you probably haven't acquired many round stones." Nick Fury's face stiffened, and he slowly said, "I'll have someone dump the shares and sell them off immediately. Hopefully, it's not too late." The other side. A man arrived at Thanos' temple, Ronan the Accuser. Thanos looked at the man in front of him and said, "You brat, the only thing I didn't handle properly was you. Your trivial matters are so boring, you're like a brat." Hearing Thanos call him a brat or a kid, Ronan was filled with rage but dared not show it in the slightest. Thanos continued, "You have once again driven my beloved daughter, Gamera, apart." Nebula, standing to the side, looked somewhat helpless upon hearing this name, and even shook her head. "I will keep our promise, Kremen. However, I have a task for you. An item called the Dragon Balls has appeared on Earth, and there are 7 of them in total. I need you to bring it to me. If you come empty-handed again, I'll make sure your blood is splattered all over the walls right here." Nebula then finished repairing her mechanical arm, stood up, and said, "Thank you, Father, that sounds fair. I'll go find the Spirit Orb. Ronan, you'll be in charge of the Dragon Balls." After watching Nebula leave, Ronan glanced at Thanos and then followed Nebula out. Thanos watched the two leave and nodded. The task of collecting the spheres was originally entrusted to Ronan the Accuser, but due to the reminder of death, Thanos decided to send Ronan to Earth to collect the Dragon Balls. He also wanted to use Ronan to see just how deep the waters of the Earth really are. The news of the convergence of the 9 realms and the destruction of the Dark Elves had already reached Thanos' ears. The other side. The Red Ribbon Group meeting room. The members of the boys gathered together, and Chala asked, "Captain, can we also participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament?" Selena looked at everyone and then spoke, "Anyone is welcome to participate if they are interested." Jinharan swallowed hard, then asked, "Is that reasonable wish referring to the Dragon Balls?" Selene nodded. "Correct. Everyone is familiar with the competition rules and registration requirements, and the Red Ribbon Group is one of the organizers. If any of you are interested, you may sign up. However, you are all members of the Black Robe Guard. If you are easily eliminated and fail to even make it to the top 8, you will lose face. Don't blame me for not giving you a heads up." When Selena mentioned the quarterfinals, Wesley and Alexei, among those present, both shook their heads. With such a big commotion this time, it won't be easy to get into the top 8. It would be really embarrassing if we didn't make it out of the region. End of this chapter. Chapter 570 Awakening Ceremony. Chapter 570 Awakening Ceremony. Chenharan then asked, with the captain's strength, making it into the top 8 is definitely not a problem. Su Shanky then spoke up, testing one's strength through the world's #1 martial arts tournament is also a good option. I would encourage everyone to participate. You might be able to see where you rank. Chalice said with a smile. Such a grand event should definitely be attended. Although we may not achieve a dazzling ranking, it is still a way of supporting the World Martial Arts Tournament. After all, we are relatively famous superheroes, and it would be unreasonable for even us not to participate. Selena said, anyone who is interested can sign up, since everyone meets the competition criteria. But I still have one point of view: if you're going to participate, go all out and don't lose too badly. Everyone nodded in agreement. A week passed quickly, and with the efforts of the 3 groups, the world was talking about the World Martial Arts Tournament. Everyone was very interested in this martial arts tournament specifically for extraordinary individuals. Because of the emergence of superhumans, major sports events, games, and boxing matches have all introduced a rule that superhumans are not allowed to participate, mainly because superhumans have broken various records one after another in the past. Even Pietro broke many records, leading to a unified set of rules from all the organizers. However, the world's #1 martial arts tournament, a competition specifically for extraordinary individuals, is backed by the powerful promotion of the Capsule Corporation, Red Ribbon Group, and Vank Industry, naturally attracting everyone's attention. Many extraordinary individuals who are confident in their abilities have begun to prepare for registration, just waiting for the organizers to open the registration channel. At this moment, Smith Doyle arrived at the Inhumans Afterlife base to participate in Sky's awakening ceremony. Inside a grand hall, in the center, there was a room made of transparent glass, and in the middle of the room was a stone platform on which was placed an obelisk. Smith Doyle looked at everything around him and asked, "How many people have awakened?" Jiaying, who was standing to the side, spoke up to explain. "This awakening ceremony is only for Sky. According to the rules of our Inhuman race, it is not yet time for the next batch of Inhumans to awaken. As for Sky's solo awakening, it can be considered an opportunity for me to awaken as the leader of the Inhumans, in exchange for the contributions I have made to the tribe." Smith Doyle nodded in agreement upon hearing Jiaying's explanation. It would be truly unreasonable if Sky, as the daughter of the patriarch, didn't have the opportunity to awaken and become a superhuman. Jiaying nodded, and then said, "Let's start." Sky stepped out from the side and entered the glass room under the watchful eyes of everyone. After the glass door closed, she stood in front of the stone platform. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the obelisk slowly opened, revealing the Turigen crystal inside. The Turigen crystal immediately emitted a white mist, known as the Turigen mist. As the Turigen mist appeared, Sky, despite having prepared herself mentally, still showed a look of horror. Sky's entire body began to turn scorched earth, as if cement had spread over her body, and soon she was frozen in one position, completely still. The next second, Sky, who was like a statue, shuddered, and the scorched earth on her body shattered on the spot like cracked cement, revealing her original appearance. At this moment, Jiaying, who was outside the glass room, spoke up. "Sky has successfully awakened. If the other party does not have inhuman genes, an ordinary person would be scorched to death upon contact with the Turigen mist. As for whether it will harm other superhumans, I don't know." Smith Doyle nodded upon hearing this. To his knowledge, there was a superhuman who could transform nature into the same substance by touching objects, and he had almost died on a fragment of the Turigen crystal. When the other person's arm came into contact with the Turigen crystal fragment, the contact area began to scorch. Even though he tried several materials without success, he was able to suppress the spread of scorch until he came into contact with adamantium alloy, which finally solved the problem. Turigen crystals are obviously extremely harmful to ordinary superhumans, but as long as one is strong enough, one can ignore Turigen crystals. Protect the Turigen crystal and don't let it fall into the wrong hands. This thing can be very harmful to ordinary people. Jiaying nodded and said, "I will not allow Turigen crystals to be lost in any way." Inside the glass chamber, the Turigen crystal on the stone platform returned to the obelisk. Gordon used his ability to teleport inside and bring Sky out. Jiaying went up to Sky and took her hand, saying, "Congratulations, my daughter, you have not experienced any alienation." Gordon laughed and said upon hearing this, Congratulations, that's a fantastic result. Sky looked at her hands. What are my abilities? The hall shook violently the next second. Clearly Sky had unconsciously activated her ability. Then Smith Doyle said, it's obvious that you caused this tremor. Try to calm yourself down, and everything will stop naturally. Jiang looked at the shaking hall without the slightest fear. On the contrary, her smile widened. It seemed that the destructive power of her daughter's awakened ability was not insignificant. However, the more Sky tried to calm down, the more panicked she became, and the more severe the shaking of the hall became, even giving the impression that it was about to collapse. Sky looked at Smith Doyle in horror and said, Smith, help me, I can't control this. Boom, rumble, rumble. Sky showed no signs of calming down. In fact, the tremors were intensifying, and the hall was about to collapse in less than 3 seconds. Smith Doyle shook his head and instantly appeared in front of Sky, delivering a karate chop to her neck, knocking her unconscious. With quick reflexes, Jiang immediately caught her daughter Sky, preventing her from falling directly to the ground. As Sky fainted, the shaking of the hall ceased, but the cracks in the walls did not disappear with the tremors. Jiang, supporting the unconscious Sky, began to speak, I am sorry. When the Inhumans awaken, they are initially unable to control their power, which can even cause considerable destruction. If it weren't for you, this hall might not have been preserved. I would have had to have Gordon take Sky to the back mountain to unleash her full power. Smith Doyle waved his hand dismissively and said, with me here, things will naturally not go astray. End of this chapter. Chapter 571. One punch shatters the earth. Chapter 571. One punch shatters the earth. Next day, Sky woke up abruptly and sat up, staring blankly at her hands. She had a dream in which she awakened superpowers and shattered the earth with a single punch. What an outrageous dream. Even Smith Doyle couldn't shatter the earth with a single punch, so how could I possibly do it? Sky didn't know that while she might not have the power to destroy Earth, it would be no challenge for Smith Doyle. A simple gas bomb could cause Earth to explode instantly. At this moment, Jiang pushed open the door and walked in, and said, You're awake, how do you feel? Sky looked at her mother, Jiang, and said, I had a dream that I punched the earth and shattered it. Jiang heard this and laughed, saying, That's quite an interesting dream. Among the Inhumans now, there isn't anyone who can destroy the earth or even a small town with a single punch, let alone shatter it. Sky also laughed. So it was a dream. Jiang began to speak. Your superpower is vibration waves, which is a superpower with great potential. In the days to come, I will teach you how to control your own power and how to use it in battle. Sky nodded curiously, then asked with some curiosity, Where is Mr. Smith? Jiang began to speak. Already left. But he left you something. Jiang then took out the promotional poster for the world's #1 martial arts tournament and said, Have a look. Sky took the promotional poster, looked at the information about the World Martial Arts Tournament, thought for a moment, and then asked, Wow, the first place winner gets to spar with Mr. Smith. I'm training now, is it possible for me to participate? Jiang said with a smile. We are the Inhumans, so if you're willing, there's plenty of time. Sky jumped right off the bed and exclaimed excitedly, Mother, let's begin now. Looking at her excited daughter, Jiang also showed a loving smile. The top floor of Stark Tower. Tony Stark looked at his father and the blue serum in front of him, and said, Father, is this the super soldier serum you replicated? Howard Stark nodded and said, That's right, this is what I accomplished back then, and it's because of this that your mother and I left you. Stark paused for 3 seconds before speaking. Bucky has vanished without a trace. Jarvis couldn't find any information about him. I tried to subtly inquire with Steve, but unfortunately he knew nothing and still thought Bucky was long dead. Could he have died all these years ago? Howard shook his head. I don't know. Logically speaking, given his lifespan and the circumstances at the time, he should have been an old man, even older than me. But when I was attacked, his appearance was not much different from when he disappeared. Of course, death is not out of the question. Stark nodded and said, I will have Jarvis continue the global search. I will catch him as soon as he shows up, unless he is really dead. Howard began by saying, I informed SHIELD that I had successfully created the super soldier serum. I wonder if this will lure the people who attacked me back then back into the trap. Tony Stark nodded and said, Hopefully they'll be interested. Howard nodded, then looked at his son and asked, Are you sure you want to inject this just to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament? What do you wish for? Tony Stark said, There are no wishes that I absolutely have to fulfill. Being able to bring you and Mother back has already fulfilled my wish. However, that guy Ivan Vanko said he wants to spar with me at the world's greatest martial arts tournament to see who is the #1 armored warrior. Howard thought for a moment and then said, Anton's son, I never expected his son to be so powerful now, it's something I didn't anticipate. Tony Stark curled his lip and said, if he hadn't been lucky enough to meet Smith and join the Assassin's Guild, he might still be growing potatoes in Siberia. Howard was not surprised by his son's words. After all, Anton Banco's life was quite miserable before his death, and he had no hope of turning his life around. The requirement of being able to participate at 8 o'clock or above has really eliminated a large number of people. Are you ready? Tony Stark walked into the machine and said, let's begin, Father. As Howard Stark pressed the button, the blue super soldier serum was injected into Tony's body. After all the serum had been injected, the machine was turned on, and Tony stepped out. Howard Stark began by saying, it's still a bit different from Dr. Erskine's method. It doesn't turn you from a skinny kid into a muscular hunk like the captain did. Tony Stark stretched and began to speak, but I'm full of strength, I feel like I could flip a car. Howard picked up the combat power monitoring device next to him and said, let me see just how strong you are. With the combat capability monitor successfully put on, Howard Stark pressed the button next to him, and the numbers on the lens quickly started to fluctuate before finally stopping. 50 points. This is far superior to the human limit of 8 points. As expected, the super soldier serum I replicated is exactly the same. Now you can participate in the world's #1 martial arts tournament at will. Tony Stark stretched his body, getting used to his enhanced form, and then said with a smile, physical strength is no longer my weakness. Tony clearly knew that the people who had tried to assassinate him over the years had been planning to attack him when he took off his suit. After all, without the suit, he was just an ordinary person. Even Killian had the same idea. Now, he could handle enough crises with just his physical body. Avengers Base. After knocking Steve Rogers down, Jessica Jones, panting heavily, said, your strength has improved again, that's incredible. Steve lay on the ground and said, but I'm still no match for you. Jessica Jones waved her hand dismissively, that's because you didn't use a shield. Everyone knows that only a captain with a shield is a true captain. Jessica Jones sat down on the ground next to Steve Rogers and asked, the director said the Dragon Ball tournament has been cancelled and replaced with the World Martial Arts Tournament. Do you want to participate? This time it's voluntary, all superhumans can sign up. End of this chapter. Chapter 572 New Mission. Chapter 572 New Missions.h.i.e.l.d. Nick Fury glanced at the report in his hand, then looked at Coulson and said, has the Scepter's enhancement been tested? Coulson nodded and said, tests have been conducted, and Professor Elliot Randolph has explained the negative effects in detail. But for ordinary people, that kind of pain can last for decades. Therefore, the wielder of the scepter must have a strong will. Nick Fury nodded and began to speak, I read the description above, and it seems to work on people with superhuman abilities as well. Coulson nodded, the soldiers of Asgard are like superhumans to us, so what works for them will naturally work for ordinary superhumans. Donnie Giles held half a scepter and instantly froze the first floor of the church, far faster than he had done before. But this is just a standard weapon for berserkers, it has no effect on powerful superhumans. Nick Fury said, it can give ordinary people the strength of several tons and easily overturn a car. It also has an effect on ordinary superhumans. For us, it is already a pretty good superhuman item. Most importantly, the existence of this scepter allows us to have a superhuman who can be passed down through generations. All that's needed is to pretend you don't know Professor Elliot Randolph's true identity, which is quite worthwhile. Coulson added, the best way is to ensure that the heir to the scepter does not become a public figure. Others might not recognize what this is, but the people at the Asgardian embassy will definitely recognize it as one of their weapons at a glance. If they don't find it, it's fine. But if they come to our door demanding it back, should we give it to them or not? Nick Fury nodded. The fact that they didn't ask for it shows that they don't care about the standard equipment. The fact that they come to our door to ask for it means that this standard equipment is not simple, but we can't refuse. Fortunately, it's best not to let them know. Then Coulson suddenly had a brilliant idea. Do they sell military equipment? A weapon similar to the Berserker Scepter? Nick Fury shook his head. I've sent people to communicate with them, but it's clear that Lorelei and Asgard have no intention of selling weapons. Upon hearing this answer, Coulson sighed. That's really a shame. Nick Fury flipped to the last page of the mission report, glanced at Coulson's application, and said, your team shouldn't even think about getting the super soldier serum. The number is so small that your team won't even get a chance. However, we could apply for a potion to enhance Donnie Gill's abilities. But after this application, all the achievements of your team will be wasted. Coulson asked, puzzled. With the successful development of the super soldier serum, shouldn't there be an endless supply? Nick Fury shook his head. Theoretically, if we developed it, we could have as many as we wanted. Coulson asked in surprise. It wasn't developed and replicated by us. Who is it that can't be levied? Or perhaps recruit the scientist who developed this technology? If it were anyone else, Nick Fury would have actually consulted Coulson's opinion, but unfortunately it was that person's invention, and he really had no way to deal with it. It was Howard Stark, one of the founders of our SHIELD. We have no way or reason to make this person hand over the formula. Even the rarity of just one piece is due to certain special reasons. Coulson asked in surprise. 1. Why make such a big fuss and let everyone in the company know about it? Nick Fury glanced at Coulson, then spoke, just bait for fishing. There were other hidden circumstances surrounding the deaths of the Howards. At that time, he had successfully replicated the super soldier serum, but he was attacked and died on the way back to deliver it. The super soldier serum he was carrying was also looted and faked as a car accident. I'm giving you a new mission, to uncover the real culprit and the forces behind the Howards' deaths. If you can find the killer, perhaps the super soldier serum will no longer be so rare for us. Coulson asked, any clues? You can't expect me to start investigating from scratch, can you? After all these years, that person was one of the founders. They managed to cover up the truth back then. Coulson's meaning was quite clear, and Nick Fury began to speak. Go check on the super soldiers. Those super soldier serums that were taken away must have been used to create super soldiers. There's a clue you should keep in mind. During the operation to capture Killian at Rose Manor, Chinharan mentioned that a team of super soldiers appeared, but we couldn't find any leads. The other party is not one of our people, nor is it the military or the CIA. This is a breakthrough. Coulson nodded. I will investigate this matter. Also, the World Martial Arts Tournament is all the rage right now. Should we let Donnie Gill participate? Especially after Donnie Gill's promotion this time. Nick Fury shook his head. Your primary goal is the mission. As for the world's #1 martial arts tournament, if you have time and want to go and have a go, that's not out of the question. Nick Fury didn't think highly of Donnie Gill. The number of superhumans was now overwhelming, especially since it included mages and the Eternals whom he hadn't seen yet. Even the Asgardians were tempted to participate. With Donnie Gill's strength, even if he improved, he might not be able to make it into the top 8 group stage. Coulson nodded. Yes, sir. Coulson got what the team wanted and left the office immediately without lingering. After seeing Coulson leave, Nick Fury issued an order. Once the competition begins, SHIELD agents should observe those who perform exceptionally well in the World Martial Arts Tournament and find ways to recruit them into SHIELD. Although they might not win first place or get the wish slot in this competition, it's still beneficial for SHIELD, as these registered superhumans are their target. The other side. Back with the team, Coulson announced a new mission and immediately offered empty promises. As long as we can complete the mission, there is a chance for the super soldier serum. Ward asked in surprise, isn't a scepter that can be passed down forever to create extraordinary beings enough to exchange for the serum? Coulson shook his head and said, not enough, but it wasn't a complete loss either. At least we got Donnie Gill a specially formulated enhancer. May then spoke up. Ward, you should understand that the 084 item is not a spoil of war that we can control. Ward nodded without saying anything more. End of this chapter. Chapter 573 opens tournament registration. Chapter 573 opens tournament registration. Not many people know about Howard's resurrection, but not a few do. During this time, he also visited many old friends, including Hank Pym. At this moment, Hank Pym is sitting at home with a poster of the World Martial Arts Tournament in front of him, and Ant-Man's suit and Pym particles placed next to him. Hank Pym's initial surprise at Howard's resurrection and subsequent visit has now turned into acceptance. If even those who died in the Battle of New York can be resurrected, then adding another Howard, who has been dead for many years, wouldn't be a big problem. However, when Hank Pym heard Howard mention the reason for the Dragon Ball's resurrection, he thought of his wife. Hank Pym murmured, does Ant-Man's power have a chance to take first place? Hank Pym shook his head helplessly. There were so many extraordinary individuals these days, who knew who would be participating in the competition. Besides, he also had a daughter who gave him a headache and his disciple Darren. It seems I need to have a serious talk with Hope. The other side. Lorelei, who was tasked with collecting the Dragon Balls, naturally paid attention to the World Martial Arts Tournament. Heimdall. Lorelei made 2 calls and successfully contacted Heimdall. However, he was not taken back to Asgard by the Rainbow Bridge. Instead, he teleported Sif down with him. Looking at Sif in front of her, Lorelei frowned slightly and said, I have an urgent matter to report to His Majesty the God King, concerning the Dragon Balls. Sif began to speak. The God King is already aware of the world's greatest martial arts tournament, and I am representing Asgard in the first world's greatest martial arts tournament. Lorelei paused for a moment, then smiled and said, "Just you? Sif, you are indeed stronger than me in combat. But with your abilities, you have absolutely no chance. It's better for me to go on stage than for you to participate. At least I'm pretty sure my chances of making it into the top 8 are much higher than yours." Sif did not deny Lorelei's words. If there were more male contestants, Lorelei could theoretically even win the championship, but that was only a theoretical chance. This is the God King's command. Upon hearing that it was the God King's order, Lorelei remained silent for a few seconds before speaking. "I hope you won't disgrace Asgard." A month has passed in the blink of an eye. The publicity for the World Martial Arts Tournament spread to every corner of the earth, and everyone knew about this grand competition. Assassin's League headquarters. Smith Doyle had just finished his workout in the gravity chamber when Fox walked in and said, "Smith, the first phase of publicity for the world's #1 martial arts tournament has achieved its intended effect. Next, we will begin registration." Smith Doyle nodded and said, "The registration channel is now open, and everyone can register online through the official website. However, remember to conduct an audit when the preliminary rounds begin. Only those with a combat power of 8 points or higher can participate." "Has the venue been confirmed?" Fox said, "Considering issues such as audience size, ticket availability, and broadcasting rights, the island previously used to host the Dragon Ball battle is no longer suitable for use. Currently, the largest stadium in New York is the New York Mets Stadium, which can accommodate 85,000 spectators." Smith Doyle thought about it for a moment. He couldn't possibly cover the round-trip costs for all the spectators to the island. Adding it to the ticket price would make the ticket price extremely high. The Assassin's Guild would also need to prepare enough planes to transport the spectators, since the island wasn't open to the public. In that case, the inaugural event will be held at the Metropolitan Stadium. Registration will be open for 10 days, and the competition will begin 5 days after registration closes. This is enough time for them to fly to New York to participate in the competition. Upon hearing this, Fox asked, "Isn't the registration period too short? Many competitions have a full month for registration." Smith Doyle shook his head and said, "There was no need to drag it out for so long. We spent more than a month promoting it. The extraordinary individuals who need to know have already learned about it, and they will register the moment the registration channel opens." Fox nodded. "Regarding ticket prices, I referenced the World Cup prices. It consists of 2 rounds, the preliminary round and the quarterfinals. Tickets for the preliminary rounds are $500 for the general admission section, $1,500 to $3,000 for the premium section, VIP boxes and VIP areas, and $10 per person for the deluxe section. Tickets for the quarterfinals are twice the price of those for the qualifiers." Smith Doyle was also taken aback when he heard the price, and then asked, "Is the ticket price too high?" Fox shook his head and said, "Actually, our costs are not high. Unlike other competitions, our competitions are not charged per match. Instead, they are divided into qualifying tickets and quarterfinal tickets. If the quarterfinals are completely separated and only one match is held each time, the cost per match will be lower, but the overall cost will be higher. Besides, this is a competition for extraordinary individuals, so the price isn't expensive. There are also live TV broadcasts and event replays, which allows people who cannot come to the venue to choose." Smith Doyle nodded after hearing this, and then asked, "What about the coverage area for the event broadcast?" Fox smiled and said, "Because it is the first event about superhumans, countries around the world are very interested in it, and the broadcast coverage covers all 233 sovereign states and regions in the world. However, prices vary depending on the market, and some are basically sold at half price or given away for free." Smith Doyle was somewhat surprised to hear that the broadcast covered all countries and regions around the world. He hadn't expected that the 3 groups' full-fledged promotion would lead to a global broadcast in such a short time. As expected, there won't be any problems if you're in charge of this matter. Let's get ready to open the registration channel. I'm already looking forward to seeing how many people will sign up this time." Fox also said with a smile, "I'm also very curious to see just how many extraordinary individuals will sign up. I wonder if it will attract aliens." Smith Doyle thought for a moment and said, "Asgard will definitely send someone, but that should be all. By the way, how well has everyone mastered the flying technique?" Fox nodded. After all, Asgard was the main contact with Earth at the moment. Those who have comprehended Chi have mastered the art of flying, but their flight speeds differ due to their varying strengths. Smith Doyle said, "I hope that the art of flying will become a standard skill for members of the Assassin's Guild in the future, so that every member can master it. Fox smiled and said, then everyone has to become a superhuman. No one among the members below 8 points can even sense the existence of chi. End of this chapter. Chapter 574 Preliminary Rounds. Chapter 574 Preliminary Rounds. Time flew by, and the day of the world's greatest martial arts tournament arrived. The stadium at the New York Mets was already packed with spectators. All 85,000 tickets had been sold out and demand was still high. At the entrance, a staff member was seen using a megaphone to shout, "Please do not crowd, please do not crowd. Viewers without tickets cannot enter, and staying here will not allow them to watch the show. They can choose to watch the live broadcast or other channels' rebroadcasts." However, the spectators who were unable to enter the stadium did not disperse. Instead, they gathered outside the stadium. Inside the arena, all registered participants entered the competition venue, and at that moment, the host's image appeared on the big screen. Today is the first World Martial Arts Tournament. Thank you all for coming from afar. You've all worked so hard. This conference is jointly sponsored by Universal Capsule Group, Red Ribbon Group, and Vank Industry. A total of 137 experts gathered from all over the world. Sky looked around at the other participants, somewhat surprised, and said, a staggering 137 extraordinary individuals have registered for this competition. Donnie Gill, who was standing to the side, also nodded in agreement. I never imagined that 137 extraordinary individuals like us would sign up. I thought there would be at most a few dozen. The other contestants glanced at Donnie Gill and Sky, who were talking, but didn't say anything more. They hadn't expected so many participants. There were only 3 officially recognized superhero teams, the Avengers, the Boys, and the Afterlife team, and not all superhumans signed up. Yet, there were still over 100 participants. The host continued to announce, only 8 out of the 137 people will be able to attend the actual finals. In order to select the 8 finalists, we first need to hold a preliminary round. Now I will explain the rules and methods of the competition. The preliminary rounds are divided into 4 areas. The 2 people who defeat the last 2 people in each area will be the ones to appear in the final of the world's #1 martial arts tournament. As for the rules of the competition, it is a one-on-one sparring match on the ring. Anyone who falls out of bounds or faints loses. But there is one rule, which is that you must never kill anyone. In terms of weaponry, only one set of self-developed armor can be carried. Furthermore, the preliminary rounds cannot last more than 30 minutes. If a winner cannot be determined immediately, the referee will decide the outcome. Now, let's begin the lottery for the assigned areas. Please take a look at the number on your slip and go to your assigned area. At this moment, staff members came up with cardboard boxes, and all the contestants began to draw numbers. Ivan Vanko looked at Tony Stark and said, I hope we don't end up in the same area. I don't want to run into you so soon. Tony raised an eyebrow and said, what, are you afraid of losing to me before even making it to the finals? Ivan Vanko shook his head and said, I just feel that 30 minutes in the qualifiers is not enough for us. I hope we can meet in the finals. A contestant standing nearby wore a look of despair. This is too unfair. They're wearing battle suits. How many people could possibly be their match? Even a weaker player's defense can't be broken through. Another contestant with a combat power of around 10 points also said helplessly, I hope we won't be assigned to the same area as them. Soon, one by one, the contestants received their numbers. Sky opened her own number and said, I'm number 93, Donnie Gill, and you? Donnie Giles looked at the number he had drawn and said, I am number 70. Steve Rogers walked over and said, so you two are in the 3rd district. The two turned to look at the battle schedule for the 4 zones on the virtual screen, where the numbers 93 and 70 were in the 3rd zone. Sky looked at Donnie Giles and said, I never expected that we would meet in the qualifiers. Donnie Gill looked at the screen and said, our numbers are separate, so we won't run into each other in the early stages. There's still a chance that we can all make it to the finals together. Captain, what's your number? Steve Rogers looked at Donnie Gill, whom he recognized as a SHIELD superhuman, which was why he had come over to chat. I am number 35, from the 2nd district. At this moment, Jessica Jones walked over and said, Captain, you're in the 2nd district? In that case, we don't need to fight in the early stages. Sky and Donnie Gill both looked toward the woman who had appeared, Jessica Jones. Sky exclaimed in surprise, I didn't expect so many Avengers to come. Captain, are Iron Man, Whiplash, Lash Whip, Thor, and Hulk also here? After speaking, Sky looked around at the crowd, as if searching for them. Jessica Jones looked at the unfamiliar woman in front of her and said with a smile, I haven't seen Saul in a long time. I haven't seen him since the Battle of London. He probably won't be participating. As for Dr. Banner, he didn't sign up either. Sky said somewhat discouragedly, even big shots like you have to compete. Jessica Jones said with a smile, this is a chance to spar with God, and no one would want to miss it. And I also want to know if I can make it into the top 8. Donnie Gill looked at Jessica and Steve and said, I hope to have the opportunity to fight you and the captain in the finals. I also want to know the gap between myself and the Avengers. Captain, Whip, you can't afford to lose the match before the finals. The captain and Jessica smiled and said, I hope so, I hope we'll have a chance to learn from each other. Then we'll see you later. In the largest and most luxurious box in the arena, Smith Doyle was flanked by Bulma and Fox. Smith Doyle looked at the qualifying list, which contained many familiar faces. Those who had registered included Ivan Vanko, Tony Stark, Sif, Donnie Gill, Sky, Danny Iron Fist, Sue Shanky, Wizard Wong, Chala, Brinsky, Agatha Christie, and many more. Smith Doyle's gaze fell on several people: Abomination Blinsky, Agatha the Witch, Gilgamesh of the Eternals, Tina, and the Wizard King of Kamartaj. However, Smith Doyle was curious as to why Gilgamesh and Tina, the strongest member of the Eternal team, had not participated, since they had both signed up. Smith Doyle had a considerable interest in sparring with this member of the Eternals, who resembled DC Superman. However, at the very beginning of the registration process, the Eternal clan held a meeting, but the result was not good. They originally wanted all members to participate and try to dominate the top 8 list. However, since Tina's Eternal Demon Syndrome had been successfully cured, Ajax's proposal to have everyone participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament was rejected by Icarus on the grounds of not interfering with humanity. In the end, Ajax only managed to persuade Gilgamesh and Tina to participate. Smith Doyle asked, who do you think will make it to the quarterfinals? Bulma said, it's very likely that it will make the combat effectiveness detector go off the charts. Smith Doyle smiled, you're right. But the number of people signing up this time is really unexpected. I didn't expect everyone to be so enthusiastic. Ross actually sent out his ace, Brinsky. Fox smiled and said, Secretary Ross said that he sent Brinsky to participate in the competition specifically to support our hosting of this event. Smith Doyle nodded in understanding. Inside the VIP box. In the VIP box where Ross was accompanied by his daughter Betty and Bruce Banner. Ross looked at Bruce Banner and asked, Banner, do you think Abomination has a chance to win first place? Banner shook his head, then said, there's a chance to make it to the quarterfinals, but getting first place is too difficult. The opponents this year are all formidable, and I have no idea how strong some of them are. I heard that many combat power testing devices exploded during the tests. Ross took a puff of his cigar and then asked, why aren't you participating in this competition? Still can't control your power? Bruce Banner looked at the World Martial Arts Tournament standards. If it weren't for the Dragon Balls, Hulk would definitely be willing to fight, but if it involved the Dragon Balls and wishing, Hulk would definitely not help. I'm afraid I'll slap my opponent to death after I transform. The opponents in the qualifiers are weak, but they are no match for me even if I don't transform. Once transformed, the opponent may not be able to withstand the power of Hulk's punch. Ross thought of Brinsky, who had been injected with the super soldier serum and nearly killed by the Hulk with a single kick, and nodded, recalling the rules of the game. Yeah, it's definitely not suitable for Hulk to appear. Blinsky is a super soldier even without transforming, which is enough to handle the small situations ahead. The Eternal Clan also booked a VIP box. Although Icarus advised against participating in the World Martial Arts Tournament, everyone still came to watch the competition. Ajax said, according to my information, the Dragon Ball battle has been cancelled and will be replaced by the World Martial Arts Tournament. Icarus said nonchalantly, Tina has cured eternal demonic occurrence. Making wishes with the Dragon Balls is useless to us. It's actually a good thing not to get involved in human affairs. During this global live stream, Tina and Gilgamesh will only expose us. Jinga said helplessly, no wonder those stones have been falling in price. I bought quite a few, and now I've lost a lot. Ajax shook his head and said, although Tina's eternal obsession has been cured, we still need one wish slot. Who can guarantee that no one will make the same mistake again in the future? Having a wish as a trump card can always help avoid many things. Ajax didn't reveal the real reason. She knew she couldn't tell everyone their true mission, otherwise, it wouldn't just be Tina who became eternally obsessed, the whole group might develop it. After all, the truth was completely different from their mission, and anything was possible in the face of collapse. Hearing Ajax's words, everyone nodded without objection, except for Icarus, who looked thoughtful and said nothing more. Meanwhile, SHIELD agents were in the audience, recording the performance of each participant, assessing their combat capabilities, and preparing for future recruitment. Of course, it wasn't just SHIELD. Other organizations, as well as wealthy individuals and capitalists, also came to the scene, including Inhumans like Jiaying. At this moment, the host of the competition announced, "Now, please welcome contestants number 69 and 70 from Zone 3 to the stage." Sky, who was in the waiting area, said with some surprise after hearing this, "I didn't expect it to be my turn so soon." Inside the VIP box, Jiang looked down at the arena and said, "It's Sky's turn to play." Gordon, standing to the side, spoke up, "Sky is sure to have a successful start." Jiang nodded, then looked toward the arena. Sky stepped onto the ring, and her opponent was a gigantic superhuman, resembling a Japanese sumo wrestler. A contestant in the audience, who was about to go up, saw Sky and exclaimed in surprise, "Female superhumans are really rare. I wonder how strong they are." A black superhuman standing nearby remarked, "Damn it, that guy number 69 got the better deal." Carlson, standing in the audience, seemed somewhat surprised. "I never expected Sky to become a superhuman. It's truly astonishing." Ward nodded in agreement. "I didn't expect it either. I remember when we first met, she was just an ordinary person." Carlson sighed. "Her mother was a superhuman, perhaps she inherited something from her?" Simmons asked in confusion. "I don't remember that the abilities of superhumans have ever been inherited." Fitz then said, "Perhaps she's an exception." Donnie Gill in the waiting area looked towards Sky's ring and said, "Let me see just how powerful you are, having become an extraordinary being in such a short time." On the stage, the sumo wrestler walked up with heavy steps. Each step he took off the ring causing it to tremble. His weight was even more frightening than it appeared. It was a girl. "Just admit defeat, you're no match for me." Sky looked at the other person's exaggerated physique and said, "We are all superhumans, you can't make me admit defeat." The referee on the side spoke up, "The match will last for 30 minutes. The sumo wrestler scoffed, "It wouldn't even take 3 minutes to defeat a girl like that." The referee glanced at the two players and said, "Game start." As soon as the referee finished speaking, the sumo wrestler tucked his arms and legs into a ball and charged toward Sky's position. "Meat bomb tank." Sky saw a ball of flesh hurtling towards her and immediately pushed it away with one hand. Shockwave. The vibration wave was activated on the spot and hit the opponent. The human-powered tanks that had been charging forward were now spinning in place due to the shockwave. Some contestants in the candidate area, whose scores were only in the teens, showed surprise upon seeing this deliberate ability, and many exclaimed, "It's a superpower type, not a physical enhancement type." End of this chapter. Chapter 575 Power of Ice vs. Power of the Dragon. Chapter 575 Power of Ice vs. Power of the Dragon's Superhuman Bomber Tank. With a roar, the already enormous ball of flesh expanded once more, instantly breaking through Sky's shockwave barrier and charging towards its opponent. Sky took a half step back, simultaneously unleashing shockwaves from both hands towards the fleshy ball in front of her. Boom! The charging human-shaped tank was instantly blasted into the air before falling back to the ground. To everyone's astonishment, the human bomb vehicle crashed outside the arena with a whoosh, and the contestant fainted, seeing stars. Steve Rogers exclaimed in surprise, "That was an invisible attack." The referee announced, "Contestant number 70 wins." One of the two contestants who were just being teased in the candidate area said, "An invisible attack, how can I dodge it?" Another black athlete wiped the sweat from his brow and said, "The only way to avoid it is by observing the other party's gesture of raising their hand." Inside the VIP box, Jiang smiled and nodded. Sky's first match went very smoothly, but I don't know if she can make it to the quarterfinals. Gordon chimed in, "There is still a lot of hope, it's just that the awakening time was a bit short, otherwise it could be even stronger." Jiang nodded as well. Carlson, standing in the audience, asked, "Ward, did you figure out Sky's attack method?" Ward shook his head. "I only saw her raise her hand and control her opponent, but after her opponent grew larger, she broke through Sky's attack. However, she raised both hands and knocked her opponent into the air, sending her flying out of the ring. As for the attack method, it's not entirely certain. Is it object manipulation? Telekinesis?" Carlson sighed, "Let's continue to observe the subsequent matches. We wanted to invite Sky to join the team, but it's a pity. I wonder if there will be another chance to win her over, since she has already become an extraordinary being." Sky stepped off the ring and walked towards the candidate area, looking somewhat excited. "The first opponent may have an advantage over others, but your own abilities happen to counter theirs." Donnie Gill looked at Sky as she returned and said, "Sky, congratulations on your victory." Sky laughed. "I was lucky my abilities happened to be somewhat effective against him. For you, dealing with him should be quite simple." At this moment, Su Shanky and Chala also came over and said, "Hey, isn't this Donnie Gill?" Donnie Gill turned around and looked at the two people in front of him, and said, "Mr. Chala, Mr. Sushanki." Sushanki said, "Long time no see. I haven't seen you since the last selection competition for the Black Robe Detectives." Chala then spoke up, "I heard you joined SHIELD. I didn't expect a SHIELD agent to participate in the competition. This is the third arena. What's your number?" Donnie Giles looked at the two of them, still feeling a little regretful that he hadn't joined the boys back then, as Chinharan's life was much better than his own. "I'm number 93. Sushanki was stunned for a moment, then said, "I don't know whether to say you're unlucky or what. Your opponent should be me, and I won't hold back." Chala thought for a moment and then said, "Give it your all, Donnie Gill. It's a bit of a shame to run into you so early." After saying that, Chala and Sushanki turned and left. Sky watched Shang-Chi and Black Panther leave, and said with a hint of helplessness, "It's Shang-Chi from the boys. Your luck is really bad. How do you see it? Are you confident of winning?" Donnie Gillespie's expression turned somewhat grave. He thought of the data Chinharan had sent back to SHIELD, which showed that Shang-Chi's improvement was far greater than before. As for how the other party got promoted, Chinharan didn't find out. "I don't know, only actual competition will tell. However, he belongs to the close combat style, so I should have a certain advantage." Sky, somewhat surprised, said, "You even participated in the selection for the Black Robe Watch back then. It's a real pity you didn't make it in." Donnie Gill shook his head. "There's nothing to regret. SHIELD is a good place to go, isn't it? What about you? Do you have any plans after the competition? Commander Coulson has been trying to recruit you into the squad." Sky shook her head. "No, I have other plans." Donnie Gill nodded in agreement. It seemed Coulson would have a hard time winning Sky over. The matches in the 4 zones continued smoothly, and each match did not take too long. After a match ended, the referee in Zone 3 called out, "Next up are contestants number 93 and 94. Please come to the ring." Upon hearing the referee's voice, Donnie Gill said with a serious expression, "It's my turn." Sky cheered from the side. "Go Donnie." The other side. Chala then spoke up, "Donnie Gill is really unlucky to run into you so soon. He has no chance of making it to the quarterfinals now." Sushanki, however, did not underestimate his opponent in the slightest and said, "His superpower is freezing. I wonder how well it's being developed. SHIELD is quite capable. I can't be careless. If we lose the game, my dad will definitely beat me up, and Eddie will be angry too." After speaking, Sushanki and Donnie Gill went up to the ring together. Donnie Giles and Sushanki stood face to face in the ring, and the referee announced, "Game start." Sushanki assumed a lunge stance with outstretched hands and began to speak, "Donnie Gill, although it's a pity we met so early, let's give it our all." Donnie Gill also nodded solemnly, "I won't hold back." The next second, Donnie Gill launched an attack instantly. A chilling aura spread out from beneath his feet, heading towards Sushanki's location. Wherever the cold air passed, the arena instantly froze. Sushanki immediately invoked the power of the Divine Dragon, and golden light surrounded his hands. "Drink!" Sushanki shouted loudly and slammed his palms hard on the arena floor. The next second, the cold air was instantly blocked, and the ice on the arena shattered on the spot. Seeing his attack interrupted, Donnie Gill immediately waved his hand, conjuring several ice spikes in the air, which flew towards Sushanki. Seeing the incoming ice spikes, Sushanki used a Tai Chi technique to deflect them by circling around himself before returning them intact to Donnie Gill. Seeing Sushanki return his attack to him, Donnie Gill clapped his hands together, instantly creating an ice wall in front of him to block the ice spikes. From the audience, Su Wenyu, watching his son's performance, said, "I didn't waste the super god water. My strength has actually increased quite a bit." Yingli nodded and said, "His mastery of the dragon's power is unparalleled, but I wonder what the maximum extent of his ability to return attacks is." Su Wenyu shook his head and said, "Having failed to inherit the power of the dragon from your ancestors, even with the super divine water, you probably wouldn't be able to withstand a 10th ring attack." Su Xiling, standing to the side, pouted and said, "You guys are so biased. Can I have a taste of that super potion?" Su Wenyu glanced at his daughter and said, "The super divine water is used to unlock potential. Since you haven't awakened the dragon heart, I'm afraid you'll die a violent death after taking it." Su Xiling exclaimed in surprise, "People will die?" Yingli spoke up, "Those with potential will unleash their potential, while those without potential will perish." Su Xiling looked at Sushanki on the arena with even more envy. She realized that without awakening the dragon heart, she had suddenly become someone without potential. Before, their abilities were roughly equal, and he was even doing slightly better. The audience was watching the match intently. The ring fight between Donnie Gill and Sushanki was very eye-catching. On the one hand, the fighting effect of ice-type superpowers was very obvious. On the other hand, Sushenki, as a member of the boys, already had a large fan base. In the arena, ice continuously formed beneath Donnie Gill's feet, allowing him to move more freely and quickly on the ice. Sushenki's attacks shattered the surrounding ice, preventing his opponent from covering the entire arena with ice. Sushenki stood guard in the center of the ring, using Tai Chi to deflect Donnie Gill's attacks, and each time he stepped on the ice covering the ring, it shattered instantly. Seeing that he couldn't break through after a long siege, Donnie Gill immediately said fiercely, "Shanky, I'm going to give it my all." "What?" Donnie Gill roared, recalling the rage he felt when he held the Berserker Scepter. He unleashed a torrent of icy energy from his hands, aiming to freeze Sushenki completely. The temperature at the scene of this terrifying cold air dropped instantly, and thick layers of ice instantly formed wherever the cold air passed. Sushenki, seeing the incoming chill, roared, "The power of the dragon." Without holding back, he was enveloped in golden dragon power, and once again used Tai Chi techniques to fight fire with fire. The power of the dragon enveloped the power of ice, instantly giving the cold air a faint golden hue. Despite Donnie Gill's icy power swirling around Sushenki during the Tai Chi moves, it did not harm him in the slightest. Upon seeing this, Donnie Gill roared, "I'll see how much you can handle." Frosty power surged from his hands, determined to completely freeze Sushenki. Smith Doyle watched the fight between the two men from his box and said with a smile, "Donnie Gill would be greatly enhanced if he were equipped with the ice box, but I don't know if he could catch up with Loki." Loki, wielding the box of ice, could instantly freeze Heimdall, while Donnie Gill never had the chance to come into contact with such a treasure. Fox asked doubtfully, "The box of ice, what is that?" Smith Doyle explained, "A divine artifact of the Frost Giants, capable of freezing an entire planet." However, the Frost Giants were defeated, and the divine artifact was collected by Odin. Bulma looked at Donnie Gill and said, "He's far from it. He couldn't even understand how to freeze Sushenki, let alone freeze an entire planet. I just don't know if he can freeze the entire arena when he goes all out." Smith Doyle said, "There's still hope if no one stops us, but we don't know what this guy's limit is." Donnie Gill's theoretical limit is the level of the mutant Iceman, but it is clear that without the X gene and with limited energy, Donnie Gill would have a hard time freezing time or even a planet, let alone a city block. Smith Doyle is not optimistic about him. In the arena, Sushenki pushed forward with both hands, and the icy aura surrounding him attacked Donnie Gill. The two icy auras collided instantly. Boom! The icy aura instantly erupted on the arena, spreading outwards. A flame rose around the arena, dispelling the icy aura that was spreading toward the audience area. The spectators looked over and saw Chen Heiran, wearing the uniform of the world's #1 martial arts association, fold his fiery wings and descend from the sky, its blazing flame warrior. Many people saw Chen Heiran and exclaimed in surprise. On the arena, as the icy aura dissipated, everyone saw what had happened. Donnie Gill stood on the arena like an ice sculpture, while Sushenki was surrounded by the power of a divine dragon and was unharmed. Crack! As the sound rang out, the ice covering Donnie Gill shattered instantly, and he collapsed unconscious. Seeing Donnie Gill collapse, the referee stepped into the ring and announced, "Winner number 94. At the same time, staff members came to the stage, put Donnie Gill on a stretcher and carried him off, and Sushenki also withdrew his dragon power and walked off. The audience gasped in surprise. This is the power of a superhuman. It's terrifyingly strong. Shang-Chi is indeed a member of the Black Robe Watch. Even that terrifying icy aura didn't harm him in the slightest. It's a pity that Frozen Kid ran into Shang-Chi, otherwise he would definitely have had a chance to make it to the finals." Coulson sighed. "I didn't expect Donnie Gill to still lose even after taking the booster." Ward also said regretfully, "I was so unlucky. If I hadn't run into Sushenki, I wouldn't have been eliminated in the qualifiers." Coulson shook his head and said, "If we can't even beat Sushenki, the final will be even more difficult." May exclaimed in surprise, "Is it really that difficult?" Coulson pointed to the contestants in the candidate area and said, "Iron Man, Whiplash, Brinsky, Sif, Whiplash, Steve Rogers, Black Panther, and Shang-Chi are all strong contenders, and there are some others we don't know about. Like Sky, whose attack method I couldn't figure out before, as well as the Mage in District 1, and the burly man and woman in District 4. There are too many strong players appearing this time. Even if Donnie Gill hadn't encountered Sushenki, it would have been difficult for him to make it to the finals." Fitz exclaimed, "There are so many talented people here. The world's #1 martial arts tournament has shown us that there are so many extraordinary individuals, and their attack methods are all different." Everyone nodded, while also taking notes on the information about these extraordinary individuals. The scene was incredibly lively, and the people watching the live stream were also extremely excited. This competition was a real eye-opener for everyone. At the same time, because the competition is being held in 4 regions at the same time, many people can only focus on one match and can only watch the broadcast or replay of the others. End of this chapter. Chapter 576 Final Qualification. Chapter 576 Final Qualification. Sky looked at Donnie Gill, who had lost the game, and murmured, "My God, they even lost this. They really live up to the reputation of the Black Robe Police. If I were to run into Shang-Chi, I'd probably be finished too." Inside the VIP box, Jiang shook her head and said, "What a pity that such a promising talent isn't one of our Inhumans." Gordon echoed, "Many of these extraordinary individuals resemble our Inhuman race. I even once thought they were our compatriots, but alas." Jiang shook her head. "There's nothing to regret, but I'm really lucky that I haven't seen any malignant mutations among them yet." The game continues. Meanwhile, on another ring, it was Steve Rogers' turn to enter. Steve Rogers and his opponent were both in a fighting stance. The enormous, bald man looked at Steve Rogers in front of him and said, "I never expected my opponent to be Captain America. That's quite a surprise. My mother is a fan of yours, could I get her autograph later?" Steve Rogers was somewhat surprised by his opponent's words, but he still nodded in agreement. "No problem." The next second, Steve Rogers leaped up and delivered a flying kick straight to his opponent's chest. Bump! The opponent had no chance to dodge and was knocked unconscious by a single kick. Upon landing, Steve Rogers paused for a moment and said, "I think I used too much force." Steve Rogers went all out, but he didn't expect that the opponent he was matched with only had 10 points of combat power. At this moment, the referee's voice rang out, "Number 15 wins." No one present showed any surprise at Steve Rogers' victory. After all, he was a member of Captain America's Avengers. In the following matches, the seeded players easily overcame all obstacles. Gilgamesh transformed into a slap-wielding ordinary person, and no opponent could withstand his palm strike. All were easily slapped off the stage. Tina easily defeated her opponent, without unleashing her full strength. Tony Stark's opponent was unable to break through the suit's defenses, and he surrendered without even firing a single palm cannon. Wong and Agatha also advanced through the ranks with the help of magic, without encountering any powerful opponents. At this moment, the referee spoke up, "The final match of the Zone 2 knockout stage. Please come up on stage and get ready, contestants number 15 and 45. Steve Rogers stepped into the ring again, and this time his opponent was none other than T'Challa the Black Panther. Jessica Jones, sitting in the audience, shouted, "Captain, we can't lose." Sue Shanky also cheered for T'Challa. "Go T'Challa." Steve Rogers held the shield on his arm, clearly not daring to relax at all when facing T'Challa. T'Challa spoke, "Let me have a go at you, Avengers member." As soon as he finished speaking, T'Challa ran towards Steve Rogers, and the moment he got close to Steve Rogers, he unleashed a spinning triple kick. Ding, ding, ding. Steve Rogers used his shield to block T'Challa's 3-stage volley. The moment T'Challa landed, sharp blades shot out from his 10 fingers and reached for Steve. Fuck. T'Challa lashed out with both claws, and although Steve dodged with his shield, he instantly tore off the paint from the shield, leaving horrific claw marks on it. Steve dodged left and right with his shield raised, but T'Challa seized the opportunity and kicked the shield hard with both feet, knocking Steve to the ground and sliding backward a distance. When they saw Black Panther T'Challa subdue Captain America, everyone in the audience widened their eyes in astonishment. Keep in mind that this is Captain America, and the black people at the scene immediately went wild. Inside the VIP box, Surui excitedly said, "Captain America is no match for his brother." King Chaka then spoke, "T'Challa had the advantage of the suit." Surui retorted, "Steve has a shield too." King Chaka, in his paper-like manner, said, "With the vibranium suit's defense, even if he stood there, Steve couldn't break through his defenses." In the arena, Steve threw his shield, which bounced off T'Challa but did not cause any actual damage. "Captain, admit defeat. You are no match for me." As T'Challa spoke, he approached Steve, who was already forced to the edge of the ring. Steve caught the shield and said, "The word, admit defeat, doesn't exist in my dictionary." As Steve faced the approaching T'Challa, he turned and unleashed a powerful side kick, knocking T'Challa to the ground. Bump! T'Challa sprang to his feet in a flash. Steve's kick was powerful, but thanks to his vibranium suit, he was completely unharmed. Clang! Steve's shield struck again, and T'Challa was forced back a step. Clang! Steve caught the shield and threw it again, trying to continue to repel T'Challa, but T'Challa slammed it into the ground with both fists. Seeing that the captain had lost his shield, T'Challa immediately rushed forward and punched Steve. Steve dodged, and then came another knee strike. Steve immediately reached out to block the attack, while simultaneously striking Chala in the abdomen. Clang! The force of several tons hitting Chala's vibranium suit caused no real damage. Instead, Chala punched him in the chest and sent him flying backward. Bump! Steve fell off the ring. When Steve Rogers was knocked out of the ring, the crowd was in an uproar. Many people did not expect that Captain America would actually lose to Black Panther. From the audience, May began to speak. "Coulson, your idol has lost." Coulson shook his head. Black Panther's suit is too overpowered. The captain's attacks on it didn't do any real damage. But when Black Panther hits the captain, he can only take the hit with his bare hands. Ward nodded and said, "It is indeed not very friendly to contestants without equipment, especially when facing contestants like Iron Man and Whiplash." The referee announced in the ring match, "Contestant number 45 has won and will compete in the final of the world's #1 martial arts tournament." Sushanki looked at Chala as he walked down and offered his congratulations. "Congratulations on making it to the finals." Chala nodded and said, "I didn't expect to be so lucky. My opponent in the last game was Steve. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have been confident. Now Captain Selena won't scold me." "You should keep it up, Shang-Chi." Shang-Chi nodded as well. At this moment, the referee's voice rang out, "Now we will decide on the finals for the 3rd district, the contestants participating in the World Martial Arts Tournament. Contestants number 70 and 82, please come to the stage." Sky heard her number being called and murmured, "It's my turn." Upon entering the ring, Sky saw her opponent, number 82, none other than Sif from Asgard. Sif was dressed in battle armor, holding a round shield in her left hand and a short sword in her right. Looking at the other party's attire, their previous performance in the arena, and their Asgardian identity, "We're doomed. This is a tough opponent." The referee announced, "Game start." Sky didn't dare to be careless and immediately raised her hand to bombard Sif with a vibration wave. Sif reacted even faster than Sky. She had already noticed Sky during the previous ring battle, noting that she raised her hand with every attack. This time, she immediately moved her position as soon as Sky raised her arm. Sky's shockwave missed its target and instead allowed Sif to close the distance. Upon seeing this, Sky immediately raised her hands and simultaneously released vibrational waves from both hands. However, the idea was beautiful, but the reality was harsh. Sky's shockwave was powerful, but her intention to attack was obvious, and Sif quickly dodged it with her movement. Seeing Sif still standing in front of her, Sky screamed, "Ah!" The ring suddenly shook like waves, and Sif lost her footing and fell to the ground. Sky immediately unleashed another shockwave from both hands at Sif, but Sif reacted quickly and raised her shield to block it, preventing her from being blasted away. Bump! Sif blocked the attack and then swept Sky's leg to the ground. At the same time, she stood up and kicked Sky in the stomach. Boom! Caught off guard, Sky was sent flying by the immense force and crashed out of the ring. Upon witnessing this, the referee immediately announced, "Contestant number 82 has won and qualified for the final." Inside the VIP box, Smith Doyle saw Sky easily lose to Sif, but he wasn't surprised at all. Sky has great potential, but she has only recently awakened her abilities. Being able to use them skillfully already shows that she has strong learning abilities and that Jiaying has trained her well. She didn't have much hope of making it into the top 8 anyway. Sif, on the other hand, made it to the quarterfinals, but that was the end of her run. Jiaying was not surprised that her daughter Sky lost the match. Reaching the 3rd round of the qualifiers was already quite lucky. Now it's time to watch the matches. At this moment, the referee's voice rang out, "Next, contestant number 94 and contestant number 97 will go up to the ring." Chala looked at Sushanki beside him and said, "It's your turn, so don't lose the game." "Come on." Sushanki nodded and said, "It is good." Sushanki stepped onto the ring, and his opponent was none other than Brinsky. Brinsky looked at Sushanki in front of him and said, "Since you're my opponent, I won't hold back." Brinsky knew about Shang-Chi of the boys and had read his information, so he immediately activated his transformation, turning into a gigantic abomination on the ring. Upon seeing Abomination, everyone present was stunned. Those who were unaware of Abomination were even more surprised by Brinsky's dramatic transformation. Upon seeing the hateful look in the private room, Jiaying spoke up, "Not all evolutions of superhumans are perfect." Sushanki, standing on the ring, looked at the Abomination before him and thought of the Hulk, immediately swallowing hard. The referee's voice rang in their ears, "Game start." As soon as he finished speaking, Abomination launched the first attack, immediately throwing a punch. Shoo! Sushanki immediately dodged in a sorry state, his punch missing its mark but accompanied by a terrifying whooshing sound. However, before Sushanki could even regain his footing, the arm that Abomination had thrown swung out, swept across Sushanki's direction. Bump! Sushanki raised his arms to defend himself, but was struck by the immense force and staggered back several steps before regaining his balance. What a terrifying power! He looked at Sushanki with hatred, a slight smile playing on his lips, and immediately clapped his hands together in the direction of the other man. Snapped! The applause created a strong wind that blew towards Sushanki. Faced with the approaching hurricane, Sushanki immediately mobilized his divine dragon power, and golden light surrounded him. Give it back! The hurricane that was blowing towards Sushanki circled once before blowing towards Hatred. The creature, seemingly oblivious to the hurricane blowing back, clapped its hands even faster. Boom, boom, boom. Several hurricanes formed instantly and crushed towards Sushanki. The two hurricanes collided and instantly dissipated, but several more hurricanes swept towards Sushanki again, accompanied by a continuous stream of hateful clapping hurricanes. However, several hurricanes struck. Sushanki had just used the first hurricane to counteract the second one when the third and fourth hurricanes hit him instantly. Before he could react, Sushanki was blown off the stage by the hurricane and crashed into the wall. Boom! Seeing Sushanki blown out of the arena, Abomination smiled and then reverted to Abomination form, transforming back into Brinsky. Sushanki, who had smashed a deep crater in the wall, landed. He was not injured at all, but he had been knocked out of the arena. Moreover, he had not even made it into the top 8. Thinking of this, his face darkened. Congratulations to contestant number 97 for advancing to the finals. Upon hearing the host's announcement, Sushanki turned and walked out. Su Xiling, from the audience area, exclaimed in surprise. I never expected my brother to lose so easily. Su Wenyi said nonchalantly. He was blown off the stage. Offense is the best form of defense. He was completely outmaneuvered by his opponent. Inside the VIP box, Rose smiled as he saw Brinsky advance to the finals, showing he hadn't let himself down. Brinsky has already accomplished his mission of securing a spot in the quarterfinals. He doesn't care how far he ends up in the final round. Betty exclaimed in surprise, Hatred has actually learned your moves. Banner nodded and said, he must have remembered it when I used this trick. Betty nodded and didn't say anything more. At this moment, the referee's voice rang out again. Please welcome contestants number 2 and 12 from Zone 1 to the stage. Ivan Vanko glanced at Tony Stark and said, it's finally our turn. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. Tony Stark nodded, let me see what improvements you've made to your suit. End of this chapter. Chapter 577 Quarterfinal Players. Chapter 577 Quarterfinalists. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing echoed throughout the arena, drawing everyone's attention. Tony Stark, dressed in his Mark suit, unleashed a series of fluid close-quarters combat moves. Ivan Vanko, dressed in a whip-like suit, was forced to retreat repeatedly by the attacks, always a beat too slow to parry each time. With that reaction speed, did you leave the suit to us? Ivan Vanko, who hadn't neglected his training, clearly didn't believe that Tony's attack frequency and reaction speed could be so fast under his own control. Tony Stark, controlling the suit, smiled slightly. He hadn't expected that the significant improvement in his physical abilities would enhance his close combat skills so much. Fuck. A plasma whip was lashed out, which Tony dodged with a sidestep, shattering the bricks and stones on the arena floor. Ivan Vanko, inside the whip suit, frowned slightly and immediately began to wield his plasma whip. Boom. Tony dodged, simultaneously unleashing a palm strike. He did not wear the suit made of secondary adamantium in this battle, because it would be unfair to Ivan Vanko, as the military does not sell this metal to him. Ivan Vanko retracted his plasma whip, and the heavy armor on his back opened. Swoosh, whoosh, whoosh, boom, boom, boom. Several miniature missiles flew out and exploded instantly on the ring, engulfing Tony Stark in smoke. Many contestants in the candidate area frowned slightly. Mech warriors like Tony and Ivan should be banned from the competition. Their attack was absolutely outrageous. Jessica Jones, recalling the previous Dragon Ball tournament, smiled and said, that's already pretty good. The competition only allowed them to use one suit instead of bringing a whole army of mechs. Brinsky nodded and said, if it weren't for the limitations of the combat suits, there really wouldn't be many people who could stand up to them. Especially when there is an ample supply of weapons and ammunition. As the smoke cleared, Tony Stark soared into the sky, his palm cannons blasting down at Ivan Vanko. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, Tony Stark's back-mounted bombs opened and were thrown directly down into the arena below. Boom. The arena shattered on the spot under the attack of the two, and Ivan Vanko, piloting his whiplash suit, also flew into the air. The audience below exclaimed in surprise, the arena is gone. Tony glanced at the audience below. Although the audience area was far away, he couldn't use many of his attack methods, mainly because he was afraid of affecting the audience area. How about close combat? Ivan Vanko nodded. The two flew down and landed in the arena area, both of their battle suits damaged. Clang, clang, boom. The two engaged in close combat again, simultaneously firing palm cannons from their hands at each other. Tony dodged Ivan Vanko's attack and punched him in the face. Seeing this, Ivan Vanko extended his plasma whip and lashed out at Tony. This time, Tony did not dodge but instead reached out and grabbed the plasma whip. Sizzle. Jarvis's voice came from inside the suit. Sir, the suit is 30% damaged. Tony didn't care and simply pulled Ivan Vanko over, simultaneously firing a shot at the opponent's suit. Boom. The next second, Ivan Vanko, who had been sent flying, was pulled back. This time, Tony aimed at Ivan Vanko's plasma whip. Boom. As the plasma whip struck the energy interface, the light on it instantly went out. Tony Stark raised the whip and threw it outside the ring area. The audience cheered when Tony Stark won. The referee then announced, winner number 2 has qualified for the finals. Tina, from the candidate area, asked with some confusion, why has his armor's defense been reduced so much? Gilgamesh thought for a moment and then spoke, they probably didn't wear the one with the best material. At this moment, dozens of giant white robots entered the arena. They carried tiles and began to lay them out, and the destroyed arena was quickly rebuilt. The quarterfinals roster was quickly announced: Gilgamesh, Jessica Jones, Wong, Agatha Christie, Chala, Sif, Tony Stark, and Brinsky. During this time, Gilgamesh's opponent was Tina, but Tina gave up the match and did not spar. The next day, with the top 8 finalists announced, the entire venue was reorganized during the break that night. The original 4 arena areas were dismantled and replaced with one large arena. Those who made it into the top 8 in the preliminary round, please gather here. As the referee's voice rang out, the top 8 players gathered around. Agatha stood aside, her gaze sweeping over the other contestants before settling on the king. Of the 7 people here, only the king, like her, was a wizard. The others were in a completely different category. I don't know if I'll ever have the chance to absorb his power. Chala, however, looked grave. He had made it to the quarterfinals with his vibranium-forged Black Panther suit, but the road ahead was getting increasingly difficult. He hoped that the opponents he would face later wouldn't be too tough. Chala's gaze fell on Sif, Jessica Jones, Wong, and Agatha. As for Gilgamesh, Tony Stark, and Brinsky of the Eternals, they were people he did not want to encounter immediately. At this moment, the martial arts tournament host appeared on the stage and announced, "Participants, please gather here." Looking at the assembled crowd, the martial arts tournament host began to speak. Now let's draw lots to determine our opponents and the order of play. Those whose names are called come over to draw lots. Mr. Gilgamesh. It is good. Gilgamesh stepped forward to the staff member, reached into the box in front of him, took out a slip of paper, opened it, and said, "Number 5. On the virtual screen above everyone's heads, Gilgamesh's image appeared below position 5. The martial arts tournament host began by saying, "Number 5 is in the 3rd game. Next, Ms. Jessica Jones." Jessica Jones quickly drew her number from the box as well. "You're number 8, in the 4th game." Soon everyone stepped forward and drew their numbers, and also learned their opponents for the first match. Game 1, Wong vs. Brinsky. Second match, Agatha vs. Chala. The third match, Gilgamesh vs. Tony Stark. Game 4, Jessica Jones vs. Sif. After the list of opponents was announced, the martial arts tournament host began to speak. "I apologize to all viewers for keeping you waiting. The first World Martial Arts Tournament quarterfinals will now begin. In addition, all the contestants who enter the quarterfinals will receive a huge reward of $500,000, and the champion of this tournament will receive a cash reward of $10 million and the opportunity to spar with Mr. Smith Doyle. And a precious wish. Now, please welcome the first group of contestants. Wong and Brinsky are ready to enter." As the two entered the arena, the martial arts tournament host began to explain. "Your Majesty, a sorcerer from Kamartaj. Blinsky, nicknamed Abomination, is a recipient of the War Hero Medal." Upon hearing the host's introduction, an audience member in the audience section excitedly exclaimed, "My God, he's a mage. I wonder if an ordinary person could become such a mage through cultivation." An audience member nearby also chimed in with a comment, "I wonder if there are any special requirements. I just don't know how to get my child to become an apprentice at Kamartaj." The man beside him asked, "Do you know where Kamartaj is?" "Do not know." Ward looked at Donnie Gill beside him and asked, "How do you feel?" Donnie Gill said, "There are people outside the world, and there is a sky outside the world. I thought I was strong enough after 2 upgrades, but I never expected to be defeated by Shanky. Shang-Chi lost to Brinsky again. I just don't know if Brinsky will be able to win this match. Coulson nodded, while wondering whether Brinsky and Rose behind him knew the truth behind the championship reward wish. Inside the VIP box, Betty asked, "Father, if you hate winning the championship, what is your wish?" Upon hearing his daughter's words, Ross smiled and said, "If hatred can win the championship, the three major groups' wishes. Release the armament modification of the big white robot or allow some military equipment to enter the universal capsule system. Either one of these two will suffice." Hearing their father's words, Bruce Banner and Betty realized that Ross didn't understand what the wish in the World Martial Arts Tournament Championship reward represented. In the arena, as Brinsky ran toward the king, he transformed into the Abomination and threw a punch at the king. Crack! The shield that the king had magically erected was instantly targeted by the Abomination's punch, but the king himself dodged the attack by rolling over the moment the shield shattered. "Roar! You acrobat, your journey ends here today." Brinsky roared and lunged at Wong. In an instant, a magical longsword appeared in Wong's hand, which he slashed directly at the Abomination's outstretched hand. Clang! Wong took several steps back before regaining his balance. Abomination looked at his palm, which was free of any marks, but he had not caught the king. Agatha Christie, after seeing the candidate list, exclaimed, "What a powerful physique." Upon seeing this, Wong immediately conjured two ropes in his hands and threw them directly at the Abomination's arms. The two ropes that were thrown out instantly wrapped around the Abomination's two arms, while the other end of the golden ropes plunged directly into the ground of the arena. In an instant, hatred seemed to be half-controlled, and its arms were bound. "Roar! Is this your power?" With a roar of rage, the Abomination suddenly exerted force with both arms, instantly snapping the golden rope. As the ropes disappeared, hatred was also freed. The king's expression was unusually solemn. He hadn't expected that Abomination would be freed from its restraints so quickly. The Abomination clapped its hands sharply in the direction of the king, and a gust of wind swept in instantly. Wong immediately produced another golden rope in his hand, which instantly wrapped around the Abomination's ankle, while he himself grabbed the other end of the rope. Call! A gust of wind swept past and instantly blew Wong into the air. Fortunately, he grabbed the other end of the rope, which prevented him from being blown off the stage. Seeing that Wong was using this method to prevent himself from being blown away, Brinsky simply ripped off the golden rope around his ankle. As the rope snapped, it vanished into golden specks of light. Instead of falling to the ground, the king opened a portal beneath him, with the other end of the portal leading to the top of the Abomination's head. The king landed directly on top of the Abomination's head and launched an attack on it. Clang! 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 The king's magical weapon struck the Abomination's head, but aside from sparks flying, it did little to cause any real damage. Clearly, Abomination's defenses were not weak. Even Hulk couldn't make Abomination bleed, so Wong naturally failed as well. The Abomination reached for the head, pulled the king off, and slammed him to the ground. Bump! Wong smashed the ring, creating a large crater. Cough! He spat out a mouthful of blood. Although he used magic to protect himself at the moment of impact, he was still seriously injured. The Abomination leaped up and smashed directly towards the king in the deep pit. In the critical moment, Wong immediately erected a portal in front of him, with the other end opening at the temple of the Abomination. The Abomination's fist punched into the portal and emerged from another direction, landing directly on his temple. Boom! The full force blow landed directly on his own head, and Abomination was instantly sent flying backward. The sheer force and speed propelled the Abomination toward the edge of the ring, but by the time it tried to grab onto something to slow its speed, it had already flown off the ring. The audience was stunned by what they saw. "What the hell? He actually sent me flying with a single punch." Brinsky stood up, looked at the ring in front of him, then glanced at his feet and cursed, "A treacherous and cunning fellow." He then cancelled the transformation and reverted to Brinsky's human form. The martial arts tournament host shouted, "A miraculous counterattack." Wong used his magic to make Brinsky knock him out of the ring. In the quarterfinals, Wong has won. Cheers erupted from all around, and the general applauded the king on the arena. Wong breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that he had won. If that punch had landed on him, he would have been seriously injured, if not killed on the spot. Agatha, in the candidate area, smiled. Only because the king hadn't lost the match did she have the opportunity to spar with him and absorb his magical power. Ross, in the VIP box, shook his head. "To actually knock yourself out of the ring, that's really stupid." However, this ring format is indeed not very friendly to Brinsky, since Abomination didn't suffer any real damage at all. Betty also spoke up, "It's a pity. The arena has now been repaired, and the martial arts tournament host announced, Next up, please welcome the second group of contestants. Agatha Christie vs. Chala. End of this chapter. Chapter 578 Agatha and 039's appearance. Chapter 578 Agatha's appearance Norway. Odin and Frigga sat together. Frigg asked, "Aren't you going to check out the World Martial Arts Tournament? I heard it's organized by Smith Doyle, and they've already made it to the quarterfinals." Odin shook his head. "Let the children handle those things, let's enjoy some peace and quiet." Frigga nodded, holding Odin's hand. The other side. Saul, on the other hand, was at Jane Foster's house, and the two of them watched the World Martial Arts Tournament on television. "So, aren't you disappointed that you didn't attend such a conference?" Thor shook his head and said, "My only wish right now is to be by your side, and I don't need the Dragon Balls to make that happen." Hearing Saul's words, Jane Foster was overjoyed and leaned into his arms. In the arena, Agatha and Chala stepped onto the ring. Chala looked at the woman in front of him without the slightest contempt. No one who could make it to the quarterfinals was simple. Agatha wasn't interested in Chala in front of her. While Chala's strength was considerable, there wasn't much energy to absorb from him, only his suit. Game start. As the host's voice faded, Chala was the first to rush towards Agatha's position. Seeing Chala charging towards her, Agatha smiled disdainfully and immediately unleashed a burst of magical energy. Boom! The magic bullet exploded instantly, sending Chala flying backward and rolling 3 times on the ground before coming to a stop. "Black Panther, you are no match for me. You should admit defeat sooner rather than later." Shang-Chi, from the audience section, shouted, "Come on, Chala, don't lose here." Chala got up from the ground, but then he heard Agatha's voice in his ear. "Admit defeat." Chala shook his head and shouted, "Impossible." However, just as he was about to charge again, a surge of dark blue magical energy lifted Chala straight up. "Let me see where your abilities come from." Chala fought back desperately, but he was lifted into the air with no leverage, and his suit lacked ranged attack capabilities, so he couldn't break free at all. Agatha stepped forward and with a wave of her hands, Chala's helmet was opened, revealing his face. He then plucked one of Chala's hairs and cast a spell. Soon a magical portal appeared before them, and Agatha pushed it open and saw Chala's past. Inside the portal was the scene of Chala consuming the heart-shaped herb. After witnessing all of this, Agatha came out and returned to the ring. "Pa, pa, pa, the inheritance of the power of the leopard god, that's interesting. It's a pity that it can't be used by me." Agatha waved her hand, and Chala flew straight out of the ring, crashing to the ground. Bump! Chala got up from the ground. The magical power that had just controlled him had dissipated. "I lost." After a 2-second silence, the crowd in the audience erupted in cheers. "My God, is this what a magician is? I didn't even see how she did it. What's that portal?" And when she said, "the power of the Panther God," was she referring to Chala the Black Panther? A spectator nearby shouted, "She is a witch." "They're all the same, don't worry about the way you're addressed." The king of Wakanda, inside the VIP box, had a solemn expression. He hadn't expected that the other party would turn Chala upside down with just one move and also learn about the leopard god. Surui then spoke up. "It seems we need to upgrade my brother's battle suit and add some ranged attack weapons. The days of relying solely on defense to conquer the world are over." In another private room, Fox asked curiously, "Finally, I've seen a magical lineage outside of Kamartaj. It's no simple matter at all." Smith Doyle recalled information about Agatha Christie, but wondered which version of Agatha Christie the woman before him was. It's probably not the comic book version, since in the comic book version, Wanda is even Wanda's teacher. In the 19,999 universe, Agatha searches for Wanda's secrets, is defeated by Wanda, and has her magical energy drained, leading to the birth of the Scarlet Witch Wanda, and having her memory sealed away. After that, he returned to the path of the wizard, regained his power, and became even stronger. In one of the hypothetical universes, Agatha absorbed the power of the Eternals and discovered the Celestials, who were gestating in the Earth's core. She devised a plan to absorb the Celestials' power and even defeated the Celestials, Tiam, by absorbing their power. Agatha is arguably one of the most powerful mages in the wizarding community, but she's not exactly a good person. The king in the candidate area glanced at the victorious Agatha and murmured, "A member of the Wizarding Order. We haven't heard from them for many years." The martial arts tournament host stepped onto the ring and announced, "Congratulations to Agatha, the winner of the second match, for advancing to the semi-finals." As the host announced, Agatha stepped off the ring. Meanwhile, SHIELD agents in the audience area were quickly taking notes, while data was being compared in the database. Coulson said, "A group of mages, that's really a rare sight. I wonder where this Agatha Christie studied under. Is this another organization similar to Kamartaj? Ward asked, should we get in touch after the competition ends? Coulson shook his head and said, this matter is not our responsibility, someone else will handle it. We still have no clue about the task at hand. That group hasn't shown up since Rose Manor. Ward nodded without saying anything more. Although he was curious about this group of mages, he didn't believe that an ordinary person could become a member of them. At this moment, the martial arts tournament host announced from the ring, the third match will now begin, Gilgamesh vs. Tony Stark. In the other VIP box were several people, including Howard and his wife, Happy, Pepper Potato Gun Boy Harry. Harry watched as Tony took his turn and asked curiously, can Tony win the championship again this time? Pepper Potts shook his head and said, it's difficult. This competition only allows the use of one suit, but I suffered considerable damage in the previous battle with Ivan Vanko. Harry sighed, that's a real shame, I really wanted to see Iron Man vs. God. Howard ruffled Harry's hair and asked, why do you want to see them fight? Harry said in a very serious tone, one is the best in physical ability, and the other is the best in technology. The clash and exchange between the two is absolutely the pinnacle showdown on Earth. Howard laughed, ha ha ha, that's really interesting. End of this chapter. Chapter 579 One Punch Man Gilgamesh. Chapter 579 One Punch Man Gilgamesh. The martial arts tournament host, holding a microphone, shouted, just now, the witch Agatha brought us a mysterious and unpredictable battle. Now it will be a clash of power and technology. Gilgamesh the slapstick Superman and Tony Stark the Iron Man. The current match is just like today's, whether the course of the match is completely unpredictable. Now, please welcome our two contestants to the stage. Tony Stark, dressed in his battle suit, stepped onto the arena, where Gilgamesh, a member of the Eternals, stood before him. The crowd in the audience shouted, great, it's finally Iron Man's turn to appear. One audience member asked curiously, Gilgamesh, isn't that the name of the fifth monarch of Uruk? That was a figure from before Christ. In Mesopotamian mythology, he seems to be a demigod-like being. They can't be the same person, can they? Like Thor? The audience member next to him then spoke up, how could it be the same person? Not every mythological story has a prototype like Thor. But he was really good, none of his opponents could withstand a single slap. So you're called Slap Man, right? Ha ha ha. At that moment, a voice drifted out from behind them. Maybe it really is just one person. I heard that the combat power detector exploded during the test. Inside the private room where the Eternals were located, Tina said helplessly, what terrible luck. I ended up facing Gilgamesh right before the quarterfinals. If I had known it was Tony Stark, I wouldn't have given up. Spike said with a smile, is it to avenge your loss to him in the last Dragon Ball battle? Tina nodded and said, if Young hadn't been obsessed last time, I wouldn't have lost. Cersei looked at the avatars of everyone on the virtual screen and asked, does Gilgamesh have a chance to win the championship? Ajax shook his head, I do not know either. There is still some risk involved in the relationship between the Mage King and Agatha. After thinking for a moment, everyone nodded in agreement. After all, under the rules of the arena battle, it was much easier to fight outside the ring than to defeat the opponent. In the arena, the host announced, game start. As the host finished speaking, 2 rows of satellite missile launchers immediately rose from Tony Stark's shoulders. Swoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The miniature missile was launched instantly, heading straight for Gilgamesh. Boom, boom, boom. As the smoke from the explosion dissipated, Gilgamesh was seen holding one arm in front of him, with a golden, illusory gauntlet shining on it. The martial arts tournament host shouted loudly from below the ring appeared. Finally it showed up. An existence capable of withstanding Iron Man's missile bombardment with its own body. The audience at the scene waved and shouted excitedly, ah, ah, ah. Tony's expression was very solemn. He was holding a suit that he had chosen to spar with Ivan Vanko, and he wasn't sure if the suit's defensive capabilities could withstand the opponent's attacks. Tina had sparred with him, and her victory was by chance. This Gilgamesh was also a member of the Eternals, but she didn't know his strength. However, being able to withstand the bombardment of micromissiles meant he was not weak. Gilgamesh charged toward Tony Stark's position, slapping the incoming palm strike directly at him. Boom! The palm cannon exploded the instant it made contact with Gilgamesh, causing him no real damage, but it also failed to deflect the attack. Whoosh! A red laser beam shot out, which Gilgamesh dodged, and the laser instantly split the arena in two. Gilgamesh glanced at the dismantled arena and said, that's a really sharp laser, it wouldn't feel good to get hit by it. The next second, Gilgamesh appeared in front of Tony and threw a punch. Boom! Tony braced his arms in front of him, but was still sent flying by a punch, though he didn't fall out of the ring. Sir, the armor is 10% damaged. Meanwhile, in the 3D model of Tony Stark's suit, the arm area has turned red. That's truly terrifying power. Upon seeing this, Tony Stark took to the air, preparing to launch a ranged attack. Fuck. Boom. However, a laser beam shot out from Gilgamesh's eye on the ground, knocking Tony Stark down from midair. Smith Doyle was also stunned when he saw this. Gilgamesh can use lasers? Is this the comic book version of the Eternals? In the comic book version, Gilgamesh killed Thanos in a one-on-one fight. His only weakness was that he was too kind. Sir, your suit is 30% damaged. Shot down from the sky by Gilgamesh, Tony Stark was also stunned. He didn't expect that this Eternal would have the ability to shoot lasers from his eyes. The power was so great that ordinary gold titanium alloy suits could not defend against it at all. Just then, Gilgamesh rushed over, stood in front of Tony, and was about to throw another punch. Boom! Tony Stark's chest cannon fired instantly, sending Gilgamesh flying. Gilgamesh stood up and dusted himself off. You chose the wrong suit. Victory in this battle will belong to me. The next second, Gilgamesh ran straight over and appeared in front of Tony Stark in an instant. Boom! With a single punch, Tony was knocked to the ground. Gilgamesh grabbed Tony's suit, and the next second the suit bounced Tony Stark off his back. At the same time, the battle suit was instantly put on Gilgamesh, ready to take him off the stage. The next second, Gilgamesh ripped off the reactor device on Tony's suit's chest and crushed it. Then, in a few quick moves, he tore Tony's suit apart with his bare hands. Everyone who witnessed this scene was horrified. My God, what terrifying power. Tony looked at his dismantled suit. Despite having been injected with the super soldier serum, he clearly had no hope of winning in hand-to-hand combat. I surrender. Upon hearing Tony's words, Gilgamesh did not attack after removing his suit, but instead looked at the announcer below the ring. The host began by asking, Mr. Tony Stark, are you sure you want to admit defeat? Tony nodded. The host immediately announced, Mr. Tony Stark concedes defeat. The victor is Gilgamesh. As soon as the host announced it, the crowd cheered. My God. Someone actually tore Iron Man's suit apart with their bare hands. That's unbelievable. That was so exciting. That's terrifying skill. I'm really looking forward to his match with Mr. Smith after he wins the championship. End of this chapter. Chapter 580 Whip vs. Sif. Chapter 580 Whip vs. Sif audience area. Fitz was surprised. Iron Man has already lost. He was the champion of the previous Dragon Ball tournament. Coulson nodded and said, this match did not showcase his full potential. He didn't even demonstrate 1/10 of it. It must be because of the competition rules that only one suit can be registered, and it's not even the strongest suit. Ward asked in confusion, then why not use the strongest set of equipment? Coulson also shook his head. As for why he chose this particular set of clothes, only he knows the answer. Jessica Jones, waiting in the waiting area, shook her head helplessly. This was completely out of Tony's league. She couldn't understand what he was thinking, especially since such a performance was being broadcast live globally. At this moment, the martial arts tournament host came to the ring and announced, a clash between machinery and power has just ended. Next, there will be a battle between Earthlings and Asgardians. Next, please welcome Ms. Jessica Jones and Ms. Sif to the stage. As soon as the host announced it, the audience cheered. My God, it's Asgard from Norse mythology. I never expected that even they would send someone to participate in the world's greatest martial arts tournament. Is she a god too? What kind of god is she? In the VIP box, Lorelei watched as Sif took her turn, picked up a cocktail, took a sip, and said with a smile, the contestants this time are no pushovers. Can you make it to the end? Don't let the God King down. Lorelei did not receive a mission from Odin this time, so she did not register for the World Martial Arts Tournament. Only Sif from Asgard participated. Jessica Jones and Sif walked out of the candidate area and onto the ring. Looking at Sif, who was fully armed, Jessica Jones asked the question that had been on her mind. Thor is the god of thunder, what god are you? Upon hearing the other person's words, Sif spoke up, I am the god of Asgard, the land and the harvest. Jessica Jones was also taken aback for a moment, then said, if it really is a god, then I'll have to get serious. I hope you won't disappoint me. The next second, Jessica Jones allowed the symbiote to possess her, transforming her into a whip. Jessica Jones' transformation surprised the audience present and those watching on television, as her symbiote form had not been shown to anyone before. A viewer watching the competition while eating potato chips in front of the TV murmured, is Jessica an alien too? So cool. Seeing Jessica Jones's appearance, Sif's expression also became serious. At the same time, she drew the sword behind her. This weapon was no ordinary artifact, it was a divine weapon given to her by the god King Odin. Game start. As soon as the host announced the start of the competition, the two immediately rushed towards each other. Both were very fast and rushed to each other in an instant. Sif did not hold back and immediately swung her sword with all her might. Shoo! With the immense strength of 30 tons, Sif wielded her longsword, and the sound of it tearing through the air immediately followed. As Jessica Jones transformed into her whip, a green spear-like tentacle appeared behind her and lashed out at Sif's whip. Clang! A tremendous force was applied, and the whip immediately slid backward several steps. Wow, that's pretty impressive power. Let me show you my power. Several tentacles behind the whip struck out simultaneously, unleashing terrifying power as they lashed out at Sif. Swish, swish, swish. Ding, ding, ding. Sif, wielding a shield in her left hand and a longsword in her right, blocked all of Jessica Jones's attacks, but was herself knocked back several steps. After blocking the attack, Sif spoke, as expected of Thor's comrade in arms on Earth, he is truly not to be underestimated. The two attacked each other again in the next second, appearing around the arena with extremely fast speed, accompanied by sparks flying everywhere. Clang, clang, clang. Sif leaped up and swung the whip at the face with tremendous force. Seeing Sif's attack, the tentacles behind the whip immediately transformed into a shield and blocked it. Boom! A loud crash rang out. Although Sif's attack was blocked, the bricks beneath Whip's feet shattered on the spot. Sif pressed down hard, but the whip suddenly pushed her away. Sif used the power of the whip to do a backflip and dodge the whip tentacle's attack. That's quite a good defense, it's really surprising. The next second, a silver light flashed from Sif's longsword, slashing towards the whip's tentacles. Shoo! A flash of white light, and the green tentacles of the whip snapped off instantly. Whip took a step back warily, his eyes gleaming with greed as he looked at the weapon in Sif's hand. The next second, the whip leaped up, and several dark green short spears were hurled from the tentacles on its back, stabbing towards Sif. Swish, swish, swish. Faced with the flying short spears, Sif's weapon instantly transformed into a long spear, deflecting all the incoming spears. Ding, ding, ding. However, just as Sif had knocked all the short spears away, the whip was already upon her. The opponent swung like a spinning scythe, slashing directly at Sif. Upon seeing this, Sif immediately raised her shield to defend herself. Boom! The terrifying force of the spin, combined with the synergy between Jessica Jones and the symbiote, sent Sif flying on the spot. Sif retreated to the edge of the ring before stopping, her spear plunging into the ground to steady herself. Are these the weapons of Asgard? The power that could shred a tank failed to break your shield. Jessica Jones sighed and rushed over. He attacked Sif directly with both hands, whipping her leather whips, while several tentacles behind her exerted force simultaneously, striking her rapidly like an 8-handed fist. Sif wielded her spear with impenetrable skill, blocking all the whip's attacks. Just then, one of the whip's tentacles slashed towards the arena beneath their feet. Shoo! A corner of the ring shattered instantly, and a smile appeared on the whip's lips as Sif was about to fall off the ring. The next second, Sif leaped into the air, performing a backflip and appearing behind Whip, her spear thrusting directly at him. Thud! The spear pierced through the whip's back in an instant, and the tip of the spear even pierced through the chest. Jessica Jones was stunned for a moment as she stared at the spear tip piercing her chest. The next second, Sif stepped back and pulled out the spear. Puff! Jessica Jones' legs immediately gave way, and she collapsed forward. Bump! Because one of the ring's legs was destroyed by the whip, he fell forward and landed directly outside the ring. The audience at the scene and those watching on television were in an uproar. Everyone thought of one possibility: murder. The one killed was Jessica Jones from the Avengers. Ward said with a solemn expression, "Someone has died, something bad is going to happen." Coulson shook his head and said, "None of the organizer's staff members came on stage." At this moment, the symbiote inside Jessica Jones was rapidly repairing her injuries, and the penetrating wound in her chest was quickly repaired and healed by the symbiote. To everyone's surprise, Jessica Jones stood up again, her chest injury completely healed. At this moment, the host's voice rang out, "Jessica Jones falls out of the ring, winner Sif." Upon hearing the announcer's voice, Jessica Jones looked down at her feet. She was surprised to find that her act of smashing the ring hadn't caused her opponent to fall, but instead, it had caused her to fall off the ring. The symbiote retracted into her body, and Jessica Jones shook her head. She hadn't expected to lose like this, it was truly a pity. At the same time, I'm also glad that the symbiote was there, otherwise I would have been blown up by Sif's gun. My combat experience is still far inferior to hers. As the host announced, everyone present cheered upon seeing that Jessica Jones was alright. Beside the television, Jane Foster began to speak. Sif won and advanced to the semi-finals. Thor patted Jane's head and said with a smile, "Sif is the goddess of the earth and harvest, but she is also a powerful warrior of Asgard. It wasn't too surprising that we won this game. However, Jessica Jones also performed very well. Jane looked at the people participating in the competition on TV and said, "They are all very powerful, but unfortunately I am just an ordinary person." Saul embraced Jane Foster and said gently, "I will protect you from harm." Jane nodded. Inside the VIP box, Lorelai looked at the victorious Sif and murmured, "How will you defeat the opponents that follow?" On the stage, the martial arts tournament host announced loudly, "The final four of the first World Martial Arts Tournament have been announced. They are the King, Agatha, Gilgamesh, and Sif. Both the King and Agatha are mysterious sorcerers. Compared to the King, who was apprenticed to Kamar Taj, we are more curious about the origins of Lady Agatha. Now let's interview Ms. Agatha Christie. Where did she learn from and what were her teachers and mentors like? Please welcome Ms. Agatha Christie." Upon hearing that the host wanted to interview her, Agatha didn't care and leaped directly onto the ring. The host looked at Agatha, picked up the microphone, and asked, "Congratulations to Ms. Agatha Christie for defeating her opponent and advancing to the semi-finals. It's truly remarkable that a woman possesses such formidable strength. Ms. Agatha Christie, who did you study under?" Upon hearing the host's question, Agatha thought of her family and then said, "I come from a wizarding family and I learned the magic passed down in our family." Upon hearing Agatha's words, the martial arts tournament host excitedly exclaimed, "Ms. Agatha comes from a family of wizards. What an exciting life. She learned magic from a young age and became the powerful wizard she is today." The audience members stared wide-eyed, some muttering, "A family of magicians, does that mean magic can be learned?" A person nearby cursed, "Fool, didn't the king also come from Kamar Taj, a place where magic is learned?" At this moment, Simmons in the audience asked curiously, "Can everyone learn this magic?" Coulson shook his head. "I do not know either. SHIELD doesn't have much information about sorcerers. We don't even know where Kamar Taj is right now. Moreover, I wonder if this kind of family inheritance involves issues related to bloodlines." In the arena, the martial arts tournament host continued to ask, "Ms. Agatha, do you have anything to say about your next opponent?" Agatha looked at the king in the candidate area and said, "I hope he's an opponent with powerful magical energy, and that he won't disappoint me." Upon hearing Agatha's words, the martial arts tournament host smiled and said, "It seems that Ms. Agatha is very confident in herself. Now, please welcome the Wizard King from Kamar Taj." Upon hearing that it was his turn to go on stage, Wang immediately opened a portal on the arena and appeared directly on the stage through the portal. Seeing the way the king made his entrance, the audience erupted in cheers, clearly filled with curiosity about this mysterious teleportation and magician's techniques. Agatha simply smiled at the king's appearance without saying much, glancing at the ring on his hand. Contest. Before the host could finish speaking, Wang interrupted, "Aren't you going to interview me?" The martial arts tournament host gave an awkward laugh and approached the king. Wang took the microphone directly from the host and began to speak, "I am King, the sorcerer from Kamar Taj. Please follow my Facebook account, King. Thank you." Upon hearing Wang's words, the audience present and those watching on television were stunned for a moment, and many immediately began searching and paying attention. Smith Doyle, inside the private box, smiled and shook his head at the sight. "Is this guy Wang planning to become an internet celebrity?" Bulma took out her phone and searched. Wang's Facebook followers were increasing rapidly. His fan base is growing really fast. Fox then spoke up, "Wanda went to Kamar Taj to study. I wonder how she is doing there." Smith Doyle smiled and said, "When she comes back, she will definitely have grown a lot." Looking down at the king from the next booth, Lorelai thought of Caecilius, whom she had attracted and controlled. She hadn't seen him contact her since the Dragon Ball battle ended, so it seemed someone had broken her spell and control. Coulson, watching Wang post his Facebook account on the ring, couldn't help but say, "It's such a convenient ability, even better than the cosmic cube." Ward asked curiously, "The world is changing more and more dramatically. Superhumans, gods, artifacts, serums, aliens, magicians. I don't know what the future will be like." Coulson looked toward the box where Smith Doyle was and slowly began to speak, "With that person around, things should only get better." At this moment, the martial arts tournament host stepped forward, snatched the microphone from Wang's hand, and immediately began to speak, "This is not the place for you to advertise. The match will now begin." End of this chapter. Chapter 581, A Clash of Magic Against Magic. Chapter 581, A Clash of Magic Against Magic. Agatha stands opposite the king. The next second, Wang pushed up with both hands, and two orange shields immediately appeared on his palms. Agatha smiled when she saw the king's actions and immediately waved her hand, firing two magic missiles at him. Boom, boom. Wang used his magic shield to block Agatha's magic missile, and at the same time, he slammed his hands on the arena floor. Balza unleashed a lightning-fast attack, heading straight for Agatha. Faced with the king's magical lightning, Agatha not only did not dodge, but her smile widened even more. Boom! Balza's lightning struck Agatha, but caused no real damage. Instead, Agatha absorbed the attack directly. Wang exclaimed in surprise. "You actually absorbed my Rubik's Cube attack directly." Agatha laughed. "The taste is pretty good, do you have any more?" Upon hearing Agatha's teasing, the king's expression turned serious. Before participating in the World Martial Arts Tournament, he visited Mordo and Caecilius to learn about the opponents he would face in the Dragon Ball battle. However, he did not encounter either of the two formidable enemies from the same sect, but instead met the heir of a magical family. This time, instead of using magical energy to attack Agatha, Wang used a secret technique to conjure an orange throwing axe in his hand. Wang threw his axe directly at Agatha, and at the same time, a magical disc appeared beneath his feet, forming an arc-shaped staircase that propelled him into the air, where he finished off Agatha. Faced with the magical flying axe thrown by the king, Agatha knew it was a physical attack and there was no way to absorb it, so she simply dodged to the side. Dodging the flying axe, he saw the king running into the air and waved his hands, sending deep purple energy bands wrapping around the king's ankles. A deep purple energy band instantly wrapped around the king's ankle, about to pull him down. In that critical moment, two orange energy halves appeared in Wang's hands, and he immediately severed the deep purple energy band. Just then, a magic missile struck, shattering the magic disc beneath the king's feet and causing him to fall from midair. Bump! Wang fell onto the ring without warning. Just then, the deep purple magic whip suddenly lashed out at the king. Snapped! The energies of purple and orange collide, sparking a burst of light. However, Wang reacted quickly and cast a magic shield on himself, successfully blocking Agatha's attack. The audience in the spectator area and those watching on television were incredibly excited. The visual effects of the magician's duel were simply perfect. Ward also sighed, "They really have it easy, they can get weapons at their fingertips." Simmons then said, "Fortunately, they can't fly." Donnie Gill said, "With that portal there, whether they can fly or not is not important to them." Everyone nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Coulson looked at Fitz and asked, "Have you found information about the two people in the database?" Fitz looked at the information on the tablet and said, "We found some information about the king. He had worked as a car salesman for a period of time, and we found his social security information." Coulson's eyes lit up when he heard this. It was no longer a case of no such person, which was good. "Where is Agatha?" "She comes from a wizarding family, and finding information about her would be very beneficial to us." Fitz shook his head. No corresponding information was found at the moment. "It may take more time." Coulson nodded, "No rush, we have plenty of time to investigate her past. Let's analyze Wang's information carefully later." In the arena. At this moment, the king and Agatha engaged in close combat, with the king relentlessly attacking Agatha. Ding, ding, ding. Agatha launched a series of close-range attacks with her arcane weapon, but all of them were blocked by her. The next second, Wang instantly abandoned his attack and instead erected a magical shield to envelop Agatha. The magical shield enveloping Agatha immediately began to shrink, but Agatha, sealed within, did not give up resisting, and deep purple magical energy continued to surge from her body. Wang tried his best to shrink the shield, but the magical energy inside kept surging out, expanding the shield again. The shield continuously cycles between shrinking and expanding. Crack! Boom! The protective shield shattered instantly, and Wang staggered back several steps before regaining his footing. Having escaped the seal, Agatha fired several magical missiles in succession. Boom! 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 Faced with the incoming magic missiles, Wang opened a portal in front of him. Some of the magic missiles flew into the portal and disappeared, while others missed their target. After blocking the attack, Wang instantly retracted the teleportation array and simultaneously threw out a magic rope to entangle Agatha. However, before the magic rope could even lasso her, Agatha was seen flying up. The audience erupted in cheers upon seeing this. "My God, she can fly. I want to become an apprentice, and I want to fly too. My God, another superhuman who can fly, besides God." Ward said in surprise, "They can even fly." Donnie Gillis looked at the king dodging attacks in the ring and said, "It seems the king cannot fly." In the arena, Wang frowned slightly as he looked at Agatha above him. He can't fly, and his most familiar move is spatial teleportation, so this is going to be tough. Just then, Agatha, high in the sky, suddenly raised her hands upwards, and a magic circle instantly appeared on the arena. Upon seeing this, Wang immediately erected a magic shield for himself, but before the shield was fully erected, it flickered and vanished on the spot. What's going on? Agatha smiled and said, because white magic is prohibited here. The next second, Agatha descended from the sky and appeared instantly in front of the king, grabbing him and saying, let me learn about what Camartage is all about. Speaking of which, your hair is so short, it's really hard to pull it out. Agatha first used dark magic to control the king, then plucked a short hair from his head and began casting her spell. The portal to memories opened quickly, and Agatha followed the king's memories, browsing through his Rubik's Cube and information about Camartage, as well as learning about the Dragon Balls. Emerging from the portal, Agatha looked at the king and said, I didn't expect it to be so interesting. The next second, Agatha began to absorb the king's magical energy, and as Agatha absorbed it, the king's body began to wither. Just when Wang thought he was about to die, Agatha suddenly stopped. Thanks to the rules of the competition. After Agatha finished speaking, she waved her hand and threw Wang off the ring. Bump! Wang rolled several times on the ground before stopping, and he struggled to get up. The martial arts tournament host stepped onto the stage and announced loudly, Congratulations, Ms. Agatha Christie, on advancing to the finals. As the host announced, Agatha Christie also dispelled her magic circle. As the magic circle dissipated, Wang immediately activated the teleportation array and plunged inside. The other side was none other than the Ancient One's office in Camartage. The audience immediately cheered. Donnie Giles said with a serious expression, What terrifying magical power. I hope the king is alright. Coulson asked thoughtfully. During the battle just now, Agatha said that white magic was forbidden here, and the king immediately lost his fighting ability and was defeated on the spot. Ward immediately added, The magic used by the king is white magic, which cannot be used when it is forbidden. Doesn't that mean Agatha Christie used the black cube or purple magic? Simon then denied it. It's definitely not related to the color of magical energy. The king's magic is orange, but it's not called orange magic, it's white magic. However, the opposite of white is black, and Agatha may very well have used black magic. Fitz then said, Black magic, what an unfriendly name, it gives off a villainous vibe. At that moment, a scene flashed through Donnie Gill's mind. Agatha had set up a magic circle to prevent the use of freezing energy, leaving him powerless to resist. Thinking of this, Donnie Gill immediately shook his head and said, Magicians are truly terrifying beings. The members of Coulson's team all nodded, having witnessed the power of the mage. At the same time, Coulson suspected that Agatha had many lives on her hands, but he didn't say it out loud. The other side, Camartage. Gui frowned slightly as she looked at Wang, who had fallen out of the portal and was lying on the ground. She stepped forward, helped him up, and asked, Your magic has been absorbed. What exactly did we encounter? The king, who had sat cross-legged, began to speak. I encountered a dark sorceress named Agatha, and she drained the magical energy from my body. She even used the Gate of Memories to access my memories. Seeing that Wang looked somewhat withered, Gui examined him and then said, First, borrow dimensional magical energy to replenish your body. You will recover as long as you focus on the magical energy. Wang nodded and immediately began using white magic to borrow the magical energy of the triune god Vishanti to infuse himself. As for the price to pay, Wang could only bear it. With the infusion of Vishanti's magical energy, the previously shriveled and withered body was restored. It didn't take long for the king's appearance to be completely restored. Seeing that Wang had recovered, Gui nodded. Tell me, what exactly happened? The Ancient One did not use the Time Stone to watch the World Martial Arts Tournament, so she naturally did not know how it would develop. Adhering to the principle of giving outstanding disciples a chance, the king was sent after Mordo and Cassius. In the Ancient One's eyes, these three disciples were the three most outstanding people at Camartage, besides the future Strange. If anyone is to succeed the Sorcerer Supreme, all three are qualified, but Cassilius is on the path to winning the title. The king dispelled the magic, slowly stood up, and said, The Supreme Being. I met a woman from a wizarding family at the World Martial Arts Tournament, Agatha. The magic she used involved dark magic, and in the end, she even used dark magic to drain my magic power. The king then used magic to create Agatha's likeness. In the early stages, we were evenly matched, and I was still testing the waters. As a result, she set up a magic circle where white magic is forbidden in this place. I didn't even have time to react before she captured me on the spot, and I was defeated instantly. In the end, she absorbed his magical energy. If it weren't for the tournament rules prohibiting the killing of opponents, he probably wouldn't have had a chance to come back. Although the king had not yet become the librarian of Camartage Library, he had studied quite a few books there, and although he had never used them, he still understood black magic. Upon hearing the king's words, Gui learned what had happened. Study hard, train hard, get stronger, and then fight back. Gui didn't say anything about avenging the king. The competition and sparring were all perfectly reasonable. As for dark magic, it wasn't anything special to the Ancient One. As long as it didn't threaten the safety of Earth, it was no big deal to her. Wang nodded and said, "Yes, Your Majesty." Gui nodded. With the king's departure, she also knew that with the existence of the Dragon Balls and Smith Doyle's actions, those hidden on Earth would slowly reveal themselves, and Agatha and the Eternals were just one of them. The scene of the world's greatest martial arts tournament. The martial arts tournament host announced. A tense and exciting magical duel has just taken place, and one of our finalists has been selected. Next up will be a battle of physical strength. Please welcome Gilgamesh to the stage. Gilgamesh walked up from the candidate area, and the host began. Mr. Gilgamesh, I believe that the audience at the venue and those watching on television have many questions they would like to ask. I will now conduct a brief interview with the participants. Gilgamesh nodded. It is good. The martial arts tournament host, holding a microphone, asked, Mr. Gilgamesh, your name is the same as that of a monarch from before Christ, and you are associated with a legend in which Gilgamesh was a demigod. What is your relationship with these records? Gilgamesh took the microphone and spoke. History is like a girl who can be dressed up however you like. As for these records and stories told by the gods, their prototypes are indeed me. Upon hearing Gilgamesh's words, the audience at the scene and those watching on television were all stunned, and many people even dropped their snacks on the spot. Upon hearing Gilgamesh's words coming from the television, Thor shook his head helplessly and said, That Gilgamesh guy? The martial arts tournament host exclaimed in surprise, My God, I didn't expect that Thor wouldn't be participating in this world martial arts tournament, but Gilgamesh will be here instead. Thor is from the Norse pantheon. Would you mind telling me where you're from? Gilgamesh said with a confident expression, I come from Olympia. End of this chapter. Chapter 582 Finalist Spot. Chapter 582 Finalist Spot, Happy Dragon Boat Festival, Olympia. When Gilgamesh uttered the name, everyone present and the viewers in front of their televisions were filled with doubt. Everyone knows about Mount Olympus from ancient Greek mythology, but what is Olympia? The martial arts tournament host then became everyone's mouthpiece, asking, Mr. Gilgamesh, you may know about Mount Olympus, but what about Olympia? Gilgamesh spoke. Olympia was a city, and it was actually not far from Zeus's Mount Olympus. Even my partner Tina was often mistaken for Athena. The martial arts tournament host exclaimed in surprise, My God, I never imagined that you lived in the same era as Zeus in Norse mythology. Are those Greek gods also on Earth? Gilgamesh shook his head and said, No, they are not on Earth. We were not only neighbors with the Greek gods, but also comrades in arms with Thor for a time, together driving away the frost giants who invaded the Earth. Odin, the king of the gods, once taught me a unique Asgardian method of brewing wine. The audience stared wide-eyed as Gilgamesh spoke eloquently. Simmons said incredulously, another being as powerful and long-lived as the Thor race. Fitz sighed, I feel that the myths and legends of various countries should be studied. That is, the existence of the Norse god of thunder has been confirmed, and now Zeus, one of the gods in ancient Greek mythology, has also appeared. I can't imagine whether those things in American mythology, Egyptian mythology, Tokyo mythology, and other Asian mythologies also exist. Donnie Gill asked in confusion, but why are there no traces of them? Have they all left Earth like the ancient Greek gods Gilgamesh described? Ward, with a complicated expression, said, It seems the agents of SHIELD are in for a busy time, especially with the records of myths in various countries. Coulson then spoke up, Aren't you interested in Odin's exclusive brewing recipe? After hesitating for 2 seconds, everyone spoke up, I'm also very interested. If we were to sell wine made with this recipe, I don't think anyone would refuse it. At this point, the martial arts tournament host continued to ask, It's incredible. Is Mr. Gilgamesh a human from Earth? Gilgamesh shook his head. We are the Eternals. When intelligent life was born on Earth, it was sent here to protect humankind. At that time, there was a terrible race on Earth that lived by devouring humans. After eliminating them, we went into seclusion so as not to interfere with human development. The martial arts tournament host was astonished. He hadn't expected Gilgamesh to say so much. This is truly unbelievable. I never expected that our world's #1 martial arts tournament would attract such a powerful figure. That's so cool. Thank you for your past contributions as well. Now, please welcome Sif, the goddess of Asgard who reigns over the earth and harvests. Amid cheers from the crowd, Sif stepped onto the ring. The martial arts tournament host began by saying, Now let's interview Ms. Sif. Ms. Sif, are you aware of the frost giants' invasion of Earth? Sif nodded and said, I know about this history, but I was too young to participate in the war at that time. However, we thwarted the Frost Giants' plot with the help of some superheroes on Earth. Gilgamesh should be the Earth superhero who took action during that period. Sif's words also indirectly corroborated that Gilgamesh was not lying. The martial arts tournament host began by saying, I never imagined that Earth was once home to many figures from mythological systems, who eventually left. Is Asgard a planet like Earth? Sif shook her head and said, Asgard is not a planet like Earth, but a continent in the universe. The martial arts tournament host exclaimed, it really is like a myth. It turns out that not everyone lives on a planet like us. The interviews with the two contestants are finished. Now let's continue the competition. The clash of strength against strength, the selection of finalists, begins now. The audience was filled with regret when the host ended the interview. They still had many questions for the two contestants, and the SHIELD agents also wanted to find out more information, but unfortunately the host had ended the interview. Inside the VIP box, Circe began to speak, is Gilgamesh sure there's nothing wrong with sharing so much information about us? I'm afraid my life will never be peaceful again. Ajax said, once we stepped onto this stage, we could no longer hide our true intentions, especially since it was all for the championship. There are so many extraordinary individuals on Earth now, it doesn't matter if the Eternals are known. No one can bother us unless we want to. Jingle said with a smile, perhaps developing my career in Hollywood is also a good option. I've had enough of Bollywood. The boys developing a superhero movie might be a good option for me. Jingle made a gun gesture with both hands, and golden orbs of light flickered on his fingertips before going out again. Spike, however, said nonchalantly, no one can bother me unless I want to. Spark, a master of illusion, has countless ways to hide his tracks. The druid shook his head, I still prefer the base I built myself, and I don't want them bothering me. Otherwise, I'll just have to have a few more subordinates. Icarus then spoke up, since exposure is inevitable, if we win this championship, will we disband and go our separate ways as before, or will we come together completely? Ajax thought for a moment, considering that the divine manifestation had occurred no more than 10 or 20 years ago, at most 30 years, and perhaps even just a little over 10 years, before speaking, let's gather together. It's better if we're all together from now on. We'll acquire a building in New York to serve as our base. On the stage, game start. As soon as the martial arts tournament host announced it, the two immediately began to fight. Clang, clang, boom. Gilgamesh and Sif fought at a rapid pace, engaging in combat as soon as they made contact, with the sounds of their clashes echoing continuously across the arena. Too fast. Thankfully there was slow motion on the screen, otherwise the naked eye wouldn't have been able to see what happened at all. Boom, boom, boom. Gilgamesh and Sif fought from the center of the ring to the left, and then from the left to the right. With her 30 tons of strength combined with her weapon, Sif's every swing produced a loud whooshing sound as the weapon changed shape, sometimes a longsword, sometimes a spear. Despite Sif's attacks, Gilgamesh maintained a confident smile. Compared to Tina's occasional, unpredictable sneak attacks, Sif's weapon-changing techniques were nothing. The golden gauntlets on his arm lit up, instantly blocking a shot that Sif was about to unleash. Clang! He then raised his spear upwards with his left arm, and as he got close to Sif, he threw a punch. Facing Gilgamesh's heavy punch, Sif immediately raised her shield to block it. Boom! Sif was blasted away, her body sliding rapidly backward across the ring. Sif immediately retracted her spear and transformed it into a longsword. She thrust the longsword into the arena, gripping the hilt with both hands, hoping to slow her speed and avoid being blasted off the stage. The arena was instantly torn apart under the longsword's gaze, and a gash was torn open by Sif's backward slide. Inside the VIP box, Tina shook her head and said, is Gilgamesh just playing around with the opponent? The battle hasn't ended yet after all this time. Jingle said with a smile, it's probably to give Thor or Odin some face. After all, with Gilgamesh's power, Sif simply couldn't stop him. We can't just come up and knock him down with one punch, can we? Then he asked, does anyone have any contact with Saul? When he was little, he used to follow us around. Now he's a powerful Avenger. Everyone shook their heads, and seeing this, Jinga said helplessly, I don't even know if he has a phone on Earth, but I haven't seen him on TV for a while. Aside from appearing in Greenwich with Smith Doyle and dealing with the Dark Elves, there has been no further news. In the arena, Sif finally managed to stop herself from moving. With her strength, she was almost blasted off the stage. Gilgamesh's power is truly terrifying. He looked at his shield, where a clear fist mark was left. As Gilgamesh walked towards Sif, he spoke, you are a good opponent. You are the first person in this arena to make me use such power. I thought that big green guy would be my match. After all, back then, I fought against big guys like him or even bigger than him. It's a pity that guy knocked himself off the stage. Sif said with a resolute expression, I won't give up. The next second, Sif drew her longsword, leaped up, and slashed down at Gilgamesh with both hands. Clang! Gilgamesh extended his left arm to block Sif's attack without retreating at all. That's it. Gilgamesh punched Sif in the stomach. At that moment, Sif's longsword instantly transformed into a spear, which she thrust towards Gilgamesh's abdomen. Gilgamesh dodged to the side, and in the same instant, he accelerated and appeared in front of Sif. Boom! Sif was sent flying out of the ring like a cannonball, crashing into a wall before finally coming to a stop. When they saw Sif being blasted away, the audience was stunned for a moment before immediately cheering. Inside the VIP box, Lorelei shook her head. Sif's ability to reach the semi-finals was already beyond her expectations, and the championship was even less likely. Sure enough, she was eliminated by Tao Tan in the semi-finals. As for herself, she realized that there were quite a few female contestants participating, and it was fortunate that she did not sign up, otherwise she would have been eliminated as well. The martial arts tournament host came to the ring and announced loudly, "Congratulations, Mr. Gilgamesh, on advancing to the finals." At this moment, several staff members carried a stretcher to the spot where Sif was located below the ring. Before they could lift Sif up, she woke up. No need, I'm not that badly injured. Sif struggled to her feet, looked at Gilgamesh on the ring, and sighed. He had failed in his mission and had not fulfilled the God King's instructions. The other side. Inside Asgard, Sif's brother Heimdall reported to Odin, Loki in disguise, the king of the gods, who sat on the throne. Your Majesty, Sif has been defeated and has been eliminated in the semi-finals. Gilgamesh of the Eternals defeated her. Odin nodded. Earth is truly a blessed place. There are quite a few powerful individuals emerging now. Let Sif come back after the tournament is over. I have another task for her. Heimdall accepted the order. Yes, Your Majesty. As Loki watched Heimdall leave, his mind was completely elsewhere, not on the World Martial Arts Tournament or the Dragon Balls. Father, I never imagined that you could completely cover up my sister's traces. Does your mother know about this? Following Smith Doyle's mention of Hela after his last visit, Loki began his investigation, eventually finding information about Hela in the abandoned Valkyrie ruins through subtle clues. Unexpectedly, Odin had an eldest daughter, Hela, in addition to his two sons, Thor. The Valkyrie's downfall was also related to Hela. However, Loki couldn't find detailed information about what exactly happened back then, and he couldn't even find out where Hela was sealed. He couldn't very well ask Smith Doyle about that. Let me uncover my father's secrets. The world's greatest martial arts tournament. Inside the VIP box, Fox asked, Smith, who do you think will win the championship, Agatha or Gilgamesh? Upon hearing Fox's words, Smith Doyle thought for a moment. If Agatha had drained Gilgamesh's energy in the TV series, and this battle could be replicated, Agatha would have a chance of winning. However, Gilgamesh's performance is clearly from the manga version. He can even shoot lasers from his eyes, so he might not necessarily lose. I'm not sure either of them has a chance to win. It just depends on who comes out on top. Bulma exclaimed in surprise. Even you can't be sure? Smith Doyle nodded. Yes, after all, a ring match is not a life or death duel. Anything is possible. Now, thanks to the repairs by the big white robot, the arena has been fully restored. The martial arts tournament host loudly announced from the arena. The finalists have been successfully selected. The two contestants are Ms. Agatha from the Wizarding family and Mr. Gilgamesh from the Eternals. Now, please welcome our two guests to the stage. As the two successfully stepped onto the stage, the martial arts tournament host began to speak. I'd like to conduct a short interview with these two players who have won consecutive matches. Ms. Agatha Christie. End of this chapter. Chapter 583 The Battle for the Championship. Chapter 583 The Battle for the Championship. Happy Children's Day everyone. The martial arts tournament host, holding the microphone, asked, Ms. Agatha, what are your chances of winning this match? Agatha looked at Gilgamesh beside her and said with a smile, before we play against each other, I can't be sure of my chances of winning, but I will do my best to win the championship. Upon hearing Agatha's answer, the martial arts tournament host smiled and said, what a strong and independent woman, such an honest and frank answer. I think it's this attitude that has allowed Ms. Agatha Christie to grow into who she is today. The audience responded with cheers and applause when they heard the martial arts tournament host say that. Now, let's interview Gilgamesh. I think we can hear a more down-to-earth answer from him than from Agatha Christie. Mr. Gilgamesh, do you have a battle plan in mind? Gilgamesh made a fist with his hand and then spoke, "No matter what kind of enemy I face, I'll crush them with one punch." The martial arts tournament host chuckled awkwardly. "That's a really simple answer. Now, let's begin the finals of the inaugural world's greatest martial arts tournament. As the champion, in addition to the well-deserved $1,000 million reward and the help of the 3 major corporations to fulfill your wish, you will also have the opportunity to compete with God, the god of the human world." Gilgamesh, recalling the instructions of his leader Ajak, looked at Agatha and said, "I will show no mercy." Agatha, recalling the information she had gleaned from the king's memories, immediately spoke up, "I won't show any mercy either." Just then, the host's voice rang out, "The final begins." As soon as the host finished speaking, Agatha immediately conjured a magic missile and threw it at Gilgamesh. The martial arts tournament host shouted loudly from below the stage, "My God!" Lady Agatha launched the first magical attack, a giant magical missile. Faced with Agatha's attack, Gilgamesh, recalling the magic circle Agatha had erected during the previous match, did not dodge but instead threw a punch directly at her. Boom! Gilgamesh's fist collided with the magic missile, and he shattered the magic missile with a single punch, the deafening explosion echoing throughout the arena. The martial arts tournament host in the audience began to explain. As expected of an ancient being, with such a powerful physique, it actually shattered the magic missile with a single punch. This is the first time we've seen this method of dealing with magic missiles in this competition. The audience present and those watching on television were also surprised, and they were extremely curious about Gilgamesh's physical strength and power. Seeing this, Agatha calmly fired several more magic bullets, but Gilgamesh intercepted them all and destroyed them on the spot. Boom, boom, boom. Gilgamesh blocked Agatha's attack and moved closer to her. Agatha kept creating distance, but her magic never stopped. 2 deep purple magic whips suddenly shot out from the ground, wrapped around Gilgamesh's wrists, and pulled to the sides, trying to control his arms. A flashy attack. Gilgamesh exerted his strength suddenly, and the veins on his arms bulged. The magical whip wrapped around his wrist snapped on the spot. Snapped. However, the instant Gilgamesh was freed from his restraints, 4 Agathas appeared before him, surrounding him from all sides. Gilgamesh frowned slightly and attacked one of the Agathas. Shoo! Gilgamesh's attack missed instantly, and the figure of Agatha in front of him vanished on the spot. At that moment, Agatha's voice rang out behind Gilgamesh, "You chose the wrong one." Agatha placed her hands on Gilgamesh's back, and the next second a deep purple magic shield was cast over Gilgamesh. Agatha controlled the shrinking of the magic shield while moving it away from the arena. Gilgamesh, inside the protective shield, had golden armor that lit up on his arm, and he slammed his fist into the shield. Boom! A muffled thud was heard, and cracks immediately appeared in the protective shield that Agatha had used to trap Gilgamesh. Upon seeing this, Agatha immediately increased her speed, intending to remove Gilgamesh from the ring and cause him to lose the match. Crack! Before it could move even 2 meters, the protective shield shattered on the spot. Agatha felt somewhat helpless, thinking to herself, "It's a pity I don't have a slingshot, otherwise I could have just opened a portal and thrown this big guy out of the arena." At that moment, Gilgamesh shot out beams of energy from his eyes, directly attacking Agatha. At the critical moment, a red diamond-shaped shield rose up around Agatha. Gilgamesh's energy attack struck her, but was successfully blocked by Agatha's shield. At this moment, Gilgamesh rushed over immediately, appearing in front of Agatha in an instant with incredible speed. Gilgamesh slapped him hard across the face. Boom! A powerful collision resounded from the ring, and Agatha's shield shook, but it did not shatter. Just then, Gilgamesh realized the upper limit of the opponent's shield through the slap he had just delivered, and clenched his fist to strike again. Crack! In an instant, the extremely powerful red diamond-shaped protective shield shattered on the spot. The martial arts tournament host excitedly shouted from below the stage, "It's broken! It's broken! Gilgamesh has shattered Agatha's magical shield once again." Just then, Agatha's lips curled up slightly, and the red shield that had been shattered by her magic did not immediately dissipate, but instead transformed into butterflies and flew over Gilgamesh. The next second, Gilgamesh was directly pulled into an illusion by Agatha's magic. Inside the VIP box, Lorelei watched the two on the ring, while Sif, who had lost the match, stood to the side. Sif then spoke, "When did such powerful wizards appear on Earth?" Lorelei said, pursing her lips. "The wizards on Earth are more powerful than you can imagine." Sif asked in confusion, "What intelligence do you have?" Lorelei began to speak, "Karmartaj, the holy land of sorcerers. The strongest being there is called the Supreme Master, a powerful sorcerer supreme. Wong is just an insignificant mage there. Agatha is nothing compared to him. Upon hearing Lorelai's words, Sif's expression also turned serious. What an amazing planet. So many powerful forces, yet none of them have unified Midgard. Lorelai brushed a strand of hair aside and said with a smile, they probably don't care. Obviously, they don't interfere in the lives of ordinary people. At this moment, Lorelai's lips curled up slightly, and she spoke sarcastically. Did you know that Thor has fallen for an ordinary Earth girl? Lorelai knew very well that Sif was in love with Thor. When she successfully seduced Thor, Sif was the one who reacted most strongly and led the way in capturing him. Sif paused for 2 seconds, then said nonchalantly, that girl, like all of Saul's ex-girlfriends, will eventually leave him. Sif doesn't go into the details of Saul's romantic history, but she knows the general outline. Jane Foster has never been a match for her. The mere issue of lifespan is enough to put her down. A decade or two is just a blink of an eye. Lorelai found Sif's words uninteresting and fell silent. Trident Building. Nick Fury did not go to the event in person but stayed at headquarters, watching the World Martial Arts Tournament via television broadcast. Nick Fury was also extremely troubled by the appearance of these characters. In Nick Fury's eyes, these people were all high-risk individuals, each possessing terrifying strength or being ancient relics with long lifespans. The Eternals and the Magicians further increased the danger level for him. The Eternals, who have existed for thousands of years, also coveted the Dragon Balls and had previously participated in the Dragon Ball battle. Moreover, he didn't know how many people of this race there were, who they were, or what abilities they possessed. Currently, we only know about Tina and Gilgamesh. The information about Tina is from before, and she didn't reveal much of her strength at this World Martial Arts Tournament. Nick Fury murmured, how many secrets on Earth are still unknown to me? In the arena, Gilgamesh was now trapped in an illusion. Agatha was filled with curiosity about the Eternals, thinking to herself, let me see your past, let me know what the Eternals really are. The next moment, Agatha entered Gilgamesh's illusion. In the illusion, Gilgamesh was instantly transported back to the past, to the time when the Eternals were protecting Earth and fighting against the Deviants. Through Gilgamesh's memories, Agatha saw all the members of the Eternals and their full abilities, the leader Ajak with invincible healing, the female warrior Tina, the strongest warrior Icarus, Circe with the ability to alter matter molecules, Macquarie with godlike speed, Ginger with energy manipulation, the technological master Festos, the mind-controlling druid, and the illusion master Spike. At the same time, through Gilgamesh's illusion, she also saw the aberrant. Agatha murmured in her dream, they are truly terrifying aberrant beings. If this race still exists, how many humans would be left on Earth? However, compared to the abnormal ones, the lifespan of these Eternals is truly exaggerated. Following Gilgamesh's memory illusions, Agatha saw them eliminate the Deviants, even establish the Babylonian dynasty on Earth, and finally, humanity itself ignited war and civil war. Tina became eternally possessed, and the Eternals disbanded. At that moment, Gilgamesh, who had remained completely unaffected within the illusion, spoke, thank you for taking me back to the past, but let's end it here. The next second, Gilgamesh expanded his domain, instantly covering Agatha's illusion. Agatha asked in surprise, You actually deliberately fell into my illusion. Was everything that just happened a fabrication? Gilgamesh looked at Agatha, who was trapped in the domain, and said, that's all true. I just wanted to see what tricks you were up to, but I never expected it was to investigate our past. But now, it's all coming to an end. Within the domain, Agatha was completely powerless to fight back and was knocked unconscious by Gilgamesh with a single punch. In the arena, to the audience, Agatha and Gilgamesh remained motionless, but a few seconds later Agatha suddenly went limp and fainted. The audience was stunned, completely bewildered as to what had just happened. Gilgamesh turned to look at the martial arts tournament host below the arena and said, why aren't you counting down yet? The martial arts tournament host immediately realized what was happening and came over to Agatha, shouting, 1 2 3 8 9 1 0. After a 10-second countdown, Agatha still hadn't woken up, so the martial arts tournament host immediately announced, congratulations to Gilgamesh for winning the World Martial Arts Tournament. But before that, on behalf of the audience, I'd like to ask what just happened and how you won. At this moment, the audience at the scene and those watching on television shared the same thoughts as the host of the martial arts tournament. Everyone was also curious about why Agatha had suddenly fainted. Gilgamesh did not refuse and said, just now I shattered Agatha's shield, and she turned the shards of the shield into butterflies and cast an illusion on me. At that moment, she entered my illusion, so neither of us made any moves in front of everyone. I then broke her illusion and pulled her into my domain to defeat her. She is currently unconscious, but will wake up after resting. After hearing Gilgamesh's brief explanation, everyone roughly understood how they won the battle, but it was a pity that they couldn't see the battle in the illusion. However, it also made me realize even more how powerful and difficult to deal with magicians. Steve Rogers, in the audience section, exclaimed in surprise upon hearing this. I never expected Gilgamesh to be able to see through the illusion. It's truly amazing. Jessica Jones took a sip of her Coke and said with a smile, I just don't know whether Agatha Christie's illusion magic or Wanda's is better. Speaking of such a grand event as the World Martial Arts Tournament, why didn't that guy participate? After thinking for a moment, Steve Rogers spoke, we'll know once they have a match. I'm just as curious as you about why the successor of the Chaos Magic didn't participate in this competition. Inside the VIP box, Ajax smiled as he saw Gilgamesh win the championship. In the arena, the martial arts tournament host began by saying, Thank you, Mr. Gilgamesh, for your explanation. Now, please give a round of applause to Gilgamesh, the champion of the first World Martial Arts Tournament. End of this chapter. Chapter 584 Special Reward, God Appears. Chapter 584 Special Reward, God Appears. Congratulations to Mr. Gilgamesh on winning the first World Martial Arts Tournament. Next up is a special segment. The champion of this tournament will spar with God, who is known as the God among men and represents the pinnacle of human physical strength. As the host finished speaking, enthusiastic cheers erupted from the audience, and everyone looked forward to the upcoming match. Smith Doyle's achievements are well known through media coverage. He turned the tide in resolving the Chitauri invasion and recently annihilated an invading alien army in Greenwich. His strength is considered the pinnacle of physical power, and he has been dubbed the God among men by DC Comics. Mr. Gilgamesh, do you need to rest and recuperate? Gilgamesh stretched and said excitedly, I'm really looking forward to sparring with Smith Doyle. I'll be in top form, but I need an hour's rest. Gilgamesh planned to seek help from Ajax to recover and then spar with Smith Doyle. Upon hearing Gilgamesh's words, the martial arts tournament host announced, It's time for a break now. Gilgamesh stepped off the ring and passed through the candidate area to Ajax's VIP box. I've won the championship. Upon hearing Gilgamesh's words, everyone present immediately spoke up. Congratulations. We haven't disgraced the Eternals. Mockery also gave Gilgamesh a thumbs up. At this moment, Ajax, the leader of the Eternals, walked up to Gilgamesh and sincerely thanked him. Thank you. Gilgamesh won the championship and obtained the right to make a wish. Therefore, when the gods manifest in the world, the earth will not be destroyed and the humans on the planet will be able to survive. The problem that had plagued her for thousands of years was finally solved at this moment. Ajax's hands shone with golden light as he used his healing abilities to restore Gilgamesh to his peak condition in an instant. Gilgamesh said with a smile, This is what I should do. What I'm most looking forward to now is the upcoming battle. That person is the strongest Avenger and the guardian of the Dragon Balls. Upon hearing Gilgamesh's words, Tina and Icarus became interested. Tina said with even more regret, It's a pity I gave up the competition. What a great opportunity for friendly competition. At this time, Icarus spoke, He can fly. Gilgamesh said helplessly, I know you can fly too, but unfortunately you didn't participate in the competition. Icarus fell silent and said nothing more. Ajax then spoke up, Give it your all. With me backing you up, you don't need to worry about getting injured, and you don't need to worry about dying because of the competition rules. Gilgamesh then spoke, Aren't you afraid that I might accidentally kill him while going all out? Tina rolled her eyes, and Circe immediately said, Gilgamesh, this joke is not funny at all. Jinga then spoke up, If you can really do it, I will recommend you as the leader, and from then on you will be the strongest eternal warrior. Gilgamesh waved his hand and said, I was just joking. After all, he has hosted several Dragon Ball battles in a row without any problems. His strength is beyond doubt. Audience area. At this moment, everyone started discussing it. Who do you think is more powerful, Gilgamesh or Smith Doyle? I think it's Gilgamesh, he's a figure from mythology. I think Smith Doyle is more powerful. He is the strongest Avenger, a god among men. Even Thor, another mythical figure, acknowledges Smith Doyle's strength. I support Gilgamesh. I support Smith Doyle. The discussion in the audience continued, and Coulson finally spoke up, asking who do you think will win the next match? Ward shook his head. I don't know. They are all very powerful, beings I cannot predict. Donnie Giles then spoke, I hope it's Smith Doyle, at least he's a human being. Fitz and Simmons also said at the same time I also support Smith Doyle. It's best if we Earthlings win first place. Coulson nodded and said, What if the Eternals are also Earthlings? Donnie Gill said without the slightest hesitation, I still support Smith Doyle, he's our Inspector General of SHIELD. Everyone nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Inside the VIP box, Tony Stark sat on the sofa, a bottle of champagne in his hand, and said with an air of certainty, "Gilgamesh is no match for Smith Doyle." Little Harry asked curiously, "Tony, why?" Tony took a sip of his champagne, placed it on the table, and then said, "Because I've never seen him lose. He always manages to turn the tide. This time is no exception." Lorelei, in the next private room, was filled with curiosity, thinking to herself, "Odin, the God King, is someone I cannot afford to offend. Let me see just how powerful you really are." Although Lorelei had read the reports from Greenwich, the center of the Nine Realms convergence was not in New York, so she hadn't seen much of that battle. As for the Dragon Ball battle, she hadn't seen the opponent make a move, and what she knew more about was the intelligence from the New York battle. At this moment, countless people, whether watching on television or attending the event in person, are filled with anticipation for this battle. An hour passed quickly. Smith Doyle and Gilgamesh appeared in the ring. The martial arts tournament host, holding a microphone, said, "As a special bonus, Mr. Smith Doyle, the organizer of this competition, will soon begin a sparring match with our world's #1 martial arts tournament champion. Mr. Smith, please say a few words." Smith Doyle took the microphone from the martial arts tournament host and began to speak. "Thank you very much to all the audience and contestants. Because of you, the first World Martial Arts Tournament was successfully held and our first champion was selected. I am also looking forward to the upcoming match." Smith Doyle's brief speech was met with enthusiastic applause from the audience. One woman in the front row even pulled out her bra and threw it towards the ring, shouting, "I love you, Smith." 3. The martial arts tournament host took the microphone, looked at Gilgamesh, and asked, "Mr. Gilgamesh, you have already won the first World Martial Arts Tournament. Do you have confidence in winning your sparring match against Mr. Smith?" Gilgamesh took the microphone, a smile on his face, and began to speak. "I am very excited and very grateful to Mr. Smith for hosting the world's #1 martial arts tournament, which gave me the opportunity to spar with many extraordinary individuals. As for the upcoming sparring match, Mr. Smith is known as a god among men and represents the pinnacle of human physical strength. I dare not say whether he will win. I will fight with my best performance and all my might, and I hope I will not disappoint Mr. Smith." Upon hearing of Gilgamesh's discovery, the martial arts tournament host smiled and said, "It seems that our Mr. Gilgamesh is very modest. Now comes the most exciting moment, the duel between the World Martial Arts Tournament champion and the pinnacle of humanity. The match begins." After announcing the answer, the martial arts tournament host immediately ran off the stage. On the stage, Smith Doyle and Gilgamesh stood face to face, both assuming fighting stances. Neither of them made a move, leaving the audience wondering what was going on. The two figures vanished from the arena in the next second. Gilgamesh rushed over instantly and threw a punch, but Smith Doyle's figure slowly disappeared in front of him. After image. Smith Doyle appeared behind Gilgamesh and immediately unleashed a whip kick, but Gilgamesh's figure vanished in an after image, just like before. The two exchanged blows at an astonishing speed, but neither managed to land a hit on the other. However, to the audience, apart from the terrifying sound of something cutting through the air, they could not see the two figures on the ring at all. The martial arts tournament host explained from the audience, "The speed is terrifying. Our eyes can't keep up with their fight at all. We can only hear the occasional whooshing and booming sounds coming from the arena. Of course, viewers and friends in front of the TV don't need to worry. Please look at the virtual screen." The words "slow down" began to appear on the virtual screen of the competition. 2x speed down, 5x speed down, 10x speed down, 20x speed down, 50x speed down. Finally, the two figures appeared clearly on the screen, and everyone could see the two sparring. However, the playback was now delayed. The audience members all stared wide-eyed, muttering, "Wow, that's fast." As for the previous contestants, they showed expressions of horror. Just how terrifying was this strength? The two figures appeared repeatedly in different positions on the ring, launching attacks on each other and throwing punches rapidly. Gilgamesh unleashed his full power at this moment, and his speed was extremely fast. However, no matter how fast he increased his speed, even to the point of reaching his limit, Smith Doyle could always keep up. Boom, boom, boom. The roar echoed continuously on the arena, raising clouds of dust and causing the area around the arena to tremble. Smith Doyle sometimes dodged Gilgamesh's attacks, and sometimes blocked his punches with his arm. At the same time, as Gilgamesh went all out, he was also slowly releasing his combat power. Shoo! Gilgamesh threw another punch, which Smith Doyle dodged once again. As the after-image faded, Smith Doyle appeared to Gilgamesh's left and kicked out at the man's arm. "Ah!" Gilgamesh screamed in pain, unable to use the arm armor on his arm before taking a whip kick. But the next second Gilgamesh appeared behind Smith Doyle and threw a punch that sent him flying. However, before Gilgamesh could even show any joy at having landed a blow, Smith Doyle appeared behind him and delivered an elbow strike. Boom! Ah! Gilgamesh let out another scream and was sent flying. The two then clashed head-on, exchanging several punches. Boom, boom, boom. A series of booming sounds echoed, and the arena beneath their feet shattered and collapsed on the spot. As the smoke cleared, Smith Doyle grabbed Gilgamesh's hands, and the two began to wrestle. Gilgamesh's arms glowed with golden armor, and veins bulged on his forehead and arms. The next second, Gilgamesh activated his domain, covering his entire body. Smith Doyle immediately shouted, "What?" A white wave of energy immediately swept out, unleashing a combat power of 300 million. Ah! With their roars, the arena, which had previously shattered into pieces, floated up again. Boom! The floating stones instantly turned into dust. The two attacked simultaneously, with Gilgamesh punching Smith Doyle in the chest, causing him to lean back. Smith Doyle punched Gilgamesh in the nose, causing him to bleed profusely. 0.001 seconds later, the two attacked each other again at the same time, dodging each other's attacks at lightning speed. Boom, boom, boom. On the virtual screen, the number indicating a slowdown is getting larger and larger. Smith Doyle kicked Gilgamesh in the stomach, sending him flying. Gilgamesh continuously dissipated the force in mid-air, and successfully dissipated the force after several rolls. At that moment, Smith Doyle fired a gas blast, facing the incoming gas blast. Gilgamesh immediately slapped it, and the gas blast was sent flying, crashing into the ground. Boom! The gas bomb struck the ground and exploded instantly, causing the entire earth to tremble. The next second, Gilgamesh shot a laser beam from his eyes, heading straight for Smith Doyle's face. Seeing this, Smith Doyle did not dodge at all, and immediately used Piccolo's magic beam, shooting out two beams of light from his eyes to meet it. The two powers collided in mid-air and exploded again. Boom! As the smoke cleared, Gilgamesh was now somewhat out of breath. Seeing that Smith Doyle was unharmed, he immediately gritted his teeth. The domain expanded instantly, no longer enveloping his entire body, but directly enveloping Smith Doyle. Within his domain, Gilgamesh can unleash his full power, while also weakening his opponents to some extent. Smith Doyle sensed the changes around him and immediately knew that this must be Gilgamesh's domain. In the comics, Gilgamesh pulled Thanos into his own domain and then successfully defeated him. At this moment, the two figures disappeared from the arena. Inside the VIP box, Ajax murmured. Gilgamesh unleashed his domain. The audience, assuming the two had sped up, began searching the virtual screen. End of this chapter. Chapter 585. The champion is crowned. Chapter 585. The champion is crowned. Within the field, Smith Doyle felt the pressure on him, as well as Gilgamesh's rising aura. They immediately ceased to retain it. 10 times Kaio Fist. Boom! A red aura surged into the sky, and the combat power of 3 million surged again, directly soaring to 3,000 million. Smith Doyle looked at Gilgamesh, his expression somewhat excited, and said, "To be honest, your combat power really surprised me. It actually made me activate the 10x Kaioken. I hope you can put some pressure on me in the upcoming battle." Having already reached a normal fighting power of 3 million, he hopes for a strong and pressure-filled opponent to help him break through to Super Saiyan. Because of her seal and the lack of support from the Asgardian lands, Hela was unable to put pressure on Smith Doyle, let alone help him break through to Super Saiyan. This also piqued Smith Doyle's interest in Icarus, the strongest warrior of the Eternals. Gilgamesh, however, wore a solemn expression. He sensed the terrifying power unleashed by Smith Doyle and spoke, as expected of the Guardians of the Dragon Balls, their strength is truly terrifying. Fighting within this area won't affect the outside world, so let's go all out. The next second, the two rushed towards each other, Gilgamesh and Smith Doyle throwing punches at the same time. Boom, boom, boom. The collision of flesh against flesh produced a continuous roar. The shockwaves from the collision destroyed the land and vegetation within the area, leaving the battlefield in ruins. Drink. Smith Doyle seized an opening in Gilgamesh's defenses and threw a powerful punch, which Gilgamesh immediately blocked with his arms. Boom. Gilgamesh flew out like a cannonball, smashing through the trees in the forest behind him before coming to a stop after flying backwards out of the woods. Gilgamesh steadied himself and shook his aching arms. His arm armor had almost shattered just moments before. What? Gilgamesh roared and charged toward Smith Doyle, arriving in front of him in the blink of an eye. Gilgamesh threw out both fists, launching a rapid attack. Smith Doyle also threw a punch to block, and at the same time said, "Not enough, go faster. Hit harder. Not enough, your strength is insufficient. Faced with Smith Doyle's verbal provocation, Gilgamesh activated his domain to its maximum, frantically buffing himself while using the domain's power to reduce Smith Doyle's condition. Increase gravity, weaken force. However, Gilgamesh was unaware that Smith Doyle, who had been training in the gravity chamber, was completely unaffected by the tenfold increase in gravity. As for the weakening of his power, although it had an impact, the pressure it brought was still insufficient. Boom, boom, boom. The strongest punch. Gilgamesh unleashed his strongest attack, concentrating all his power into his right fist, and punched Smith Doyle in the abdomen. Boom. Smith Doyle was blasted off the ground like a missile. After somersaulting several times in the air, Smith Doyle regained his balance and used his aerial maneuver to fly in midair. Looking at Gilgamesh on the ground, Smith Doyle immediately used the prince's battle technique. Ha ha ha. Countless energy blasts condensed from his hands and hurtled towards Gilgamesh. Boom, boom, boom. As the explosion subsided, Gilgamesh's figure emerged from a deep crater. Gilgamesh was panting. He had expended a great deal of energy trying to block the energy blast. Looking up at Smith Doyle in the air, just as he was considering whether to surrender, Smith Doyle clasped his hands together, and white light condensed in his palms. Kamehameha. To Gilgamesh's astonishment, the Kamehameha wave hurtled toward him. Boom. Ah. The explosion was accompanied by Gilgamesh's screams, and the world of the realm shattered instantly like a glass mirror. Crack. To everyone's astonishment, the battered Gilgamesh appeared from the sky and fell to the ground, while the vanished Smith Doyle reappeared in midair. The audience present and those watching on television had no idea what kind of battle the two had fought. The only thing they knew was that Gilgamesh had lost, and lost miserably at that. Inside the VIP box, the members of the Eternal Clan looked solemn. Ajak slowly began to speak. Gilgamesh's domain has shattered. At that moment, Smith Doyle flew down from midair. Gilgamesh lay motionless on the ground. If it weren't for his heaving chest proving that he was still alive, everyone present would have thought that Smith Doyle had beaten him to death on the spot. The martial arts tournament host ran to Gilgamesh's side and started the countdown. 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 9, 10. After counting to 10, Gilgamesh still hadn't gotten up. The martial arts tournament host then announced on the spot, Gilgamesh has been defeated, and Mr. Smith continues to firmly hold the throne of the pinnacle of human strength. As the tournament host announced the results, the audience cheered once again. Coulson smiled and said, "It seems our Inspector General is still the better one. It's just a pity we didn't get to see their final battle." Ward and the others nodded in agreement. "It's truly a great pity. The battle must have been fierce." Gilgamesh is already battered and bruised. Nick Fury, far away in Trident Tower, also breathed a sigh of relief. Smith Doyle was the victor, at least in terms of peak combat power. He was able to suppress the Eternals, so the Eternals would no longer be completely uncontrollable. I wonder how many people this group has, and how their strength differs from Gilgamesh's. Inside the VIP box, Pepper Potts asked curiously, "Tony, what do you think Gilgamesh will wish for?" Tony thought for a moment and then said, "They'll probably wish to cure Tina's eternal obsession. That's what they wished for during the Dragon Ball battle." Tony Stark was clearly unaware that Tina's eternal obsession had been cured, and assumed that this was probably still her wish. Upon hearing that it was this wish, Pepper Potts and Happy both breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't an unreasonable wish. At this moment, it wasn't just Tony's group that was discussing it. Wakanda, Steve and Jessica, Lorelai and Sif, and Su Wenmu's family were all discussing what kind of wish Gilgamesh of the Eternals would make. At this moment, the host of the world's greatest martial arts tournament called out, "Now, please welcome the 8 finalists of this competition to the stage." As the tournament host announced that Gilgamesh, Jessica Jones, Wong, Agatha Christie, Chala, Sif, Tony Stark, and Brinsky had completed their treatment under Ajax, the 8 members of the group returned to the stage. After receiving treatment from the Ancient One, Wong remembered that he hadn't yet claimed his prize money from the top 8, so he opened a portal and rushed back to the scene. At this moment, the competition staff came up with enlarged, specially made checks. Each of the top 8 finalists will receive a prize of $50. The martial arts tournament host presented giant checks to each of the top 8 finalists and then took a group photo. Of the top 8 finalists, aside from the few billionaires, Jessica Jones, Wong, Agatha Christie, and Brinsky were all quite satisfied with the $50 prize. After the awards ceremony for the top 8 finalists was completed, everyone left. The martial arts tournament host announced again, "Please welcome Ms. Agatha to receive the runner-up prize for second place in the World Martial Arts Tournament." The competition's prize money is jointly sponsored by Capsule Corporation, Red Ribbon Group, and Vank Industry. with a total prize pool of 500 million US dollars. A giant check for $500 million was brought up by staff, and the host presented it to Agatha Christie, who then posed for a photo with the check. The runner-up prize of $500 million is not low, but Agatha Christie was more interested in the Dragon Balls. Unfortunately, she didn't win the championship and therefore didn't have the right to make a wish. It seems she can only try her best at the next World Martial Arts Tournament. Although she was unwilling, Agatha still smiled brightly and took a photo with the check. Next up is the grand prize. Please welcome Gilgamesh. The competition's prize money is jointly sponsored by Capsule Corporation, Red Ribbon Group, and Vank Industry, with a total prize pool of 1,000 million US dollars. Looking at the check for 1,000 million in prize money in his hand, Gilgamesh didn't care. The Eternals were not short of money, and they didn't care about this cash reward at all. Not to mention their past collections. Just because of Circe's existence, money was as much as they wanted. Precious metals could be converted at will, and even vibranium and adamantium, which were of great concern to the world, could be made at will. Thank you for your hard work, everyone. The World Martial Arts Tournament has come to a successful conclusion. Please be careful on your way home. Then let's meet again in the next competition. As the competition ended and everyone left, the discussion about the participants did not cease. Numerous organizations and Fortune 500 companies began inviting and recruiting outstanding contestants from the competition. At this moment, Smith Doyle led the Eternals through a wormhole to the island where the Dragon Ball battle had been held. Looking at the Eternals before him, Smith Doyle turned to Gilgamesh and said, "What is your wish?" Gilgamesh looked at Ajax and said, "I will transfer my right to make a wish to our leader Ajax, is that all right?" Upon hearing Gilgamesh's words, Smith Doyle nodded, then looked at Ajax and asked, "What is your wish?" At this moment, the members of the Eternals recalled the discussion that Gilgamesh had made after winning the tournament and returning to his private room for treatment. "Ajax, I have won the championship. Tina's eternal obsession has been cured. What is this wish for?" The Eternals looked at Ajax with curiosity. After Tina's illness was cured, some of the Eternals did not intend to participate in the world's #1 martial arts tournament, nor did they want to be exposed to the public. However, at Ajax's insistence, Tina and Gilgamesh chose to participate. Ajax looked at his people, pondered for a moment, but still didn't tell them the true meaning of the Eternals' existence or the cruel truth. Instead, he spoke, "I received guidance from the god Ariston that Earth will face a catastrophe of planetary collapse in the future. To gain the right to make a wish is also to avoid this disaster." Hearing Ajax's words, everyone was astonished, and Tina exclaimed, "Oh my god, how is this possible?" Jinga also said incredulously, "The planet is collapsing, what a catastrophe that will be." Ajax continued, "So I need the Dragon Ball's wishes to be an insurance policy against future disasters. Otherwise, few living beings would be able to survive if the planet were to collapse." Everyone nodded in agreement with this answer. Back on the island, Ajax stepped forward and said, "My wish is that when the Earth collapses again, Shenron will be able to restore it to its original state." Smith Doyle nodded when he heard Ajax's wish, which was exactly as he had guessed. He immediately spoke up, "Now let's start making the dragon wish." Smith Doyle placed all 7 Dragon Balls on the ring and then, amidst the expectant gazes of the crowd, shouted, "Come out, Shenlong." As these words were uttered, the Dragon Ball emitted a golden light that shot straight into the sky, turning the once clear sky into a pitch-black night. This was because Smith Doyle's power had increased to an even greater level than when he had summoned Shenron the last time. As the dragon grew stronger because of Smith Doyle's growth, the darkness not only enveloped the entire Earth, but also extended beyond Earth, spreading outwards and covering all the planets in the solar system before finally stopping, plunging the entire solar system into darkness. At this moment, Ronan the judge and his subordinates had just arrived in the solar system via a space jump, and were stunned for a moment when they saw the planets outside the spaceship completely shrouded in darkness. Smith Doyle was unaware of Ronan's impending arrival. At this moment, the golden beam of light that rushed into the sky turned into a green dragon. The other side. With the appearance of the dragon, the other half of the Earth turned from day to night in an instant. However, the Earthlings, who had experienced this for the 4th time, just glanced at it and didn't care at all. After all, they had already experienced alien invasions twice, so how could this eclipse-like phenomenon make them so irritable? Everyone just went about their business as usual. However, those who knew about the dragon's wish-granting ability, or even those who had made such a wish, understood what was going on, and many immediately murmured, "The Eternals have begun making wishes." Inside Trident Tower, Nick Fury looked out at the dark sky and spoke, "I hope your wishes will not bring disaster to the Earth." End of this chapter. Chapter 586 Making a Wish. Chapter 586 Making a Wish. Having already left the competition venue and returned to the Airbus Center, Coulson looked out at the dark sky and said, "The celestial canopy has reappeared. It seems Gilgamesh has begun to make a wish. I wonder what wishes they'll make." Donegal shook his head. "I have no clue. I wonder what regrets people like them might have." Ward then spoke up, "With the Inspector General in charge, it shouldn't be a bad wish." Coulson nodded, also expressing his curiosity about how to achieve it. The other side. Steve Rogers looked out at the sky, his mind preoccupied with Peggy Carter, realizing he had once again missed the chance to make a wish upon the Dragon Balls. Thinking about all this, Steve Rogers murmured, "Do I still have a chance to win the championship and fulfill my dream?" Jessica Jones shook her head, then said, "It's hard. Although the World Martial Arts Tournament has relaxed the number of participants, unlike the Dragon Ball Tournament which only has 6 or 7 people, the difficulty has not decreased at all, but has increased considerably. They have Eternals, mages, and the people of Asgard won't give up either. With our current strength, we would need a major breakthrough to win the championship." Upon hearing Jessica Jones's words, Steve Rogers sighed, unsure of what to do. The top floor of the Trident building. Alexander Pierce looked at the dark sky outside and felt a deep sense of unease as he thought about the various extraordinary individuals who had appeared at the World Martial Arts Tournament. Hydra has developed very well in recent years. With the protection of SHIELD, its various branches are also accumulating power, and they have also gained control of some superhumans. These forces seem powerful, but considering the top 8 and the fact that not everyone participated in this tournament, Hydra's power alone is no longer enough to control the world. Even if they get the opportunity, those top-tier superhumans can destroy everything they built with their individual strength. As for wishing to become the king of the world through the Dragon Balls, putting aside whether Smith Doyle could grant such a wish, he saw absolutely no hope in terms of the qualifications to make the wish or winning the tournament. During the Dragon Ball battle, there was still hope of collecting all the Dragon Balls in advance to qualify for a wish, but now even that loophole has been closed. It seems the only way is to accelerate Project Insight and give Hydra even greater power. At the same time, Pierce was also very curious about how the wish was fulfilled and what the so-called dragon looked like. As for the Eternals' wishes, Alexander Pierce believed that Smith Doyle would keep a close watch and prevent anything from harming Earth. Wishing scene. The Eternal race looked at the enormous dragon above them, and Tina murmured, "This is the dragon. It's really cool." Ajax gazed curiously at the dragon in the sky, which resembled the dragons of the East. They had been on Earth for thousands of years, and after disappearing, they had traveled to many places. She knew a thing or two about the legend of the divine dragon in Kunlun, but she didn't know what kind of relationship the divine dragon Sho Lao of Kunlun had with the divine dragon in front of her. Icarus was curious about the power of the dragon before him. Just as everyone was lost in thought, a cold voice uttered from the dragon's mouth, "Human who summoned me, state your wish, and I can grant you any wish, but I can only grant 2 wishes." At first, the crowd didn't react to Shenlong's words, but soon they all turned to look at Smith Doyle. Ajax asked in surprise, "2 wishes?" Smith Doyle nodded and said, "The dragon can grant 2 wishes at once, but the champion's reward is only 1 wish. Ajax, go and say what you wish for." Ajax nodded upon hearing Smith Doyle's words, immediately took a step forward, and then spoke, "Great dragon, the Earth is at risk of shattering in the future. I hope you can restore it to its original state as soon as possible the next time it shatters." Upon hearing Ajax's wish, a red light flashed in the dragon's eyes. "Your wish for the future is very simple." The next second, a golden light membrane merged into the earth, and the dragon's voice rang out again, "Tell me your second wish. If you have no wish, then I must take my leave." Ajax looked at Smith Doyle, indicating that he had finished making his wish. Smith Doyle understood that giving up his second wish wouldn't affect his lottery draw, but considering his ever-increasing strength and Earth's future as the center of the battlefield, he directly made his wish to the dragon, "Shenlong, please reinforce Earth without affecting the life on Earth." However, just when Smith Doyle thought this wish would be simple, the dragon spoke, "It is impossible to reinforce the Earth without affecting life on Earth. After the Earth is reinforced, the planet will be more difficult to destroy, underground resources will be difficult to extract, and a large number of plants will be difficult to sprout. As the planet becomes more difficult to destroy, these phenomena will also be inevitable." Upon hearing this answer, Smith Doyle paused for a moment before realizing that improving the planet's sturdiness was an overall improvement. A planet that was not easily broken would be much more difficult to dig, even a small hole would be much harder to dig. No wonder Goku and the others in the Dragon Ball world never wished to reinforce the Earth. Otherwise, with multiple reinforcements, it would be extremely difficult for ordinary people to even dig a hole to plant a tree, let alone build a building or lay a foundation. At the same time, the members of the Eternal Clan also realized that the dragon could not grant such conflicting wishes. Smith Doyle saw this and said, "In that case, I have no other wishes." The dragon then spoke, "Goodbye." The next second, Shenron's body transformed back into 7 Dragon Balls, ready to fly to all corners of the world. At that moment, Smith Doyle reached out, and the Dragon Balls that were about to fly away did not leave. Instead, they landed in front of Smith Doyle and turned into 7 stones. Trident building. Nick Fury looked at the sky and saw that it had returned to daylight. Then he spoke, "It seems my wish has come true." At that moment, there was a knock on the door, and Alexander Pierce walked in. Nick Fury, seeing it was Pierce, said, "Why bother coming down in person? I could have just called you and come up to you." Pierce, of course, didn't believe Nick Fury at all, and then said, "Dragon Ball has granted a wish once again." Nick Fury nodded. It was obvious. Pierce continued, "Is making a wish once a year too frequent? This will bring a lot of instability, and besides, SHIELD has never won a championship." Upon hearing Pierce's words, Nick Fury also sighed. Although Smith is the Inspector General of SHIELD, he will only choose fairness and will not favor us in this matter. Being able to exaggerate the Dragon Ball battle into the World Martial Arts Tournament is already a huge concession. Pierce nodded, then changed the subject and said, "The number of superhumans is increasing, and more government agencies and companies are recruiting them. All of this has long deviated from the original intention that superhumans were solely the responsibility of SHIELD. To strengthen security control and to deal with future supervillains, you need to be more prepared." Nick Fury nodded in agreement upon hearing this and said, "Currently, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s most powerful weapon is the helicarrier, and we are building more for service. My idea is..." Subsequently, under Pierce's deliberate guidance, Nick Fury became very interested in the Insight project. Just as the two were having a great time chatting, an urgent phone call came in. "What? You mean you detected an unfamiliar spaceship in the solar system? The direction of travel is most likely Earth, and we have already contacted the Capsule Corporation, so it is not their spaceship." Pierce and Nick Fury exchanged bewildered glances after hearing Hill's report over the phone. "It seems that aliens are about to visit Earth again, but we don't know if they are friend or foe." Pierce said, S.H.I.E.L.D. needs to be prepared. So far, apart from Asgard, no other alien race has made a friendly visit. Nick Fury nodded solemnly. Kamar-Taj. Wong returned to Kamar-Taj with the prize money and happened to run into Wanda, who was coming out of the library. Wanda looked at the king and asked, "Congratulations on achieving a top 4 finish in the World Martial Arts Tournament." Upon hearing this, Wong spoke up, "Wanda, even you know." Wanda took out her phone and said, "It's not just me who knows, the mages of Kamar-Taj must know as well. You're quite popular online, and you have a lot of supporters." Upon hearing this, Wong laughed awkwardly. "It's still a disgrace. We couldn't even defeat a wizard from a family tradition. We've brought shame to Kamar-Taj. By the way, you're even stronger, so why didn't you participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament this time? I heard you participated in the Dragon Ball battle before." Wanda shook her head and said, "There are so many books in the library that I need to study. I will definitely sign up once I am confident of winning the championship. I believe it won't be long." Upon hearing Wanda's words, Wong encouraged her, "Come on, I'm optimistic about you." The other side. With the wish fulfilled, the Eternals boarded their spaceship and left the island, while Smith Doyle returned directly to the base. This time, Smith Doyle gave up one wish, but he knew that giving up a wish would not affect the system's wish lottery, so he immediately entered the system space. Including the previous wish-granting lottery, this is the 6th time Smith Doyle has made a wish-granting lottery, and he can be said to be full of anticipation. After all, his initial combat power has already reached 300 million, and the character cards he draws next will be even more powerful. I wonder if he can break through to Super Saiyan this time and update Dragon Ball. Once inside the system, Smith Doyle began to observe. There were no changes. The wish lottery still offered one draw in each of the 3 directions, and the number of draws did not decrease even after the second wish was abandoned. Thinking about his current strength, Smith was filled with anticipation for the new character updates. He couldn't wait to open the character wish lottery and start observing the characters on the planet. Arriving below the lottery, Smith Doyle looked up at the meteorite above with anticipation. He saw that the characters on it had changed drastically. Characters such as the Jinyu Force and the Jaeger team had all disappeared and were no longer appearing on the planet. Even the personnel who appeared on Namek had all been replaced. Instead, many familiar faces appeared, and the people in front of me were clearly visible. Krillin, Cell Saga, Yamcha, Cell Saga, Tien Shinyan, Cell Saga, Piccolo, 150 million power level, Goku, 300 million power level, Vegeta, 300 million power level. Looking at the characters above, he was quite surprised to see characters from the Cell Saga appear. He hadn't expected them to skip the Android Saga entirely. However, considering the strength of the three characters, Smith Doyle thought it was quite normal. On the contrary, Goku in the later Frieza Saga still had a power level of 300 million in his normal state, and then there was Vegeta who trained on Earth to reach a power level of 300 million but still couldn't transform into a Super Saiyan. These are all character cards that are very conspicuous on the surface. The strongest ones are only Goku and Vegeta, whose strength is comparable to their own. 10 times Kaio Fist. A red shockwave shot into the sky, and Smith Doyle felt that he had not yet reached his limit. What? 20 times Kaioken. Indeed, during this period, Smith Doyle had developed the Kaioken technique to a 20-fold increase in power, boosting his fighting strength to 6,000 million, but this did not last long. After unleashing his full power, Smith Doyle looked into the depths of the meteorite above. 600600011.211.511.62.1. Seeing his combat power jump directly from 3 million to 60 million, Smith Doyle nodded in satisfaction. Obtaining any one of the characters from the second batch of cards would be a terrifying boost to his abilities, and he was also somewhat curious. If these fighting abilities were added to his normal fighting strength, wouldn't it be incredible when he uses the Kaioken again, or transforms into a Super Saiyan? Thinking of this, Smith Doyle's gaze also changed. End of this chapter. Chapter 587 Super Saiyan. Chapter 587 Super Saiyan. 1171812232. Although he saw these character cards deep within the planet, Smith Doyle didn't hold out much hope, since it would be difficult for him to obtain character cards for that position given his strength. However, even if he missed the opportunity this time, the chances of getting them next time were very high. Let me see whose character card I can draw this time. Smith Doyle showed no mercy, unleashing a full-power Kamehameha with the Kaioken technique at 20x speed, and fired it overhead. Soon, under Smith Doyle's full-force attack, the Kamehameha wave bypassed the characters in the front row and struck a ball of light in the back row, shattering it. Congratulations to Smith Doyle for obtaining a Super Saiyan 1 Son Goku character card, 1.5 million power level. A card appeared before them, depicting Goku, who had just transformed into a Super Saiyan in his battle-damaged armor on Namek. Skills: Super Saiyan Transformation, Kamehameha, Spirit Bomb. Super Saiyan 1 Power Level, 1.5 million. Using the character card grants access to the abilities of Super Saiyan Goku and Saiyan Bloodline. Smith Doyle was extremely excited to see that the character he drew was Goku, who had successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan on Namek. No Dragon Ball fan wouldn't be excited about a Super Saiyan. Meanwhile, as Smith Doyle looked at the card in front of him, a thought popped into his mind: should this 1.5 million power be added to his Super Saiyan form or to his normal form? If added to his Super Saiyan form would reach a power level of 300 million. However, if added to his normal state, his Super Saiyan power would reach a terrifying 4.65 billion, and that's just for a regular Super Saiyan 1. Smith Doyle's breathing quickened at the thought of this possibility. Unable to maintain the 20x Kaioken state, it dissipated. After calming down, Smith Doyle shook his head. In either case, his combat power would be terrifyingly enhanced this time. After confirming the results of the character wish lottery, Smith Doyle suppressed his excitement and did not immediately proceed with the fusion. He then proceeded with the remaining 2 wish lotteries. Open the item wish lottery and look up at the meteorite above. Each ball of light contains a variety of items, and this time the items have been updated: Frieza's Legion Battle Suit 2nd Generation, 3rd Generation Battle Power Detector, Saiyan Single Spaceship, Namek Spaceship, and Frieza's Large Spaceship. Earth's Celestial Temple, Spirit Tree Fruit, Spirit Tree Sapling, Power Pole, Flying Nimbus, and the Grand Elder's potential were developed once Supreme Kai Sword, Potara Earrings, Time Machine, Android 8, Android 16, and Old Kai's potential were developed once. Smith Doyle was overwhelmed by the sheer number of items, but he quickly noticed something unusual mixed in: Earth's Temple. Although he had Bulma try to build an artificial, floating temple, it was missing one crucial room: the hyperbolic time chamber. If we had the time stone, we might have a chance to forge one by hand, but the time stone is currently in the hands of the Ancient One. If we can get the Temple of the Gods, Dandy can be placed there instead of being squeezed together with Kaelin. In addition, the members of the Assassin's Guild and I have a special training place, which is the Spiritual Time Chamber. The Spiritual Time Chamber is located inside the Temple of the Gods, where time moves extremely slowly. 1 year inside is equivalent to 1 day outside. There, food, water, and rooms are all provided. The air is thin and extremely hot, with temperatures ranging from 50 degrees Celsius to -40 degrees Celsius. Gravity is 10 times stronger than normal, and there is a vast space like the Earth. Those with weak willpower and poor concentration are prone to hallucinations. What's even more peculiar is that a year there is equivalent to only 1 day in the outside world. At most, 2 people can cultivate at the same time, making it a truly top-notch cultivation place. People who enter will also grow normally, as if they have really experienced that long period of time. However, a person can only enter for 2 days in their lifetime, otherwise the exit will disappear and they will never be able to come out again. With this in mind, Smith Doyle still valued the Temple of Gods. Of all the items listed above, besides the Spirit Tree Sapling, Potential Development, Supreme Kai Sword, Potara Earrings, and Time Machine, the most important is this Temple of the Gods. However, it would take him many years to collect all the items he valued. Moreover, many things are located deep within the meteorite, while the Temple of the Gods is located relatively far forward. Thinking of this, Smith Doyle immediately unleashed a Kamehameha towards the location of the Temple of God's sphere of light, shattering one of the points of light. Congratulations to Smith Doyle on obtaining the Earth Temple. Upon seeing that he had actually obtained the Temple of the Gods on Earth, Smith Doyle smiled. With the existence of the hyperbolic time chamber, even the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan can greatly enhance his training and strength. It's hard to say whether the time chamber was a good thing or a bad thing for his assassins. Probably not many of them could have survived in that environment. After confirming that it was the time chamber, Smith Doyle's attention turned to the partner lottery. The last partner lottery was Dende, which was a great help to him. Being able to instantly heal injuries is really amazing. I just don't know how Dende's Dragon Balls are coming along. I can ask him about it later. Clicking on the partner wish card draw, Smith Doyle looked up, hoping to see some characters deeper in the world. Bull Demon King, Sea Turtle, Oolong, King Bailoff, Popo, Dende, the Namekian Elder, King Yama. Because of his increased power, Smith Doyle saw into the depths of the planet, where he encountered the 4 Supreme Kais, East, West, South, North, Android 17, Android 18, Mai, Pan, the Grand Supreme Kai, the Supreme Kai, Kibido, Babadai, the Old Supreme Kai, the Dark Dragon, Ultimate Shenron, Zamesa, Whis, and others. Looking at the figures in the front row, Bull Demon King, Sea Turtle, and Oolong, Smith Doyle can be immediately eliminated, as they are no longer of much help to him. King Bailoff is a decent scientist who can create combat robots and spaceships by hand, but with Bulma by his side, he can be eliminated directly. As for Android 18 deep within the meteorite, Smith Doyle was also very interested. However, with a combat power of 6 million on the 18th, I should be able to defeat him after I fuse with him, right? With a combat power of 3 million to 46.5 billion, if the 1.5 million combat power increase is not the norm, it seems that I really can't beat Android 18. But what Dragon Ball fan could resist Android 18? Smith Doyle pinpointed Android 18's location and immediately unleashed a full-power Kamehameha. Congratulations to Smith Doyle for acquiring the support-type battle partner, Bobo. When Smith Doyle saw that it was Bobo, the servant of the gods and the chief steward of the Temple of the Gods, he was also taken aback. Speaking of Popo, his strength is not only not weak but also very powerful, with a combat power of 1030 points, which can easily defeat Goku, who defeated Piccolo de Mao. It would be good to let Popo manage the Temple of the Gods and train the members of the League of Assassins who graduated from Kalen's school. Celestial Temple, Dende, and Popeye have now completed the Celestial Trinity. Although I didn't get Android 18, I wasn't disappointed at all by getting Popo Smith Doyle. It's much better than things like the Giant Turtle, Phoenix, Oolong, or Xiaowu. After using up all 3 lottery draws, Smith Doyle's consciousness exited the system space. Smith Doyle opened his office window and flew out, landing above Kalen Tower. Dandy and Kalen looked up at Smith Doyle, curious about what he was going to do. Smith Doyle glanced at Kalen Ta, then flew a little higher again. Smith Doyle immediately wanted to retrieve the Temple of Gods. Ding, do you want to retrieve the Heavenly Temple and confirm its fixed location? The Temple of the Gods is the living place of the Earth's gods. It is invisible to the naked eye and cannot be detected by any technological means. The Temple of the Gods is surrounded by a barrier that prevents aircraft from approaching. Upon hearing about this feature, Smith Doyle smiled. No wonder that despite the advanced technology in the Dragon Ball world, few people knew about the existence of Kami's palace. This made things easier for them, as satellites from various countries couldn't detect its existence after it was released. Take out the Heavenly Temple. With Smith Doyle's confirmation, the Temple of Gods appeared out of thin air in front of him and hovered in the air. Looking at the temple before him, Smith Doyle became the first person to ascend it. After a quick look, it looks exactly like the Temple of the Gods in the comics, except there are no gods or Bobo here yet. Smith Doyle immediately materialized Popo, the steward of the Temple of Gods. After Bobo was materialized, he clasped his hands together, bowed respectfully, and said, "Mr. Smith." Smith Doyle nodded and said, "Bobo, this is another world, but the Temple of the Gods is the same as the Temple of the Gods you were in before. Your job is the same as before. I'll bring Dandy up later, he'll be in charge of this place with you." Bobo said excitedly. "The god of Dandy has come here too, that's wonderful." Smith Doyle glanced at Popo, never expecting that the other person was Popo after Dandy inherited the position of Earth's Celestial. Smith Doyle nodded, then used his flying technique to fly directly down. Soon Smith Doyle arrived at the top of Kellan Tower, and the cat fairy asked uncertainly, "You brought the Temple of Heaven with you?" Smith Doyle said with some surprise, "You can sense the Heavenly Temple?" The cat sage nodded and then spoke, "I also have another identity, the guardian of the Temple of the Gods, just like the guardian of Kellan Ta in the past. Only those who pass my test can ascend to the Temple of the Gods." At the same time, with the appearance of the Temple of Gods, I regained one of my abilities. Kellan the Immortal stretched out his cat paw and then spoke, "I can create a somersault cloud now." Upon hearing this answer, Smith Doyle said with some surprise, "I completely forgot that you can create somersault clouds." The cat sage said smugly, "You should know that the clouds surrounding my previous Kellan Tower were all made up of flying clouds. Now that the Temple of the Gods exists, the somersault cloud will be reborn. It's a pity that the Rui cudgel is missing. Only those who have mastered the flying technique can ascend to the Heavenly Temple." Smith Doyle also became interested in the somersault cloud. Although he could fly, the somersault cloud was also a good means of transportation. However, only those with pure hearts can use the yellow somersault cloud, otherwise, they can only use the black one. I should be able to use it, right? Although somewhat uncertain, Smith Doyle still spoke up, "Karen, I'm entrusting the flying cloud matter to you." The cat sage immediately nodded in agreement. After all, not many people can climb Korin Tower. He has a lot of free time, which he spends growing senza beans. Now he can make flying nimbus to pass the time. Smith Doyle looked at Dandy beside him and asked, "Danda, how's the Dragon Ball manufacturing going?" Dandy shook his head after hearing this and said, "We couldn't find suitable materials. None of the materials here are suitable for making Dragon Balls." "It's not that there's nothing suitable. I found something that could be used to polish a Dragon Ball, but Bulma disagrees." Bulma disagreed, and Smith Doyle, somewhat puzzled, asked, "What are you going to use to make the Dragon Balls?" Dandy began to speak. "Dragon Balls are also known as wishing beads. In our area, they are actually made from fragments of the Super Dragon Balls, but I can't find any fragments of the Super Dragon Balls here. So it's hard to find a substitute, but I feel like the gem on Bulma Lab's scepter could be polished into a Dragon Ball. But since I haven't received the item yet, I'm not entirely sure. I just have a feeling it might be used to make Dragon Balls." Upon hearing Dandy's answer, Smith Doyle thought for a moment. It seemed that Dragon Ball Super had mentioned that all the Dragon Balls were created from fragments of the Super Dragon Ball. There are currently no fragments of the Super Dragon Balls in this universe, unless his Dragon Balls are upgraded to Super Dragon Balls. But isn't the scepter in Bulma Labs just an Infinity Stone? Each Infinity Stone represents a portion of the power of the universe's rules, and by its very nature, collecting all the Infinity Stones does grant one a unique ability to make wishes. Therefore, in Dende's hands, the Infinity Stones could be transformed into Dragon Balls. Thinking of this, Smith Doyle spoke up, "I'll take the scepter and let you examine it to see if it can really be used to make Dragon Balls." End of this chapter. Chapter 588, The Terrifying 3 Million Combat Power of the Heavenly Father Level. Chapter 588, Terrifying 3 Million Combat Power, Father Level. After Smith Doyle finished discussing the Dragon Balls with Dandy, he immediately took him to Kami's lookout. "Dandy, from now on, you and Bobo will be in charge of this place. Once someone passes the test from Kellan the Immortal, they will be sent to the Temple of the Gods, where Bobo will be in charge of training them." Dandy looked at Popo beside him and nodded, "Okay, Bobo and I will take care of this." Smith Doyle then spoke, "I will bring the scepter over in a moment. Please confirm whether it can be used as a material to make the Dragon Balls. Dandy nodded. Okay. Smith Doyle waved his hand and leaped down from the temple, leaving the rest to the two of them. When Bulma saw Smith Doyle, she went up to him, happily put her arm around his, and said with a smile, "Brother Smith." Smith Doyle patted Bulma's head and then said, "Bulma, how's the Sky Temple that I asked you to build coming along?" Bulma shook her head and said, "It's still in the preparation stage. I've been too busy lately." Smith Doyle smiled and said after hearing this, "No need to build it anymore, I brought a real temple of the gods this time." Hearing that there was no need to build it, Bulma felt relieved and immediately said, "That's fine, I'll tell Fox to stop preparations." Then Smith Doyle inquired about Loki's scepter, saying, "How's your research on Loki's scepter coming along?" Bulma said, "We've almost finished researching it. Are you planning to take it with you? The information inside the jewel on that scepter is very suitable for creating artificial intelligence." How should I put it? The information structure presented within the gemstone, if used as a basic template for artificial intelligence, would save a lot of work. However, I feel that directly using the basic code above to build artificial intelligence might introduce uncontrollable factors. After all, it's built on the information within the gem, and I don't know if there are any problems with that information. Therefore, I don't plan to use the foundation within the gem to create artificial intelligence. However, the layout and distribution above gave me a lot of inspiration. The intelligence of the dazed should be able to be improved by 1 or 2 levels. Smith Doyle wasn't surprised by Bulma's words. It would be strange if Bulma couldn't discover the structural information within the Mind Stone that resembled a basic template for artificial intelligence. However, unlike Tony, Bulma only borrowed the layout and information from it, rather than using it directly to create artificial intelligence. Dandy thinks the material of the gemstones can be used to make Dragon Balls, and I'm going to have him study it. Bulma was somewhat surprised to hear Smith Doyle's words. It can even be used to create Dragon Balls, that's incredible. Bulma took out Loki's scepter and then spoke, "I've finished my research, let Dandy give it a try." Smith Doyle took Loki's scepter and then asked, "Bulma, what are your plans for the future?" Bulma thought for a moment, then spoke, "I'm currently researching your small spaceship. I should be able to build a replica of the large spaceship in a while. How about we go on a trip then? I'm very interested in places like Taro Village and Kunlun." Upon hearing Bulma's request, Smith Doyle smiled and said, "Okay, then once you've finished your spaceship research, we'll go on a trip." Bulma was very happy to see that Smith Doyle had agreed. Smith Doyle then left Bulma's laboratory with Loki's scepter and returned to the Temple of Celestials. See if it can be used as material to forge the Dragon Balls. Dandy took the scepter from Smith Doyle and began to examine the gems on it. As the ability to create Dragon Balls begins to be used, the gems on them are examined. I am now certain that the gems on this scepter can be used to polish the Dragon Balls. Furthermore, I discovered that this gem contains powerful energy. If it is used to create Dragon Balls, a dragon even more powerful than Bogolan will appear. Upon hearing Dende's words, Smith Doyle thought to himself that if the Dragon Balls were made with the 6 Infinity Stones, they would be more powerful than the Namekian Dragon Balls and other divine dragons, even if they couldn't compare to the Super Dragon Balls. The gems in your hand are extremely precious. There are only 6 in the entire universe, and each one has different abilities. They are called Infinity Stones. Furthermore, I haven't collected all the Infinity Stones, so using them to create the Dragon Balls would be too extravagant. At the same time, Smith Doyle thought of the huge pile of Infinity Stones in the Time Bureau. Although they were no longer useful in this universe, he wondered if Dende could use them to create the Dragon Balls. You should continue searching for materials that can be used to forge the Dragon Balls. Dandy nodded, returned the scepter to Smith Doyle, and said, "I will look for other materials to try, but the chances are not very high." Smith Doyle nodded and said, "I already have 1 set of Dragon Balls, so I'm not in a hurry to get a second set." Smith Doyle seems to view Dende's Dragon Balls as a last resort for emergencies, so he doesn't feel any urgency, especially now that he has the Super Soon trump card. He is even more relaxed. After giving his instructions to Dandy, Smith Doyle put away Loki's scepter and didn't linger. He then used the Space Stone to travel to a desolate planet in the universe. This is the planet he discovered while traveling on a Sun Solo spaceship. Smith Doyle plans to fuse with Super Saiyan 1 Goku on this planet. Smith Doyle soared into the sky, reaching beyond the planet and entering space. In space, Smith Doyle discovered that Saiyans were not entirely unable to survive. See Bardock's battle against Frieza's army outside planet Vegeta. Then, with a wave of his hand, he used the energy shield that Baby Broly had used when he was floating in space. Through the energy shield, Smith Doyle discovered that even the Saiyans, a race not good at surviving in space, could move through space to a habitable planet suitable for Xians through the energy shield. However, compared to the frozen demon race, who can survive in the universe even with severed limbs, there is still a significant gap. Through this test, Smith-Doyle can basically confirm that the cosmic environment is not his fatal weakness, but at most a shortcoming, which is still acceptable. Back on the desolate planet, Smith-Doyle's consciousness entered the system space and retrieved the Super Saiyan 1 Goku character card. Should we fuse the character cards? Super Saiyan 1 Goku. Yes, as Smith-Doyle made his choice, the character card transformed into Starlight and merged into Smith-Doyle's body. The Saiyan bloodline power was strengthened once again, and at the same time, some of Goku's fighting techniques, as well as his state when transforming into a spirit bomb and a Super Saiyan, all appeared in Smith-Doyle's memory. On the desolate planet, Smith-Doyle's internal energy began to rise, and his combat power increased from 3 million to 6 million before stopping. Having already experienced the 60 million power level under the 20x Kaioken, Smith-Doyle easily grasped the 6 million power level in his normal state. Feeling the fighting power within him, Smith-Doyle murmured, "I didn't expect it to be an increase of 3 million normal combat power. I thought it would be an increase of 150 million normal combat power. I was wrong." Smith-Doyle realized that he had increased his fighting power by 1.5 million in his Super Saiyan state, which, when converted to his normal fighting power, was exactly 300 million. Now his normal fighting power has broken through to 600 million, and with the 20x Kaioken, it's 1.2 million, comparable to Frieza unleashing his full power. It can be said that becoming a cosmic emperor is no problem at all. Ha ha. Smith-Doyle immediately became enraged and used the Kaioken technique at 20x speed. A crimson aura shot into the sky, and the dead star, centered on Smith-Doyle, began to tremble and collapse under the terrifying pressure. Feeling the immense strain on his body and the immense pressure on his heart, Smith-Doyle had a hunch. Could Goku's heart disease in the original story have been caused by overuse of the Kaioken technique? Smith-Doyle sensed his own power and made no unnecessary movements. If he could just fire a gas blast at the planet, the desolate planet in front of him would be destroyed on the spot. If 1.2 million is already so terrifying, then what would happen if it were a Super Saiyan transformation? Smith-Doyle put away his Kaioken form and began to experience the Super Saiyan transformation. Smith-Doyle began to gather his energy, and golden flames appeared around him, causing his hair color to begin to turn gold. Aha! Smith-Doyle roared and instantly unleashed his fury, sending a golden wave of energy soaring into the sky. At the same time, without any restraint, the terrifying aura swept across the entire dead silent star. In an instant, the silent star began to collapse. Smith-Doyle made no unnecessary movements, but simply released his aura without restraint, and the silent star, which was already at the end of its lifespan, immediately went to its death. The boost from Super Saiyan 1 is 50 times, and Smith-Doyle's fighting power instantly reached 3 million. At this moment, he was stronger than Vegeta and his son, as well as Goku, before they entered the hyperbolic time chamber. At this moment, Smith-Doyle's destructive power has completely reached the level of a godfather. He may be slightly inferior in some special abilities, but he is by no means inferior in terms of destructive power. However, Smith-Doyle was well aware that the gap between the two levels of the Heavenly Father was enormous, and at the next level, a single universe-level powerhouse could destroy the entire universe. With a combat power of 300 million, he could destroy the entire solar system with a single Kamehameha wave when he went all out, but he was still a long way from destroying the universe. If you want to achieve a single universe, there are only two options: transform into Super Saiyan God or transform into Super Saiyan 4. In both of these states, the destructive power reaches the level of a single universe. Thinking about the single universe level, many versions of Marvel characters have reached it, such as Hulk's final form, Green Grim Reaper, Cosmic Ghost Rider, Emperor Thanos, Void Sentinel, Perfect Sentinel, God of the Symbiote, Thunder Fury, Thor plus Cosmic Energy, and Galactus in his normal state. Above that, there are Multiverse level and Omnipotent Universe level. Thinking about all this, Smith-Doyle knew he couldn't get carried away. Super Saiyan 1 was powerful, but not invincible. He just didn't know which version of Thanos their universe was. Boom! Just as Smith-Doyle was pondering, the dead star could no longer withstand the pressure and exploded on the spot. After the explosion of the dead star, a meteorite belt was formed in the universe. Smith-Doyle was surrounded by an energy shield, and the destruction of the planet had no effect on him. It seems I need to find an uninhabited planet to train. It really takes some time to adapt to a combat power of 300 million. The transformation into a Super Saiyan also needs to be mastered to the point where it can be activated instantly. Looking at the destruction he had caused in space, Smith Doyle wondered if he could still activate the Kaioken form in his Super Saiyan state. Smith Doyle immediately began experimenting. Even if it wasn't 10 or 20 times, a 1 to 2 times increase in power for the Kaioken would still be a terrifying boost. However, in Super Saiyan 1 form, Smith Doyle found that he was unable to activate Kaioken form at all. His body simply couldn't handle it and he couldn't stack it up. He quickly realized that even at full power, Super Saiyan 4 only managed to release 20 times the Kamehameha by superimposing the Kaioken technique while releasing the Kamehameha, and then immediately deactivate the Kaioken technique afterward. Smith Doyle in his initial Super Saiyan 1 state simply couldn't add even a tiny bit of Kaioken to it. Although he couldn't stack the Kaioken, Smith Doyle wasn't discouraged at all. After all, he was only in Super Saiyan 1 form, and there was still the full power Super Saiyan 1 form waiting for him to develop, as well as the Super Saiyan forms that followed, leaving him with plenty of room for growth. Smith Doyle immediately activated his energy shield and flew towards a nearby planet, intending to test his current strength. In an invisible, special space, the observer Ueda's gaze fell upon Smith Doyle. This was the second time he had turned his attention to Smith Doyle. The last time was when the latter displayed his subfather-level strength. At this moment, he was rapidly taking notes with his pen. Smith Doyle, from Earth, broke through the shackles of the subfather at an extremely fast speed through a special and unknown path, and officially became a powerful father-level powerhouse in the universe. His terrifying growth rate, unique transformation form, and unfathomable potential will he rise to even greater heights and become a true single-target universe powerhouse. Let us wait and see. The other side. Ronan's spaceship appeared directly on Earth during the next space jump, causing Nick Fury of SHIELD to lose his target. End of this chapter. Chapter 589 Dark Asterisk and Donuts. Chapter 589 Dark Asterisk and Donuts. Earth. Ronan the Accuser, with his Dark Star spaceship, made another space jump and landed directly on Earth. At the moment of landing, he activated stealth mode, making his figure completely invisible. Ronan looked out the window at Earth. This was the first time he had brought the Commando Legion to this planet. However, he had been near this planet many years ago. After witnessing a woman destroy a large number of spaceships in space, he immediately ordered an evacuation and jumped away from here. In the days that followed, Ronan the Accuser also learned about that guy, a woman named Captain Marvel, who had become a ridiculous superhero in the universe, meddling in the affairs of various planets. However, he never encountered this woman again after that. Ronan immediately gave the order, initiate access to the Earth network to investigate information on powerful individuals on this planet, as well as data related to the Dragon Balls. Yes, leader. A blue crewman walked down respectfully. Soon, the Dark Star's intelligence system began to infiltrate Earth's network and search for relevant information. It didn't take long for Ronan's men to obtain the relevant information. Chief, we have investigated the relevant information through their network. Ronan nodded and said, play it. The first thing that appears is information about the World Martial Arts Tournament. Zane began to report. According to the information we have gathered, this planet has just hosted the World Martial Arts Tournament, in which there were a total of 137 people with considerable strength. At this moment, the avatars of the top 8 players appeared on the virtual screen, and Zane continued, among these 137 people, these 8 are the strongest. Besides that, there's also the strongest, Smith Doyle. He must be a powerful individual on this planet. Seeing that there was no information about Captain Marvel, Ronan nodded to himself and said, it seems that woman has not returned to this planet. What information did you find about Dragon Ball? Zane tapped the device in his hand and then spoke, there's a lot of news about Dragon Ball, but I'm not sure if it's what we're looking for. There is a lot of information about Dragon Ball on this planet, but it seems that most of it is just a smokescreen they've released. The screen displayed a large amount of information about counterfeit Dragon Balls, with orange spheres bearing the name Dragon Balls priced from a few dollars to several $100s. Zane began to speak, these are probably not what we are looking for, they have a large stock and are very cheap. But we sifted through a lot of useful information from the massive amount of data. Soon, several news items appeared on the screen, including one about a $3,000 million acquisition of Dragon Ball and another about an object that was sturdy and indestructible, with stars visible from every angle. Chief, I think this price and these 2 criteria should be the Dragon Ball you are looking for. Ronan looked at the message on the screen and asked, has anyone found out who collected these Dragon Balls? Zane shook his head and said, no, and these acquisition listings have been closed and deleted. These are the traces we found on their network. Because of the World Martial Arts Tournament, the various factions that were originally collecting the Dragon Balls also learned that the Dragon Balls would no longer be released, and immediately cancelled their bounties for collecting the Dragon Balls. Thinking that there are 7 Dragon Balls in total, Ronan cursed inwardly. It would be better to go find the sphere of the universe, at least there's only one of those. Zane thought for a moment and then offered his suggestion. Chief, should we offer a bounty to attract space brokers and raiders, those interstellar bandits, to come here and collect the Dragon Balls for us? Upon hearing his subordinate's suggestion, Ronan began to think about it. He cooperated with Thanos, helping Thanos find the Orb of Destiny, and Thanos helped him destroy Xandar. However, due to some unforeseen circumstances, the sphere did not fall into his hands, so he had to take on another mission to help Thanos collect the 7 Dragon Balls. In fact, the sphere of the universe has already appeared, but he just hasn't obtained it yet. Now Thanos has given him a different mission, and Ronan knows this is just another time Thanos is using him. But in order to avenge his people and reignite the war between the Kree Empire, which had already reached a peace agreement with the Nova Empire, he had to destroy Xandar, the capital of the Nova Empire. For this reason, he didn't hesitate to come to this godforsaken place, to find the Dragon Balls for Thanos, and to this dangerous planet at that. Just as Ronan was pondering, Zane spoke up. Chief, perhaps you should watch these videos. Several videos were immediately displayed on the virtual screen, namely the Battle of New York and the Dark Elf Invasion. As for the battle video of the world's #1 martial arts, its destructive power was not as great as these two. Ronan looked at the information above, his expression becoming more serious, and then he spoke. If this mission fails, you will release a cosmic bounty. 1 Dragon Ball is worth 100 million star coins. The bounty can be claimed from the Cosmic Bank. If anyone other than myself wants to take the Dragon Balls from the Universe Bank's vault, there is only one condition. That is to destroy Xandar. Upon hearing Chief Ronan's order, Zane paused for a moment, then asked, Chief, are you worried? Ronan didn't explain, but said, go. Zane nodded and immediately took action, opening a separate account at the Cosmic Bank and transferring 7 million star coins, and editing the bounty mission settings to automatically publish the missions. Ronan looked out at the planet and sensed the danger. Although it's unclear what Thanos wants these 7 spheres called Dragon Balls for, if he can collect them all, that's fine. But if he fails this time or even loses his life, Xandar won't be any better off. The other side, Gamera, Rocket Raccoon, Groot, Star-Lord, and Drax the Destroyer met with the Collector, Tanariel Tavon. The Collector looked at Gamera in front of him, took off his sunglasses, walked over, and said, oh, my dear Gamera. It's an honor to meet you in person. Gamera looked at the Collector in front of her and said, let's skip the formalities, Typhon. We have what you want. The Collector looked at the tree-like creature before him and asked, what is that? Groot met the Collector's gaze and began to speak, I'm Groot. The Collector walked towards Groot, sized him up, and said, I never expected to encounter a tree person. Sir, please allow me to purchase your body right now. Of course, you'll belong to me after you die. Rocket Raccoon then asked, why? You want to turn him into a stupid chair? The Collector looked at Star-Lord, then asked, is it your pet? Star-Lord was also taken aback for a moment. Rocket Raccoon angrily pulled out his weapon from behind him and questioned, what did you say? Gamera then walked up to the Collector and said, Tavon, we've traveled across most of the galaxy just to show you this sphere. Hearing Gamera's words, he put his weapon back behind him. The Collector looked at Gamera and said, go check on your goods. Star-Lord then took out the Orb of Destiny, and accidentally dropped it on the ground once. The Collector took the cosmic orb, placed it on his instrument, and then looked at the crowd and said, my friends, before all things were born. There were 6 strange entities in total, and the universe was born after the Big Bang. After the Big Bang, these strange entities were forged into several particles, which are the Infinity Stones. At this moment, the projection screen on the control panel displayed the true appearances of the 6 Infinity Stones, as well as artifacts whose appearances had been altered after being crafted, including the Tesseract and the Ether. These gems possess boundless energy, and their owners can use them to destroy an entire civilization in an instant, as easily as harvesting wheat. At this moment, an image appeared on one of the projection screens, and everyone looked over at it under the Collector's guidance. On a planet, a celestial being of average build, even quite short compared to the other celestials, was seen holding a scepter topped with the power gem. The purple light of the power gem flashed by, and the entire Earth collapsed instantly. In a magnified view, the entire planet was also destroyed in an instant. Star-Lord looked at the scene before him and said, it scared me so much I almost peed my pants. The Collector continued, At this point, the collector continued. There was once a group of people who tried to absorb this energy into their bodies, but they turned to ashes in the blink of an eye. The scene then shifts to a group of men in black robes attempting to absorb the energy contained within the power gem, but their bodies cannot withstand the strain and they die on the spot. Just as the collector finished speaking, the cosmic orb was opened, revealing the power gem treasured within. Looking at the power gem before him, the collector exclaimed excitedly, "It's wonderful, absolutely unparalleled." Rocket Raccoon then interrupted, "Gibberish, what a smooth talker. We're so scared, old folks, we'd rather see money." Seeing this, the collector turned off the projection screen and asked, "How do you want to receive payment?" Rocket Raccoon shouted, "Stop pretending, sissy, and get the cash." The collector walked to the desk beside him, opened a drawer, and said nonchalantly, "No problem." At that moment, the collector's servant quietly moved closer to the power gem. Upon seeing this, the collector shouted, "Karina, get out of my way." Karina glared at the collector and roared, "I don't want to be your slave anymore." After saying that, he grabbed the power gem with one hand. Upon seeing this, the collector shouted, "No." As soon as Karina grasped the power gem, the energy within it began to surge and burst forth, flying wildly. Boom, boom, boom. The collector's room was bombarded by flying energy, and a fragment flew in and hit the collector on the head, knocking him down instantly. Karina couldn't withstand the power of the power gem and began to scream in agony, while Rocket Raccoon lay on the ground to dodge the flying energy blasts. Seeing this, Groot hugged the raccoon to protect it, while Star-Lord pulled Gamera to find cover, and Drax the Destroyer also hid when he saw that things were not going well. What? With a final scream, Karina could no longer withstand the power of the power gem and was instantly torn to pieces. At the same time, the power of the power gem within her body exploded, instantly destroying the collector's house. As the explosion ended, Star-Lord and Gamera stood up from their bunker, dumbfounded. Star-Lord looked at everything before him and murmured, "Really awesome." The collector, who was hit by the explosion, fainted. Gamera immediately went to the control panel and used the cosmic orb to store the power stone. Gamera took the orb and walked out with Star-Lord, muttering a complaint. "I actually believe that Tavon can control the power within the sphere." Rocket Raccoon shrieked as he looked at what Gamera was holding. "Why are you still holding this thing?" Star-Lord retorted, "We can't just leave it there and ignore it, can we?" Rocket Raccoon pointed to the orb and said, "You actually kept this thing in your little handbag before." Star-Lord said helplessly, "What handbag? This is a travel shoulder bag." Gamera then spoke up, "We should hand it over to the Nova Legion on Xandar, maybe they can take control of it." Rocket Raccoon shouted, "Are you kidding me? We're wanted by them, we might as well give ourselves to Ronan." Star-Lord retorted, "Do you want him to destroy the entire universe?" Rocket Raccoon said speechlessly, "I think you're quite ill. Do you want to be a saint? What bullshit benefits has the universe given you? Why do you want to defend it?" Star-Lord then spoke up, "Because I, your patient, live in the universe." Gamera grabbed Star-Lord and said, "We must not let the Infinity Stones fall into Ronan's hands under any circumstances. Let's go back to the spaceship now and send it to Xandar." Star-Lord nodded and said, Okay, I think it's fine, you're right. Or we could give it to someone who won't arrest us, who has good character, and who's willing to give us a large sum of money." As he spoke, Star-Lord reached for the Orb of Destiny, but Gamera pulled it back. Star-Lord continued, "I think this way all of us can achieve our goals." Gamera looked at Star-Lord and said, "You are greedy, despicable, and treacherous." After saying that, Gamera turned and left. However, Gamera looked at the spaceship above her head and murmured, "Oh no, it's too late, he's here." What appeared before them was a Q-shaped spaceship that looked like a donut. It was Nebula, Gamera's sister, who came with her, along with Black Dwarf, one of the Black Order. The other side. On the Dark Star spaceship, Ronan gave the order, "The Accuser Legion strikes," prioritizing the elimination of the 137 people on the list, while searching for all the Dragon Balls. Those that can be destroyed are fake, and those that cannot be destroyed are brought back. Yes. At Ronan's command, a large number of small spaceships flew out of the Dark Star, and the soldiers of the Accuser Legion flew in all directions. End of this chapter. Chapter 590, The Accuser Legion and 039's attack. Chapter 590, The Accuser Legion's attack. Additional 2000400000. South Korea, Seoul. The young master and Young Daeun had just stepped off the plane at the airport and boarded the Cadillac X5 that had come to pick them up to return to the base. Young Daeun said with a hint of helplessness, "We were really unlucky. You ran into Tina and I ran into Gilgamesh. These two Eternals were freaks who eliminated us directly. Even if we make it to the quarterfinals, we'll still have a place." The young nobleman shook his head. So what if we're in the top 8? We're still not good enough to take first place. As for the $50, we're not short of money. Young Doon began by saying, that's the quarterfinals, where you get to be seen by the whole world. It's nothing like the qualifiers. Even those of us eliminated in the qualifiers received invitations from many organizations, including SHIELD, CAI, the FBI, and the military. The young nobleman shook his head and smiled. We have our own affiliation, and those invitations from other powers are just a waste of time. Jing Duan rolled down the car window and threw all the business cards from the inviting organizations out the window, saying, I don't think that old guy Captain America is a match for you. Upon hearing Young Duan's words, the young master smiled and was about to say something. Boom! A laser beam appeared in the sky and suddenly struck the car, causing it to explode on the spot and flip several times on the road before coming to a stop. Bump! Bump! The car's 2 doors were kicked open, and the young master and Young Duan crawled out in a disheveled state, while the driver who picked them up died on the spot. The young nobleman gazed at the strangely shaped spaceship overhead and asked, what kind of junk is this? Young Doon wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and said, I heard that the Capsule Corporation has developed a single-person spaceship, but it doesn't look like this. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 green laser beams suddenly shot out, attacking directly at the spot where the 2 were standing. Boom. The young master managed to dodge immediately thanks to his abilities, but Young Doon's reaction was much worse than his and she failed to dodge in time, getting hit directly by the laser. Limbs and blood flew everywhere, and even the young nobleman's face was splattered with blood. The young nobleman wiped the blood from his face and cursed under his breath, Siba. Which force attacked me? In an instant, the young master appeared in front of the car door that had just been kicked away, grabbed the door, and smashed it towards the flying kick in midair. Whoosh! A green laser beam shot out, instantly shattering the flying car door into pieces. At the same time, another laser beam was fired, directly attacking the young master. Boom! The laser shot out a large crater in the open ground, but the young master had immediately moved to a different position to dodge it after throwing the car door at the attacker. Ah, damn it! The young nobleman cursed, and started running again. However, because their base was in a secluded suburb, and they were on a flat highway on their way back from the attack, there was nothing to cover them. The young master's speed was fast for ordinary people and superhumans like himself, but it was nothing to the Necromancer spaceship's targeting system, since he was not as fast as the Necromancer spaceship. The Kree piloted his spaceship, using the automatic locking system to target the young nobleman, a smile playing on his lips. Second one, solved. Swoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 green laser beams shot out in succession, instantly striking the young nobleman who was running wildly. Although the young master was a superhuman with high attack and speed, his strength was limited and his defense was not high. Even a bullet could break through his defense, let alone being hit by the Kree Empire's spaceship laser weapon, which instantly turned him into blood and gore. The Kree placed his palm on the screen, and an X appeared on 2 of the avatars. He then clicked on the information of another participant in the World Martial Arts Tournament and flew his spaceship over. Compared to the Dark Star spaceship, which has a powerful stealth capability, the Necromancer's individual spaceship does not have a stealth capability. The large number of them quickly caught the attention of various forces, especially the Kree, who controlled the Legion. They did not hide and went straight to the participants of the World Martial Arts Tournament and the Dragon Ball workshops. There were also some buyers who showed off their Dragon Balls online. Avengers Base. Bruce Banner transformed into the Hulk, bracing himself against the laser attack as he leaped onto the Necro ship and slammed his arms down. Boom! The Necromancer's ship exploded in mid-air, and Hulk landed on the ground, roaring back at the sky. Roar! However, the Necro ship attacked Steve Rogers first, but the laser attack was blocked by the shield, which at the same time caused Bruce Banner, who was walking and chatting with the captain, to transform. Meanwhile, Jessica Jones was also attacked. After transforming into Whip, she leaped onto the cockpit of the Necro ship. The tentacles behind her pierced the Kree's heart and then retracted the tentacles, performing a leap of faith backward. The spaceship went out of control, and the Whip's powerful kick sent it crashing into the ground. Boom! The undead spaceship exploded the moment it hit the ground. At that moment, the alarms at Avengers Tower sounded, and Hawkeye Barton ran out with his weapon, looking at the area of the explosion on the base's lawn and asking, what happened? Steve Rogers looked around, not seeing a third spaceship, and asked, we've been attacked, it looks like a single-person flying vehicle. Steve Rogers didn't know it was a small spaceship capable of traveling in space, he simply thought it was a flying machine. At this moment, Jessica Jones deactivated her symbiote form and spoke, it must be an alien. The guy I killed was a blue-skinned creature with blue blood, clearly not an earthling. SHIELD. Trident Tower. Nick Fury's expression was grave. New York had once again become a disaster zone, with numerous undead ships attacking various locations. This intelligence had been gathered and was now being sent to him. Looking at the attack information displayed on the screen in front of him, he spoke. What forces are these? Commander Hill said, according to the intelligence we have received, most of the victims were participants in the World Martial Arts Tournament. There are also some production sites for pirated Dragon Balls, but some have not yet been identified. The Avengers base was also attacked by 2 aircraft, targeting Jessica Jones and Steve Rogers. Nick Fury looked at the undead spaceship on the screen and asked, why were there no warnings or alerts when these aircraft appeared? Hill shook his head and said, our radar is completely blind on these aircraft, it displays absolutely nothing. P.S. I was forced to take a 5-day break due to some unforeseen circumstances, and I sincerely apologize. I'm back now. After the 5-day break, I'm 5 words short, and with the monthly bonus chapters, I'm another 2 words short, for a total of 2 words owed. I'll start adding 4,000 words daily to make up for it in about 10 days. I'll also be adding another 4,000 words today during the day. This part is free. End of this chapter. Chapter 591 The Direction of the Divine Dragon and 039's Evolution. Chapter 591 The Direction of the Divine Dragon's Evolution, bonus chapter 6,000 to 40,000. Nick Fury looked at the screen in front of him and saw a Kree soldier walking out with a laser weapon on a surveillance camera. Looking at the other person's blue face, Nick Fury thought to himself in surprise, it's them. However, the other person's face was very similar to the corpse in the laboratory on Tahiti Island, and it was immediately recognized that the other person was of the same race. After thinking for a moment, Nick Fury pointed to that part of the screen and said, send this video to Coulson. Also, inform him that everyone participating in the World Martial Arts Tournament is likely to be attacked, and tell Donnie Gill to be prepared. Hill nodded and asked, sir, do you know who they are? Nick Fury shook his head and said, I don't know, but they must be aliens. Hill nodded and immediately started working on the computer. Notify the Avengers, all personnel to launch an attack. The other side. Because of Ajax's policies, the Eternals did not leave or disperse, and were still in New York when they were immediately attacked. Icarus fired a laser from his eye, instantly destroying a necromancer ship in midair. Then, it flew up to look at Tina fighting in another area. It saw that Tina had conjured a shield with her left hand to block the laser attack of the necromancer ship, and a long spear was thrown out of her right hand. Boom! The undead spaceship in midair exploded and turned into fragments on the spot. Gilgamesh then spoke, it seems like these people are targeting me and Tina. At this moment, another undead ship appeared and launched an attack on the two. The druid then spoke up, let me see what their purpose is. The druid immediately used mind control on the Kree inside the undead ship flying in midair, controlling the Kree to land the ship and get out. What is your purpose? The Kree spoke up, destroy Earth's powerful forces and collect the Dragon Balls. Icarus was speechless upon hearing the target's name, then spoke up, it seems that Dragon Ball has attracted the attention of alien forces. But with this kind of strength, do they even deserve to compete for the Dragon Balls? Ajax said, regardless of the opponent's strength, prepare for battle. Tina and Gilgamesh are their targets. As signals from this side continued to disappear, a large number of undead ships came into view of the Eternals, and the two sides immediately engaged in battle. Red Ribbon Group Building. Because Chala and Shang-Chi SEO were also participants in the World Martial Arts Tournament, they were also attacked by the Accused Legion. Boom, boom. Eddie transformed into Venom and began to curse. Damn, my building. Where did this guy come from? He's got a death wish. Venom surveyed the battlefield and spoke, it seems their target is Chala and Zanpakuto. Eddie glanced at the attacking ships in the sky, and the Kree soldiers who disembarked and began their attack with weapons, and said, you can eat freely this time, none of them are good people. Venom grinned and immediately leaped from the broken window, launching an attack on the Kree soldiers below. Chaos reigns around the world, with numerous participants in the World Martial Arts Tournament being attacked. The powerful ones, like the Abomination, instantly turned the tables and destroyed the Necromancer's ship, but the weaker ones were not so lucky and were hit by laser weapons and died on the spot. On the Dark Star, Ronan looked at the battle-damaged spaceships displayed on the screen, as well as the list of World Martial Arts Tournament participants who had returned and been eliminated, and said, these people are quite capable, they actually killed quite a few of our Command Legion soldiers. Zane asked, should we send in an army of undead to launch an attack? The Undead Army is a suicide force that, once deployed, will directly crash undead ships into various defense facilities, bases, and production sites on the planet. Ronan shook his head and refused. It's not that bad yet. Have you found out the purpose of the Dragon Balls? Zane began to report. We've found some clues, but we're not entirely sure yet. However, this planet is not simple. Asgard has actually set up an embassy here. Ronan laughed. I thought Asgard didn't care about this planet at all, but it seems they might know something. Tell me your clues. Zane nodded and said, I found this information. Collect all 7 Dragon Balls to summon Shenron and grant any wish. Ronan was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and said in disbelief, any wishes? Are you sure this isn't just their imagination? Zane said somewhat uncertainly. I can't say for sure, it's really too unbelievable. Ronan then thought of Thanos' request, which was that Thanos had actually given up on letting him collect the cosmic orbs and come here to find the Dragon Balls. If the Dragon Balls really could grant any wish. Thinking of this, Ronan spoke up, confirmed the authenticity of this intelligence. Also, release the remaining Accuser Legion. Zane nodded and said, yes, Chief. The other side. Nebula stepped out of the spaceship, followed by Black Dwarf, one of the Black Order, who was carrying a huge weapon. Nebula looked at Gamera and said, Gamera, you idiot who betrayed your father. Look what you've done, you're still so useless. Hand over the cosmic orb and come back with me to receive your father's punishment. Upon hearing Nebula's words, Gamera's expression turned grim. At that moment, a large Chidori army emerged from the spaceship, standing behind Nebula and Black Dwarf, armed with laser weapons. Drax the Destroyer drew 2 daggers, held them in his hands, and assumed a fighting stance, saying, it's not Ronan, which is quite disappointing. Rocket Raccoon, looking at the sheer size of the enemy and Thanos' infamous reputation in the universe, spoke up, give them that piece of junk. The Power Stone is not important to Raccoon, since he doesn't have the ability to use it directly. Ronan and Thanos from the universe are both asking for it, so it's just a hot potato to him. Star-Lord then asked, hey guy. I found this thing, how much are you willing to pay? Gamera interrupted her directly, forget about it, I'm not handing it over to you. After saying that, Gamera turned around and ran to the side. Seeing this, Star-Lord threw out one of his suction discs. Seeing Gamera trying to escape, Black Dwarf threw out his giant chain hammer, intending to grab her. Shoo! Seeing the weapon flying towards him, Star-Lord instantly pressed the switch. A powerful suction force erupted instantly, pulling the Black Dwarf's giant chain axe directly towards it. Clang! Seeing that the opponent's weapon was being attracted, Star-Lord turned and ran towards Gamera. Black Dwarf saw his weapon being sucked to the ground, but he pulled hard with all his might. The suction disc, which was originally able to hold several Kree people in place and prevent them from moving, was directly and violently broken by Black Dwarf with terrifying power. Star-Lord, witnessing this scene, gaped in astonishment. The Rockets, meanwhile, were running and cursing, you two have really ruined my life. Nebula looked at the group trying to escape and waved his hand, saying, reclaim the sphere of the universe. Capture Gamera, alive. As for the others who were with Gamera, Nebula didn't care at all. The other side. Smith Doyle, in his supersoon form, arrived on a non-living planet, feeling his power of 3 million, but something else came to mind. That is the evolution of the dragon. The last time he evolved into a dragon was after his combat power reached 10,000. He did not trigger the dragon evolution when his combat power reached 100,000, 1 million, or 10 million. This time, the combat power of over 100 million should be enough to trigger the evolution of the divine dragon. With this in mind, Smith Doyle's consciousness entered the system space directly. Smith Doyle, creator of Dragon Ball, your power level has exceeded 100 million, and Shenron's abilities have been greatly enhanced. Please choose the direction of Shenron's evolution 1. The GT Dandy version of Shenron can resurrect multiple people simultaneously and grants 3 wishes. Note, wishes must not violate the other person's will. For example, wishing to teleport Thanos to you will not be granted if Thanos disagrees. A side effect is that each wish accumulates negative energy. Excessive accumulation of negative energy can lead to the birth of an evil dragon. 2. Ultimate Shenron possesses immense wish-granting power, capable of fulfilling the vast majority of desires in the world, and even forcibly altering the age and size of powerful beings. Note, those below the power level of the multiverse will be affected by Shenron's wishes without their consent. A side effect is that if all the Dragon Balls are not collected within the specified time, the wishing planet will explode. 3. The great demon dragon of the demon world, Red Porunga, possesses both the ability to grant wishes and the ability to combat physically. It can grant 1 wish, and its combat power can overwhelm a Super Soon 3. The creator's strength will increase the dragon's combat power. 4. The time-space dragon is characterized by its ability to split the timeline and travel through the multiverse. It can send the wisher to any other universe or tear apart the spacetime barrier to summon warriors from different universes. Smith Doyle was somewhat surprised to see the evolutionary paths of the 4 dragons that had appeared. There was one more path than the last time, and each one was more powerful than the last. First, let's talk about the Shenron he currently controls. After its last evolution, it should belong to the Earth Shenron of Dragon Ball Z. Its attribute bias may be slightly more like the Earth Shenron of Dragon Ball Super. It has no side effects and can grant 2 wishes, increasing the number of wishes by 1. However, now there are 4 evolutionary paths. The first is the GT Earth Dragon, which increases the number of wishes by 1, allowing 3 wishes to be granted. However, it also adds a negative effect. Each wish will accumulate negative energy within the Dragon Ball. If this negative energy is not purified, a serious problem will arise in the future, the birth of an evil dragon even more powerful than Super Saiyan 4, which is extremely troublesome. In addition, if the wish made by this dragon involves other people, the other person's consent is required. You can't move someone away if they don't agree, and you're also powerless to kill them or shrink them. However, according to the timeline of Dragon Ball, this dragon could take decades to give birth to an evil dragon, since Goku's granddaughter would have grown up by then. The second direction is Ultimate Shenron, from Dragon Ball GT. It has only 1 wish, but its upper limit is extremely high. As long as the power level is not at the multiverse level, it can directly fulfill the wish without the target's consent. For example, if someone wishes to turn Thanos into a baby, Thanos, being too powerful to resist, could simply turn the baby into a baby and kill the person on the spot. For example, if you wish to transfer Icarus into the sun, Icarus, having no ability to resist, will be transferred there and die on the spot at the center of the sun. It can be said that the ultimate dragon's wish is extremely powerful, capable of doing many things, but of course, the side effects are also considerable. After the ultimate dragon balls are used to make a wish, they will fly directly to various planets throughout the universe, making them extremely difficult to find. Although it allows the strongest beings in the universe to come into contact with the Dragon Balls, if all the Dragon Balls are not retrieved within the specified time and placed on the planet where the wishing Dragon Balls are made, the planet will explode. However, even with the Tesseract, Smith Doyle has a way to circumvent it. He can simply go to other planets to make a wish. With his spaceship, he can also have his organization members collect the Dragon Balls together. I wonder if lifeless planets like the Dead Star can be used as wishing planets. The third dragon is quite powerful. It is the Demon Dragon from Dragon Ball, Daimajin Meijutsu. It was created by Naba, a Nankian, an ancient elder of the demon realm. It only requires 3 Dragon Balls to make a wish, which is much easier to collect than 7 Dragon Balls. It also only grants 1 wish. However, this red version of Pogolin is very powerful. First of all, this dragon is different from other dragons, as it has the dual abilities of physical combat and wish granting. Other dragons are mainly for granting wishes and don't have combat abilities. For example, the early Earth Dragon Piccolo could kill a dragon single-handedly, but this one's strength is quite terrifying. The power to overwhelm a Super Saiyan 3 is basically at least several hundred billion or even hundreds of billions. Simply summoning them to fight is enough to crush the vast majority of enemies, and even resolving some crises involving the multiverse is no problem. After all, some of the initiators of the multiverse crises in Marvel were not even at the level of the Celestial, or were only close to the level of the Celestial. Shenlong can defeat these enemies, and his combat power will increase accordingly as his strength grows. The limit of Shenlong's power is currently unknown, and there are no side effects yet. It can be said that the first 3 dragons were not simple, and the 4th evolutionary direction is by no means weak. Although it has no battle form and no multiple wishes, the dimensional dragon directly involves the multiverse, capable of tearing apart cosmic barriers and bringing or sending wish-granters or people from other universes directly to or from the multiverse. His rank was no less than that of the other 3 dragons, and could even be said to be superior. End of this chapter. Chapter 592 Controlling the Legion and 039's Attack. Chapter 592 Controlling the Legion's Attack. After reviewing the evolutionary paths of the 4 dragons, Smith Doyle began to ponder the matter. The 4 evolution paths will not all disappear with the next trigger of Shenron's evolution at most, only the evolution path chosen this time will disappear. In other words, if you don't choose this time, you'll still have another chance next time. This time it only required 100 million combat power. How much will it require next time? It can't be 1 trillion, can it? Smith Doyle then began to compare the advantages and disadvantages of the 4 evolutionary paths, first eliminating the transdimensional dragon, although it seemed to have a very high status and could travel to various universes or bring people from other multiverses. However, this is not of much help to Smith Doyle at this stage, as he currently has no intention of traveling to other multiverses and can choose this direction when Shenron evolves again in the future. Furthermore, the means to travel to the multiverse are not limited to the time dragon. Marvel's magic can also achieve the same result. After ruling out the Chrono Dragon, Smith Doyle turned his attention to 3 other directions of evolution. The focus fell on the Ultimate Dragon, which had the most severe side effects. The Ultimate Dragon's wish-granting ability was so powerful that it could ignore beings below the multiverse level. Could this also mean that Thanos could have used it to wish for the annihilation of half the universe's population? Due to the evil wish and the explosion of the wishing planet, Smith Doyle considered it and temporarily removed the Ultimate Dragon from the wishing route. Now, what remains are GT Earth Dragon, which can accumulate negative energy but can make 3 wishes, and Red Bogolan Dragon, which can only grant 1 wish but has combat capabilities. Needless to say, the number of wishes increased from 2 to 3, but the side effect is that frequent use will give birth to an evil dragon. The latter has only 1 wish, but it has terrifying strength that can overwhelm Super Saiyan 1, and its strength will increase again in the future. Smith Doyle thought about it for a moment. He didn't have much need for wishes, and he even gave up one of them this time. Compared to this, Smith Doyle only had 1 choice left, the Demon Dragon from Dragon Ball Daima. With his choice, the choices before him changed once again. As the creator of the Dragon Balls, did Smith Doyle change Shenron's appearance and the number of Dragon Balls? Having confirmed the appearance of Shenron and the number of Dragon Balls, Smith Doyle immediately decided to stick with the Earth Shenron's appearance and not change the number of Dragon Balls. Bogolan's appearance did not suit his aesthetic. Thus, Smith Doyle's Dragon's Wish limit was reduced from 2 to 1, but it gained terrifying combat power. Having done all this, Smith Doyle began his power control and training, unaware of what was happening on Earth. The other side, Coulson's Airborne Command Center was flying in stealth mode, preparing to go to the next location to investigate information about the Super Soldier Squad. He received the intelligence from Hill and immediately opened it. After reviewing the intelligence, Coulson called a meeting with the team members and said, "This is a temporary, urgent task. You have probably all seen the information already." Ward began by saying, "Another alien invasion." Coulson nodded. When he saw the other person's appearance, he thought of the secret laboratory on Tahiti and the research conducted by SHIELD. Their research subjects were the people who had invaded Earth, but they didn't know what their purpose was. Fitz began by saying, "What is the enemy's objective?" Coulson said, "The participants in the World Martial Arts Tournament and the Dragon Balls." Everyone turned their attention to Donnie Giles, who was standing to the side. Donnie Gill then asked, "What is our mission?" Coulson said, "With so many individual soldier ships, there must be a huge mothership. SHIELD has not yet discovered how the other party appeared on Earth. Our mission is to find this hidden mothership." Donnie Gill looked up the locations where these ships first appeared in the network and surveillance footage to map out their routes of movement. May, have the plane patrol the airspace and look for any clues. Fitz, Simmons. These ships have radar shielding capabilities. Let's see if we can come up with a way to lock on them. Yes, sir. Coulson's team sprang into action. The other side, Nebula, leading Black Dwarf and the Chidori army, successfully defeated Gamera, Star-Lord, and others, and obtained the orb. Nebula looked at the people lying on the ground around her and said to Black Dwarf, "Now that we have the goods, let's go." Black Dwarf looked at Gamera, who had collapsed unconscious on the ground, and asked, "Aren't you going to take her back?" Nebula shook her head and said, "Since she has chosen this kind of life, there is no need for her to go back." After he finished speaking, a white light shone down from the spaceship, and the figures of Nebula and Black Dwarf instantly disappeared and returned to the spaceship. The Chidori army then returned to their base and immediately left to report back to Thanos. Not long after Nebula's Q ship left, Yondu arrived with his Raider army and saw the unconscious group and Star-Lord. After shaking his head, he instructed his men to take him onto the spaceship and leave together. Earth, on the Dark Star, Ronan began by saying, "Which area currently has the most enemies?" Zane began to report. "The New York area has the most participants, and the most information about Dragon Ball is also available here. Many of our Legion soldiers have lost their lives here." Upon hearing this, Ronan gave the order, "Move out to New York and destroy them." Just before the Dark Star headed to New York, Coulson's team located them from the Air Command Center. Coulson looked at Fitz and said, "Are you sure this is the place?" Fitz held up the instrument in his hand and then spoke, "Right in front of us." Although we can't see it, it's very likely a more advanced stealth system than ours. But once an attack is launched, even the best stealth will be revealed. Coulson gave the order. May, use the energy cannon to bombard. Upon hearing Coulson's instructions, May began operating the aircraft. Soon, a deck on the top of the plane opened, and the barrel of an energy cannon popped out. However, due to the emergence of extraordinary individuals, Coulson specifically requested an energy cannon during the last aircraft maintenance and upgrade, which was also one of the results of his research on the cosmic cube. May immediately pressed the launch button, and the energy cannon immediately began charging. Orange energy appeared on the cannon barrel, and it was fired immediately after being fully charged. Boom! An energy cannon shot out and hit the Dark Star. Although it did not break through the Dark Star's defense system, it successfully disabled its stealth ability. The Dark Star's massive body immediately appeared in front of Coulson's team. The members of Coulson's team were also stunned for a moment when they saw the enormous spaceship. Coulson immediately shouted, "Withdraw! May, activate stealth mode and retreat quickly." Seeing that even the most powerful weapon on his plane hadn't broken through the enemy's defenses, Coulson didn't hesitate for a moment and simultaneously transmitted the footage recorded by the plane to Nick Fury of SHIELD. However, before the plane could completely disappear, a shot rang out from the Dark Star. Boom! Coulson's Airbus center was snapped in two, and the broken plane immediately plummeted to the ground. Gale force winds rushed into the cabin, and the plane disintegrated as it plummeted toward the ground. Seeing that the plane hadn't exploded, Coulson immediately ran with the others towards the garage, where his Laura and a flying car were located. With Donnie Jill's help, the group successfully boarded Lara's plane, then started the engine and took off, narrowly escaping through the broken section of the plane at the last second. As Lara carried everyone away, they hadn't flown far when a fireball rose from the ground. Boom! However, the broken flight center exploded violently upon impact. Everyone was terrified as they watched the fireball rise. Without this flying car, it was likely that few members of the entire team would have survived. Coulson looked up at the sky, but couldn't see even a shadow of the Dark Star. New York. Thousands of undead ships gathered in the sky, a dark, imposing mass. This was no longer a one-on-one attack. Instead, dozens of them attacked a single target simultaneously. Even the abomination was being tossed about by the dense laser beams. Although these powerful lasers couldn't kill the abomination, they were still in great pain. At that moment, the roof of Vank Industrial's warehouse opened, and dozens of mechs flew out to engage in battle with the undead ships in the sky. Fortunately, these undead ships were not well defended and were easily destroyed by the energy cannons fired, resulting in a mixed outcome for both sides. Tony's side was not to be outdone. With the appearance of a large number of undead ships, they also dispatched their own robot army. Although the number was not as many as Whiplash's, there were still 50 robots, all of which were remotely controlled by Jarvis. At this moment, while fighting in the air, Tony was recalling everything he had seen in the Wanda illusion. This alien invasion made him feel even more insecure. He was already working with Dr. Banner on the development of Ultron AI, but progress was slow. It seemed that after this incident, he would need to borrow Loki's scepter from Smith Doyle to see if he could find some inspiration. Boom, boom, boom. A volley of miniature missiles flew out, taking out several more undead ships. Then Natasha's voice rang out. "Tony, how are things on your end?" Seeing his suit being destroyed several times, Tony said, "The number of enemies is still increasing. How is everyone doing?" Steve Rogers threw his shield, knocking down a Kree, and caught the rebounding shield as he spoke. "Their strength is not weak, some of them are even stronger than me." Jessica Jones's voice came through the channel. "These alien enemies on the ground vary in strength. The weak ones can be dealt with by Captain's shield, while the strong ones can even put up a fight against me." Upon hearing their voices, Tony was also taken aback. This enemy seemed to be no ordinary foe. These were Kree soldiers, among whom the elite warriors were even able to defeat Sif of Asgard, while the weaker ones could be killed by a shield thrown with all their might by Steve Rogers. Hawkeye Barton stood at a high vantage point and fired an arrow at a distant target. Boom! The ejected spray exploded instantly, killing a Kree soldier on the spot. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 laser beams shot out from the sky, directly destroying Patton's hiding place. Patton jumped off the building, then fired his grappling hook and landed safely. Bruce Banner, transformed into the Hulk, roared, "Roar!" He leaped into the air and attacked the undead spaceship in midair, but before he could get close, dozens of laser beams shot out, knocking him back to the ground. While firing palm-sized cannons at the individual soldier ships from the air, Tony asked, "Has none of you contacted Dow Smith Doyle yet?" Natasha, hiding under an SUV, spoke, "We can't get in touch with them for now, but the Assassin's Guild has sent reinforcements, and they should arrive on the battlefield soon. After saying this, Natasha stood up and shot an electric chain from her wrist at a Kree soldier not far away, which wrapped around the soldier's foot and knocked him to the ground. However, the next second, the fallen Kree soldier unleashed a burst of electricity, tearing him apart in one swift motion. He picked up the laser weapon and pulled the trigger in Natasha's direction, and it looked like Natasha was about to meet her end. A bolt of blue lightning instantly carried Natasha away from her spot. The next second, the blue lightning appeared in front of the Kree, and the adamantium dagger in its hand pierced through the opponent's heart. The one who arrived was none other than Quicksilver, who had come on his way. Using his speed advantage, Quicksilver was the first to arrive at the battlefield and rescue Natasha. After defeating the enemy, Quicksilver approached Natasha and said, "Natasha, you owe me a life." Natasha, seeing that it was Quicksilver who had saved her, breathed a sigh of relief and said, "The enemy numbers are large, and you need to evacuate the civilians. Not everyone can afford the big white robot." At this moment, many Bimax robots have already picked up their owners and are running towards the shelter. However, Bimax robots are not cheap. Even though they have been updated several times, they are still a luxury for ordinary people. Quicksilver nodded, and the next second he disappeared in front of Natasha, beginning his rescue operation. Natasha pressed the headset and spoke, "Quicksilver, a member of the League of Assassins, has arrived on the battlefield." At that very moment, several elders of the Assassin's Guild, who had mastered Chi and learned the art of aerial combat, also joined the battle. Although the requirements for using ki blasts are higher, the group has already mastered and can launch ki blasts skillfully. He immediately fired a gas blast at the undead ship overhead. Boom, boom, boom. End of this chapter. Chapter 593 Necromancers No, Self-Destruct Army Yes. Chapter 593 Necromancers No, Self-Destruct Army Yes. Natasha stared in astonishment at the several Assassin Alliance elders in the sky, muttering to herself, "Alexei didn't tell me that the ability to fly could be taught." However, Alexei, that fool, hadn't learned the art of levitation yet, so he was naturally too embarrassed to tell Natasha about it. Natasha, due to her status as a SHIELD agent, did not have time to learn about air defense from the League of Assassins, and she even missed the League of Assassins meetings. Su Wenyu and Yingli also rushed to the scene. Su Wenyu held 10 rings in his hand, 5 of which turned into a protective shield around his body, while the other 5 flew out to attack the Kree. Yingli, on the other hand, used the power of the dragon and performed remarkably well. Facing the lasers fired by the laser weapon, she used the power of the dragon and Tai Chi to avoid being harmed in the slightest. The addition of werewolves and vampires to the Assassin's Guild greatly relieved the pressure. Just as everyone was dividing up the battlefield, the Dark Star arrived over New York. Tony looked at the Dark Star in front of him and said, "Hey buddy, a big one's here." Steve Rogers looked up at the spaceship, which was even larger than the Chidori behemoth from the Battle of New York, and said, "Tony, can you handle this big guy?" Tony said, "I don't know, but we can give it a try." Jessica Jones then spoke up, "Hopefully its defenses are like those of these ships." Just then, 3 Quinjet fighters arrived on the battlefield and launched a direct attack on Dark Star. Swoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 6 missiles were launched directly and crashed into the Dark Star. Boom, boom, boom. 6 missiles were successfully detonated, but after the flames of the explosions subsided, the Dark Star remained completely unchanged, clearly unable to break through its defenses. At the same time, the Dark Star's weapons retaliated on the spot, firing several laser beams that instantly destroyed the 3 Quinjet fighters. Seeing this, Hawkeye spoke up, "It seems the enemy is much stronger than we expected." Without turning his head, Hawkeye fired an arrow to the left. Boom! A Kree soldier was blown away on the spot. Ronan then used the spaceship's projection system to create a huge virtual projection and began to speak, "I am Ronan, the leader of the Accuser Legion of the Kree Empire, one of the 3 great empires in the universe. There is only one goal in this trip to Earth, the Dragon Balls. Hand over the Dragon Balls, and you will enjoy peace. Stubborn resistance will only lead to destruction." Upon hearing Ronan's words, everyone who knew about the Dragon Balls turned serious, never expecting that the other party's target was the Dragon Balls. New Yorkers who hadn't yet evacuated asked in confusion, "What are Dragon Balls?" Trident building. Nick Fury's expression was extremely grave. He hadn't expected that this enemy would be so formidable, the Kree Empire, one of the 3 great empires in the universe, and the leader of a legion whose target was the Dragon Balls, which even SHIELD couldn't touch. Still no information about Smith Doyle. Hill shook his head and said, "He was not seen on the battlefield. He may not be on Earth at this moment." However, everyone in the Assassin's Guild joined the battle. Nick Fury shook his head upon hearing the result, and then said, "We will never compromise. Activate the space carrier." Hill nodded and immediately got to work. Suddenly, the deck of a pool in the Trident building opened, revealing the silhouette of an aerospace carrier. The space carrier's engines then started up on the spot, and it slowly took off. Although Nick Fury wasn't sure how powerful the enemy was, he was prepared to go all out under the banner of the three great cosmic empires. Just then, Hill saw the Security Council's message and looked at Nick Fury, saying, "Sir, the Security Council has an emergency meeting." Nick Fury nodded and walked toward the conference room. Upon hearing Ronan's words, Tony Stark immediately gave the order, "Jarvis, smash him." In an instant, the energy cannons on the chests of more than a dozen Mark series suits were charged, and the next second, more than a dozen thick laser beams shot out. Boom! Instantly, the projection ability of the Dark Asterisk was destroyed, and Ronan's projected image disappeared on the spot. The other superhumans on the battlefield paid no heed to Ronan's words and continued to destroy the Kree and the undead ships in the air. After all, they didn't have the Dragon Balls, and even if they did, they wouldn't hand them over. On the Dark Star, Zane reported, "Leader, they launched an attack and have no intention of offering up the Dragon Balls." Ronan gave the order, "Deploy the undead army." As soon as Ronan gave the order, an undead army was instantly deployed on Dark Star, its numbers enormous and densely packed. Seeing the sky filled with countless individual soldier ships, Whiplash immediately spoke, "They've started their attack." Tony started to complain, "I'm not blind." Ivan Vanko immediately gave the order, "All war machines, prepare to aim, fire." A large number of war machines descended from the sky, their foot machines unfolding and taking root on the ground, while all the weapons on their backs rose up. Some were cannons, and some were missile launchers. Tony Stark also gave the order at the same time, "Jarvis, activate target acquisition and kill mode." On the shoulders of the Mark series combat suits in the air, miniature missile launchers rose up and aimed at the undead ships in the sky. Some that had previously used micromissiles instead raised medium-sized missiles on their arms or machine guns on their backs. Ivan Vanko's voice rang out on the channel at that moment, "Damn it, they didn't slow down. Fire! Fire!" All the war machines and Mark series suits opened fire on the undead ships overhead. However, the firepower of less than 100 suits destroyed many undead ships, but even more undead ships broke through the defenses. These undead ships that had breached the defenses crashed straight into the ground. Boom! The necromancer ships targeted buildings, exploding the moment they hit them. The terrifying explosions instantly destroyed the buildings, turning some into ashes. Hawkeye stared at the building he had just left, now a pile of rubble, and stood there dumbfounded, muttering to himself, This is a terrorist attack." Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying explosions echoed throughout New York. Su Wenyi kept only one 10-ringed ring around himself for protection, while the remaining 9 flew into the air to destroy the undead ships that kept crashing down. Icarus continuously shot lasers from his eyes, destroying the undead ships in the sky. P.S. There will be 4,000 more words later. End of this chapter. Chapter 594 Ronan and 039's Terrifying Strength. Chapter 594 Ronan's Terrifying Strength. Bonus Chapter 800400000. The self-destruction attack of the undead army at this moment gave the superheroes a shock to their minds. It's worth noting that even during the Battle of New York, or the Dark Elves invasion, there was no such attack pattern. Boom! A necromancer ship launched a self-destruct attack right in front of Steve Rogers. In the critical moment, Steve held up his shield, but the terrifying shockwave sent him flying. Bump! He was thrown dozens of meters away and crashed into a parked car. Cough, cough. Steve Rogers struggled to climb down from the smashed roof of the car. At that moment, Natasha ran over, stood in front of Steve Rogers, and asked, "Captain, are you okay?" Steve Rogers looked at the buildings in the distance, now ruins, and slowly began to speak, "He won't die anytime soon." Natasha paused for 2 seconds upon seeing this, then spoke, "Let's fight side by side." Steve Rogers' shield grazed past Natasha and struck a Kree who was about to launch a sneak attack. Natasha, in turn, threw a blasting grenade behind Steve. Boom! However, while the Kree attacked by the captain was knocked down, Natasha's explosive grenade did not cause any real damage to the other Kree. This was indeed an elite Kree soldier who withstood the shrapnel attack from the explosive grenade. Steve caught the rebounding shield, and as soon as he turned around, he saw a green figure appear in front of him. Bump! Steve Rogers was kicked away, and Natasha leaped onto the Kree's shoulder, striking his head and temples with both hands. However, the other party suddenly grabbed Natasha and threw her away like a doll, sending her flying into a car park nearby. Bump! Natasha slammed into the car door, causing it to dent instantly, and the car alarm went off at the same time. Natasha was thrown to the ground and coughed up blood. The elite Kree warriors walked towards Natasha, and the captain, seeing this, charged forward with his shield raised. Bang, bang, bang. The captain blocked the Kree's attack with his shield while simultaneously throwing a punch in retaliation. However, the effect was not good. The punches that hit the opponent did not have any real effect. Instead, the opponent almost knocked his shield away. At this moment, Natasha picked up the Kree laser weapon and shouted, "Steve, get out of the way." Whoosh. Boom. A green laser beam shot out and struck the experienced Kree warrior. Instead of being pierced and dissolved by the laser, the elite Kree warrior was blasted away. The two people who saw this scene also changed their expressions. This meant that the other party had blocked the laser with his physical body and was instead passively pushed away. At the same time, the weapon in her hand was locked, preventing Natasha from discarding it directly. As the two had expected, the downed Kree elite warrior got back up within seconds. Natasha and Steve Rogers looked at each other with serious expressions. The three resumed their battle, but Natasha and the captain were in grave danger. Had it not been for their shields, they would have been defeated and killed. At the critical moment, after defeating her opponent, Jessica Jones saw the two who were about to be defeated. She leaped up and rushed over instantly, transforming into a symbiote whip to catch the opponent. With the combined efforts of the three, the whip successfully pierced the Kree man's heart. The other side, Ronan and his men arrived on the battlefield using the Dark Star ship's deployment capabilities, where Venom Eddie stood in his way. What an ugly creature. Venom charged forward without hesitation, only to see Ronan raise his weapon. The all-purpose weapon. A shockwave shot directly at Venom Eddie, instantly blasting Venom out of Eddie's body by Ronan. Ronan grabbed Eddie by the neck, lifted him up, and questioned him. "Do you have Dragon Balls? It seems there is none. Useless trash." He immediately tossed Eddie away. Ronan's strength was immense, and Eddie was sent flying, his body crashing into a vertical metal spike that pierced through his body. Eddie immediately coughed up blood. He knew he was going to die soon, but he wasn't afraid at all. In his mind, he was thinking, when will the boss be resurrected? I really need to get back to training. Ronan didn't even glance at Eddie, and headed straight for the next battlefield. As Ronan rushed to the next battlefield, the venom that had been blasted out of his body crawled over to Eddie. Seeing Eddie's impending death, Venom covered him without hesitation, simultaneously using its special ability, symbiosis. Venom then controlled Eddie, pulling out the metal piercing his body and beginning to repair Eddie's body, bringing him back to life. However, this operation directly caused the life codex to be born within the two of them. Black Panther Chala and Sue Shanky witnessed Ronan kill Eddie, and after dealing with their respective opponents, they charged towards Ronan. Sue Shanky was faster and arrived in front of Ronan first. Sue Shanky suddenly threw a straight punch at Ronan's chest, but Ronan didn't react at all, only asking, "Hey kid, do you have Dragon Balls?" Sue Shanky ignored Ronan and instead mobilized the power of the dragon, his fist surrounded by golden light, and attacked Ronan again. Ronan grabbed Sue Shanky's wrist and flung him away. What an impolite guy. Bump. Sue Shanky smashed through the door and crashed into the shop. At that moment, Chala arrived and leaped up to attack Ronan, shouting, "Shang-Chi." However, as Ronan watched the man in the leopard armor leap up, he shone his all-purpose weapon towards the man's location, sending a sonic boom directly towards Chala. The first sonic boom instantly dulled Chala's vibranium suit, the second blasted the liquid-like suit out of his body, revealing his true appearance and body, and the third sonic boom sent Chala flying. Chala, who had fallen to the ground, coughed up a mouthful of blood. If his suit hadn't blocked the first two shockwaves, that attack would have killed him. Ronan glanced at Chala and said, "It seems you don't have any Dragon Balls with you either. Do you know where the Dragon Balls are?" Chala coughed up blood again before speaking. "I don't know." After saying that, Chala fainted. Ronan stepped forward, grabbed Chala's leg, and then threw him aside. Chala was like a cannonball, hurtling towards Sue Shanky, who had just woken up. Bump. Sue Shanky, who had just gotten up, was knocked unconscious by Chala. Through these three attacks, Ronan discovered that the enemies on Earth had a weakness to shockwaves. Both the black-clad figure and the armored figure had this weakness. Another battlefield. Alexei ran over to Wesley and Serena. "Captain, a tough guy is coming from over there." Eddie's symbiote was knocked out of his body with one blow and its fate is unknown. Shang-Chi and Chala are in the same situation. Chala's vibranium suit was also destroyed in one hit. Upon hearing Alexei's words, Wesley gasped in shock. Serena began by saying it should be an attack based on sonic vibrations. Symbiotes are afraid of this kind of attack, and vibranium also has this drawback. Serena looked at Alexei and asked, "Did you see his combat strength?" Alexei said, "My combat power detector, which has a maximum limit of 500, exploded on the spot, and I have no idea what the exact value is." Serena looked at the two of them with a serious expression and said, "You guys go take care of the other enemies, I'll hold this guy off." Alexei nodded. He knew his own situation. His combat power, let alone exceeding the combat power detection device, had only increased from 50 to 100 points through years of training. "Captain, be careful. If things get too bad, wait for the leader to deal with him." Serena said nothing and vanished from their sight in a flash, while the two searched for the Kree soldiers on the ground. Serena quickly found Ronan fighting, and her gaze fell upon him as he battled Tony. As for the battlefield around them, Steve Rogers lay on the ground, shield in hand, his life hanging in the balance. Jessica Jones' symbiote whip had been blasted out of her body, and she was leaning against the wall, barely breathing. As for Natasha, she was nowhere to be seen. Serena was also surprised by what she saw. She could understand Steve Rogers' defeat. After all, Captain America's strength was not that great, and the shield provided a lot of support. But Jessica Jones, well, the symbiote is countered, weakened quite a bit. The next second, Serena used her speed ability to instantly appear next to Steve Rogers and touched his nose. Not dead. Serena hoisted Steve Rogers onto her shoulder and vanished from the battlefield, placing him in a temporarily safe and deserted shop. The next second, Serena returned to the battlefield silently. Tony Stark was still fighting Ronan, but several tattered suits appeared around Ronan, indicating that Tony's side was not in an advantageous position either. Once she spotted Jessica Jones's location, Serena was right beside her in an instant. "I'll take you away." Jessica Jones, panting, pointed to a spot and said, "Wait a minute." A small green symbiote was seen wriggling rapidly toward Jessica Jones. Serena looked over, and the next second her figure disappeared. Then she grabbed the symbiote whip and appeared in front of Jessica Jones in the next second, throwing the symbiote whip at her. He picked up Jessica Jones and disappeared, arriving at the shop where Steve Rogers had been housed earlier. "Steve is in your hands now." After giving her instructions, Serena disappeared again. Trident Building. Inside the meeting room, Nick Fury looked at the projection of the Security Council members and began to speak. "I don't know where the SHIELD Inspector General went or why he wasn't on the battlefield. Perhaps after the martial arts tournament, they went to Asgard or some other magical planet." At this point, the representative of the British Council asked, "How should we face this enemy, the Kree Empire, one of the three great empires in the universe?" Nick Fury said, "We will not compromise. No matter what kind of three great empires they are, if they have designs on our Earth, we will make them be prepared to have their teeth crushed. The superhumans in New York have joined the battle, and we believe we have the strength to drive them away." The French representative then spoke up, "Nick Fury, we're not as optimistic as you are. New York is only one part of the battlefield." At this point, the French representative released a video and began to speak. "Our group of extraordinary individuals participating in the world's #1 martial arts tournament has already lost more than half of their members due to this attack, not even counting the damage caused. What exactly are those Dragon Balls? Can we give them to Ronan, the commander of the Kree army, so he can leave Earth?" Upon hearing the representative's words, Nick Fury's heart sank, and he immediately replied, "Compromise cannot bring peace. Gentlemen, if we meet their demands this time, what if they bring in a large army and make another demand next time? You have to know that Earth is a planet with life, and its value in the universe is only higher, not lower. When the other side demands Earth, can we still compromise? There's a saying at Dongda University, peace will survive if we seek it through struggle, but it will perish if we seek it through compromise. So we will not agree to any of their conditions. I have faith in our superheroes." The representative from Dongda University nodded and said, "I agree with Nick Fury's point of view. Compromise will not bring peace. We must strike hard against them." The Russian representative also agreed. "I agree. Peace is won through fighting, not begged for." The American representative then looked at Nick Fury and said, "I support your point of view, but we need to know, what exactly are Dragon Balls? Why would the Kree Empire, which claims to be one of the three great empires in the universe, come to Earth to look for this thing? We need an explanation from you." Upon hearing the demands of the representatives of the 5 Security Council member states, Nick Fury fell silent. "The Dragon Balls are of great importance, so we can't tell them." After thinking for a moment, he said, "That was a trick played by Smith Doyle to test those who joined his ranks. I don't know why the other party is interested in this thing. It's just a useless bead." Nick Fury then pulled up the Shield faked online file about Dragon Ball, which detailed the timeline of Dragon Ball's appearance, its use in capturing John Wick, and its role within it. P.S. I added 2,000 words today, and I'll try my best to add 4,000 words tomorrow. There are still 32,000 words to go before the next bonus chapter. End of this chapter. Chapter 595 Power Gem Acquired. Chapter 595 Power Gem Acquired. Upon hearing Nick Fury's answer, the faces of the Security Council members darkened. This was blatant manipulation against them. If it were a useless piece of junk, would the Kree Empire, one of the 3 most famous empires in the universe, send a Legion commander to it? At this point, the British representative asked, Nick Fury, do you think we're fools? Do you think a Legion commander from another universe would bring an army here if it were a useless item? Nick Fury shrugged and said helplessly, I want to know why, too. I'm more curious than anyone here about the reason, and I'm also very curious about how the Kree knew about the Dragon Balls in the distant universe. The French representative then spoke up, then let's investigate. We need to know why they are searching for the Dragon Balls, and what secrets they hold that we don't know about. Nick Fury nodded and began to speak. I will give the Security Council a satisfactory answer once this incident is over. Nick Fury then ended the meeting, citing the need to arrange a solution to the enemy's problems. The other side, Thanos sat on his throne, looking at the sphere of spirituality that Nebula had brought back, and said, My dear daughter, you have not disappointed me. Hearing Thanos' praise, Nebula's face lit up with excitement. Over the years, she had always been the loser in her battles with Gamora, and hearing Thanos' praise for the first time gave her a sense of recognition. Thanos opened the Orb of Destiny, and the Power Stone appeared before him. Upon seeing the Power Stone, Thanos immediately grasped it with his right hand. The purple power eroded his body from his palms, but Thanos easily suppressed the power leaking from the Power Stone under his overwhelming strength. That's a really nice gadget. Thanos remarked that the Power Stone, being the most powerful of the 6 Infinity Stones, could easily destroy an entire planet. Thanos frowned slightly as he looked at the purple, shimmering fist. There were 6 Infinity Stones in total, and without a vessel to hold them, he couldn't simply hold them and use their power. Although his weapon, the double-edged sword, was a powerful artifact, it was already fully formed and could only hold 2 Infinity Stones. Trying to force it in would only cause the double-edged sword to shatter. Thanos immediately put the Power Stone back into the orb, realizing that the forging of the Infinity Gauntlet also needed to be put on the agenda. However, he needed to clarify a few things before forging the wireless glove. Currently, the Mind Stone, Time Stone, Space Stone, and Reality Stone should all be on Earth. The Power Stone is in his possession, and only the Soul Stone is still missing. Next, he needs to find the Soul Stone and the deaths of those 2 old immortals before he can launch a full-scale attack on Earth. As for the Dragon Balls mentioned in the death, in addition to arranging for Ronan, he also sent his subordinate Superstar to investigate the intelligence. Supergiant's abilities are telepathy and mind control. With these 2 abilities, he can be considered a top-tier intelligence agent in the universe. Thanos relied heavily on this subordinate for a large amount of information. We'll see what kind of information this Superstar can bring. The other side, Serena returned to the battlefield and saw Tony Stark and several Mark series suits simultaneously using their chest-mounted laser cannons on Ronan. Ronan twirled his all-purpose weapon, and the laser beams attacking him were directly absorbed by Ronan's weapon. It's my turn now. Ronan swung his weapon again, and the absorbed energy was instantly released back at Tony Stark in midair. Boom! Tony Stark was blasted away by the reflected energy attack. Fortunately, Tony's suit was made of secondary adamantium, but the other suits around him were not so lucky and were blown up in midair. What stubborn humans! Isn't one of them willing to tell me where the Dragon Balls are? Ronan looked around and spotted Serena. The next second, Ronan appeared directly in front of Serena and said, You rat who took away 2 ants, I never thought you'd dare to come back. Can you answer my question? Selena instantly attacked Ronan, adjusting her speed to its maximum. Boom! Ronan was knocked away by the rapidly running Selena, and the next instant Selena appeared behind Ronan as he flew backward, holding a long sword in her hand. However, Ronan, who was sent flying backward, turned his body in midair and glanced at the longsword in Selena's hand. Crack! Bang! Ronan crashed into the sword in Serena's hand, but the expected piercing did not occur. Instead, the sword broke in Serena's hand. Your weapon isn't as sharp as you think. The next second, Ronan punched Serena. Boom! Serena was sent flying backwards like a cannonball. Just as Ronan was about to continue his operation, several bombs were dropped. Boom! 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 Tony Stark flew to Selena's side, helped her up, and asked, Are you okay? Serena stood up and shook her head, saying, It's not serious. Selena has an extremely high resistance to blows and a strong ability to recover. She was not seriously injured after taking a punch from Ronan. As the smoke from the explosion dissipated, Ronan appeared unharmed before the two. Ronan turned the multi-purpose weapon in his hand toward the two of them, and a laser beam shot out, directly bombarding them. Boom! After the explosion, a large crater was blasted into the spot where the two had been standing. Fortunately, the two scattered and avoided the attack. Hulk burst through a wall and unleashed a barrage of punches at Ronan. Bump! 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 Ronan was struck by Hulk's fierce attack, and half of his body was driven into the ground. Enough! Ronan roared, then an energy shield enveloped his entire body, allowing him to float up from the ground while bearing the Hulk's attack. The next second, he slammed his all-purpose weapon directly at the Hulk. Boom! Hulk was sent flying, crashing through a building before landing on the adjacent street. Now, who can tell me the answer I want? Ronan slammed his hammer into the ground, causing the earth to crack open and spread in all directions. Just then, several flying rings came flying, forcing Ronan to retreat several steps. Bang, bang, bang. Ronan's face was ashen, devoid of any expression, as he looked at Su Wenyu who had appeared. Here comes another one, you bunch of endless ants. Su Wenyu pointed at Ronan and said, Kid, anyone can talk big. End of this chapter. Chapter 596 Death Threat. Chapter 596 Death Threat. Kid, anyone can talk big. Furthermore, the Dragon Balls are not something in alien scum like you can pry into. Ronan merely frowned at Su Wenyu's insults before speaking. It seems you know about Dragon Ball, that's good. However, before Ronan could finish speaking, Hulk roared and charged at him. Hulk sprinted up to Ronan and punched him. Boom! Ronan caught Hulk's attack with a punch, and the collision of the two fists created a powerful sonic boom that swept outwards. Upon seeing this, Su Wenyu immediately threw out the bullseye to attack. Ding, ding, ding. The bullseye hit Ronan, forcing him to retreat and dissipate the force. Seeing this, Hulk pressed his advantage and attacked Ronan again. Faced with the combined attack of the two, Ronan immediately activated his energy shield. Boom! Hulk gripped his hammer with both hands and slammed it down, causing the energy shield to shake violently and nearly shatter. At that moment, Su Wenyu instantly appeared in front of him, the 10 rings in his left hand directly converging on his right arm, gathering the power of the entire 10 rings, and punched him directly. Crack! Ronan's energy shield shattered instantly. Hulk grabbed Ronan's thigh and slammed him around violently. Boom! 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 Ronan, who was being violently attacked, immediately gave the order, fire coverage. Upon hearing Ronan's order, Zane, aboard the Dark Star, did not hesitate for a moment and immediately ordered all of the ship's energy cannons to fire and provide fire support. One by one, the armor plates of the Dark Star rose up, revealing the energy cannons inside. The energy cannon instantly completed its charging, and the green energy beam swept across the battlefield below. Boom! 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 Several energy cannons flew towards Ronan's location, blasting Hulk and Su Wenyu away. The space carrier that arrived at the battlefield at the same time, along with a dozen Quinjet fighters that had just taken off and destroyed a number of undead ships, were directly bombarded by this wave of fire and were instantly destroyed. The space carrier suffered a lot of damage, and its engines were blown up in the air before it exploded on the spot. Boom! The superhumans fighting below were not faring well either. Farstus erected an energy shield, protecting the Eternals inside. Just as the members of the Black Robe Boys were about to perish under the Dark Star's cannons, a blue light flashed, carrying them away from the laser cannon's range. The newcomer was Pietro. He had just finished rescuing everyone and transferred all the civilians out of the war zone. Before he could catch his breath, he saw the scene of laser cannons firing in unison. Pietro sprinted again to bring the boys out, but he was now panting heavily and his whole body was trembling. Jessica Jones and Steve Rogers' shop was also attacked by laser cannons. Jessica Jones transformed into Whip, shielding Captain America in her arms and using the Whip's tentacles to hold up Captain America's shield in front of them. Tony Stark looked on in despair at the scene covered by laser cannons. Ivan Vanko was in even worse shape. His war machine, made of gold titanium alloy, was completely destroyed. If it weren't for the other robots cushioning his fall, he would have been destroyed as well. Many werewolf warriors and vampire squad members from the Assassin's Guild were instantly reduced to ashes by the laser rain. However, after the first wave of laser rain subsided, the laser cannons on the Dark Star were recharged. Seeing this, Macquarie rushed out of the protective shield erected by Faustos and used his speed to quickly bring the still-alive werewolf and vampire warrior out of the combat zone. At this critical moment, a terrifying pressure descended instantly, its powerful aura causing everyone on Earth to feel a suffocating pressure. Everyone on the New York battlefield looked up at the sky above, where Smith Doyle appeared out of thin air in the distance. A golden aura enveloped Smith Doyle, and his hair turned from black to gold. At this moment, Smith Doyle officially transformed into a Super Saiyan. After gaining the ability to activate the Super Saiyan state at any time on the alien planet, he rushed back to Earth. Looking at New York, now reduced to ruins, was even more devastating than the Battle of New York. With his gaze fixed on the fully charged Dark Star before him, Smith Doyle had no idea that Ronan and his Accusation Legion would attack Earth. The laser cannons on the Dark Star detected a huge energy source and immediately adjusted their firing angle, aiming directly at Smith Doyle in the air. Kamehameha. As the Kamehameha wave was unleashed from Smith Doyle's hand, the energy cannons on the Dark Star fired a salvo at Smith Doyle. Along the path of the Kamehameha wave, all the laser beams merged into the laser cannon and vanished into nothingness. Boom! The massive Dark Star was directly engulfed and enveloped by the Kamehameha wave, and after a loud bang, it vanished into nothingness. Tony Stark breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Smith Doyle defeat the Dark Star in one move. He's finally back. Nick Fury looked at the destroyed space carrier with heartache. Aside from the few that were rebuilt, this was the only one still in service. If Smith Doyle had returned earlier, this loss wouldn't have happened. It's just that this guy's appearance and condition. After destroying the heli-carrier, Smith Doyle looked at the numerous undead ships still in the sky and the large number of Kree soldiers on the ground. Smith Doyle raised his right hand, closed his eyes, and locked his breath onto all the enemies. Those who witnessed this scene were reminded of the Battle of New York, and murmured, "Should we use that move?" A beam of light shot upwards from Smith Doyle's right hand, then transformed into a shower of flowers, flying in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. Smith Doyle maintained the attack for a minute, unleashing countless gas blasts that killed all the undead ships in Kree, leaving only Ronan alive. Ajax watched this scene and murmured, "Could this be his true strength?" Icarus's expression was grave. He sensed a death threat from Smith Doyle, something he had never felt before, not even at the World Martial Arts Tournament. Gilgamesh gave a wry smile. "I never expected that during our sparring session, I didn't even manage to touch the opponent's full strength." Tina, on the other hand, was looking up at the figure in the sky, her eyes filled with curiosity and a sense of exploration. At this moment, Ronan was terrified. He felt the threat of death even stronger than when he first encountered Captain Marvel. End of this chapter. Chapter 597 Obliteration and Conflict. Chapter 597 Obliteration and Conflict. Back when he faced Captain Marvel, he was able to use the spaceship's teleportation capabilities to continuously jump away from her. But now, not even a trace of his Dark Star spaceship remains. Unexpectedly, Earth no longer has the terrifying Captain Marvel, but instead has an even more powerful being. The next second, Smith Doyle, who was still in mid-air, appeared in front of Ronan and delivered a hook punch directly to Ronan's abdomen. Ah, cough. Ronan was punched so hard that his body arched up like a shrimp. He let out a scream and then spat out blue blood. His armor shattered on the spot. Smith Doyle coldly withdrew his fist, and Ronan took a few steps back. At that moment, he felt the terrifying strength of his opponent. Ronan immediately swung his all-purpose weapon at Smith Doyle, trying to knock him away. Smith Doyle raised his left arm and punched the hammerhead on the all-purpose weapon. Crack! Ronan's all-purpose weapon, the hammer, was shattered by a single punch, with debris falling to the ground, leaving only a long staff. Ronan stared blankly at the weapon in his hand. This all-powerful weapon, which was considered a divine artifact in the universe, was broken, and it was broken by a single punch. Before Ronan could make a further move, Smith Doyle raised his leg and kicked out, striking Ronan in the chin. Ronan was lifted into the air and flew upwards. Smith Doyle watched as Ronan was knocked away, and immediately gathered his energy in his hands, white light appearing in his palms. Kamehameha. A white beam of light shot from Smith Doyle's palm and struck Ronan in midair. Boom. Ronan was engulfed by the Kamehameha wave and turned to ashes, disappearing from the earth. The superhumans around him watched Smith Doyle with excitement. The enemy they couldn't defeat was killed on the spot in just 3 moves by Smith Doyle. Everyone wanted to get closer, but looking at Smith Doyle's blue pupils, golden inverted eyebrows, and the terrifying aura emanating from him, a strong sense of oppression made them dare not approach easily, and the entire scene was silent. Smith Doyle watched as Ronan was killed by him in 3 moves, glanced around, and immediately dispelled his Super Saiyan 1 form. "I have only just mastered the transformation and am not yet able to suppress my aura within my body so that it doesn't dissipate." As Smith Doyle returned to normal, that familiar feeling returned to everyone. Tony Stark immediately flew over, albeit with difficulty. His suit was damaged in 1 leg and 1 arm, and the suit itself was heavily battered. Opening his visor, Tony spoke, "Buddy, thank goodness you made it back in time." Pietro ran over, panting, and said, "Boss, I have successfully evacuated all the civilians outside the battlefield." Jessica Jones helped Steve Rogers out and looked at Smith Doyle, saying, "We won." Assassin's League headquarters. At this moment, the Avengers were sitting around a table laden with various delicacies. The boys sat at another table, and the Eternals sat at yet another. It could be said that the superhumans who had contributed to this great battle and survived were gathered in the banquet hall of the League of Assassins. After eating a piece of steak, Smith Doyle looked at the Avengers and asked, "Can someone tell me what happened this time?" Natasha put down her knife and then said, "According to intelligence within SHIELD and what we know, the party that launched this surprise attack was Ronan, the leader of the Accuser Legion of the Kree Empire. After the enemy arrived on Earth, they took the list of participants from the World Martial Arts Tournament and began to arrange their subordinates to hunt them down. At the same time, the counterfeit factory that made Dragon Ball models was also attacked. Many weaker superhumans from various countries died in this attack. Coulson's team located Ronan's mothership in the air, but failed to hold it off. Their air command center was destroyed, but fortunately there were no casualties. Their goal is very clear: the Dragon Balls and the superhumans who will destroy Earth." Afterwards, the accusers attacked New York. It's likely that the superhumans here are more powerful, including the Avengers, the Boys, and the Eternals. Ronan's men kept dying here, so he brought the mothership over New York. You've seen the rest. New York was reduced to ruins, with even greater losses than the last Chidori attack. Fortunately, Pietro and the big white robot evacuated civilians from the war zone. Civilian casualties were mainly concentrated at the beginning, and the number of people was not large. But S.H.I.E.L.D.'s only space carrier was destroyed, and all the crew members on board perished. Everyone present was silent for a few seconds upon hearing this news before Smith Doyle spoke up. "Dragon Ball inevitably attracted the attention of cosmic forces." Steve Rogers said, "This is not Dragon Ball's fault. Any enemy that tries to spy on us shall pay a heavy price." Bruce Banner then asked, "Should Earth enter a state of emergency preparedness? After all, this was just the destruction of one legion of the Kree Empire. Who knows when their next attack will be?" Smith Doyle said, "I know a bit about Ronan and the accusers, but the Kree Empire won't make a big fuss about them." Smith Doyle then explained the actual relationship between the accusers and the Kree Empire. The accusers were a militant army that broke away from the Kree Empire, and it wouldn't be wrong to call them a rebel army. The Kree and the Nova Empire reached a peace agreement, but Ronan was not satisfied with the result and kept trying to provoke a war. His death would not provoke the Kree Empire's army. Finally, Smith Doyle said, completely unconcerned, "If the Kree Empire has any improper ideas, I will go to their empire and nip those ideas in the bud." Jessica Jones asked in surprise after hearing this, "God, even the Kree Empire, one of the 3 great empires in the universe, is no match for you?" Under the gaze of everyone, Smith Doyle nodded and began to speak. "If I wanted to, I could destroy them." Everyone fell silent after hearing this, and Tony asked dramatically, "Then wouldn't you be invincible in the universe?" Smith Doyle shook his head. "Although the 3 great empires of the universe are quite powerful, that refers to their overall strength as a whole, as well as the planets they occupy in the universe and their massive armies. But when it comes to sheer strength, there are still quite a few people or even gods who can destroy them. As for those stronger than me, there are naturally quite a few." Upon hearing Smith Doyle's words, everyone understood that although Smith Doyle's overall strength was far inferior to that of others, they actually had an advantage in some individual aspects, or rather, they were stronger. Especially the extraordinary individuals on Earth, they seemed to have a slight advantage. Tony Stark then spoke, "Buddy, you might need a device that allows you to communicate across galaxies, otherwise it will be difficult for us to contact you when you're away on a long trip." Smith Doyle said, "I was able to get back in time this time because I saw the message Bulma left for me using the combat power detector. I will have Bulma create a device that is primarily for communication and will not be capable of detecting combat capabilities. Otherwise, if I get really angry, this thing will explode on the spot." Afterwards, Smith Doyle and the others ate and chatted. During this time, Natasha conveyed Nick Fury's greetings and asked if it was possible to use the Dragon Balls to wish for the resurrection of the deceased. Smith Doyle did not refuse Nick Fury's idea, but instead told Natasha, "The Dragon Balls have a 1-year cooldown period and are currently unusable. If we want to revive those who died in this great battle, we will have to wait a year, and the next World Martial Arts Tournament champion will have to make this wish." Steve Rogers objected upon hearing Smith Doyle's words. "Smith, can't we just give up on winning the next tournament and use the Dragon Balls to wish for everyone's revival?" Smith Doyle immediately refused. Are you treating the Dragon Balls like something you can just use to make wishes and abuse? Or will you use the Dragon Balls to revive everyone whenever a large number of soldiers die in battle? Steve Rogers countered, why not? They are all warriors who protect the Earth. Smith Doyle countered, should the third-tier countries, which are still embroiled in war, also resurrect their dead warriors? What about the soldiers who died in World War II, and the soldiers who died in World War I? And what about the people who die accidentally every year? What, are you all planning to wish for resurrection? Smith Doyle's words silenced Steve Rogers. Tony Stark glanced at Steve Rogers but didn't say anything. Jessica Jones smoothed things over. Smith, Steve didn't mean that. We will proceed according to your plan. As for the wish to be resurrected, I believe that the person who wins the World Martial Arts Tournament will take that into consideration. Smith Doyle said, I have some things to arrange, so I'll take my leave now. After speaking, Smith Doyle stood up and walked out of the banquet hall. Tony Stark then spoke, I'll go talk to Smith Doyle. Also, people shouldn't think of Dragon Balls as a guarantee of infinite resurrection. That idea is flawed. After speaking, Tony Stark stood up and called out to Smith Doyle, Smith, there's something I'd like to talk to you about. Wait a minute. The argument between Smith Doyle and Steve Rogers in the banquet hall was clearly heard by many of the extraordinary individuals present. At the table where the Eternals were seated, the Druid spoke up, thank goodness Smith Doyle refused. I can't even imagine what the Earth would be like if this door were opened. Jingle said with a smile, is the population so large that it's causing the Earth to burst? But the soldiers might become suicide bombers, they won't die anyway. Icarus simply stated, even for us, who have guided human civilization, we need to win the championship and pay a price to use the Dragon Balls. He immediately asked for a wish, haha. Cersei then spoke up, human desires are endless, especially those in power. At that time, there will definitely be people constantly testing Smith Doyle's limits, even if his power can easily destroy the Earth. Tina glanced disdainfully at where Steve Rogers was standing and said, he shouldn't have said that. He was being generous with other people's money. If he had agreed, the favor would have fallen on him. Last time, Smith resurrected those who died in the Battle of New York. I believe he wouldn't hesitate to do so if it were truly necessary. The other side, Chala, thanks to the heart-shaped grasses enhancement, could hear everything the two were saying. I support Mr. Smith. The desire to abuse will bring disaster. Giving someone the opportunity to make a wish is already merciful enough. We shouldn't push our luck. Everyone nodded in agreement, even Sue Shanky and Shinhaerin. Outside the banquet hall, Tony Stark caught up, put a hand on Smith Doyle's shoulder, and said, I have always believed that everything has a price, including wishing with the Dragon Balls, which should also have a price that we are unaware of. Seeing that Smith Doyle was about to speak, Tony continued, I'm not here to act as a lobbyist. Although it would be a happy thing to revive the dead, I trust your judgment. I'm looking for you because of something else. Smith Doyle nodded and asked, what's the matter? Tony Stark said, I want to examine Loki's scepter. Bulma said she needed your permission last time. Tony then mentioned his idea of using a robot army to defend Earth. Upon hearing this, Smith Doyle thought of Ultron and the universe that successfully created the Ultron Legion to defend Earth. Come with me. Smith Doyle brought Tony Stark to his office. Then, Smith Doyle produced Loki's scepter in his hand and looked at Tony, saying, Bulma has studied this scepter. Its core is very suitable for creating artificial intelligence. However, its core code was too mature, so Bulma did not adopt it, believing that there were certain risks involved. Be careful when you're doing your research. I don't want you to create something like Skynet or T-800. Tony had obviously seen the Terminator movie too, and said with a smile, you underestimate me, Tony Stark. Bulma knows about the dangers, so why would I step on them? However, Skynet's computing power is not as good as that of a current mobile phone. Smith Doyle chuckled at Tony's teasing. He was actually quite looking forward to seeing Ultron's army guarding Earth. What kind of universe would that be? As for the villain Ultron, Smith Doyle didn't care. With his current strength, could that thing block a single punch from him? Unless Ultron obtains a vibranium body, it might pique his interest. As the banquet ended, the superhumans left the League of Assassins headquarters, with Tony Stark taking the Mind Scepter with him. End of this chapter. Chapter 598 Bounty and the Gaze of the Raiders. Chapter 598 Bounty and the Gaze of the Raiders. Smith Doyle leaned back in his chair, reminiscing about Ronan's attack. In the normal course of events, Ronan should have gone to collect the Orb of Destiny, then encountered Star-Lord and the others, and was ultimately killed by the power of the Power Stone. But now that Ronan has come to Earth, what about the Cosmic Orb? Has it fallen into Thanos' hands, or has it fallen into the hands of someone else? While Smith Doyle wasn't entirely certain, he guessed that it had fallen into Thanos' hands. Another thing that is certain is that Thanos already knows about the Dragon Ball wish-granting incident, and it is unknown whether other forces in the universe know about it. It seems I'll have to stay on Earth for a while to prevent other extraterrestrials from raiding my home. I turned on the TV at random, and every channel was reporting on this incident. Following the Chitauri invasion of New York, Earth has once again been invaded by the Kree alien force. In response to this alien invasion, Earth's superheroes have taken proactive measures, with the Avengers, the Boys, and other new heroes fighting the enemy on the battlefield. However, the enemy's first target is also the superhumans on Earth. According to intelligence from various countries, the superhumans who were attacked first were those who had just participated in the World Martial Arts Tournament. It is foreseeable that the existence of extraordinary individuals will also be a guarantee of powerful military force in the universe. I just don't know if all the people who sacrificed this time will be brought back to life like they were last time. What exactly are Dragon Balls? I wonder if the government has been hiding something from us. Why would even alien forces come to Earth to search for them? Of course, there were both praises and criticisms. Some people questioned in the media whether the superheroes should be held responsible for the greater destruction and economic losses caused by this Chitauri invasion than the last one. The other side. Inside the Trident building, Nick Fury looked at the representatives of the National Security Councils at the meeting, took out a bag of orange rubber balls shaped like Dragon Balls, and then said, "Everyone, this is the Dragon Ball." The toy that first appeared and was used by Smith Doyle to guide the conversation. There are so many of these things that there are quite a few workshops in New York producing them. If you all like them, I can give each of you a bag. The French representative began by asking, what kind of guidance does he use this for? Nick Fury said, a tool for testing. Collecting all 7 Dragon Balls will pass Smith Doyle's test, which will allow him to join the Assassin's Guild. Smith Doyle will grant the person who completes the test a small wish. However, after the rumors spread, a large number of the same Dragon Balls appeared on the market, so he stopped using this method to recruit subordinates. The British representative began by asking, are you saying that a Legion commander in the Kree Empire is looking for the Dragon Balls in order to join Smith Doyle's army? Nick Fury nodded earnestly and said, it's not impossible. After all, the Kree mothership, which was so powerful that even we couldn't break through its defenses, along with its leader and soldiers, didn't even last a single move against Smith Doyle. He is not only the #1 person on Earth, but also an extremely powerful being in the universe. The French representative then suddenly said, do we believe that this incident was caused by Smith Doyle and that he should be held responsible? At this moment, the representatives of the other countries looked at the French representative with surprise, thinking to themselves, whose general is this, that he is so brave? Nick Fury paused for a moment, then spoke, I don't understand you. Smith Doyle is the Inspector General of SHIELD and a superhero who has successfully protected Earth many times. With him around, the Earth is safe. The Russian representative then asked, will those who sacrificed their lives this time be resurrected after a period of time, just like last time? Nick Fury shook his head and said, I do not know. To this day, we still cannot uncover the truth behind the resurrection. But I think you shouldn't put your hopes on this, it's impossible after all. God's gaze will not remain on the Earth forever, nor will he have mercy on the Earth forever. The representatives from the 5 countries nodded thoughtfully, and then the meeting ended. Nick Fury walked out of the conference room, and Hill came up and said, Sir, our only space carrier has been destroyed, resulting in the loss of a large number of agents and personnel. Nick Fury said, don't worry, once the first one is made, more will follow. In addition, the alien equipment and spaceships left behind can provide us with some assistance. Hill nodded after hearing this. The other side of the universe. Thanos sat on his throne, with the returned supergiant star before him. Father, I have brought you the intelligence you need. Gamora and Nebula weren't the only ones whose adopted sons and daughters were taken by Thanos. The Black Order also included all 5 members. Thanos said in a cold voice, tell me the intelligence you've gathered. The superstar immediately reported, there are 7 Dragon Balls in total. Collecting all 7 Dragon Balls will summon Shenron, and you can make any wish to Shenron, and those wishes will be granted. Upon hearing this answer, Thanos began to ponder. The fact that any wish could be granted was truly terrifying. The superstar continued his report. All the casualties caused by the Chitauri invasion of Earth were resurrected because of the wish made by the Dragon Balls. Upon hearing this wish, Thanos suddenly understood why Death had sent him to Earth to collect the Dragon Balls. The guardian of the Dragon Balls is Smith Doyle, who also ended the Chitauri army and this time wiped out Ronan and his men. He released the Dragon Balls on Earth, and held 3 Dragon Ball battles in response, granting the champion's wish at least 3 times. After that, the Dragon Ball battle was changed to the World Martial Arts Tournament. The first tournament was just held, and the champion was Gilgamesh, a member of the Eternals. As for the wish to be fulfilled, I have not investigated it. Upon hearing the name Eternals, Thanos murmured, "The Eternals, are people on Earth?" Thanos was originally a member of the Eternals on Titan, but he didn't expect that there were Eternals on Earth, and that they had been given a chance to make a wish, though he didn't know what the wish was. Thanos then asked, "How strong is Smith Doyle?" The superstar shook his head and said, "Unfathomable. He destroyed Ronan's Dark Star with a single blow and killed Ronan in 3 moves." Upon hearing the description of the supergiant, Thanos knew that this would be his future enemy. After all, his idea was to kill half of all living beings in the universe and win the love of death. But the Dragon Balls that Smith Doyle possesses can grant any wish, so wouldn't he be able to revive half the population he killed? In addition, at least 3 Infinity Stones are related to Smith Doyle and should be in his possession. The intelligence you gathered is very detailed, and I am very satisfied. Now everyone has only one task, to find clues about the Soul Gem. As for Earth and the Dragon Balls, we'll deal with them after we find the Soul Stone. The superstar knelt on one knee and said, "Yes, Father." At this moment, Nebula walked in and reported, "Father, there's a new bounty. Ronan left a bounty of 7 million for the Dragon Balls at the Universe Bank before his death. Anyone who finds a Dragon Ball on Earth can exchange any one of them for 1 million at the Universe Bank. Furthermore, to retrieve the 7 Dragon Balls stored in the Cosmic Bank, the price is the destruction of Xandar." Upon hearing this information, Thanos shook his head and said, "Xandar was truly his inner demon even in death, he didn't forget to make me destroy it. Let the bounty hunters of the universe come to Earth. Let me know if anyone actually collects the bounty. Our main objective now is to find clues about the Soul Gem." Ronan's bounty quickly spread throughout the universe, and the price of 7 million star coins made people eager to try it. Many people also began to gather intelligence about Earth, and soon news spread that Ronan and his accusers had died on Earth. In addition, there was news of Smith Doyle's terrifying power when the 9 realms converged, as well as news of the Chidori invasion's failure. Faced with this intelligence, the mercenaries and raiders in the universe were both gathering information to obtain more details and trying to see who would be the first to get involved in this mess, in order to see what the situation on Earth really was. Earth, Washington. The sky outside was still hazy. Steve Rogers was jogging near the National Mall in Washington, D.C. It was a great place to run, with the Lincoln Memorial and a lake nearby. Also, New York was still recovering from the war, and there was a lot of construction going on. Steve Rogers saw someone jogging and exercised, so he simply lapped the person and said, "On your left." At the same time, they quickly overtook their opponent. Not long after, Steve Rogers lapped the ball again, and as he passed it for the second time, he said once more, "On your left." Sam Wilson responded this time, "Left side, I understand." As Steve Rogers passed by, Sam Wilson continued his workout. He was just an ordinary retired soldier, not some kind of superhuman. Soon the sky turned from hazy to bright, and at this moment Steve Rogers reappeared behind him, about to complete his 3rd lap. It should be noted that the National Mall in Washington is very large, 3.2 kilometers long and more than 200 meters wide, and a lap is a full 7 kilometers. Sam Wilson turned to look behind him and said, "Stop talking, please stop talking. At the same time, try to increase your running speed as much as possible." As Steve Rogers overtook the other man again, he shouted, "You're on my left." Sam shouted, "Why are you still talking?" However, these few words, along with the acceleration of his run, instantly exhausted Sam Wilson's strength, and he stopped running after less than 100 meters. With his rhythm disrupted and his energy depleted, Sam Wilson ended up with a stitch in his side and had no choice but to find a patch of grass to rest. After Steve Rogers finished running another lap, he walked up to Sam Wilson and said with a smile, "Hey buddy, do you need me to call a doctor?" Sam Wilson said with a smile, "I need a lung transplant." Compared to Sam Wilson, who was drenched in sweat with his shirt soaked through, Steve Rogers appeared completely at ease, without a trace of sweat on his body. "By the way, you just ran almost 30 miles in half an hour." Steve laughed, "If you get up late, you have to run around more." Sam Wilson looked at Steve Rogers and said, "Is it? You're shameless. Let's run another lap." Seeing that the other party did not take any action, Sam Wilson turned his head to the side, then looked at Steve again and said, "Have you finished running? Just consider it as if you ran another lap." Hearing the other person's teasing, Steve didn't take it to heart and instead asked, "Which unit are you from?" 58th Division, Airborne Rescue Force. "But I now work at the Veterans Affairs Department, Sam Wilson." Steve nodded and took Sam Wilson's hand, helping him to his feet. Steve Rogers. Sam Wilson said with a smile, I recognize you. I think there are very few people in America who wouldn't recognize you. Did it scare you after it thawed? Steve Rogers sighed, then said, it takes time to get used to it. It's nice to meet you, Sam. After saying that, Steve Rogers turned and left. Watching Steve Rogers' retreating figure, Sam Wilson spoke, it's a problem with the bed, isn't it? Steve Rogers turned around and asked in surprise, what? Sam Wilson walked up to Steve and said, your bed is too soft. When I was still serving in the military, I could sleep lying on the ground. Use stones as pillows, like primitive people. I'm home now, lying in bed, just like. Steve Rogers then said, lie on a marshmallow. I feel like I'm about to sink to the ground. Sam Wilson nodded. Steve then asked, experienced war? Sam nodded and said, both of my outings were real-world operations. He then said, you must really miss your old life? Steve glanced around and said, actually, it's all right now. The food is much better now. Before, all I knew how to do was cook. Polio can be cured? The internet, the all-powerful capsule, the big white robot, superhumans, it's amazing. I've looked at a lot of things online, trying to keep up with the times. Sam Wilson thought for a moment, then said, Marvin Gaye, the 1972 album, Black Hand Killer, has everything you've missed. Steve quickly pulled a pen and a small notebook from his pocket and said with a smile, I'll write it down in my memo. Just as Steve wrote down the album title, Black Hand Killer, his communicator rang. End of this chapter. Chapter 599s.h.i.e.l.d. and 039s manpower shortage. Chapter 599s.h.i.e.l.d. S manpower shortage. When I took it out, I saw a text message from Natasha, mission in progress. Depart immediately. See you by the roadside. Looking at the information above, Steve said, Sam, I have a mission now. Thanks for running with me. He then extended his hand to shake Sam's, jokingly saying, if you call that running. Sam said helplessly, is it really necessary to say that? As for, okay. Sam watched Steve turn and leave, and called out, if you ever want to go to the Veterans Affairs office, let me know in advance so I can help you get some customers at the front desk. Steve turned around and said, take note of it. Sam smiled and nodded, saying it is good. At this moment, Natasha drove her Corvette C7 to the side of the road, rolled down the window, and said to the two of them, hey guys, does anyone know how to get to the Smithsonian Museum? I'm going to pick up a fossil. Steve walked towards Natasha and said, so funny. Sam crouched down and greeted Natasha inside the car. Hello. Natasha responded. Hi. Steve got into the car and looked at Sam, saying, you can't just run off anywhere. Sam responded, correct. The car window was then closed, and Natasha drove Steve away. S.H.I.E.L.D. Trident Tower. Smith Doyle arrived here and took the elevator all the way to his office. Not long after arriving at the office, Sharon Carter and Agent Barbara came to report for duty. Upon seeing the two, Smith Doyle nodded and then asked, I heard a SHIELD ship has been hijacked. Sharon Carter reported, yes, that's why Nick Fury assigned Natasha and Captain Steve to go on the mission. Smith Doyle smiled and said, they've started drawing agents from the Ministry of Supervision again. Sharon Carter thought for a moment and then explained, the Kree invasion destroyed our space carrier, resulting in a large number of agent casualties, and the department is currently short-staffed. The director even considered assigning tasks to the members of our team. Smith Doyle nodded. He had come to SHIELD because Nick Fury had asked if he could spare 3 combat teams from the surveillance department, but Smith Doyle had refused. Smith Doyle said, Natasha is fine, after all she's a member of the Avengers. Besides, SHIELD isn't so nervous that it needs its internal oversight department to be sent to the front lines. Those people from the SHIELD Academy could graduate early and recruit a group of them into the frontline troops. Sharon Carter and Barbara didn't say anything more after hearing this. Smith Doyle then asked, how has the surveillance team made progress during this period? Sharon Carter took out a document and began to report. We have uncovered 7 corrupt officials within SHIELD during this period, the highest of whom has level 6 clearance. They are XX from the UK branch, XXX from the French branch, XXX, an agent stationed in Hong Kong. In addition, we recently identified a level 8 agent, John Garrett, and have raised suspicions about some of his actions. But because of the Kree invasion, he was the commander on the helicarrier at the time. Since the entire crew, including himself, perished, the investigation into him was suspended. Hearing Sharon Carter's words, they were surprised that their team had actually investigated this person, a Hydra member codenamed Clairvoyant, one of the few level 8 agents in SHIELD. Smith Doyle asked curiously, What went wrong with him? Barbara then spoke up. According to the intelligence we have obtained, this level 8 agent Garrett has health problems, but he has been concealing the situation, so we are investigating what happened. This mission was originally our main task at this stage, but because he has been sacrificed, we have to abandon the investigation for now. Although they are personnel of the inspectorate and can investigate agents within SHIELD, they are not allowed to initiate investigations into agents who have already been killed. Upon hearing this, Smith Doyle spoke up. Well, after all, John Garrett has already sacrificed himself, so it is indeed not appropriate to investigate an agent who has already died. But you can follow the line of agents he promoted and recruited and see if you can find anything unexpected. Let's avoid involving Garrett himself for now. Sharon Carty nodded, then asked, Sir, will those fallen agents be resurrected and return like the Chidori invasion? Smith Doyle shook his head. Not necessarily, who can say for sure about these things? Then Smith Doyle stood up and said, the investigation continues, and as for Nick Fury wanting to borrow our agents, that's not out of the question. I heard that the super soldier serum has been re-released. It seems I need to do something to benefit everyone. After speaking, Smith Doyle walked straight out of the office. Sharon Carter and Barbara exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with longing for the super soldier serum. In this era where superhumans are constantly emerging, no agent of SHIELD wants nothing more than to become one of them. Smith Doyle took the elevator all the way to Nick Fury's office. Smith Doyle pushed open the door and walked in, sitting directly in the chair opposite Nick Fury's desk. Nick Fury saw the person who had arrived and said, Inspector General Smith. Smith Doyle nodded and said, Is SHIELD so tense that they need to redeploy agents from the inspectorate? Nick Fury nodded and said, This year's SHIELD Academy students are not yet graduating. They will need at least another 6 months. In addition, the destruction of the space carrier this time is a heavy loss for us. At that time, there were as many as 2,000 agents on the space carrier, including staff and combat personnel. Upon hearing that a full 2,000 agents had been lost, Smith Doyle knew that this would indeed have a significant impact on SHIELD. He hadn't expected that the space carrier was at full strength at the time. I can lend you 2 squads, members of Natasha's squad and agents from Barbara's squad, but I have one condition. Nick Fury looked up and asked after hearing this, any request? Smith Doyle said, Howard's super soldier serum should be allocated to the inspectorate. Nick Fury thought for 2 seconds, then spoke, Okay, give me the list. Smith Doyle nodded, then got up to leave. Nick Fury watched Smith Doyle's retreating figure and said, The space carrier alone has more than 2,000 families torn apart. The losses this time are no less than those before. I hope these families can bear the pain of losing their loved ones. Upon hearing Nick Fury's words, Smith Doyle did not hesitate at all and left Nick Fury's office immediately. Indian Ocean. On board the Quinjet. At this moment, Crossbones Rumlow, Natasha, Steve Rogers, and several SHIELD agents gathered together. Rumlow explained the mission to everyone. The target is a mobile satellite launch platform, Lemuria. 93 minutes ago, when the pirates boarded the ship, they were launching their last satellite. Steve Rogers began by asking, What do they want? Rumlow replied, $3 billion. Steve asked in surprise, You want this much? Rumlow provided an explanation. This is a SHIELD ship. Steve was speechless for a moment, then said, So it's not a deviation from the course, but an illegal intrusion. Natasha looked at the information on the screen, pondered for a moment, and then said, They must have a reason to want so much. Steve looked at Natasha and said, I hate always having to clean up Nick Fury's mess. Natasha said without changing her expression, Relax, it's not that complicated. Steve turned to look at Rumlow and said, How many pirates were there? 85. Led by top mercenary George Bartok. He then pointed out the other party's information and continued his introduction. Former official of the General Directorate of External Security Operations, and Interpol's #1 most wanted fugitive on the Red Notice list. He carried out 36 assassination missions before being deported by France, and he was known for his brutality and propensity for killing. However, based on the information we have, he should be a superhuman with a combat power of over 10 points. Upon hearing this, Steve Rogers understood why he was needed for this mission. The enemy was indeed no ordinary person. He then asked, Where are the hostages? Most of them were technicians, but there was one official, Jasper Heatwell. They were all locked in the kitchen. Then Steve stopped paying attention and started saying, All right, I'll go sweep the deck and then find Bartok. Natasha, shut down the Lemuria's engines and await further orders. Rumlow, you're in charge of the men at the stern. Find the hostages, bring them onto the lifeboats, and rescue them. Set off. Rumlow nodded in agreement to Steve Rogers' order. Then Rumlow said, "Commandos, did you hear that? Prepare to move out." Soon the Quinjet flew over the target, and Steve conducted a channel test. "Channel 7 is confirmed safe," Natasha responded. "Confirm. Did you have any fun on Saturday night?" Steve shook his head and said, "No, all the guys I used to team up with are dead. So, the search didn't go through." At that moment, the commando's voice came through the channel, "Captain, proceed to the drop zone immediately." Steve Rogers slammed his fist on the button, opening the fighter jet's ramp. Natasha suggested, "Try asking Christine from the statistics department, she'll probably agree." Steve stood on the suspended ladder, put on his helmet, and looked at Natasha, saying, "That's why I didn't make the date." Natasha shouted, "Too shy or too scared?" "I'm just too busy." Then, under everyone's gaze, Steve Rogers jumped without any parachute equipment. The commando exclaimed in surprise, "Did he have a parachute?" Rumlow said with a smile, "No, I wasn't wearing it. He's the captain, a superhuman. But we need this, since we don't have super soldier serum injections. I hope I'll have this opportunity after this mission." As a senior agent, Rumlow was aware that SHIELD had acquired a new super soldier serum. As he descended from the air, Steve first stretched out his body to increase drag and slow down his descent as much as possible. After seeing the Lemuria, he immediately adjusted his posture, straightening his entire body and making an arc with his toes as he plunged into the sea at an angle. Because Steve Rogers was the first to jump off the plane, he was also the first to board the Lemuria. After boarding the ship, Steve quietly approached a pirate from behind, silently snapped his neck, and brought him down. Then he quickly attacked the other pirates on the deck. The shield flew out of his hand, unleashing a perfect 3-hit combo that instantly killed 3 pirates. Retracting his shield, Steve quickly ran towards another spot on the deck, intending to eliminate all the enemies there. Boom! Steve ran over and delivered a flying kick, sending the pirate flying and crashing into the deck railing. The crisp sound of bones breaking and the muffled groan made it clear without thinking that the person was probably dead. Before the 2 pirates beside him could react, Steve delivered a sweeping kick to one of them, and the sound of bones breaking rang out again. Click! The pirate's lower leg broke, and he was thrown into the air before crashing to the ground. Taking advantage of the moment, Steve got up and threw another pirate who had turned around over his shoulder. Boom! He then delivered a punch to the opponent's neck, killing him instantly. He then delivered a kick to the chest of the pirate who had just broken his calf. In the blink of an eye, 3 more pirates were dealt with. As a soldier who participated in World War II, Steve Rogers showed no mercy to pirates. His punches, each delivering 18 tons of force, were too much for an ordinary person to withstand a second blow. After seeing that all 3 of them had died, Steve started running again and rushed towards another part of the deck. The impact sent a pirate flying off the bridge into the sea. He kicked a pirate to death. One of the pirates pulled out a dagger, wanting to spar with the captain, but was quickly killed. After intensive training, Steve moved about on the deck as if it were empty. No pirate could stand a chance against him, and none even had a chance to press the alarm. The battle has raged on until now, and the enemy hasn't even been able to fire a single shot. For Steve, whose combat prowess has reached nearly 80 points after this period of training, these pirates are no different from paper dolls in front of him, and no one can make him throw a third punch. Once again on the deck in the middle of the ship, Steve leaped into the middle of the pirates, punched one of them into the air with an uppercut, and kicked another 10 meters away, where the other crashed into the railing before coming to a stop. End of this chapter. Chapter 600 Rescue Operation. Chapter 600 Rescue Operation. A blow to the leg results in a fracture. A blow to a vital area is fatal. The 20-odd pirates were almost all dealt with by Steve in an instant. "Don't move." At that moment, a pirate appeared behind Steve, holding an assault rifle. Steve stopped moving. He still couldn't take bullets head-on with his body, but he wasn't worried about being shot in the head. Not shooting immediately would be the biggest mistake the enemy made. Bump! The pirate's body went limp, and he collapsed to the ground. However, Rumlow had just arrived using a parachute and immediately fired a shot at the enemy. Because a silencer was used, it didn't cause much noise. Although Steve was confident he could defeat the enemy, he still looked at Rumlow and said, "Thank you." Rumlow removed his parachute harness and said with a smile, "You're welcome. How would you live without me?" At this moment, Natasha also came onto the deck, saying to Steve as she walked, "Speaking of the new world, aren't you planning to start a romance? I've heard that many girls in the bureau are very interested in you." Love. Steve Rogers thought of his first love, Carter Page, who was now too old to get out of bed. Then he realized that he was not good enough to win the championship and therefore could not qualify to make a wish. He immediately spoke up, "Let's take care of the engine room first, then we can talk about the date. Natasha headed towards the engine room, saying as she did so, I can multitask. In the kitchen, all the hostages are being held here, a pirate said. I told Bartok that we would rather have the super soldier serum in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s possession than $30 billion. According to my intelligence, the super soldier serum has reappeared within SHIELD, and now it's the era of the superhumans. Whether we use this or turn it into cash later, it's very convenient. APA is the leader and he is already a superhuman. The super soldier serum can also greatly enhance his strength. Another pirate spoke up, the boss wants cash so that we can also benefit. How do you divide a single dose of super soldier serum? Besides, who knows if your information is true or false? Maybe it's a trap set by SHIELD. However, to get the other side to pay the ransom, we'll have to kill a few people to show them. I'm going to kill one right now. The pirate looked at the bound hostages, raised his gun, and shouted at one of them, do you want to eat a bullet? Then he kicked another person and said, pull your legs back, wanna get a bullet? Heatwell looked at the pirate in front of him. Although he was tied up, he was not afraid at all. He believed that SHIELD, or rather Hydra, would come to his rescue at any time, and that he would be safe as long as he didn't show himself. He believed that the agents of SHIELD would deal with the pirates. The three men had dealt with all the pirates on the deck, and Steve began searching for Bardock. Inside the captain's cabin, Bardock instructed his men behind him. Call Durand, set sail as soon as the rescue arrives. Yes, Bardock. The subordinate picked up the phone and said directly, Durand, start the engine. It is good. Just as Durand hung up the phone, Natasha appeared in front of him and said, hello, sailor. Natasha dispatched the pirate in just 2 moves, then made a swift descent from the air and used her dual pistols to kill more than a dozen pirates in the engine room. Kitchen, shut up, what's going on? Trying to be a hero? I've waited long enough. The pirate then walked directly to the kitchen door and punched it. If Bartok doesn't respond within 2 minutes, I'll start killing people. The pirate outside the door quickly said, okay, I'll go find him. However, as soon as he turned around, Crossbones Rumlow, who had rushed over, knocked him down with a specially made stun gun. The pirate in the kitchen reiterated, 2 minutes. At this point, the entire commando team had boarded the ship and began to operate according to plan. Inside the cockpit, Bardock's men reported, Bartok, SHIELD radio is not responding. At this moment, Steve Rogers had just located the leader Bardock and, after observing the situation, asked everyone to report back. Target confirmed, commandos in position. Seeing that both sides had responded promptly, Steve asked, Natasha, how are things going on your end? Natasha, report back? Natasha was still quickly clearing out the pirates, but there were more pirates in the engine room than she had imagined, with 3 still unresolved, and many more. Natasha replied, then quickly dispatched one pirate with a flying kick, followed by breaking the wrist of another pirate carrying a gun. Taking this opportunity, he delivered a Thomas flare throw to the last pirate. Boom. The 2 pirates were already dead, but the pirate with the broken wrist was still clutching his wrist in pain. Seeing this, Natasha pulled out a steel pipe from the nearby shelf and slashed it at the other person's head. Boom. The pirate fell to the ground with a thud, and Natasha casually tossed the steel pipe aside. Engine room sorted out. In the kitchen, Sybil caught a fleeting glimpse of a SHIELD agent through the window and thought to himself, the rescue team has arrived. The pirate leader holding the hostages shouted, when the time comes, whoever wants to die first. He pointed at another accomplice and said, you, grab that woman. Seeing that everyone was in place, Steve immediately said, on my orders, 3, 2, 1. As soon as the word ended, the commando team and Rumlow immediately launched their attack. Several pirates in the kitchen were shot and killed instantly, only the junior leader escaped unscathed. However, the sudden death of his comrade threw him into disarray. He grabbed his gun and aimed in all directions, searching for any possible enemies. Boom. The door behind them was suddenly blown away by an explosion. The pirate leader had just turned around and hadn't even had time to raise his assault rifle when Rumlow shot him dead. Heatwell, seeing the fallen pirate, then put on an act. I've said it before, SHIELD never negotiates. But the dead pirate could no longer hear what he was saying. Inside the cab, hey, Bartok, there's no response from them, we can't get in touch with them. At this moment, Bartok sensed something was wrong. Just as he was about to think about it, he heard his subordinate shout, watch out. At that moment, Steve leaped up and hurled his shield as a weapon. Snapped. The driver's cab window shattered with a crash, but Bartok managed to duck in time. However, his subordinate who had warned him was not so lucky. The sharp edge of the shield severed his neck, and the shield then slammed into the metal cabinet behind him, where it became lodged. Steve then leaped through the broken window, and Bartok, taking advantage of the moment when Steve was not yet on his feet, kicked him directly. Boom! With a muffled thud, a powerful kick sent Steve flying. However, Bartok did not press his advantage but turned and ran away. Steve stood up, dusted himself off, and realized that his strength was indeed beyond that of an ordinary person. He glanced at the shield embedded in the iron cabinet, pulled it out, placed it behind him, and gave chase. The other side. After dealing with the pirates in the kitchen, Rumlow immediately reported in the channel. The hostages are being evacuated. Romanov didn't come to meet us, Captain. The enemy is still resisting. Upon hearing Rumlow's report, and hearing the gunshots and screams coming from the other side, Steve immediately said, Natasha, Bartok has escaped. It's certain that he is indeed a superhuman, but he's probably no match for me. Go around to Rumlow's back and protect the hostages. Natasha. Just then, Steve, who had chased after them and arrived on the deck, was ambushed by Bartok. Bartok leaped into the air and delivered a flying kick to Steve. Although he was not as strong as Steve Rogers, the force of this kick was still considerable, with a force of 2 tons. Fortunately, Steve blocked the attack with his shield in time, and Bartok kicked the shield instead. However, because the protection was delivered in such a hurry, Steve was still kicked over. Steve rolled on the ground, and before he could fully stand up, Bartok kicked him again. Steve picked up his shield to block, but was kicked away once more. The third kick landed hard on the ground between Steve's legs, almost scaring Steve out of his wits. Although he hasn't been in a relationship for a long time, he still doesn't want his little brother to break down completely. Steve quickly got up, and Bartok's attack followed immediately. Bang, bang, bang. Because the opponent had the initiative, and the next few attacks were all from Bartok, but Steve blocked them all with his shield. The opponent landed several punches on the shield, producing a loud thud. At that moment, Steve seized the opportunity and used his shield to knock the opponent away. Bartok was thrown 6 meters away by the impact, but fortunately he was not seriously injured. Shoo! Bartok did a somersault and got up, then leaped up to attack Steve with punches and kicks, but all of his attacks were blocked by Steve. Ding, ding, ding. Instead, Steve seized the opportunity, closing in and delivering several knee strikes before throwing him backward. Bartok used the backward momentum to somersault several times, dissipating the force. After regaining his footing, he looked at Steve and, thinking that Steve's shield had blocked his attack, immediately tried to provoke him. You're not just all show and no substance with that outfit, are you? Steve was very confident that even without his shield, this guy was no match for him. Seeing this, he simply put the shield behind his back, took off his helmet and threw it on the ground, saying, "Try it yourself." Bartok saw that his opponent had actually given up his advantage, and a mocking smile appeared on his lips. He then immediately charged forward to attack again, but this time Steve was completely serious. Every punch was faster than Bartok's, landing squarely on his opponent's fist. Bartok failed to gain the upper hand in several punches, and instead was hit in the face by an elbow strike from Steve. Seeing this, Bartok could only attack with his leg, but Steve was faster than him. Before Bartok could even fully raise his leg, Steve kicked him. Crack! The sound of a broken leg rang out. Seeing that the other party was still resisting, Steve used a backflip kick to knock the other party to the ground. However, Bartok stubbornly stood up. Upon seeing this, Steve rushed over, grabbed him, smashed through the door behind him, and threw him to the ground. Then he punched Bartok hard in the face. Boom! Bartok was struck on the head and immediately lost consciousness. Then Natasha's voice rang out. How embarrassing! Steve was panting heavily when he heard the sound beside him. He then looked to the side and saw Natasha doing something on the computer. Seeing that Natasha hadn't gone to protect the hostages, Steve stood up and angrily questioned her. What are you doing? At the same time, he walked towards Natasha. Natasha smiled and said, backing up data is a good habit. Steve asked again, Rumlow needs your help, what are you doing here? Upon approaching, Steve looked at the file being transmitted on the screen and said, you are salvaging S.H.I.E.L.D.'s intelligence. Natasha nodded and said, save as many people as possible. Steve, however, said angrily, our mission is to rescue the hostages. Natasha said without turning her head, no, that's your task. You did a great job. The data transfer was complete. Natasha unplugged the USB drive and walked outside. Steve, however, wasn't going to tolerate Natasha. He grabbed her arm and said angrily, you are threatening the entire operation. Natasha looked at Steve and said, you're exaggerating. Just as the two were arguing, Bartok, who had fainted, woke up. He got up, threw a grenade at them, and then quickly hopped away on one leg. Seeing the grenade flying towards him, Steve reacted quickly, immediately taking off his shield and swatting it aside. At the same time, he scooped up Natasha and rushed outside. Natasha reacted quickly, shattering the window in front of them with a single shot, giving the two an escape route. However, the grenade exploded much faster, detonating the instant Steve leaped out the window with Natasha in his arms, instantly engulfing the room in flames. Boom! Steve, with Natasha in tow, jumped into the next room amidst the flames, but both of them were hit in the back by an explosion. The two leaned against the wall. Natasha stretched her back in pain. Even with the injection of physique enhancers, being hit by such an explosion was extremely painful. Okay, this time it's my fault. Steve took a deep breath. He too had been hit, but he was physically stronger than Natasha. It's all your fault. Steve then got up and chased after him, but Bartok had already jumped into the sea and escaped. With the rescue and intelligence missions completed and Bartok's whereabouts unknown, the SHIELD team did not linger there and returned to New York aboard a Quinjet. End of this chapter.
Hello everyone, this is Shadow. Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I can't publish many of the audiobooks you love. That's why I've created a special paid service where you can enjoy over 300 high-quality audiobooks from platforms like Webnovel, Pocket FM, Audible, Wuxia, and more. Each novel comes as a one-time purchase, no subscriptions, no hidden fees. After payment, you'll receive full access via Telegram, along with all future updates for that novel. You'll find a wide selection of your favorite genres and titles, always in premium audio quality. Check the full list of available novels in the description. DM me now to get your favorite stories in audiobook form and start listening today. Also, you can request any novel so I can turn into audiobooks. Check out our Patreon for more details.